Well met, Alex. Isolde smiled at him politely as he poked his head into the new classroom. He gasped. If he thought Professor Jules' class had gotten smaller between first and second semester, then Valrock's had been devastated between first and second year. The size of the class was maybe a third of the size of his first-year class. Alex had thought the lizard folk wizard had been joking when he'd said during their very first class that only 1 out of every 3 students would be there by the end. He'd said something like, "Those that want to be here will be here." Well, that was one way to look at it, Alex supposed. Sliding into the room, he came up to Isolde as she pointed to the seat in front of her. "Alex, have a seat here," she said. "I would invite you to sit beside me, but I am saving those seats for 2 of my friends, unfortunately." "Ah, no problem," he said. "I like to be closer to the front anyway." He pointed to his eyes. "If I sit too far back, I'll have to squint so much that I'll need spectacles as thick as Hobbes' monocle by graduation time in a few years." Isolde raised an eyebrow as he took his seat. "A few years, you say? Are you not going to apply to continue at the graduate level?" "Honestly, I haven't really thought about it," Alex said, sitting so that he straddled the chair and was facing backwards. He folded his arms in front of him across the chair back. "Truly, I would think that would be first on your priority." She leaned forward on her desk. Because the small auditorium was built on multiple levels, she was looking down at him. "Have you truly not thought about it at all, or is this one of your jokes? With your performance, I thought you were purposefully striving for such a position as I am." He shrugged. "I've seen some of the grad students working for Jules and one working for Valrock, and it looks fun, I gotta say." She scoffed. "Looks fun," he says. "My goodness, Alex, it's not a position that one enters for fun. Graduate studies are fundamentally different from the undergraduate years." "Oh, how so?" Alex asked. "Do you learn all the spell tiers up to 9th? That be some serious power." "No, it's not about that." She shook her head. "Think of it this way. For the first 4 years of our education here, we are sponges. We absorb the knowledge taught to us like water flowing from a tap. At the graduate level, we become the tap, we create the water. Our experiments craft the knowledge that aid others. We contribute to the creation of new spells, alchemical formulae, and techniques. That skill will add to one's wizardry as we go on and also can help guarantee appointment to courts and faculty around the world." Well, I'll think about it." He looked around. "If I get there." "Did you have a big class for mana manipulation in first year?" "About 3 times this size." "Why do you ask?" He whistled. "Well, if the second-year class is already whittled down this much, then maybe I shouldn't be betting too hard on guaranteed graduate studies." "Oh, bah," she waved a hand dismissively. "I think you needn't worry about that. If you're skilled enough to enter this difficult class in your first year, then surely you are already on a path that should take you into graduate studies with no issues." "Maybe," he said. "It's super competitive, isn't it? Not sure if my force marks are going to help too much." In truth, Alex's final mark for FORC 1550 was fairly high, not as high as Alex's regular standards, and probably not high for someone like Isolde, but he had done very well, all things considered. Unfortunately, fairly high likely wouldn't cut it. "Graduate studies are hyper-competitive, aren't they?" Alex asked. "With how important they are and all that, you'd have to be the best of the best of the best to get in." "True, but high marks are only part of the process," she said. "Since you come from so far a distance, you are likely unaware of this, but connections can matter for an admissions process. There are a number of students enrolled within Generosity who would not have been able to gain entry based on the merit of pure academics." Alex thought of Derek, wondering if that was how the nobleman had gotten in. Though to be fair, he didn't know how Derek performed in his classes aside from Potion Sand, that test in the Barrens for Balin's class just before first semester began. Some enter Generosity based on connection to one of the faculty members. Some enter based mostly on the fact that members of their family are alumni, or that they were within the entourage of a former student. There is also the way of gaining entry by way of donation. Donation. Alex raised an eyebrow, looking over the fine classroom with its magically maintained cleanliness and lecture hall furnishings. Why would Generosity be hurting for gold? Wizardry, as we know, is expensive. With the experiments run here, more material is always needed. And besides, often these donations are made not by way of coin, but by way of magical items, special materials, or even services performed, Isolde said. "Even my grandfather has undertaken exploration for the university as a trade of favors." She sighed. "It was his safety strategy for if I turned out to Bellis academically dedicated." "Oh," Alex said. "Well, I guess he didn't need to worry about that." "No, such a worry was." She paused, shaking her head. "We get off topic. The point I was trying to make is that connections are even more valuable at the graduate level. A professor chooses graduates based on their academics, to be sure, but a graduate student is a colleague and an assistant to a professor's work. Factors such as temperament, previous relationship, and knowledge of their work habits are key in such choices, as my grandfather informed me." "Wait," he paused. "So all that assisting I've been doing with Professor Jules is invaluable," Isolde said, finishing his sentence. "I myself will be assisting one of Professor Aurora's graduate students with their research into spells of storm calling, which will help me build connections with the department." Understand, Alex, the opportunity that you have, many students would cut off well. At least they'd cut someone else's finger off for it. You should consider it. He shrugged. Well, according to you, I'm already on the right path for it, aren't I? I just have to keep doing what I'm doing then, and I can decide later. How cheeky and lackadaisical, she huffed. I suppose it is your future, though. Yeah, it is, Alex said. Honestly, he hadn't thought much into the far future recently. It wasn't that he didn't want to go on to graduate studies or wanted to dismiss them or didn't take them seriously. It was just that there were so many other more immediate, pressing things on his mind. He still needed to work out that golem power source. He still needed to continue with his analysis of the Dungeon Core's remains. He still needed to figure out what was going on with Thamelin's previous fools and also try to contribute to getting rid of the Ravena. He also needed to continue helping his little sister, get through Ram's second semester, perfect his defenses, explore the cleansing movements more. All in all, he had a lot to do. Graduate studies that were more than 3 years away seemed like such a distant thing at the moment. He hadn't even decided what he wanted to do as a full-fledged wizard. He supposed it'd have to be something alchemy-related unless he found a way to permanently get rid of the mark at some point. All in all, what came after graduation was far, far away, and other things were of a more immediate concern. Valrock's first class for the semester had a bit of a sinister tone at first. The cheery lizard man wizard made a comment about losing more people who didn't want to be in the course anymore, and the way he spoke about them was like they'd somehow met an unknown fate on the way to the school cafeteria. His revelations on what the class was going to learn for the semester were anything but sinister, however. What sounded really exciting to Alex was a new, more advanced mana regeneration technique and mana manipulation with more advanced magical items. Class after Valrock's was Professor Ram's. Alex was sure thought as he'd walked in, the professor had given him a slightly distant, disappointed look, all the while nodding, smiling, and even catching up with his favorites. This semester will be a little different from the last, Ram said as the class was finally seated. Last semester I taught you what are often termed the basic force spells. Spells for attack, utility, and defense, the beginning for any aspiring force mage. We also spoke of what force truly is. However, this semester we will be going deeper into that. Any wizard can throw around force missiles, but the force specialist learns how to direct, redirect, and amplify. He raised his force-constructed arm and concentrated. The class gasped as the arm transformed, growing and extending until it was a long, thin blade of black force. Several students gaped openly. Alex couldn't help but stare with envy. That was one of the coolest damned things he'd ever seen, and he was about 120 sure that the mark would never, ever let him make a force-constructed weapon. We will start out with spells that make force-constructed weapons, Ram said. Oh, you piece of shit, Alex thought, having nasty flashbacks to his failure with Force Missile. But Ram continued, they will not be for striking your enemies. At your level, making solid mana-constructed weapons that can last through clash after clash with an enemy is not a good idea. You will start to get into that when we move to second-tier spells at the end of the semester. The spell we will be talking about is called Protective Force Weapon. With a twitch of his brow, Ram conjured several black swords to rotate around his body. Another twitch of an eyebrow created a black force missile, which manifested in front of him and shot out over the class. The force missile arced through the air, turned around, and immediately shot back at Ram. The professor, his posture erect, stood with one arm behind his back as one of the force swords spun in midair and parried the force missile away, sending it shooting up and out of the open window where it dissipated. Alex found himself leaning over his desk in rapt attention during the entire display. Force shield takes blows directly, while protective force weapon deflects them. Note that while the latter might seem superior, it requires far more mana, and force weapon constructs are broken far more easily than a force shield, like so. With a single cut from his force arm construct, he shattered one of the weapons. The key to maximizing this and all other force spells is to direct, redirect, and amplify in order to direct your force to the place where it can have the greatest effect. So take redirecting enemy force for example. Plate armor is sloped to deflect blows, but warriors are still taught to avoid the full brunt of weapon strikes by dodging and rolling with blows. That redirects force so that a warrior isn't just taking the full force of an enemy's strike. He tapped his chest. That training is given to knights even though a good set of castle-forged plate armor can make one pretty much immune to most sword blows. One still needs to roll and defend. With Amplify, the goal is to learn ways to create efficiency in your spell arrays, requiring less mana from you while empowering your spells with greater force. When we have refined what you have learned, then you will be ready to graduate to second-level spells while sloughing off your bad habits. Alex twitched as he absorbed Ram's words. Redirection of force and energy. That sounded familiar. The cleansing movements were built on that concept. His eyes narrowed. What if he combined those defensive movements with the extra protection of his force armor? He could redirect a lot more when he was in less danger of losing an arm to an incoming blow in the process. There was also the deflection of spells like Ram had just demonstrated. He thought back to Force Shield. He was sure the mark would become highly agitated at him for trying to conjure weapons made of Force Ether to defend himself or not, but if he could get his Force Shield to pivot and parry on command, like the protective Force weapon spell, then his defenses would become that much more efficient. Experimenting with that level of control over Force Shield might even give him an edge when it came to learning future Force spells. Perhaps there were things to love about Ram's class after all. Alex thought of the possibilities with cautious excitement. His thoughts turned to what he'd be doing after class. Since last semester, he'd been meeting up with Thundar sometimes after Force class to join his group in practicing the cleansing movements. Today, when they met up, he could start combining his Force Shield with the movements and see how things went. If things worked out, that would be a great way to up his protection. The next time for Balin to lead them into the Barrens was coming soon, and according to what the Chancellor had hinted at the end of last semester, they were in for a big challenge. Maybe he'd have some new Force skills ready for it. Alex concentrated on moving his Force Shield in time, with slow, Force-directing motions of the cleansing movements. As he did, he kept some of his concentration on the movements in meditative practice, but split the rest of his mind to focus on his surroundings and where imaginary opponents might strike from. The Force Shield spell was a powerful defense in that it swiveled automatically toward incoming attacks, but it was limited in that it blocked those attacks head-on. If he could learn to angle it so that instead of simply protecting him it also moved in time with him, it could reinforce the motions he was practicing to block and redirect. The tricky part would be modifying the spell array so that the shield didn't automatically interpose itself directly between him and opponents, but could also pivot in midair and slope itself according to his will. That could come later, though for now, he could simply focus on bringing the shield inline with his movements. The rest of the group had given him curious looks at first, but they quickly returned their focus to their own practice. One of the philosophies of the group was non-judgment while in session, and so Alex could continue to try different things as long as he didn't disturb the others. That was the reason he had picked a spot at the back, to not be a distraction to the others. He could almost feel Thundar vibrating as the Minotaur fought the urge to say something, though. As the class ended, Thundar lost the battle. "What in hell are you doing, Alex?" the Minotaur asked. "I thought you were gonna clobber me with your spell." "Just trying to get better at the motions," Alex said, dismissing his Force Shield and conjuring a Forceaball to carry his bags. Ram said something about redirecting Force magic, so I'm just combining the cleansing movements with spellcasting. I'm hoping that it'll help. "Well, it's helping me nearly get a concussion," Thundar said, pausing as the group leader left the clearing in a hurry. His eyes followed her tails for a moment before returning to Alex, who was now grinning. Not a word, the Minotaur warned in a tone that made it very clear what would happen to Alex if he even snickered. For once, Alex kept his mouth shut. "You think Collick's out of class by now?" he asked. "I could use some food." "Probably. Let's go find him," Thundar said. "It might be one of our last meals." The two of them went through the botanical gardens together, passing a patrol of watchers. The demon-summoning culprit was still at large, and if there were any signs of coming closer to catching them, then the administration wasn't saying a word. In some ways, campus had calmed again. The first day back from break had been fairly tense, as many anticipated another attack coming at any time. As the days went on, though, the wizards on Generosi's campus slowly grew more comfortable as the incident continued to grow more distant. After all, it wasn't the first time that a renegade demon had attacked the campus. It likely wouldn't be the last either, even after the conjuring culprit was caught. "You that worried about Balin's class?" Alex asked his friend. "A little," Thundar said. "That last trip into the Barrens was real easy. Makes me nervous now, like if the other hoof is about to drop on us. Balin's there to keep us safe, and we have his protective spells," Alex said, though he was starting to feel nervous about the next class too. Balin had promised a challenge, and Alex's powerful imagination was already conjuring up all kinds of horrors that they might face. "Yeah, I know," Thundar said. "Just can't help feeling that things are gonna be tough. I just hope we get to group up with who we want. Would love it if we had the Cabal together, complete with entourage members, and if we could get Grimlock in there, that'd be great." "Ideal scenario," Alex agreed. "Unfortunately, ideal scenarios don't often happen in Lee." CRNCH, both he and the Minotaur paused. Something had moved in the nearby brush, and the two young wizards glanced at each other before swinging around so they were back to back. They eyed the thick, wild-looking area of the garden they were in. Plenty of cover around. Alex remembered their encounter with the Dryads and what they had said about the Mana vampire and that other creature that had killed two of them. He bit the inside of this cheek, just in case a sudden wave of drowsiness came over him. "You smell anything?" Alex whispered, glancing over his shoulder. "Lot of things, flowers, herbs, funguses. It feels like I'm in a perfume shop in here. Can't smell anything else," Thundar grunted. The two wizards waited for maybe 30 heartbeats before finally beginning to relax. We're getting jumpier than an old cat in an alley full of dogs," Thundar grunted. Hey, Alex said. Remember that first time we did the cleansing movements together? Didn't we hear a strange sound around this part of the path then too? Thundar squinted. You know, I think you're right. We did, didn't we? He eyed the bushes with suspicion. Probably just an animal, some little beast or something. Maybe something's made its little den around here. Yeah, maybe, Alex said. Let's just get the hell out of here. I feel like one of those guys that always dies first in the bard's horror stories. He mimed putting on a dumb expression. Duo, what was that noise? We should go investigate. Thundar snorted in laughter. Yeah, but the guys in those stories are usually rich nobles at their summer cottages with a belly full of wine and their heads full of lust. We're wizards trained in combat. We'd probably last longer. Unless it's a mana vampire, Alex pointed out. Yeah, then maybe the drunk noble'd have a better time than us, Thundar said. You know what? You're right, this place is creeping me out. Let's keep moving. Alex followed the Minotaur's long strides as his hooves clacked across the cobblestones. They didn't speak until they were out of the botanical gardens. They might have been imagining it, but it felt like they'd avoided the heart of danger. Sometimes one cannot avoid the heart of danger, Balin said from in front of the class. Thundar and Alex gave each other long looks at his statement. By that I mean not only is it impossible at certain times to flee from danger, but I also mean that sometimes terrain prevents us from making full use of our mobility, our allies, and even sometimes resources such as larger, more powerful companions. His eyes fell to Grimlock, who paused mid-bite. The shark man had arrived with new oge, finishing his lunch that looked to be an entire roasted deer haunch. When one enters the dark places of the world, this will involve entering tunnels, caves, and other spaces where one's ability to move is constrained. It cuts down on options of attack and escape. I am told that we have a member of the Delvers Guild in attendance, Balin said, glancing about. Might they identify themselves? Alex looked surprised when one of Isolde's entourage raised his meaty hand. Hogarth of Stockham, he said. I was a member of the Delvers Guild before I joined the service of the von Anmut family. I see, then we are privileged to have a veteran within our ranks. Balin gestured to the squat, powerfully built man. Would you be kind enough to do the class a favor and enlighten us as to what the Delvers Guild does? Professional danger spelunkers is what we call ourselves, Hogarth said. There's a lot of dark places beneath the dearth, old ruins, abandoned monster dens, pathways into the deep, leftovers from lost wizards and civilizations. People want these explored, cleared out, and made safe. At the same time, other people want to raid these places for lost treasure, information, monster parts, and a lot of other things. Alex listened closely, glancing at Teresa, who glanced back. He'd remembered the tattered remains of the human hand Brutus had found in the cave mouth of the traveler. The index finger had been wrapped by a plain iron ring with a symbol of two crossed pickaxes. He'd heard of the Delvers Guild, but hadn't known much about them before. We also delve into wastelands, borderlands, and dangerous wildernesses, Hogarth continued. We work with the Cartographers Guilds as well for protection and joint map-making. Sometimes we help as escorts for wizards looking for ingredients and so on. Sometimes we also just explore for the sake of it. Right, and do you often work with wizards? Balin asked, though from his tone it was clear he knew the answer. We recruit wizards into the guild, but I've never heard of one from the guild who was educated at a big place like this. Most of our wizard guild members are self-taught and the like, Hogarth said. But like I said, we do get hired to escort wizards into places like ruins and caverns. Exactly, Balin said. That's the answer I was looking for. He turned to the rest of the class. Often, Evan, if you are in a peaceful time in your wizardry career, you may need to seek out an ingredient, explore a ruin for a piece of forgotten lore, or simply be hired by some city official looking for someone knowledgeable and capable to delve into a local cavern for purposes of their own. He looked upon all of them, and the deep places of the world can be unforgiving places. Rain, one of your favorite spells is the spell of flight, I do believe. Yes, Rain said nervously, but it's not much help in a cave, right? No, it is not, Balin said. Being able to float above a floor that might be trapped or maneuver within a three-dimensional space can help to a certain degree, but one's options are definitely limited underground. Spells that use great amounts of fire are also dangerous, as they can burn away the air in an enclosed space, potentially suffocating you. Alex winced, remembering the goddess statues in the Temple of the Traveler. They would have been much deadlier if that portal hadn't been open in the room, providing the space with more air from wherever that blue sky was. Maybe that's why that stable portal had been left there in the first place, to continue to pump air into the complex even if the fire gems burned away all the air-blasting intruders. It wouldn't do, he thought, for the fire gems to destroy intruders just to leave the cave empty of air for its owner to breathe when she returned to it. He noticed Rhea and Shiny look at each other. The two often used fire spells. My point being that a delve into an underground complex is something you will likely engage in at least once in your lives. Alex fought to keep a straight face. And tactical experience in such places will be invaluable. That is why our last lesson focused on the Dwarven war manuals on tunnel fighting. In the Barrens, there are a few ancient complexes, labyrinths and ruins spread throughout the blasted landscapes, leftovers from fallen empires or ancient wizards, now left to gather dust. Today, we will be visiting a place colloquially known around Generasi as the Bone Tunnels. It was a massive underground sanctum, owned by a wizard when the Barrens were still fertile. So within, the opponents you will expect to find are undead. Skeletons of creatures that die near the complex are reanimated by its residual protective magics and become guardians of the place. You can also expect haunts, ectoplasmic echoes of fallen spirits. Not quite ghosts, they are simply clots of memory left behind by those that fell while in danger. He raised his hand above him. The average ceiling in this complex is merely 8 feet high, and can go as low as 6 feet in some parts. Thundar and Grimlock, you might have trouble in these areas. The pair looked at each other and nodded. These are my instructions for this challenge. You will be split into 4 groups and sent through the labyrinth from 4 separate entrances. Your task will be to navigate your way to 4 different teleportation circles I have left within the labyrinth. I expect you to navigate your way through the complex, avoiding its mechanical traps and either defeat or escape from any undead creatures that you might encounter within. Alex gulped and exchanged a look with Teresa, who nodded at him and placed a hand on one of Brutus' heads. Their previous time spelunking was terrifying and had introduced them to horrors they'd never known before. Then again, they were a lot tougher now. Teresa had been engaging in life enforcement and learning from the Watchers of Roll. Alex was stronger, faster, more knowledgeable, and had far more magical power. They could do this. They could handle a few skeletons. Hopefully they'd end up together. The whole cabal acting as one would be perfect. When you materialize at the entrances, Balin said, "Look at the spell marks left by my spell. I have modified them to react, gradually turning red the farther you go away from my teleportation circles, and turning green the closer you get to them. This will help you to avoid becoming too lost." And with that, he waved his hand, happy delving. Alex felt the teleportation magic come over him. The world shimmered around him as he appeared in the Barrens before his unknown group members. He waited for a bit, looking around his surroundings before 3 figures shimmered in the air and appeared in front of him. First was the skinny figure of Rain, blinking rapidly in the heat and dust of the Barrens. Next was the towering form of Thundar, who grinned when he saw Alex. Alex looked at the last shimmering figure, hoping for Teresa, Colic, or Isolde. The shimmering crystallized and the last figure appeared, a massive 3-headed dog sniffing the air and looking around for his master. Alex looked in surprise at Brutus. Huh was all he could say. Brutus whined, turning around in place as he looked for his master. "I'm sorry, boy," Alex said, approaching the big canine and gingerly reaching out to pat one of his heads. The head glanced at Alex for a moment, but didn't move away as he touched it. Brutus kept whining, still looking for Teresa with the other 2 heads while allowing Alex to pet him, something he would not have tolerated at the start of their journey. It was a good thing that their relationship had improved, especially now that Teresa wasn't with them. Alex knew that as anxious as Brutus was about Teresa, she must have been equally as worried and anxious about him and which group he'd ended up in. Alex kept his hand on Brutus' head, thinking that he'd do his best to make sure that the 2 of them were back together soon. "Ata boy pup, we'll get you back to your mommy soon," Thundar grunted, then looked to Rain. "Hello, Rain." Hello," Rain responded nervously, eyeing the massive minotaur and the strongly built young wizard. "Pleasure to work with you." "Yeah, you too," Alex said, glancing down at his spell mark. It was bright red, indicating that they were very far from the teleportation circle they were supposed to reach. Considering that they weren't even in the underground complex yet, that made sense. "Alrighty," Alex said. "No use wasting time." He turned, still petting the anxious, whining Cerberus. "I've been in caves once or twice before, but I don't have a lot of experience with them. Do either of you? My cousins and I once had to clear out a nest of lurchers near our home, and they were in a cave," Thundar said. "But that was a big tunnel, maybe 12 feet high, and it was just a straight shot from the mouth of the cave to their den. What about you, Rain? Any experience?" Rain cleared his throat. "My father was hired by the Delvers Guild on a couple of occasions to clear caverns of monsters, but I've never been deep in a cave, just in small grottos to collect mushrooms." And he paused. "My father never talked about those jobs." Silence hung over the group for a moment. "Right, so none of us have that much experience," the Minotaur said. "Guess it's tactics straight out of class then. What should our marching order be?" Alex eyed the group carefully. "Do you know a lot of attack spells, Rain?" "Anything that isn't fire so we don't burn up our air and die in the dirt, all blue in the face and clutching our throats." Both of his companions stared at him for a moment before Thundar shook his head. "Just ignore him, Rain, he's always like this." "I know some attack spells," Rain said after another nervous silence. "Mana bolts, force missiles, and acid arrows." "Oof, acid arrow, now there's a nasty spell," Thundar grunted. "Sounds like it," Alex agreed. "And Thundar, you know some ranged spells from your battle magic class, right?" "Yep," he said, then drew his mace. "Plus I got old reliable here." He glanced at the skinny Rain. How comfortable are you with getting in a melee? I've never held anything deadlier than an axe that I chopped wood with, the young man quickly said. Right, Alex said, considering their options. Okay, here's what I think. Brutus can go in front, and I'll be right behind him. He's got the best senses of any of us. I trust your nose, Thundar, but he's got 3 of them. Rain can go behind me and blast stuff that's coming at or behind us. Thundar, you can take up the rear. Who can cast lesser force armor and force shield? Both wizards raised their hands. Perfect, Alex said. I can cast both on myself and Brutus. That way the whole party will be protected. Sound good? Sounds good to me. Thundar said. Anyone know anything about the undead? My father kept a journal about all kinds of monsters he fought when he used to travel for some of his commissions. He can't really do that kind of work anymore, so he gave it to me before I left for school. Rain said, pulling a notebook from his bag. I might be able to identify some of what we come across. Hopefully, we won't be coming across too much, Thundar grunted. What about light? I can see in the dark, but... There's my forceaball, Alex said. I can use it to scout ahead too, and I can cast a light spell onto an object, Rain added. It will make it glow. Right then, Thundar grunted. Let's get this moving skeleton feast started. Rain gasped. The Minotaur looked at him. It's just an expression. Really? And you talk about me? Alex said. Where do they say this expression? Here, in the Barrens. A hot trend started by Thundar, son of Gulbif. Alex rolled his eyes. Just ignore him, Rain. He's always like this. Hey, Thundar grunted. Don't use my own words against me. Vengeance is mine, so says me, Alex said before turning back to Brutus. All right, Brutus, let's try to get back to Teresa fast. He smiled, petting the big Cerberus. We'll find her together, okay? Let me just cast some spells on you before we start. Rain cocked his head. Does he understand you? Thundar snorted. That big dog knows a lot more than he lets on. Brutus looked at Thundar almost as if he were saying, yeah, you're right. He gave a short bark, but did nothing else as Alex began to cast his magic. The Cerberus watched in curiosity as a red glowing shield manifested in front of him. He tried nipping at it a couple of times before he grew used to it. He also nipped at the lesser force armor that formed around him until it turned invisible. Alex then cast his protective spells over himself and manifested his forceaball and wizard's hand. Thundar and Rain also cast their own protective shields. The group looked at each other, exchanged silent nods, and turned toward the entrance. The entrance to the underground complex loomed out of the dusty plain ahead of them. It looked like a squat, square building made of sun-baked stone. Its entrance was a black doorway that was at least 12 feet tall. Flanking the passage were 2 statues carved of orange, dust-blasted rock. The statues looked like humanoid skeletons, and each clutched stone scythes that were upside down so that the blades curved by their feet. The sculptures were so lifelike or deathlike, he supposed that Alex almost expected that just like the statues within the cave of the traveler, they would come alive to attack them at any moment. The little party approached the entrance cautiously, but neither statue moved as they crept through the gateway. Alex swore that their dark, empty eye holes watched them, though. They descended an ancient staircase into the dark. The light from the Baron's blazing sun slowly faded behind them, and soon the only light that they had was coming from the crimson glow of their force spells, and a white light that Rain had cast onto an ordinary wand carved of willow wood that he kept in his bag for the purpose. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw a massive entrance hall looming ahead. It was almost like a church in its layout, with soaring ceilings and broken stone benches all facing a raised dais on the far end of the chamber. Rising above the raised platform and built into the back wall was another massive statue of a skeleton, maybe twice as tall as Grimlock. This statue was carved to look like it was wearing robes made out of stone, with skeletal wings spreading behind it that filled the back wall. Well, that's a grim god, Thundar said, or deity, Rain said. Since it's a skeleton, we can't really say if it's supposed to be a male, female, or something else. Well, whatever it is, I don't want to meet its worshippers. Alex's mana senses began to tingle as they approached the opposite end of the room. Another passage opened on their left, revealing another stairway going further down into the deep. A dark magic emanated from the tunnel. It wasn't as thick as the traveler's mana had been in her sanctum, but it still felt like a great power was coming from somewhere deep in the earth. He told his companions what he felt. Yeah, I'm starting to feel something too, Thundar said. Rain shrugged, but Brutus' heads were pointing toward the deep passage, as rumbling growls came from all 3 throats. Well, looks like there's only one way down anyway, Thundar grunted, thumbing the haft of his mace. Might as well keep going. The ceiling of this passage rose only about 8 feet above their heads, causing Thundar to bend his neck to keep the points of his horns from scraping the stone. They soon found that the tunnel led into a maze. At the bottom of the staircase lay a crossroads of several passages, all leading further into the darkness. At the corners of the crossroads, there were carvings of more stone skeletons that appeared to be watching the wizards. Alex was starting to see a pattern in the architecture of the place. He wondered what Selena would have thought of it. Rain swallowed, watching as Alex scouted down each passage using the red light of his forceaball. The second-year student glanced at Thundar. Hey, aren't minotaurs good in mazes? You all don't ever get lost, right? Thundar snorted, rolling his eyes. That's fairy tales. It came from that old bard story about the first minotaur being some monster created to guard a labyrinth, which is completely made up. Oh, I'm sorry, Rain quickly apologized. Don't worry about it, Thundar said, more focused on trying to find the right way to go right now. Any guesses, Alex? Alex swore under his breath. Only thing I can tell is that there aren't any dead ends within like 30 feet of us. He glanced down at his spell mark. I guess the only way to figure out which way to go is to pick a path and watch our spell marks. Couldn't give us a map this time, could you, Chancellor? Thundar grunted. Rain winced. He likely can hear us through the spell's marks, I know. It quickly became clear that the marks would be invaluable to their success. They picked the wrong tunnel twice at that first crossroad, and had to double back, finally picking the right one by watching the changing colors of their spell marks. As they went deeper, Alex watched Brutus carefully. The Cerberus kept sniffing the air, padding forward cautiously and now and then looking back to check that the three wizards were still behind him. Each time, he paused and whined a little. It was like he was reminded that Teresa wasn't around every time he looked back, as he continually sniffed the air. Don't worry, boy, Alex said. We're going to find her soon, he promised. It was shortly after comforting Brutus that the first attack came. It came without warning. The group was walking along a tunnel lined with empty stone torch holders carved into the wall. The tunnel had curved, reducing how far ahead and how far behind they could see. Thundar didn't hear them until it was too late. Brutus didn't smell them, and before the light of Alex's forciball had reached them, they came charging around the corner from up ahead. Rain cried in alarm, but months of Comb 1000 had hardened the young wizards. They sprang into action as soon as they saw the horrors approaching. A horde of bone creatures came rushing around the bend. They were Moopkaras, at least 8 of Themir. They had been Moopkaras at one time. Their flesh had long rotted away, leaving only sun-bleached skeletons. The creatures rushed them with eerie clacks of bone on stone as their skeletal feet skittered across the tunnel floor. They moved with horrifying speed, perhaps 2 or 3 times as fast as living Moopkaras. The little creature's bottom jaws unhinged, extending and widening until they spread far enough to chomp off a body part. The sucking part in their mouths had rotted away in death, leaving only the hard bones of their skeletons. But even though it looked like they could no longer suck flesh from the bones of their prey, Alex had no doubt that their bites would be as deadly as their suckers had been. Blast 'em! Thundar roared, and he and Rain started firing glowing mana bolts into the massive skeletons. Crack, crack! Their bones were thick and hardened like petrified wood, but the young wizard's spells were powerful enough to knock the attackers from their feet and crack bones if they hit at the right angle. Animated skeletons. Rain shouted, remembering his father's notes. They're fast, but they're only bones. They're light and won't weigh more than 1/14 of what they weighed when they were alive. Good to know, Alex said, eyeing their assailants. Moopkaras were already small. If these skeletons weighed so much less than they did in life, then that meant. He shot Wizard's hand forward and started pulling the creatures off balance. They fell like dried twigs. Alex could use this. He willed Wizard's hand to grab one at the front of the troop by its arm and rise into the air. The skeleton struggled in his magical grasp, but it was so light that his enhanced spell could lift it off the ground unhindered. As the creature tried to grasp and claw at the spell, he dropped it, letting the struggling monstrosity fall into the path of the undead troop, sending them colliding with the falling skeleton. Several fell, but 2 of the more agile creatures jumped over the pile and leapt for the young wizards. Brutus met them with bared teeth. The skeletons were quick, but Brutus was quick too, and he had 3 sets of bone-crushing jaws to catch them with. They snapped shut over 2 of the monsters. Crunch. Bones snapped in his mouth as he grabbed animated skeletal limbs. As each bone shattered, a dark, ominous mana rose from where the marrow would have been deep within living bones. The skeleton's movements grew weaker as the mana dissipated, their animating forces in their bones. Rain shouted, taking cover behind Thundar to quickly consult his notebook. Then we break them up, Thundar shouted, and break them down, Alex finished. Skeletons threw themselves at Brutus, but their bony jaws bounced off either the force shield or invisible lesser force armor. Crunch, crunch, Brutus grabbed and savaged another one, his jaws crushing its hardened bones while Alex's wizard's hand lifted skeletons from the back of the troop and dropped them into the Cerberus waiting jaws. The battle was going in their favor, until Thundar cried out, "Oh shit, look out!" He spun around. "There are more coming from the back. The tunnel behind is full of them." Alex glanced backward to see more skeletons rushing down the hall behind them and toward Thundar. Rain paled. "They flanked us. We're trapped." "Shit, Rain, help Thundar," Alex cried. "Blast them. Thundar, hold the line, I'll help Brutus." "I've got this," the Minotaur roared, raising his mace. Crunch, the sound of metal crushing bone filled the tunnel behind them as Thundar slammed his mace into one of the creatures. Alex cursed. Thundar was big enough to fill most of the narrow tunnel, and Alex couldn't really see how many were behind them, not without pausing to try and crane his neck around the Minotaur's bulk. And the skeletons in front were not about to give him time for that. As Rain wheeled around and started blasting magical bolts behind them, Alex turned back to the troop of undead in front. He cursed again. More skeletons came surging from ahead to reinforce their fallen troop mates. He eyed the narrow tunnel. There was an opportunity there. Gritting his teeth, he drove both his forceball and wizard's hand among skeletons. He willed wizard's hand to curl into a massive fist of force magic. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and with so many assailants filling the tunnel even, if the mark interfered with his aim, it'd be impossible for him to miss them in such close quarters. Growling as the mark began to flood his mind with failures, he grit his teeth and blindly swung the ball and fist hard into the skeletal horde. Clatter, clatter, crunch. He was rewarded with sounds of scattering and crunching bone as his force spells swept through them. His will guided both spells to stay well in front of Brutus, and he used every meditation technique he'd ever practiced to fight to keep his mind focused through the mark's screaming, and it was screaming loud and clear. Alex dropped to his knees, mentally pushing against the mark while pushing his will into his spells. He squeezed his eyes shut, and his mind was pounded with failure after failure, but his breath came slow and loud. Soon the sounds of clattering bone eased from the front, and he raised both spells into the air. He took deep breaths as his vision cleared of the mark's onslaught. Between his desperate efforts and Brutus' savagery, the undead attackers from the front were decimated. Only 2 Mupkara skeletons remained in motion. One was between the teeth of one of Brutus' mouths. The other was latched onto the Cerberus body, trying to bite into his flesh with its massive unhinged jaws, but it was failing against both the force armor and his tough hide. Growling, Alex shot Wizard's hand over and dragged the creature off, holding it down while Brutus lunged on it and snapped its jaws with 2 sets of his jaws. As the Cerberus worked to finish it off, Alex immediately whirled around to see what was going on behind them. His breath caught. The skeletons were all over Thundar, swarming him like ants. While Brutus, like the Minotaur, had a lot of mass, he was on all fours and had 3 sets of jaws to fight with. Thunder, on the other hand, was tall, had very little room to maneuver, and only had his mace to smash their adversaries with. The number of broken bones in front of his hooves showed that he'd hit them hard, but he was now struggling to throw them off as they climbed up his legs and pounced on him. He was bleeding, but the force armor and force shield were keeping the oncoming horde from completely overwhelming him. Rain curved his magic bolts around the Minotaur, striking the onrushing skeletons and blasting them apart. Alex joined him. He willed Wizard's hand to start pulling skeletons off of Thundar while he shot his forceball into the space between the Minotaur's legs. He hovered it between the skeletons and his friend, trying to block them as much as he could. Here you go. He shouted, pulling the skeletons down to the Minotaur's feet. Crunch. Thundar's hooves smashed down, crushing skeletons and sending the ominous mana from their shattered bones spraying through the air. As more were eliminated, the Minotaur had more room to maneuver, and soon his mace was smashing one after the other. Alex and Rain kept up their attacks, blocking, blasting, or shoving them aside, and Thundar was finally able to really lay into them. The air filled with the snapping of dry bones, crackle of magic bolts, rattle of skeletons tossed by Wizard's hand, and the crunching of Mupkara bones between Brutus' jaws. By the time it was all done, the Minotaur was panting with effort. Rain was gasping, trying to calm himself, and Alex was leaning against a wall, trying to fight off a mark-induced splitting headache. At least the skeletons lay dead, though. Well dead again, or double dead. Destroyed, Alex finally settled on. That, Thundar panted. That was close, damned close. I thought Balin's spell was going to activate at any second, or that one of them would bite my head off before the spell got the chance. Alex froze, imagining something happening that just killed them instantly before the spell could activate. He shuddered, suddenly very thankful for all the practice he put in to adapt to combat situations, and for the fact that he was surrounded by good companions. He hoped Teresa, Colic, and Isolde were okay. Then he thought about Grimlock. Thundar was having trouble maneuvering properly, and he was half. Grimlock's bulk. How would the seemingly invincible shark man do against a swarm of the little monsters without room to position, dodge, strike, or grab and shove them into his mouth? He had to put the thought out of his mind for now. Hopefully one of them ended up with Ivander. The green elf-like being's natural earth magic would be very useful in a place like this. You're bleeding. How bad are you hurt? Alex asked Thundar. Scratches mostly, Thundar grunted, touching some of his matted fur. The shield took a bunch of the attacks, and the force armor took a lot of the rest. He grunted and snorted in disgust. If we'd come here at the beginning of school, there's no way I'd have made it, not without the spells I've learned and what I've learned from Balin and all of you. We're safe for now, at least. Rain dug into his bag and offered Thundar a small earthenware bottle. It was stoppered with a cork. Here, it's not a healing potion, but it's a herbal tonic that will stop bleeding, dull pain, and help wounds heal faster. The recipe's my father's. Rain smiled weakly. He never could do anything about the taste. If it does what you said it will, then I can live with the taste. While they recovered, Alex examined Brutus and found that the Cerberus didn't have a single wound. Alex was thankful for that tough hide and force spells, but he still petted and rubbed the spot where the skeleton had bitten him. Using the mark, he stroked his fur gently, again using memories of all the times he'd pet Brutus and other animals. The Cerberus whined and nuzzled into Alex's hand. "Good boy. Best boy, even. Better than all the other boys," he said. "All right, let's move on before more show up and corner us again." The group started down the tunnel once more, heading deeper into the complex. As they went further, they began to get an idea of what the area might have been used for before it became the lair of the undead. In between the tunnels and crossroads were larger chambers with stone weapon racks built into the walls. "Guard posts, you think?" Thundar guessed as he eyed one of the racks. No weapons remained within. "Maybe the whole top part of this place is built like a maze to make things tough for invaders. Armies would have a hell of a time trying to move around in here." "Yeah, you might be right," Alex said. He imagined an invading army coming through the entrance above, then having to split their forces among the maze of confusing tunnels. If they had superior numbers compared to the defenders, the tight quarters would make that meaningless and they'd end up being funneled right into waiting guard posts. It was typical fortress and tunnel fighting tactics right out of the dwarven fighting manuals. Dwarves were from the far north, though, as far as he knew. He wasn't sure who or what this place had belonged to when it was still populated. Hopefully, Balin would say. "It'd be lonely work," Rain said, as they peered into a side room off of one of the chambers that looked like it might have been a small barracks for housing troops or guards. Brutus sniffed at the stone beds and dried straw mattresses and began sneezing. Clouds of dust rose in the air. The place was almost as dry as above ground, but thankfully cooler. "Imagine it," Rain continued. "Keeping watch and staying underground all day and night in the dark, waiting for something to invade." He paused. "Well, would you look at that?" He brought his forciball toward one of the beds. Carved into its side were different sets of graffiti, all in different hands and all running down the line of the stone. He couldn't recognize the glyphs on the far left, nor the next few sets of letters written closer to the middle, but those on the right were carved in the common tongue. Each was a name carved in a different hand, with comb 1000 and the year written beneath each name, leading all the way up to last year. "Well, would you look at that is right," Thundar said. "Looks like we've got ourselves a tradition." Rain swallowed. "You don't think that carving our names there would anger whatever rules this place even more, do you?" "Well, they're already trying to kill us, so what else could they throw at us?" Alex said. "And besides, hooray we to go against tradition," he said, pulling out a sharp knife. Rain outright refused, but Alex and Thundar carved their names, the year, and comb 1000 into the side of the stone bed before departing the chamber. Brutus paused, giving the barracks one final sniff and a long look before padding in front of them back into the guard post and the tunnel beyond. 2 hallways later, they were attacked by more skeletons. "They're after us for despoiling their tomb," Rain cried as they were swarmed from both front and back. "Oh, that's bullshit," Thundar shouted. "They're just attacking us like before. They're leaving me alone," Rain insisted as though he were submitting irrefutable evidence. "They're just focusing on you. That's because you're in the middle," Alex shouted as he threw around skeletons with Wizard's hand to make things easier on Brutus. "They can't reach you." He told himself that it was only his imagination that the Mupkaras seemed to be trying to crawl past Brutus to get to him. Only his imagination, he assured himself. "Everyone okay?" He asked as he checked over Brutus once the skeletons had been smashed. "It's nothing," Rain said, squinting at the bones. He flipped through his book and closed it back. "Strange. Usually animated skeletons are created by necromancers. Sometimes they rise on their own, but more often they're created as tools and aren't naturally occurring." Alex scratched his head as he looked at the shattered Mupkara skeletons. He imagined it would be similar to finding a golem in the wild. He supposed it would be possible to find a golem that had escaped its master, developed its own will, or was fulfilling some long-ranging instruction, but it would still be a rare thing. "Yeah, it is kind of strange," he murmured. "You don't think Balin made them, do you?" "Maybe he put them together just to challenge us," Thundar suggested. "I don't know if that's his style." Alex paused, thinking about how Balin had kept the skulls of his enemies sitting on a shelf in his office. Okay, so maybe it would be exactly his style. It might be kind of a relief, actually, if they were his. They'd probably stop attacking us if one of us got really hurt. He squinted down the passage, feeling the ominous mana that filled the place. The further they went into this underground complex, the thicker the air was with it. He wasn't exactly sensitive enough to tell individual wizards' mana apart yet, but he could say that, like the traveler's mana, this mana was very distinctive. Balin's mana didn't feel like this. All that mana in the air. It's the same as the stuff that's coming out of the bones when we break them. Why would the Chancellor fill this place with creepy-ass mana if he was just making some skeletons for us to fight? Something's off. Besides, I don't think things he made himself would be challenging enough for him. Look at all the other practical combat tests in our class. They're all against real monsters looking to hurt us. "Why, yeah, that's true," Rain said nervously. "What's even stranger is why would so many Mupkara skeletons be down here anyway? What reason would they have for coming down here to explore this dusty, empty tomb? There's no food or anything. Maybe there's some kind of calling effect." Thundar crouched down, examining the bones even as Brutus chewed some apart, spitting them out when he found no marrow within them to eat. We learned in first-year illusions that not all illusions are some kind of image or sound to trick you. Some illusions are smells, some are a combination of senses, and some are kind of just a feeling. It's an illusion that something is calling to you or telling you to go away. Maybe it's something that lures monsters from the barrens to keep turning them into skeletons. Rain asked. What do you think it is? Thundar shrugged. The complex or whatever controls it, who knows? Alex glanced down to his spell mark. Well, let's keep going and hope we don't have to find out. Our spell marks are getting pretty green. Maybe we'll be out of here soon. Yeah, without running into any of those mechanical traps Balin talked about back in class. The Minotaur stood up. Alex gave him a long look. I swear to Uldar, if you jinx us and we fall into some trap, then I'm going to hate you. They continued down the path, feeling tenser. Their spell marks were glowing greener, but they proceeded cautiously. No more skeletons appeared. Brutus was padding up ahead, and then... Click, the Cerberus stepped on a hidden pressure plate. The ground opened beneath them. The stones in the entire section of hall they were in suddenly tilted down, exposing a steep slide that shot into the downward. Brutus yelped, his paws scrabbling on the stone as he disappeared down the slide. Rain spat out a quick incantation, which activated his spell of flight, saving him from the fall. Alex screamed, barely managing to grab his nearby wizard's hand and a bit of stone protruding from the left-hand wall. His fingers strained and his legs dangled, leaving him hanging from the edge of the underground cliff. Brutus, he cried after the disappeared Cerberus. Think, adapt, think, adapt, think, adapt. His mind raced, trying to think of a safe way to go after Brudu. Scrrrrrrrr. The sound of hooves, screaming, and a heavy body sliding on stone came from above him. He looked up to see a panicked Minotaur sliding down the stones, right toward his face. Thundar, Alex shouted, I bloody hate you, oof. Thundar crashed into him, sending both young wizards tumbling over each other and sliding downhill in a tangle of limbs. World was a whirlwind of rocks, fur, pain, and vertigo. Alex and Thundar slid into the deep for what felt like hours, but must have only been a few heartbeats. The one thought on Alex's mind was that he didn't get impaled on Thundar's horns as they tumbled down. Finally, the two screaming wizards burst out of the slide and free-fell through the air before slamming to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Thundar landed on Alex, blasting the breath from his lungs. Rock-like protrusions jabbed into his back. He groaned weakly. Oh shit, Alex, Thundar cried, grabbing at his head. Are my horns broken? Are my horns broken? Alex haltingly shifted position until he could see the Minotaur's skull. No, he groaned. Thank my ancestor, so shit. Are you broken? Alex shifted his head until he was looking down at himself. Yes, he groaned weakly. The Minotaur clambered up to his hooves while Alex lay on the ground, willing his way past the pain that felt like 100,000 fractures throughout his body. From his supine position, suddenly all he could see were 3 canine faces and 3 tongues licking at his face. Oh hey boy, he groaned, trying to raise his arms to pet the enthusiastic Cerberus. Glad to see you too. As he slowly found his way back to his feet with Thundar's help, Rain came floating down the tunnel slide, his panicked face paler and tight. Thundar, Alex. Alex waited for Thundar's retort but found him dead silent. Thundar, he said, turning. His friend was transfixed, staring at something that lay against the wall opposite the slide. Alex squinted at it, then cursed. Leaning against the wall were dozens of sharpened spikes projecting upward at least as tall as the Minotaur's height. Each of them had a clean break near the bottom. Alex looked down at the floor. Stone stumps remnants of the spikes rose from the floor slightly. This room at one time must have been the final part of a deadly trap. The slide would open under unsuspecting travelers, sending them plunging into the room where they'd drop onto the spikes and be impaled. Balin, Thundar said. Maybe Balin sheared away the spikes. Geez, Alex murmured. If he hadn't, then we'd all be dead, except for Rain, that is. He glanced at Brutus. He was sniffing and licking the tops of some of the spikes. Alex took a better look at them. Many had tips that were coated in a dry, darkened substance. It looked like old blood. He shuddered, looking around the rest of the trap room. On one of the walls was a smooth structure about 6 feet wide. It looked like a doorway with a massive slab of stone recessed within a frame. On either side, as if standing guard, stood a scythe-wielding skeleton like they'd seen earlier. Their empty eye sockets seemed to glare at the 4 intruders. If it was a doorway, then the slab of rock would have been a way in or out of the room unless it was another trap, but he couldn't see a door handle or latch to open it with. Not on this side anyway. He looked for any sign of a switch or a secret panel along the walls, like he'd done in the temple in the Cave of the Traveler, but he couldn't find any. Next, he looked up at the ceiling, which rose at least 15 feet high. Alex froze. Oh shit, nobody move, he cried. Both Rain and Thundar froze in place, but Brutus turned at the sound of the distress in his voice. Stay, boy, I know I'm not Teresa, but I'm begging you, please stay. Just for a second. Brutus paused where he was, cocking all 3 heads. What's wrong? Rain asked, floating a little above the ground. Look up, Alex said. Make sure not to shift your weight, Thundar. Gotcha, the Minotaur said slowly. What in all hells are those? Carved into the huge stone panel above were dozens of holes, each going so deeply into the ceiling panel that they disappeared within the darkness. Alex willed his forciball up to the holes and shone the light into them. They reached deep, he could barely see where the holes ended. He looked for any clue as to their purpose. Gas, maybe. Would a hidden switch or trigger make gas or something else flood the room? Would the holes spray fire? Would sand pour down and bury them? Would the room be flooded with some sort of acid? All kinds of horrible possibilities passed through his mind, but he couldn't confirm a purpose for the ominous ceiling holes. Hey, Thundar said, staying in place and glancing down at the floor. Am I imagining it, or are those holes in line with where the spikes were on the floor? Alex looked down and back up at the ceiling. I think you're right. He looked around the room and considered the situation. I'm thinking spikes impale anything that falls into the room, but if anyone survives, then something else triggers the ceiling, causing it to lower. I think the holes are so the spikes can fit into the ceiling once it comes all the way down to the floor. Then splat, you're a pancake. Shit, that's what I was thinking too, Thundar grunted. So what's the trigger? Alex squinted. That's what we've got to figure out. Do either of you sense any strange magic in the air? Both wizards shook their heads. Neither do I, Alex said. I could float around and inspect things, Rain said. I won't touch any of the floors or walls. Good idea, Alex agreed. He was glad that Rain seemed to have learned some lessons since that first class where he joined Minervis and abandoned his group. Or maybe Minervis was a bad influence and Rain had been a follower. Alex had no idea. He glanced up at the opening in the floor above them where the slide began. It would have been very easy for Rain to just float back up and go on alone, leaving them to fend for themselves, but he didn't seem to be even considering that. He was pulling his weight now, and that's what mattered. The skinny wizard floated around the room, his build in some ways reminding Alex of himself when he'd first arrived at Generossi. A lot had changed since then. While Rain floated around and examined the room, Alex began to scan the stone using the mark, learning the characteristics of the surfaces by running his eyes back and forth. Wait, there's something weird here, Rain said, floating down in front of the skeletal statue on the right side of the stone doorway. The upper part of the stone is a slightly different color than the lower parts, and a couple of areas on the lower part look different, like they're discolored or something. Alex scanned the area Rain was pointing to, using the mark. Even at his distance, it soon pinpointed the differences in color between where Rain was pointing and the rest of the stonework. Huh, Alex said. I think you might be right. His eyes narrowed, looking back at the slide. The stones there were very smooth. Chances of him and Thundar being able to climb back up were slim, while Brutus would have no chance at all. He looked back at the skeleton statue. Does either part look more worn to you? Alex asked. Rain squinted. The lower one. Why, I'm thinking that one part might be the one to press. Someone's gotta clean this room of stuff, so maybe the area is worn because it's used or touched a lot. That's a big maybe, Thundar grunted. It is, Alex said, but I can't think of anything else, can you? I could go back up the slide and check to see if there's a passage that leads down, Rain said. Thundar paused. Nah, forget it, the Minotaur finally said. You could get lost or jumped by skeletons up there by yourself. You might as well go ahead and push it. Yeah, we'll get ready to jump for the slide if the ceiling starts dropping, Alex said. And if worse comes to worst, I'll grab Brutus and we activate Balin's spell marks to get us out. Deal, Thundar and Rain agreed. All right, here I go, Rain said. He reached out and gingerly pushed one of the worn spots on the statue. Shink. The stumps from the stone spikes slid into the floor, startling the already nervous group. Okay, Rain said, that wasn't it. If the spikes disappear into the floor though, then yeah, you're probably right. This place would need to be cleaned. He pressed the other spot. Grrrrrrnd. An ancient mechanism started grinding, shaking the room as stone dust drifted into the air around the massive stone door. The slab of rock filling the doorway slowly heaved up, sliding into the wall above and revealing another room beyond the scythe-wielding guards. Voila, Rain grinned as Alex and Thundar exhaled in relief. Let's get out of here, Alex said. We don't want to push our luck. Don't gotta tell me twice, Thundar said, approaching the doorway as Rain floated through. Alex looked at Brutus. Come on, boy, we can go now. He began following Thundar. CLK. One pace in front of the doorway, the Minotaur's hoof stepped on a pressure plate. Alex blinked in shock. It looked like Thundar's foot was sinking into the floor instead of the floor sliding down. An illusion. The pressure plate had been hidden in an illusion. Grrrrrrnd. Grinding filled the room. Brutus cringed low, barking in a panic. The floor shook. The stone door began sliding down. The ceiling began its descent. And it descended steadily, though it struggled as its ancient mechanisms ground against each other. They'd already be flattened if the mechanics had been maintained. Thundar uttered a deep cry and ducked under the falling door stone. He braced his shoulder against it, spitting out his body enhancement incantation to halt it from falling as his muscles swelled with mana. Go, he grunted at Alex and Brutus, even as the ceiling and door slab continued their descent. Alex rushed forward, stopping in the space beneath the slab and pushing against the stone like Thundar. His built-up muscles tightened with effort as he strained against the rock with all his might. It paused just for moments. "Come, Brutus, come," his voice was forced. The Cerberus charged toward the doorway, slamming his massive body into both wizards, knocking them through the door and sprawling into the other room as the ceiling hit the floor. The stone of the doorway dropped, slamming shut. Alex heaved a heavy sigh of relief from the floor. Holy shit, was that ever close? Fast-thinking Thundar. Yeah, Alex chuckled weakly. Hell yeah. Rain was simply staring at the doorway in stunned silence. Then a high-pitched whine from three throats stopped their words. Brutus suddenly started whining, growing more agitated by the moment. He sniffed the air excitedly, wagging his tail and jumping in place. "Brutus," Alex looked at the Cerberus. "What's going on? What do you wait, Brutus?" The Cerberus suddenly bounded from the room, running into a hall and around a corner at full speed. "Wait, Brutus," Alex cried, terrified at the thought of him running into another trap. He dug his heels into the stone and sprinted after the dog. Something was strange. Brutus was cautious and well-trained. Sure, he'd harassed Alex back when he didn't like him, but he was always well-trained, well-behaved, and not the type of dog to just take off on his own, especially when danger was around. "Alex, wait, what's happening?" Thundar demanded from behind. The sound of hooves slamming along the tunnel floor pursued Alex down the passageway. He could also hear Rain shouting from the back. He kept his ears open, listening for Brutus' scrabbling paws ahead, following the sound through weaving halls and passages. Then he heard them stop and squinted as he ran after him. Light. Some sort of light was coming from the passage ahead. It was dim, but it was steady and colored like sunlight. Alex burst out of the tunnel and into a massive chamber and stopped with a sharp intake of breath. The walls must have been 20 feet high and lined with row upon row of skeletal statues. "Don't come any closer," a familiar voice shouted. Brutus had stopped ahead, staring at the disheveled figure on the other side of the room. Alex's eyes widened. "Teresa," he cried. She'd obviously been in a fight, judging from how pale she was and the red staining her clothes. Clearly something with claws had come after her. She was leaning against an enormous set of double doors on the opposite side of the massive chamber while holding a reddened area on her right side and panting for breath. "Stay back," she ordered Brutus, who looked at her with his head cocked while remaining perfectly still. "Teresa," Alex called as Rain flew into the room, followed by Thundar, who gave a strangled gasp. "Alex, there's something wrong," she said with fear in her voice. "Something's in here with us. It's hunting us." It got Rhea and Shiny. Alex's blood ran cold. I think it let me run in here," she said. "It's making a trap. You should go. Get out of here. Teresa, you know I'd never go without you." "Just listen to me," she said quickly. "Go." He took a step forward. "Teresa, you." Alex paused. He looked at his best friend closely, very closely. Alex thought back to the illusion that hid the pressure plate in the spike room. He also remembered what Balin had said about haunts. He glanced around. There were no other entrances to the room, so why would a wounded Teresa drag herself in here and stand beside some ominous giant doors? "What are you?" he asked suddenly. "Wait, what?" "Alex, that smells like Teresa," Thundar said. Then he paused, sniffing, and no one else. He lifted his mace. Teresa's expression shifted slightly. "I got separated early. I would still have some of the others smell on you," Thundar snarled as Rain looked on in surprise. "Since you're always with Brutus, you should at least have his scent. But the only thing you smell like is you, blood, and nothing." "That's not true. Alex, you need to get out of here." "Ask her something only you and she would know, something from deep in your past," Rain suddenly said to Alex. "What?" Alex asked. "It's a haunt, I think," Rain said, clutching his book. "They mine information from surface thoughts to try and trick you, but they're not able to reach deeper thoughts or memories that someone keeps to themselves." Alex paused, looking back at Teresa. "Tell me what I set aside for you during the Festival of Ghosts." She paused, her eyes narrowing. "If you even have to think about it, then you're not Teresa," he said. "It's not a bad impression you're doing, haunt. I dunno if you're trying to make us leave or approach you. You might have been thinking you'd look too obvious if you just made us come over to you." He watched her expression change. "So you try to get us to leave, which would probably get you what you want. But if we didn't listen and just ran up to you to help our injured friend, we wouldn't be paying much attention to our surroundings." Alex paused. "There's a trap in the floor somewhere up there, isn't there?" Her lips tightened. "Right, so we leave and we're screwed. We approach you too quickly and we're screwed. Now, why are you standing by the only door in the room, guarding it for some reason?" He glanced at his spell mark. Its color was greener than it had been in the trap room, and that room had a slide that led from the floor above. I'm guessing whatever's behind those doors leads up, doesn't it? You're trying to keep us from going up there by sending us deeper into this place, or by getting us smashed by whatever traps in this room." "That about right." She paused, then finally sighed. "Clever little human things." She looked at them with malice in her eyes. "But what if I just wished to keep you here? Maybe I'd also get what I wanted if you stood there like the clever little human thing you are." CLNK. Something moved in the hallway behind them, and the young wizards whirled around and gasped. Something was coming for them. What it was, Alex couldn't say. It was humanoid in appearance, but crawled on all fours as if it couldn't quite decide if it was humanoid, serpent, or beast. Its movements reminded him of the Bone Drinker. It wore thick, bronze armor polished to a shine that hugged its skeletal form. Its body was thinner than any humanoid Alex had ever seen. The young wizards and Cerberus backed away as it crawled into the room. Upon entering, it paused, rising to its full height of at least as tall as the 20-foot skeletons behind them. The creature didn't stand erect. Instead, it hunched over like a vulture, with arms that were far too long for the rest of its body. Its chain-mailed hands clasped the air, and Alex didn't want to know what would happen if they caught him or one of his companions in a grip. Rayon, Alex asked. What in the absolute hell is that? I have no idea, Rain said. Alex glanced at the floor. There's no way we're outrunning it. If it's anything like those Mukara skeletons, it's going to be fast, and we probably have traps in here to worry about. Intruders, the thing that was not. Teresa laughed. Despair, you face this stronghold's most powerful guardian. Fling yourselves at its feet and grovel, and your lives might be spared. In time with her words, the creature reached out and grasped one of the stone scythes held by the nearest statue. The scythe released from the statue's grip and shifted, morphing into metal. With the weapon's length, one swing of it could sweep a quarter of the room. Oh my gods, Rain cried. My spell mark, it's gone. He was looking down at his hand in shock. Both Alex and Thundar looked for theirs, and they were gone. Where their spell marks had been, there was now only unmarked skin. I've dispelled your leader's protections, the creature sneered, and now I've dispelled yours. With a wave of her hand, Alex felt mana surge through the air and his magic circuits unravel. The force shields surrounding him and his companions disappeared, and Wizard's hand and Forceaball winked out. Fear gripped him now. Yield, and perhaps I will see that you are spared. The haunt rose into the air, shimmering until it was no longer Teresa, but the ghostly apparition of an ancient-looking man in some sort of priestly garment. A symbol of a skull hung from his neck. CLNK. The giant skeleton approached slowly and terribly, driving them back toward the floor trap. Brutus was barking madly as he backed away. Thundar was loosing a stream of curses as he cast another body enhancement spell on himself, while Rain let out a cry and flew across the room, keeping far from the skeleton. He spat out an incantation and fired a long white beam at the skeletal giant, but the beam bounced off of its bronze armor. Think, adapt, think, adapt, think, adapt. Alex's mind raced as he tried to find a way out of the trouble they were in. He considered his options and found each one he came up with more useless than the last. The way it stalked toward them so slowly, drawing out their fear, reminded him of the Hive Queen in the Cave of the Traveler. She also stalked them slowly when she knew they were at her mercy. She drew out their fear, fueling the dungeon core from it. They needed to escape. They needed to escape. His thoughts were frantic and bent on two things: getting them out of there, and the Cave of the Traveler. Suddenly, he was hit by a wave of vertigo. The giant chamber seemed to spin around and around, and for an instant Alex felt he was reliving glimpses of the strange sights he'd seen when they passed through the Traveler's gateway. What was happening? Why was he seeing deep memories that the haunt shouldn't be able to find? Maybe it was his fear-addled mind playing tricks on him. He shook the thoughts away and focused. Just like the Hive Queen, the skeleton seemed to be taking its time with them, so that... His mind paused. So that what? Why wasn't it attacking? Its armor had deflected Rain's spell, yet it hadn't attacked them. Surrender now, the old priest cried. I will spare you if you surrender. No, this wasn't right. It had them at its mercy. Their protective magics were gone, and so was Balin's magic, or was it? Why would Balin's magic be gone? He'd seen the Chancellor handle a powerful demon with no effort. Why would some random haunt in a random tomb that Balin had led them into be capable of dispelling his monstrously powerful magic? That didn't make any sense. And the Chancellor might have been well. The Chancellor, but would he lead them into a threat that could destroy even his magic? And why wasn't it killing them? Even now, the group continued backing away from the approaching skeleton, staying well out of reach of its scythe, while approaching the center of the room. Alex's eyes went wide. Thundar, stop, he shouted. Brutus, stay. Nobody move. What, are you out of your mind? Thundar demanded. No, I'm actually finally back in it. Alex snarled at the skeleton giant. It's trying to drive us into the trap or get us to give in to it. The specter behind them went silent, and Alex realized he might have the truth of the situation. Think about it. Why would it be taking its time to kill us if it could just do it? Alex said. It's another illusion meant to drive us into the trap. The things all bark and no bite. Alex took a deep breath, engaging in his meditation techniques, acknowledging his fears and letting them pass. He reached deep into himself, then focused his mind. It's like the mark in some ways, he told himself. It's showing you things that aren't really there. It's trying to trick you. Acknowledge the images and let them go. See what's behind them. After 2 meditative breaths, he felt the familiar energetic sensation of his own magic circuits. They'd never been dispelled. Then the entire illusion fell apart. Balin's spell mark returned on his hand, and his force shield winked back into being. The spells around Thundar, Rain, and Brutus also rematerialized before his eyes. The skeletal giant was still there, but now it looked like the priest, somewhat hazy and indistinct. It became slightly transparent, and Alex could see where Rain's beam had punched into the stone wall behind it. He yelled in triumph. Our spells never went anywhere. Focus like during the cleansing movements, Thundar, and you'll see them. The Minotaur glanced at him, then took a deep breath. He suddenly shouted in surprise. Well, I'll be damned. Rain, it's true. The whole thing's as fake as the monster's face on a mask at the Festival of Ghosts. Rain blinked for a moment, shook his head, and then let out a huge sigh of relief. I see it too. He examined his hand with the spell mark like it was a long-lost friend. Alex turned to the priestly apparition. It's all illusion, just trickery. The priest's teeth ground in his mouth. Filthy interlopers. He cursed, raising his hands. Skeletal warriors materialized around Hymatch with bony wingsends surged across the chamber. They're not real. Thundar shouted, now as sure as Alex, and boldly stuck out his chest. The skeleton's sides passed through him, leaving no wound or mark while the haunt howled in frustration. All right, let's not push our luck, Alex said. Moving his forciball forward, he began the same strategy he'd used in the trap room of the Cave of the Traveler, sent the forciball ahead, slamming it into sections of the floor while the haunt shouted curses at them in a long dead language. CLK. As he pressed his forciball down on one spot, the floor in the center of the room opened, revealing another ramp that slid further down into the dark. Rain flew over to take a look in the hole and said that it was also lined with spike stumps. Alex continued testing the floor from a safe position, finding more pressure plates section by section. Another trap brought tiny darts shooting from the ceiling with enough force to prick their flesh. These hadn't been removed or blunted, and he wondered if that was Bikosune-like, the spiked pithy wouldn't have been fatal. That was, unless they were poisoned. Alex doubted that they were poisonous, though, and he also had a pretty strong feeling that it was Balin who'd cut the spikes off. The final trap saw two skeleton statues raise their sides in both hands and swing the blades into the path of anyone who would have been on that side of the room. Oof, Thundar grunted. That one would have been a pretty nasty slice of life, so to speak. With each trap revealed, the haunt howled in its malice, and Alex began taking regular glances at the tunnel at their backs. Those screams would likely bring more skeletons, and who knows if there actually was a giant armored skeleton around somewhere. They passed the haunt, who continued to curse at them, especially when they reached their goal and stood looking up at the massive double doors. Well, Thundar said, eyeing them. Not sure how to get them open. Don't really see a handle or a mechani's. Wait a minute. He reached toward the door, then made a face and glanced back at the haunt. Oh, you lifeless bastard. His hand passed through the doors, revealing them to be just another illusion. The surrounding wall shimmered and disappeared, displaying a staircase. All right, let's get going before he actually thinks of a way to kill us, the Minotaur said. Yeah, agreed, Alex said as Rain floated down beside them. Leaving the howling haunt sobbing in rage, they made their way up the stairs and out of the unnatural light of the haunted chamber. As they did, the spell marks on their hands glowed greener. They were getting close. The last part of the journey wasn't long, and thankfully no more skeletons attacked, and no more haunts materialized to trick them with illusions. Their movements were cautious in case of traps, but those too seemed to be absent in this part of the complex. At last, they came to a crossroads of passages that had a glowing green circle filling the floor. Alex could now feel the teleportation magic emanating from close by, and he could almost feel the powerful magic circuit pulsing in the circle. Exhaling in relief, the young wizard stepped into the circle as Alex coaxed Brutus onto it. The magic circuit fired up once the Cerberus entered the circle, and soon, Alex felt that familiar feeling of Balin's magic. As they were teleported out of the underground complex, the last sound Alex thought he heard was the haunt's enraged howling fading in the distance. Alex was the first of his group to appear, but he saw that the group, made up of Ivander, Grimlock, Sphenia, and Rhea, were already on the escarpment where their after-class discussions were held. As Alex's companions materialized around him with Brutus quickly looking for their saw Balin standing nearby, floating slightly above the stone. A look of concentration was on his brow, and there was a stiffness in his demeanor. He seemed troubled. He turned slightly toward them. Hello, my young friends, he said. Tell me before you rest, did you see anything strange in the underground? The students paused. There was a gravity in his voice that was rare for him. No, Alex said. Well, yeah, we saw skeleton straps and a haunt. Right, did you see anything appear or disappear? Balin asked. Alex, Thundar, and Rain looked at each other and shook their heads. Balin again turned toward the horizon, and Alex saw that he was staring in the direction of the underground complex. It was almost as if he was trying to see across the miles and peer directly into the tunnels beneath the earth. What's wrong? Alex asked, looking at the other group. It is strange. Balin glanced back at them. For an instant, a mere instant, there was a flash of transportation magic, the beginnings of a teleportation, or perhaps a summoning spell in the labyrinth. His eyes narrowed at the horizon, and it wasn't my magic. What do you mean? Alex asked, suddenly feeling very afraid for Teresa, Isolde, Colic, and the others. Dodo, you think the demon summoner is down there? Balin continued to watch the horizon. I don't know. Again, the magic existed for a mere heartbeat or less. Then it was gone. If the demon summoner was in there, then they either aborted their casting or they are extremely good at masking their magic. We should go back. Alex said quickly, trying to fight down rising panic as he imagined demons stalking the passages. No, you should not. I have summoned the Watchers and teleported them into the maze. They are investigating the incident even as the rest of the class finishes their practical session. The class is still going on, Thundar asked. It is, Balin said. You might think it foolish, but understand I am old. Very old, and I only felt the magic for an instant. It could be that one of you students cast the teleportation spell, or it could be that I simply imagined it. I have been searching for the culprit who summoned the demon for some time. After all, the mind can conjure all sorts of wants, tricks, and desires if it really wishes. Alex remembered that brief moment when he desperately wanted to escape the haunt in the complex and how his thoughts went to the cave of the traveler. His thoughts went to when he was younger, shortly after his mother and father had died. Sometimes he'd wake up at night and for one confused moment think he could hear his father in the kitchen or his mother humming at the bar. The mind could conjure all kinds of phantoms when it was overtaxed. Still, fear gripped him, and he took to pacing back and forth along the escarpment. Do not worry, Balin said. Even as the Watchers patrol the complex, I myself am examining it through divination magic. I have felt nothing unusual since that instant, but if I do, and if it is our culprit. He made a crushing gesture with one of his massive hands. The group fell into silence behind him, and Alex continued pacing. Thundar eventually walked over to Grimlock. Those tunnels were bullshit, weren't they, a big guy? Thundar clapped the shark man on the shoulder. Alex had been the receiver of many of the Minotaur's robust back and shoulder claps, which were strong enough to send him stumbling if he wasn't braced for them. Grimlock didn't even budge. Got lucky. We got him, the shark man chewed out his words and jabbed a thumb toward Ivander. Didn't even bother with tunnels. This guy looked at the rock and it just opened up for him. We just walked straight to the teleportation circle. You lucky bastard, Thundar grunted. I nearly got torn open by Skeleton's becow. More shimmering in the air, Brutus began barking excitedly. Caramius, Nua Oj, Angelar, Teresa, and Hogarth appeared next. Teresa was in no way bloodied, though they all looked like they'd been in a fight. Oof, Teresa cried as Brutus tackled her to the ground and began to bury her face in a torrent of licks. Ach boy, you know you're not supposed to jump on people. She raised herself into a sitting position. You're not oof, Teresa cried as Alex tackled her to the ground. Luckily, he didn't bury her face in a torrent of licks. Alex, I shouldn't have to tell you not to jump on people. She pushed herself up into a sitting position again while Alex crouched beside her. Even if you did, I wouldn't have to listen. That's the beauty of being not a dog. He grinned. I'm just really glad you're all right. She frowned. Yeah, was it that bad for you, with the skeletons, I mean. He helped her back to her feet. Yes and no, but listen, some stuff is going on. As he filled her in on what Balin was watching for, the rest of the class teleported back onto the escarpment. The Chancellor turned his attention to them, explaining the situation. Did any of you use a teleportation spell in the complex, even a minor one? Malcolm raised his hand. I cast Call Through Ice to teleport a key that was on an altar so we could disarm a spinning blades trap. Call through what now? Alex muttered, quietly thankful that his group didn't run into any spinning blades trap. It sounded horrible. Isol Duhod appeared with one of the final groups leaned close to him. It freezes 2 points in space and conjures a teleportation doorway through the para-elemental plane of cold. It is difficult to cast for anyone not specialized in ice magic, but it is one of the lowest-tier teleportation spells that exists. Isolde rolled her eyes. Balin was considering Malcolm's explanation, stroking his braided beard. Perhaps that was what I felt. I was unaware that you or anyone in the class could use teleportation magic. It's something I learned over break, Malcolm said, looking a little subdued. Been trying to learn some more spells that airless, all or nothing, after the Vent Drinker class. Right, Balin nodded. And the rest of you saw no other teleportation effects or felt anything of that nature. The rest of the class shook their heads. I see. Balin focused on the direction of the tunnels again. The class talked among themselves until the Watchers of Roll arrived at the escarpment, then looked on as Balin questioned them. We found nothing, Chancellor one started to say. Balin, the Chancellor corrected. Ah, right, the Watcher said awkwardly. Well, we didn't find anything. No traces of summoning, no teleportation, no sign of anything down there except for the undead and your students. Balin frowned. Perhaps I simply felt your magic after all, Malcolm. The elusiveness of this demon caller has weighed on me. He gazed off in the direction of the tomb, still curious, very curious indeed. Alex looked at Malcolm. A slight suspicion began to grow. Malcolm, being a second year, was one of the most powerful students in the art of the wizard in combat II. He also specialized in cold magic and had just revealed that he could cast teleportation magic, which was similar to summoning. Alex remembered that the demon had appeared in fire, but there was also an element that it had been notably adept at using, judging from its attacks. Ice. He watched Shiny and Rhea talking to Malcolm. They were close. The demon appeared in fire and then used ice. Malcolm, Shiny, and Rhea were ice and fire wizards. Fire and ice. Alex tried to shake the thoughts away. He didn't know much about Malcolm and Rhea, but he liked Shiny. His sister did too. She still asked about the fire wizard sometimes. Besides, none of them seemed powerful enough to cast the kind of magic someone would need to bring forth a demon, never mind the kind of demon that could give the Watchers of Roll trouble. They just couldn't. Could they? Perhaps they were keeping secrets, concealing their true power. He ought to know about that. As the class ended, Alex shook away the thoughts as ridiculous, but a lingering doubt continued to follow him long after. Alex, Selena cried. Hawa. Alex shook his head. What was that? You were staring again, she said, then looked at him suspiciously. You're not going to change the design again, are you? What? No, I wouldn't, he insisted. In truth, he'd been thinking about his classmates in his combat class and how they might be keeping secrets of their own. He hadn't been able to completely shake the thought since the escarpment. Still, there actually was a very good reason why Selena might have thought he was thinking of changing the golem's design. He glanced over at their work, which had progressed quite a bit since the break. He couldn't deny it, though. It would have been farther along if it weren't for the fact that he seemed to change the design of his creation every 3 days. While the general size and emphasis on power hadn't changed, a lot of the aesthetic design and other elements had been altered. The first golems almost always looked like mortals, Lager had said while they were working one evening. He had been carefully forging the delicate brass fingers for a specialty golem. Giant, bulky humans, elves, beast folk, mirrors of whatever was creating them. Thing is, a golem's physical form doesn't really matter for how well it functions, not on the outside at least. You'll want your mana structures proper, but the humanoid form isn't anything special. Lager had looked up at the specialty golem. While it was forged in the shape of an androgynous humanoid, the brass construct had 6 long, thin arms, each with a hand that had 7 fingers. Unlike most golems, the mouth of this one actually led to an airway that led to 2 mechanical chambers that mimicked lungs. Apparently, a prominent duke had wanted it to play several musical instruments at once, essentially making it into a one-golem orchestra. That said, it would apparently be powerful enough to bend steel with its bare hands, so it could also serve as defense. That's the thing with golems, the orc crafter continued. You can make them look like dragons or krakens or anything. What's essential to make sure of is that your golem core is sophisticated enough to coordinate all those limbs and produces enough mana to power them all. That revelation had set Alex's mind afire. He'd thought about the silent spiders with their multiple limbs and how his force shield was able to block more attacks, which allowed his arms to remain free. So he decided to go with 2 extra arms so that he would have 4 thick, sturdy, powerful ones containing nice, big mana pathways through them. At first, Selena had been thrilled with the change. 4 arms is super cool, she'd cried. Her displeasure had started with the next change. He'd hit upon the idea of applying some of the aspects of force redirection he was learning in Professor Ram's class. He'd realized that making his golem look like a giant muscular manhwa, unbelievably cool, would actually have made the golem less efficient at blocking enemies' blows. Bare areas with pronounced pectorals, abdominals, and the contours of musculature how they'd look cool could be a weakness for blades or claws to go for. Instead, he decided to use a design that he knew worked when it came to protection against enemy strikes, armor. He joined Isolde and Teresa on one of their trips to a weaponsmith to look at the armor they carried. Using the mark to examine the plate armor carefully, he'd then returned to their workroom and practiced making small sculptures and trying various armor sculpting designs for hours. He'd finally settled on a rounded, sloped shape for the golem's surface that perfectly mimicked the plate armor. When he'd shown Selena the design change, the color had actually drained from her 10-year-old face. It's super ugly now, she'd bluntly informed him. Well, it's practical, he'd said, and that's what matters the most. And so they'd re-sculpted the surface of the golem to his specifications for him to realize that she'd been right. There was no denying it. It was super ugly, and it honestly looked kind of stupid. Alex was practical. Butte in the end wanted his golem to look at least somewhat cool. So he'd gone back to his design, continuing with the armored inspiration, but altering it to get the best of both worlds, a design which perfectly matched a hulking, armor-clad warrior. The plan still retained the sloped, rounded angles of plate Amurdo deflect blows and force away from its center mass, but now he'd added extra details that actually made it look like finely crafted full plate, with images of filigree and designs of warriors and monsters throughout. None of the designs were raised enough to catch blows or hook claws while also looking cool. If the golem evolved from a clay golem to stone and then to an iron one, the armored design would look even cooler in those materials. Selena had been far more enthusiastic, but still expressed dread that he'd make another big change and throw all their work away again to just end up making it look stupid. Despite reassuring her, he couldn't really be completely sure that he wouldn't discover something else that would lead to another abrupt improvement to the golem plan. It's fine, he said, somewhat to himself. I think we're going to stick with this design this time. She looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, he promised, though still not quite sure. I hope so. She glanced at the head they were working on presently, which appeared to be the head of a giant with a steel helmet on top of it. The giant had a ferocious expression and sharp teeth similar to the faces of the goddesses in the cave of the traveler. "Why are we making an extra hole in his forehead?" she asked, looking at the deep impressions they were sculpting into the center of the helmet. "Are there going to be 3 eyes? Why 3? You'll see," was all he said. He hadn't told her yet what the extra eye hole was for, nor the reason for the holes he'd planned for them to sculpt into 2 of the golem's palms. Those holes would be the new homes for the fire gems. He just needed to make sure he'd have the power necessary for them. He was still working that out, but he was sure he'd eventually learn something beneficial, whether that was through his job or his analysis of the dungeon core. Alex paced back and forth in front of cell 301, mentally counting off the lab time that was slipping away. The Watcher of Rolls standing in the hall nearby gave him a sympathetic look. He glanced at his bag suspended from his forciball, which contained both his solid and liquefied sample of the dungeon core's remains. This was his second independent lab time, and the second time that Amir was late. Alex was starting to see an unfortunate pattern. Sorry, I'm so sorry," the grad student called as he rushed down the hall, already fumbling with his keys. The tutorial went too long again, and there were just so many questions to answer and me apologies. Alex sighed, using his meditative techniques to keep himself calm as Amir opened the cell and let them both in. He felt another surge of irritation when he saw the glowing timekeeper on the wall. They were even later than the last time, and to make matters worse, Alex was supposed to brew a potion that he was not only very excited about, but was more complex than the potion of haste, a potion of flight. The process was going to take longer, possibly cutting down his dungeon core analysis time even more. "Well, I suppose we should get the extra equipment you'll need for this one," Amir said. Alex only gave a short response, already trying to plan out how to get what he wanted done in the time that was left. By the time they'd carried the delicate equipment back to the lab, the only thing that Alex was brewing was a rising rage. They'd gotten all the way to the supply station, only to learn that the last manometer hadn't been returned yet. The two of them had to wait there making awkward small talk, while Alex fought off frustration until at last a harried upper-year student brought the crucial piece of equipment back. It was like Uldar himself was conspiring against him and his plans. He shook the thought away. Anger had its place, but the only thing it would do right now would be to slow him down further and make him make mistakes. He quickly got to work conjuring 2 wizards' hands as soon as the equipment was set up and Amir had sat down. The key to a potion of flight was that it changed the sort of magical buoyancy that someone had, allowing the ambient mana in the air, the mana within the potion, and the mana within the person to combine and lift them off the ground. The mana within the potion would then provide propulsion when anyone who consumed it wanted to take flight, and as the potion's effects began to fade, mana buoyancy would remain long enough to bring them floating back to the earth, as though they were as light as a feather. It was a built-in safeguard just in case the flyer overestimated their flight time. In order to control the flyer's direction, a temporary mana organ would form in their spirit, allowing them to steer to where they wanted to go like the wheel and rudder of a ship would. The change in buoyancy was caused by one of the potion's ingredients, dandelion seeds. One would need to take the seeds from dandelions which shed their petals to allow their seeds to fly through the air, liquefy them using a mana solvent, and then gradually change the viscosity of the result until it was slightly thinner than water. Only then would it combine with other ingredients and produce the magical buoyancy-altering effect. Another ingredient, puffball spores, would need to be examined through the picoscope to make sure that the brewing process had completely bound their tiny particles to the other ingredients. If it didn't, then the mana organ that governed flight control would degrade long before the rest of the potion left one's system. The result would be that flight would be maintained, but one would lose all control of direction, speed, or elevation. In particularly gruesome cases where the mana organ was defective or had failed, potion drinkers suffered catastrophic injuries or died when they'd lost control of their flight direction and parts of their bodies were pulled in more than one direction at once. If someone was trying to direct their body to fly straight, but directed their arms in 2 directions at once. Alex shuddered. The dangerous nature of a badly formed mana organ also provided an interesting possibility for offensive use, though. If he could find a way in, he had several possible paths to make the potion turn into a gas upon contact with air. Say when its container burst upon impact after being thrown, it could make for an interesting gaseous weapon. Maybe by constructing a gas-state potion of flight, where the puffball essence didn't bind to the other ingredients properly, that could give whoever breathed it in mana buoyancy for a short period where they'd have no control over flight. The possibilities against an attacker were intriguing. He could see them getting caught by surprise and suddenly launching into the air, and taking themselves out of a fight, or levitating and crashing into a wall or something. The nice part would be that giving an enemy the power of flight wouldn't be doing them direct harm, which should get by the mark's complaints. The ingredients for a potion of flight were also cheap and plentiful. The reason the potion wasn't so commonly used was because it was an extremely finicky one to construct, and spells of flight were far easier since they called for simply building the right spell array. After a potion of flight was complete, one would need to test its mana conductivity to make sure that it was at a certain level. Too little mana conductivity, and the potion wouldn't generate enough power to allow one to move through the air, even if they were mana buoyant. Too much mana conductivity, and it would burn through the energies too quickly. The potion drinker could achieve incredible flight speeds for a few seconds, burn through the remaining mana that kept them buoyant, and then promptly plummet to the ground. If he could make it into a gas, he should be able to also weaponize the speed aspect of the potion. A flight of extreme speed combined with zero control would be highly useful in a number of ways. It could send a creature speeding into things or shooting hundreds of feet into the air, only to plunge those hundreds of feet heartbeats later. But before any of that could happen, he would need to actually prepare the potion of flight properly. He quickly organized the ingredients and began by liquefying the dandelion seeds. The potion made a satisfying hiss over the heat source, giving off an aroma like dandelion tea as he liquefied it, using his mana conductor to stir it and guide the reaction. Visually inspecting it in from time to time, raising the flask up to roll the potion back and forth across its bottom, eventually determined that it was close to the correct viscosity. The liquid shot back and forth across the glass even faster than distilled water would. Good, time for a viscosity test, and he wouldn't only be testing his potion. He removed the flask from the heat source and cut the flame. Slipping the small bottle of liquefied dungeon core remains into his palm, he took a quick glance back at his supervisor. He paused. Amber did not look good. As he had done during Alex's previous lab, he was bent over some paperwork, whether he was marking or doing something else. Alex couldn't tell, but he seemed distracted. He glanced at the timekeeper almost as much as Alex did, perhaps even more. While he divided his attention between Alex and his work, he also fidgeted in his chair and stared off as if in a deep contemplation. Eventually, he noticed Alex looking at him. "Something I can help you with?" No, Alex said quickly. "Just noticed it was quiet back there. Wondered if you'd left." Amir gave a quick smile. "Oh, I wouldn't just abandon you like that." He glanced at the door. "How is the potion going?" Just fine," Alex said. "Just about to test its viscosity. I'm between steps right now." "Really?" Amir half rose from his seat, quickly walking over to the experiment. He nodded. "Good progress." He glanced at the timekeeper. "Liston, would you mind holding off on testing the viscosity for a moment?" He gave an embarrassed look. "Had to get here in a hurry and I just need to use the lab for a moment. I know you've had enough time taken from you, but I promise I shouldn't be more than a few minutes." "Oh, couldn't I just test the viscosity while you're gone?" Alex asked. "Have you ever used a viscometric device before?" Amir asked. "No," Alex admitted. "Then no, I should be around for any parts of the experiment where you're using new equipment and a reaction might go awry or where equipment might fail. I'll be back shortly. If you need to run anything through the mana spectrometer, though, you can do that. Same if you need to test anything with camocax moss. Those are hard to blow yourself up with, and I've seen you use those before. They should be all right." He winced. "Again, sorry to take even more of your time." Alex's eyes flicked toward the timekeeper. "It's all right," he said quickly. "Take all the time you need. When you gotta go, you gotta go." An odd look passed over Amir's face. He looked away for a moment as something like a flash of guilt passed through his eyes. "Right, I'll be right back," he said quickly, moving to the door. Alex watched him go as he prepared both the mana spectrometer and camocax moss, looking like he was busying himself. Click, the door shut behind him. A rush of nerves and excitement shot through him all at once as he looked at the timekeeper, while his wizard's hands prepped the mana spectrometer and the manometer. This was a golden opportunity. He might be able to complete 2 steps of the dungeon core analysis in the time that Amir was gone if he moved quickly and precisely. Not wasting time constantly looking over his shoulder to see if his supervisor was seeing him analyzing the core remains would definitely speed things up. He dropped the liquefied dungeon core substance into the mana spectrometer and set it to run for the time needed to analyze a 4th-tier potion or equivalent substance, which was 52 seconds. Hopefully, that would be enough. He turned on the device and let it run, then prepared a sample of his incomplete flight potion. He turned to the manometer. It would test a substance's level of mana conductivity by running several currents of mana through it to precisely measure both the speed through which mana traveled through a substance, as well as how much mana was lost during the transfer of the mana running through the substance. Although Amir didn't specifically give him permission to use that particular device, Alex had used a manometer a handful of times during first semester. While he didn't trust himself to run a test with the viscometric devices since he'd only read about them while Amir was away, he felt comfortable enough to run the manometer. Besides, if Amir came back and caught him using the device and questioned him about it, it'd be easier to smooth things over since he'd had previous experience with it. The manometer automatically suspended the substance. For this test, he decided to use the dungeon core's substance in its solid form. For many magical substances, the liquefaction process actually lessened their mana conductivity, so performing the test on it in its natural state would give the most accurate reading. Listening carefully for the sound of Amir's footsteps coming from the hall, though that was a largely futile gesture as cells were fairly, but not completely, soundproof, he dumped a bit of the powder into the collection cup of the manometer and set the two magic diodes on either side of the cup to run the mana current through. The manometer made a cheery, pleasant hum as he turned it on and let it do its thing. He turned back to the door. No Amir yet. The mana spectrometer finished his analysis and he took the readout. He swore. More of the dungeon core's makeup was present in those delineated bands of color, but there was still a portion of the readout that was still a scrambled mess. It needed more time. Running it for the time needed for a 5th-tier potion would take 1 minute and 22 seconds. Not much time in general, but a large amount of time when one was trying to analyze a mysterious substance before their supervisor got back from the lab. No sense in wasting time. He'd turn it on, then go wait by the door. If he heard Amir's steps, he'd use Wizard's hand to abort the process and try again another time. The manometer was still running anyway. He set the mana spectrometer, then quickly crossed the room, listening at the door with an ear pressed to it. All right, so he said to himself. Amir seems all right. Attentive, helpful, just chronically late. Late all the time to the labs. He said he was going to come back from the lab as quickly as he could, but hey, it's Amir. Amir is always late. What are the odds that he's going to come back out of nowhere, uncharacteristically Earl? He paused. He told himself he was imagining things. Pressing his ear closer to the door, he gave a sharp intake of breath. Through the door he heard approaching footsteps at a familiar, quick pace. Oh, by the traveler, Alex muttered, glancing at the timekeeper. The one time you're coming back when you said you would be. He glanced at the timekeeper. 5 seconds left on the mana spectrometer and the manometer was done. He'd have to move fast. 5 for 3 twoon, Alex counted down as he watched the timekeeper. The footsteps were closing in. He thanked whoever designed the building for making it so large. The hallway was long enough to give him some extra time. The mana spectrometer finished and he quietly shot across the room. He and his wizard's hands went to work swiftly removing both samples from the machines and pocketing the readouts. The first wizard's hand quickly dumped the solid sample back into its pouch, while the second put the liquid sample back into the bottle. Meanwhile, Alex placed the sample of the incomplete potion of flight into the mana spectrometer and had it turned on just as he heard the door open and Amir enter the room. Sorry about that, Amir said, wiping sweat from his forehead. I hope you weren't getting too impatient while I was gone. It's all right, Alex said, putting on his best relaxed face as relief washed through him. You were right on time. The one time I didn't want you to be, he told himself, but didn't say it out loud. In the end, he'd gotten another aspect of the analysis done, which would save him time later. Best not to look a gift horse in the mouth. The rest of his lab time was less stressful. Amir got up from his seat several times to check on Alex's progress, but didn't linger for long and soon returned to the paperwork on his desk. He still seemed pretty distracted, which suited Alex's purpose just fine, though less than he had been before his trip to the lab. While analyzing the viscosity of the dandelion essence, Alex told Amir that he'd made a mistake and needed to redo the analysis of the essence's viscosity. He'd actually done it correctly, but this time he pretended he was redoing the analysis, but ran the machine with the sample of liquefied dungeon core essence instead, then pocketed the readout. He resumed brewing the potion of flight and luckily needed to legitimately use the picoscope several times during the experiment to see if the puffball spore essence had bound itself to each of the other ingredients. That made it easy to slip his solid sample of dungeon core remains into the device in between. He gulped, then slowly put his eye up to the lens. Something about this step made him nervous. The readouts gave him more data about the remains, but this felt more personal. Rather than just seeing bands or numbers on a piece of paper, he would be directly looking at the dungeon core's minute structure. Remembering the way the mark had guided him through its network of mana pathways, Alex wondered if he would see the remains of those pathways, or what else he would be able to see. He brought his eye down to the lens. He'd been anxiously waiting to make use of the picoscope to see what the smallest particles that the apparatus could reveal would look like, but when he looked down at the core's remains, he saw a blur. Alex frowned and adjusted a dial on the side of the picoscope, bringing the particles into focus. There, his eyes widened. The particles of the dungeon core were complex and jagged. Picoscopes could see the tiniest things, even things invisible to the naked eye, even minute things like the tiny unseen slime-like blobs that swam around in pond water. Dexter predicted in the textbook that when more powerful picoscopes were developed, head wizards would be able to clearly see even smaller things that only appeared as tiny moving dots on present-day picoscopes. One thing that current picoscopes showed was that living things tended to have a more rounded shape. This jagged pattern indicated that the building blocks of the dungeon core were more elemental, mineral, or... He paused, squinting harder. There were fusion points along the particles of the dungeon core. It was similar to how the puffball essences looked when bound to the other ingredients of the potion. There would be fusion lines and fusion points where mana had made the substance's particles bind to each other. Artificial, he whispered. If this was correct, that would mean that the dungeon cores weren't living things. They were artificial, like magic items or... He swore beneath his breath. Like golems, what if they weren't just like golems in structure or in how their mana felt? What if they were golems? He thought about what Lager had said about the first golems. They had connections to their masters, where they shared their consciousness and took on their masters' thoughts and emotions. He also thought about when he talked about the shapes of golems, the humanoid form was not necessary for them to function. If one wanted to make a golem into an orb of darkness, one could make a golem into an orb of darkness. His eyes narrowed. When he was trying to push the dungeon core's mana into the travelers, he'd felt the dungeon core's aggression and desperation. After going deep enough into the dungeon core's essence, he was able to feel the connection between it, the Ravena, and the other dungeon cores. What if the dungeon cores were golems that had connections with the Ravena? Connections that were far stronger than what golems would have to their creators, connections strong enough to also connect with other dungeon cores at the same time. Or, were the dungeon cores the golems, or were the dungeon cores the golem cores, and the dungeons themselves the bodies? The dungeon core in the Cave of the Traveler had used its mana to animate the surrounding caverns and shift them as it wanted, similar to how a golem core animated a massive body of clay, stone, iron, or other material. Perhaps a dungeon core, turning a cavern or cave into a dungeon, was similar to how implanting a golem core into a sculpture would animate it and turn it into a golem. He shifted the sample, played around in the picoscope, examining different particles. There, tiny little nodes that looked like they had burst apart. They were completely destroyed to the point where they would never function again, but they definitely looked like the cracked remains of the pathways that would connect a golem to their master's mana and thoughts so that it could receive instructions. This golem theory was gaining more and more traction in his mind. Alex frowned. Golems, however, were a mortal creation, an attempt to mimic the creation of life by way of wizardry, and perhaps to improve upon it in certain ways. If each dungeon core made flesh and blood monsters that breathed, ate, and lived, then why would it need to create artificial constructs in order to make those monsters? A disturbing possibility occurred to him. Golems were a mortal creation. What if mortals had created the dungeon cores too? It would help explain why mortals could interact and control one. When a golem's master died unexpectedly, several things would happen to the golem. They would go berserk in some cases, or simply shut down in others. In other cases, if they were largely autonomous to begin with, they could continue to exist, mimicking the tasks that their owner had set for them when living. If a golem was broken, a wizard or crafter could sometimes fix the golem's core and connect to it themselves, essentially becoming the golem's new master. The mana of the dungeon core was nearly dried out when Alex had connected to it. Was that why he'd briefly gained control of it? He thought about the Ravena. Where had it come from? None of the legends or history texts really ever said, only that it was in Thameland and that Uldar fought it. Had it been working with mortals? Were mortals helping it by creating its dungeon cores? Alex chewed his lip. Or was he completely wrong? He'd had golems on the brain for months. Maybe he was reading too much into the connections. Either way, he had a new light, and he'd also found out that the pathways that made the dungeon core function were definitely annihilated. That was good. It helped confirm that the dust wouldn't suddenly be controlled by the Ravena out of nowhere. It also meant that there would be only so much he could learn from analyzing this sample. As he took the dungeon core's powder out of the picoscope, he frowned heavily. One day someone, whether that was him or a professor he trusted, or even some wizard from Generacy, would need to perform deep analysis on a better specimen, a livinger about as living dungeon core as they could get. For now, though, he had other readouts to look at once he was done with the lab. He cleaned up and said goodbye to Amir, hoping that the next time he saw the supervisor, he'd be on time. Alex had used the last of his lab time to complete his potion of flight, something that he was quite frankly giddy with excitement over. Wizards could do a lot of really cool stuff, but flight was one of those things that everyone wished they were able to do at least once. Now, that power was in his hands. What was also good was that he'd already come up with some ways to alter the potion's recipe slightly to be useful against opponents. An idea had come to him on a possible way to make the potion burst into a gaseous state. By using slightly more dandelion essence, packing the essence with extra mana, might be able to make the buoyancy of the potion itself change, meaning that it would expand and blast outward when it left a sealed space. All of that he could work on later, though. In the next couple of labs, he was going to have the freedom to concoct some potions of his own choice, including potions he'd previously made. The purpose of those labs would be to train him in brewing large batches of potions, and the reward would be that he'd be able to keep whatever he brewed. It would be the gateway to autonomy when it came to alchemy, eventually at least. He had sat down within a secluded copse of trees, and now carefully took out the readouts he'd hidden in his pockets earlier. The first was the mana spectrometer readout. Awesome, he said. It showed the entire structure of the dungeon core separated into the neat colored bands. Now he'd be able to study it and see how much of it was substances he knew about. The viscometric device results were promising. When liquefied, the substance was what was often called prime mana viscosity. Essentially, it was thin enough to combine with many substances, while thick enough to create strong bonds whenever it was bonded to any substance. It'd be fairly easy to make magic items with this stuff, he noted, or to construct more dungeon cores from raw materials whenever one was destroyed. And now for mana conductivity. Let's see why. He froze, looking at the readout from the manometer. The dungeon core's mana conductivity was astounding. The reading showed that the mana lost almost no speed when it was being transferred through the substance, and there was no waste of mana. With most substances that weren't the pure mana circuitry of spellcraft, there was at least some mana that would be wasted. A bit of energy would be lost during mana conduction through a material, or at least through most materials. One of the reasons that quartz was used to construct golem cores was that it was relatively cheap, and its high mana conductivity meant that a golem core would far more efficiently generate mana overall, and conduct that mana into the golem's body at a faster speed. One of the problems with constructing very large golems was that they required materials with higher mana conductivity to construct their golem cores. If a material with lower conductivity was used, it would mean that the mana generated within the golem core would take longer to flow through the body of the golem. This would mean that the golem would be slower, weaker, and clumsier overall. Wasted mana would also mean Thatevin if a golem core produced an immense amount of power. Much of it would be lost trying to pass through the golem core, which would mean less power overall. For certain materials in golem core construction, conductivity was king. And this substance might have been the emperor of those materials. I'm reading this right, aren't I? He blinked at the number for the power output, how much energy the mana had after it had passed through the dungeon core's remains. It was higher than the amount of power the mana had before it was fed into the substance. It likely meant that something about the dungeon core energized mana. It made any mana that passed through it stronger, faster, and more efficient, like some sort of catalyst. Materials that were capable of that were very rare. He took the sack of dungeon core remains out of his bag. The substance would be excellent in magic item construction. If utilized correctly, it would be nearly perfect in golemcraft. Rather than just power a golem, it would make it so that the golem could use less power and still function just fine. Or it could mean that if the golem had a core designed for a lot of power output, this stuff would make sure that all that mana was super energized. If the brass golem that they'd worked on designed to play multiple musical instruments could bend steel, then what would a battle golem with this stuff in its core be capable of? He was nearly vibrating with excitement. And this same stuff has similar properties to chaos essence, meaning the resulting golem would have the capability of evolution. He quickly dug out 2 notebooks and began writing rapidly in both. The first notes would be the report he'd make concerning his findings on the dungeon core. He planned to bring it with him when he eventually spoke to Balin about the fool. The other notebook contained his design for his dungeon core. Using the mark, he went over it again, jotting down some potential numbers. If I replace the quartz and copper with this stuff, then... His eyes widened at the results of his calculations, and if I just made the core a little bigger to dedicate more sections of it for the purpose of power generation, and with the dungeon core remains infusing my golem core, he began to laugh to himself like madness had taken him. Professor Jules was right. He was going to do some horrifying things. What do you mean we need to make the hole bigger? Selena demanded. Her face tensed as though she wanted nothing more than to climb up on a stool to reach her brother's throat so she could strangle him. That means we'd have to redraw all the armor-looking stuff around that part. Listen, Alex said. Trust me, it's going to be better this way. Here, look at these numbers. He showed her 2 lines of mana output calculations, one using his original materials and one using his dungeon core remains. Do you see how much bigger they are? Selena blinked at the lines of calculations. Alex, I don't know what any of that stuff means. It means boom, he made a smashing motion in the air. Wham, wham, smash, my golem. Our golem, she corrected. It's my golem, it'll only listen to Meba if you're a good little sister. I'll let you ride on one of its shoulders and build stuff for you. I am good, you're the bad one that keeps changing it all the time. Selena gestured at the completed torso. It looks really good, Alex. She leaned in, pointing at some of the elegant filigree they'd sculpted. We're going to ruin all of that for a bigger hole. But with the bigger hole, that means a more powerful golem core, which means more smash. She looked at him. Alex, maybe it's already got enough smash. Alex gasped and recoiled as though she'd literally thrown ice water on him. Too much smash. He said incredulously, looking at her as though she were foaming at the mouth rabid. Have you lost your mind? There's no such thing as too much smash. That's like the first thing you learn in alchemy. Actually, the first thing he learned in alchemy was how to do things safely and by procedure, but Selena didn't need to know that. For now, this sounded better. Alex, that sounds like one of the stupid things only you would say, like when you're naming stuff. Her eyes narrowed. You're going to let me name it, aren't you? PFFFT, I can name my golem. No, you can't. The name will be stupid. Why, your name is stupid, he said maturely. The little girl rolled her green eyes so hard they looked like they'd roll out of her head. No, your name is stupid. No, he drew himself up to his full height. Your name is Stoopy. By the Sapphire Sea, really. Kolik's deep voice came from the entrance to the room. This is how you two argue when no one is around. And here I thought you were crafting wonders. Alex froze, slowly turning as though he were a gate on rusty hinges. Selena moved so quickly that she almost seemed to teleport and suddenly become deeply engrossed with sculpting the golem's fourth arm. Her cheeks were flaming red. Kolik was leaning against the doorway with a bag in his hand, one thatchaging from the wonderful smell coming from within was lunch. His head was cocked to one side and his eyebrow was raised. Hey, Kolik, Alex said, feeling embarrassment wash over him. How long have you been there? Around the moment you lied to your little sister, and told her that the first thing one learned in alchemy was that there's never too much smash. Kolik shut the door behind him and sauntered into the room. Selena froze, then slowly turned to look at her brother like he was the most offensive thing that had ever lived. Alex, she said dangerously, her eyes narrowing. Okay, to be fair. In my defense, to be my own advocate here, he said with his hands held up as though in surrender. The first thing they teach you in alchemy is a bunch of safety stuff that you'd find super boring, so really, I just did you a favor by saying what I said. She glared at him. Oh, come on, I'm entertaining you. She continued to glare at him in disgust, though he could see she was fighting a smile. Ah yes, that mix of disgust and amusement, he said. That fuels me, Selena. His sister groaned and turned back to the golem. Kolik shook his head. I know what it is like to have such an immature sibling. Yeah, that's right, Alex began. So my condolences for having such an immature sibling, Selena, Kolik said. Hey, Alex protested. You are most welcome. You're both bullies, Alex cried. You're both bullies and I'm the victim here. Kolik chuckled as he set the food down on a nearby table. So this is what all my clay summoning is amounting to, he said, passing his fingers through his beard. Quite incredible progress. I swear the both of you were far worse at sculpting when you began some months ago. You're prodigies. Well, she's the prodigy I'm using. Different ways. Alex said as he gestured meaningfully toward his shoulder. Ah, so that is why you improved so quickly, Kolik nodded. Well done. Really? Selena turned to look at him in shock. You've been. SHHHH, Alex said, glancing at the door. She quickly clasped her hands over her own mouth. Sorry, she whispered. It's okay, he said gently. Still, that's cheating. You're cheating. I'm helping both of us get better, so I'm doing both of us a favor. It's not cheating, it's teaching. And speaking of teaching, Kolik said, how goes your progress, my young Temery? He said, using his mother tongue's word for student. Alex smiled, falling into himself and casting a spell. It was the latest one he'd learned, so he made sure to go slowly and carefully as he constructed the spell array. Oddly enough, he found that despite this spell having very little to do with any other spell he'd learned, it was one of the easiest for him to cast so far. The magic circuit formed, and he felt the magic reach to somewhere very far off. He could feel the magic circuit's every contour and the rush of something approaching quickly. A weight dropped into his hand, a fist-sized stone from the elemental plane of earth. He grinned and held it up toward Kolik. Summon Stone had been the very last spell he'd planned to learn on his own when he got to Generosity. Lesser Heat was the one he thought he'd learn first, but it had actually been harder to cast than Summon Stone. Kolik nodded, drawing himself up and speaking like Balin. Very good, Mr. Roth. You are becoming very proficient and much faster, and the stone is larger too. You are indeed progressing like a proper young wizard. He glanced at Alex's shoulder. And how goes your other project? Well, very well, Alex said. He glanced at the notebook laying beside his bag. His findings on the dungeon core remains were recorded in it, organized into a fairly extensive report. After his last lab, he'd gone over his reference books and examined the results of the dungeon core's composition, comparing it with the list of known substances he'd worked with in first-year potions and the far more extensive list he'd worked with while aiding Professor Jules. The results were revelatory. A large amount of its composition was remarkably similar to chaos essence, and several other compounds matched many magic-rich minerals that assisted in alchemy that created life. There were also substances that acted as mana catalysts, and even a few that were used in the branch of alchemy that aided life enforcement, elixirs and pills that advanced one's progress in cultivation. There was nothing in the material itself that he could detect to explain the dungeon core's ability to convert fear to mana or any other emotional connection to magic. Likely the aspect of the dungeon core that was responsible for converting mortal fear to mana was tied to its life force or consciousness, much like how a demon's chaotic nature was tied into its soul. From there, he was able to create some hypotheses to how dungeon cores worked. The spirit or life force of the thing would convert fear into mana. That mana would then be run through the dungeon core and catalyzed so that it was far more energized and could do much more powerful work. From there, it would then be able to create life using the material within itself that was responsible for life creation, and make those living things more powerful through the part of itself responsible for life enforcement. Then it could craft those creatures into any shape it wished using the mutagenic part of itself similar to chaos essence. He shook his head. If he was right-hand, he could very well be wrong. Then the Ravena's dungeon cores were unbelievably advanced pieces of magic. There were spells and alchemivery high-tier spells and alchemical processes that created what were called homunculi. These homunculi were forms of life forged entirely by magic, but they were very crude, and the processes to create them very long and costly. The poor creatures were also soulless, as no wizardry or alchemy could craft a soul. Perhaps far in the future, somebody would make that blasphemous discovery. Yet the dungeon cores not only created varied, advanced forms of life, but did so automatically while also warping terrain around them. Powerful stuff. What he would give to be able to examine a living one. And if it came to Thatchering to take control of one Agin, then he was far better equipped to do so. Not only was he far better at mana manipulation, but examining the dungeon core's remains had given him insight into how they worked and how to guide his mana through its pathways. He doubted he'd be able to take control of one at full strength, but he was at the stage where he'd be able to try, and if it became too much for him, he knew how to disengage. The only thing left now was to repeat some of the analysis. Good data collection involved repetition to ensure that the data was reliable and valid. Data that was only gathered from one experiment or one session of analysis could have problems. There could have been any number of confounding variables that messed with readouts or reactions. He would need to be sure of his research to the best of his ability before he went to Balin. Part of him, though, just wanted to tell the Chancellor everything now and get it over with. Over time, Alex had come to trust him quite a bit, not as much as his Cabal members, but enough so that he could feel fairly confident that he wouldn't react negatively to his situation. But another part of him wanted to make sure he'd done as much work on his own as he could before going to Balin. Nothing about the substance indicated it'd be useful for demon summoning, which might have put him under suspicion, and he wanted to present as much of his own evidence as possible. In the end, he'd become attached to his secret project, and rather than go to the Chancellor like a child seeking help, he wanted to go to him as a proper wizard, one who'd used his own wits and adaptation to solve as much of a problem as he could before going to an authority figure for help. It would be like Comb 1000. Balin would be his safety net, but only after he'd tried his best with the problem beforehand. He took a deep breath. It wouldn't be much longer, though. At the very least, he'd tell Balin before he brought the dungeon core remains anywhere near any golem he was going to make. He hoped that wouldn't result in Balin confiscating the substance, but while he hadn't found anything to indicate it would be dangerous when used in a golem, definitely would like an older and wiser pair of eyes to check over his work first. Well then, it looks like things are going well, Kalik said, glancing at the golem. And when do you think you will finish your monstrosity? Whenever Alex stops changing things every time he blinks, Selena said sourly. I'm better now, Alex insisted. I don't think I'm going to come across much more that'll make me change the design again. I'm pretty sure Lord Smasho the First is coming into his final shape. No, Selena shouted. No, not that name. Alex, I swear on my mother and father's honor, Kalik warned him. If you name your war golem Lord Smasho the First, I will pick you up and toss you into the sea myself, then blindfold Grimlock and tell him there's a wounded seal for him to eat in the waters. All right, geez, I was joking, Alex said, laughing. Come on, guys, it's just a joke. Even I wouldn't name a golem something stupid like Lord Smasho the First. Selena and Kalik exchanged glances. Later that evening, Alex Roth opened his golem building notebook, flipped to the page that had his list of potential names and crossed out, Lord Smasho the First. What the hell? Alex paused on the darkening street. Instead of the usual crowd of workers heading to workshops for evening shifts or leaving work to pour into restaurants or hurry home, the street looked like a minor encampment of mercenaries and monster hunters. Alex glanced around, watching as they entered weapon shops, restaurants, and other venues that provided arms and equipment. Well, it looks like Hunt Mania is spreading, a familiar voice said behind him. Alex turned around to find Minerva's three of his golems were by the young man's side, watching the crowd with their strangely doll-like eyes. Hunt mania, Alex blinked. I see you weren't in town this morning, Minerva said. The bounty on the mana vampire has risen again. The monster attacked a country noble's son near the docks. The family has added their own reward for the monster's destruction to the city's bounty. Minerva shook his head. Fools, still I suppose it is tempting. Think you'll go for it. His voice had a detached tone to it, a cold neutrality. PFFFT no, Alex said. I value my life. How much even is it? With all the contributing funds, Minerva paused. 1,500 gold coins. 1,000 what now? 1,500 gold coins. The number made Alex weak in the knees, and he stood in the street pondering it as Minerva made his way through the crowds to get to work, though there was still quite a bit of time before their shift started. Alex watched the flesh golems push their way through the crowd. Some of the adventurous few with shining badges of the Delvers Guild on their chest-shot glares at the three constructs, but none moved to create a larger fuss. There was equipment to buy and hunting to be done. Hunting for something worth 1,500 gold coins. It wasn't as if he hadn't heard about larger sums or things costing larger sums. Golems regularly sold for many, many thousands of gold coins. He was sure the sum wouldn't be that much to someone like Isolde and definitely not to someone like Colic, but there was something about it being a reward for a mana vampire's destruction that made it seem closer to home for him. It wasn't like the price for a powerful magical construct that he couldn't dream of buying for the foreseeable future, or the cost of an advanced piece of lab equipment owned by the university. Those were notions that were distant and more abstract to his current life. This was a bounty for a type of monster that he'd actually fought before. It was a reality to him, almost reachable. 1,500 gold pieces. Alex shook his head and let out a stunned whistle. If he were still working for Macaris, making 1 silver coin per shift, and if he worked every day without missing a single one, it would take him a staggering 41 years to earn that much gold. Even now it would be an incredible sum. Each of his shifts at Shales netted him 2 gold coins, and each of Teresa's at the Beasterium paid her 1. Together, they would have to work more than 3 years to earn 1,500 gold coins. Between the two of them, each working 3 days per week, they were covering their basic expenses, which was 30 gold coins for the apartment, the junior school, and Teresa's course auditing. They had a handful of expenses above that, but all in all, they were breaking even and even starting to save a little each month. The reward for the mana vampire who'd boarded. The Red Siren had been a big help, and Alex had hardly needed to touch his and Selena's inheritance. But that still hadn't let them make much headway towards some of their bigger goals. He really wanted to buy a place of their own in Generosity City, but the prices were still far beyond his reach. He was sure that with a good job he'd be able to afford something eventually, but he had no idea how long that would take. Selena loved it in Generosity. It was clear that she did, and he'd hate to have to drag her away from the city that was giving them all a new start when he finished his studies in 4 years. But this reward of 1,500 gold pieces, he sighed, deep in thought. It would be a nice start toward buying some property here. It could also mean other opportunities. He loved alchemy, but it was such an expensive branch of wizardry. Practicing it safely and correctly called for high-priced tools, a safe and clean workspace, and a competent assistant or two to lend a hand when one worked with complex alchemical devices. That amount of coin could begin funding some alchemy supplies for him. All that gold just for killing the type of monster he'd killed before. He shook his head as reason began coming back to him. Don't be stupid, Alex, he thought. You barely survived a starving one. There's no way you would stand a chance against one at full power, would you? He looked down, flexing one of his arms. The now powerful muscles swelled in his shirt. Temptation came back. Alex Roth wasn't the same young wizard who'd been ambushed by a mana vampire on. The Red Siren, he's strong as he'd become, could have broken the him from when he'd first arrived in Generosity in half. He also knew more spells. He now knew how to regenerate his mana. In speed, agility, and reflexes, his present physical abilities were as different as night and day compared to then. He'd also been part of groups that had beaten a bone drinker and an earth elemental and more. He'd gone up against undead skeletons and a menacing haunt in a dangerous underground complex. He had a lot going for him now. Of course, he also had a magical mark that could still mess around and make him vulnerable, especially if he was alone in a combat situation. Just because you've thought of ways around it and improved yourself doesn't mean you're some super powerful barbarian warrior or an arch-wizard or a super deadly martial artist. Don't let greed cloud your better judgment now. Besides, he looked at the crowd. You'll definitely have a hell of a lot of competition. Looking more closely, he realized that many in the crowd didn't have the same lethal look that the well-armed, hard-bitten monster hunters that made camp near the city walls had. As a matter of fact, he recognized many of them, workers from some of the surrounding shops. Folk that came to work here day after day and bought their meals here, socialized with their co-workers, and at the end of the day went back to their homes and peaceful lives. Now they walked around with shiny new weapons and equipment, looking less like monster hunters and more like children playing at being soldiers and warriors. Balin's words about the mana vampire from a conversation a time ago drifted back to him. Please do not be so foolhardy as to go after it yourself from the way this one has evaded detection and the pattern of its attacks. It is likely old, powerful, and cunning. Know your limits and let professionals handle it. He should probably do just that. Anyway, he wouldn't even know how to find the thing in the first place. His eyes clicked to Shales. Still, though, he did wonder whether or not golems would be useful for hunting a mana vampire. Maybe he could subtly ask during his shift. Are golems useful for hunting mana vampires? Lager repeated Alex's question. Oh boy, don't tell me all that hunting mania's gone to your head too. Don't do anything stupid. I need all my assistants here. And alive. And not so broken they'll never work mana again. Oh, sorry, Alex said quickly. He, Minervis, and Carmen were helping Lager install a golem core into the completed body of a clay golem. It had been a busy night with them working intensely to get the work completed on this final rush job for the week. Unfortunately, the golem core had been late to arrive. While Lager and his assistants built the body, another crafter's team had forged the core. The core was a bit of a specialty. It was designed to power some magical items of lightning magic that would be implanted into the golem's arms. Since they'd received it so late, they'd really had to push to get it fitted into the setting in time. Now they were taking a breather and having their last break before activating the construct for the very first time. You're not thinking of going after it, are you? Lager pressed him. No, Alex said quickly. I was just curious. I've been seeing so many people suiting up to go after it, and it got me wondering if maybe some of them would try and make a golem to take it down. Good, Lager said, a grim look taking his features. We're down enough assistants as is. Alex knew what he meant. When he'd arrived for his shift, he was shocked to learn that at least 3 or 4 staff members were missing, assistants to some of the other crafters. Fewer assistants had been one of the reasons Lager's team had received the golem core so late. Apparently all of the missing had sent word that they were sick or that a family emergency had come up. The orc crafters seemed to have doubts about their excuses. 1,500 gold coins is a tempting amount of wealth, Lager grunted, but your life's worth a hell of a lot more. I hate hunt mania. Wait, that's a thing, Alex asked, having missed it the first time Lager used it. He'd thought it was just a term that Minervis had made up. Of course it is, I specifically told you about it, didn't I? Minervis said with acid in his voice. Alex resisted the urge to respond. Oh yeah, there's such a thing, for sure, Lager grimaced. Last time it happened was about 10 years ago. A wily young wyvern flew in from the north on a hot wind and nested in the southern countryside. First it started stealing milk from cows, sneaking into barns in the dark and suckling while the cows were asleep. Then it graduated to eating a couple of the young calves, then goats, then a full-grown cow or two. Lager started listing the wyvern's deeds on his fingers. It was just considered a nuisance at first, and we do have the odd monster menacing the countryside or the port at times, but then it ate a miller on his way home one evening. That's when the city took notice. Well, then it started breaking into the nobles' wine cellars and drinking up their vintages. That got them really mad. But the bloody thing was smart. He spread his arms as though he were the wyvern about to take flight. It only flew at night and it flew high. It only picked fights with monster hunters that had no wizards with them, or wizards it could catch off guard. The reward kept climbing. When it hit 1,000 gold coins, suddenly a bunch of the city folks got big ideas. Huntmania it was called. Everyone got it into their heads that they could set themselves on the path of riches by hunting the thing down, claiming the reward, and selling the parts that have value to alchemists. Students and honest, simple workers dropped everything to become monster hunters, and a lot of people died. Alex grimaced. And what happened to the wyvern? Did a professional monster hunter get it? No, Lager snorted, and amusement entered his eyes. It wasn't even a wizard either. It was a stable boy. What? Minervis raised an eyebrow. Was the stable boy perhaps some sort of mighty beast folk? Nope, he was human. He just hit on an idea. You see, wyverns are immune to most poisons, but the stable boy realized that it must have liked alcohol a lot if it kept breaking into wine cellars. So he bought a bunch of cheap booze from the market with his family's savings and added a big batch of his grandpa's moonshine recipe. Apparently Grandpa was an herbalist, so it was strong stuff. The boy set it out on a hill in some barrels one night and waited. The wyvern flew down and drank its fill. Lager continued. The damn thing got so drunk that it threw its guts up and passed out right there on the hill. The stable boy walked up, put a pitchfork through the beast's eye and made himself rich. That's a great story, Alex said. Like a fairy tale from old times, the clever youngster overcomes the big beastie. No, it isn't a great story, Lager grunted. 'Cause now everyone thinks about him and goes, hey, if a stable boy can kill a wyvern, then I can kill a mana vampire or a griffin or whatever the city wants dead. But all they end up doing is wasting their time or their life. Oh, Alex said. He was reminded of Professor Jules' story about how young students got themselves killed by looking for monster organs that were worth a lot in wizardry, before the academy gated much of that knowledge away from them. I suppose most folks would go for dangerous opportunities if the reward was right, he thought. Including me, maybe. Didn't I brave silent spiders and a cave of portals just for the chance to become a wizard? He shook his head at himself. Maybe he would have gone after the mana vampire if he were more powerful and didn't have the mark to deal with, or maybe if he were desperate enough. Lager glanced back up at the golem. And to answer your question, it's complicated. Mana vampires can drain golems pretty damn easy because they're constructs made with mana. Apparently their mana's not as nourishing to them as mana and spells from living beings, but they still go for golems if pressed. Sorta like a snack, I guess. That said, better a golem gets drained than you. And while a mana vampire is draining a golem, you want preferably some friends that aren't wizards can come in and smash its skull open. Plus, if you've got a really strong golem, then it could rip a mana vampire in two before the creature could drain it. So it all depends on the golem and how you use it. But enough of that for now. We got work to do, so let's stop hanging around and get this thing started. The faster we turn it on and run the tests, the faster we can get it ready and be helping the other teams. Alex sprang up from his seat as Minervis and Carmen got up and put their masks back on. This would be an important moment. While he'd been around for the first activation of other golems, this would be the first time Lager would be allowing his assistants to directly guide the mana into the core to start one up. It would be a crucial experience for when he activated his own. Hopefully it would all go as to routine. He glanced up at the golem core prepared by the other team. It seemed to glow in readiness. So you'll be following my lead, Lager said as he and his 3 assistants drew their mana conductors. I'll go in first and use my mana to jump start the mana process. Carmen, I want you to power up the section that controls its movements in Minervis. You'll empower the section that'll connect with its master to receive instructions. Alex, you'll work on the section responsible for connecting to the embedded magic items, in this case, the lightning rods. Once you have your tasks completed, then come join me in activating the golem's power generation. Got it. Carmen, Alex, and Minervis acknowledged the crafter before climbing the small scaffold in back of the large golem. Lager reached over to a metal cup-like device connected to a long tube in the wall and spoke into it. First floor, workshop room 3, test golem activation beginning. Look alive. His voice boomed throughout the workshop. They all took positions at equidistant spaces behind the golem's back and raised their mana conductors like they were drawing swords to fight a duel. As one, they slowly pressed their conductors to the hole in the golem's upper back. Alex closed his eyes and waited for Lager to make the first move. Voom. He stiffened, awestruck. In his interactions with the crafter, it was sometimes easy to think of Lager as a broad-shouldered tradesman or a quick-witted engineer, and not as what he really was, a wizard. At this moment, the truth of who he actually was undeniable. Lager's mana pool was enormous. If Alex's pool had grown from the equivalent of a shallow well to a deep forest pond, then Lager's was a massive lake. Alex's own mana shuddered as the crafters surged close by, filling the golem core. Even with the more advanced mana regeneration techniques he was learning from Valrock, it would have taken him days to build up enough mana to equal how much Lager was putting out. He was drawn out of his thoughts when he felt Minervis and Carmen's mana follow Lager's into the golem core, and his followed shortly after. Alex's mana surged through the tiny pathways built into the golem core with an incredible familiarity. He activated the mark and images appeared. First, he saw himself working with the cubes from Valrock's class next, his work in potions labs, and finally, the time he pushed his mana into the dungeon core. It was the images from the dungeon core that the mark seemed most focused on showing him. It helped guide him through the pathways within the golem core until he reached the section responsible for connecting the core to the lightning rods built into the forearms. He proceeded, slowly and steadily, letting the mark show him what he was doing right and gradually increasing his efficiency in his task. He felt the precise pathways to the lightning rods and explored them lightly at first, making sure he'd felt out each and every corner of the mana pathways. Then Alex began to draw from his mana pool and poured his mana deep within his section of the golem core. He gritted his teeth as he felt the pathways begin to spark with energy. He applied his mana regeneration technique at the same time, producing more energy while he continued to pour mana through the pathways. Even as he did so, he realized that he had a long way to go before he'd be able to generate enough energy to power a golem core like Lager could. Still, what he was creating was enough for the task he'd been given, and the more his mana poured through the paths, the stronger the connection between the golem core and the magic circuits within the lighting rods was. Alex felt mana begin to flow back and forth between the core and the rods, strengthening the connection until finally. Voom, the pathways began to direct the mana back and forth on their own. He quickly pulled away from his section and joined Lager to also direct his mana into activating the golem core's internal mana generation as they'd been instructed to do. He He was the first assistant there, and he gritted his teeth in focus. Lager's mana masterfully directed was enveloping all the inner mana activators within the power generator, pouring power into them to jump-start each reaction. Alex joined him, targeting some of the activators that the crafter wasn't currently working on, and took a deep breath as he felt his mana rapidly draining out of him. It almost felt like a mana vampire was drawing mana from him. Each activator required a lot of power to jump-start, and he was barely able to provide enough. It wasn't that he was having trouble with the technique, it was more a question of trying to fill a lake with a bucket of water. Soon Carmen and Minervis joined him in Lager, adding their mana as well. Still, it was clear that neither of them made a huge difference in how quickly the process was proceeding. Most of the power needed was coming from Lager, who seemed inexhaustible. If Lager had that much mana, Alex shuddered to think how much his professors like Ram and Jules had, and Valric, who specialized in mana manipulation, would likely have an even bigger reservoir of it. He didn't even want to think about what sort of bottomless sea of magic dwelled within Balin, or the Ravena, considering all the dungeon cores it could produce. If it even used mana, he brought his mind back to task. He was starting to feel sparks of power lighting up in the golem core. The core fed on their combined mana like a hungry infant, and Alex was feeling the beginnings of a new mana developing and surrounding his own. It was the golem cores. It was starting to gain enough mana for its internal reactors to hit that critical stage where they became self-sustaining. At first, the mana it was producing was a trickle, then a stream. Lager concentrated, continuing to feed it. He grunted. Gotta talk to Pharaoh about his designs. This thing eats mana like a pig. He gave a strong push of his mana. Voom. Alex felt a shock as suddenly all four of them were nearly pushed completely out. It was like the sun had come into being with the core, a sun made of mana. An enormous surge of power poured through the core, connecting with all the other activated sections and glowing through the golem. There was a surge in the air itself as the construct came alive. Alex watched with wide eyes as the golem core shone with a burning power. All right, everyone back. Lager barked, reaching over to a hook to retrieve a thick mana vacuum and connecting it to the core. A massive waste container sat in the corner of the room. They clambered off the scaffold and stood facing the golem. Lager and his three assistants stepped back and watched their creation. Alex gaped in awe. He'd been working at Shales long enough to be present for the first activation of other golems in the workshop, but this time was different. By connecting with this one so deeply, he could actually feel the power coming off of it, bringing it to life. Remarkable, Alex muttered. You get used to it. Carmen glanced over at him. First time, though, everyone reacts like that. Minervis was watching it intently, but remained silent. Lager noted, it's giving off a little more waste mana than it should. Might need to give the core a little reconfiguration before we send it off. Right then, I'll connect to it by myself for now. Alex felt a wrenching sensation, as Lager, whose connection with the golem was strongest, shunted out his assistants. As soon as there was only one wizard connected to the construct, it shuddered as the connection solidified and Lager's mental presence contacted it. Alex called his wizard's hands, carrying a clipboard and paper pad that had a checklist on it. Right, step test first, Lager said. Golem, take 3 paces forward. There was a grinding sound at first, an earth-shaking one as the golem core prepared to move the body for the first time. Soon, the golem's movements quieted as it took its first giant step forward. THM. The ground seemed to shake from its weight. Alex noted down the length of its step as measured by a series of notches on the floor beneath it. Minervis recorded how long it took to make that step, and Carmen recorded general observations about its balance. As the examination continued, Lager's verbal commands became less and less detailed so that he could observe how capable the golem was at responding to subtleties in commands. This was to test how well it responded to intent, since he was no longer breaking down every single step of what he wanted it to do. Finally, he fell silent for a while, giving it commands through sheer will alone, transmitted through mana manipulation. Lager continued through the process, having the golem raise its arms, rotate them, swing them from side to side and balance on one foot. He then told it to proceed to the side of the workroom and begin lifting a series of weights that had been placed against the wall, each of increasing mass. All the while, the assistants continued recording various observations about its movements, while Lager noted the feel of the mana coursing through it and how well it responded to commands. At last, it was time for the final test. Right then, time for a little light show, the orc crafter said. Golem, I want you to use the lightning in your arms to blast that target in the back. He pointed to a copper target that was grounded into a stone in the floor, and the towering construct turned toward it and raised its arms. Crackle. 2 blasts of lightning shot from its hands and struck the target. The magic briefly crackled in the air before it finally disappeared. Ho ho ho. Lager laughed beneath his mask. Now I see why Pharaoh made it draw so much mana. That's a lot of power. This thing'll make one heck of a... Paused, his humor fading. Alex watched him for a moment, then froze as well. Something was off. Although the lightning had finished striking the target, Alex could still feel a charge in the air. Minervis had gone very still. Carmen's body went stiff. Wait, forget her body. Is her hair standing on end? Alex thought, his fear rising. Swearing, Lager threw a switch. The mana vacuum hummed to life and mana began to pour from the core and into the waste container. The charge started to recede from the air. Alex breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed that Lager still looked highly alert. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr bright as a thunderbolt. "Get down," Lager shouted, diving to the ground. "Now." Alex leapt to the stones, with Minervus and Carmen ducking down as one. Crack, boom! Lightning blasted out in all directions from the golem, nearly blinding Alex. Electricity coursed through some of the metal in the room and blew the mana vacuum off the golem core. No longer restrained, the golem began to turn, and Alex felt its mana surge as a deep, terrible growl echoed from within it. Lager was on his feet in an instant, running to grab the cup and hose he'd spoken into earlier. Code White, Berserk Golem in Workshop Room 3. He looked at his apprentices. Everybody out. Now, before they could move, the golem acted. Electricity crackled along its body as it surged toward Lager with sparking fists clenched. Lager ducked a sweeping blow as it plowed past him. Boom, its fist crashed through a piece of equipment and cracked a stone in the wall. Lightning crackled around the split. The golem turned quickly, stomping toward the assistants they lay between it and the door. Alex yelped and rolled out of its path as a massive clay foot came down, shaking the ground beneath him. It surged for the doorway. Minervus looked up at it, his face a mask of concentration. Boom, the door burst inward. His flesh golem-sheeting his call rushed into the room and took one look at the rampaging monstrosity. It was more than 2 feet taller than they were and must have outweighed them by half a ton or more, but they charged it without hesitation, slamming into the giant construct with full impact. The force of their charge sent the gigantic golem stumbling back, but lightning blasted through Minervus golems, and their bodies instantly went into spasms where they stood. Electricity coursed through the pair, their mana-animated muscles contracting from the shock. They fell away from the larger construct. Lager shouted an incantation. Large glowing metal chains shot out of the earth and wrapped around the creature, quickly tightening. The golem struggled against its bonds while Lager shouted the same spell over and over, enwrapping it in a web of chains. Another growl emerged and another wave of lightning blasted from it, but it was channeled into the metal chains and grounded into the stone floor at its feet. One of the chain's links popped as the golem threw all of its strength against its restraints. "Get those security golems in here," Lager shouted toward the shattered doorway. Crack. Pieces of clay cracked off as the massive construct tore one of its arms free of its chains. It scooped a bulky piece of equipment off the floor and lifted it up to toss at Lager. "No," Alex ordered one of his wizard's hands to distract its attention while the other grabbed the mana vacuum. Carmen jumped to her feet and shouted an incantation. She began to transform. Her body narrowed, lengthened, and flowed until her human form was gone, replaced by the giant, sinewy form of a serpent at least 30 feet long. Her scales looked to be made of stone. She shot forward with shocking speed, coiling around the golem and trying to pull one of its arms back toward its body. It still held onto the piece of equipment. The serpent shuddered as lightning coursed over her scales. "Can't hold it forever." She hissed, and Alex barely recognized Carmen's voice through the creature's hissing tones. "Damn it," he swore, diving behind the golem while a wizard's hand brought the mana vacuum around its back with him. He was aiming to plug the vacuum back into the core, but the creature was thrashing so wildly that it was making his plan impossible. Lightning blasted through the air again as it thrashed harder. Pop, pop. More chain links burst apart. Carmen hissed while fighting to hold its arm. "Damn it all, there's no helping it. Destroy the body." Lager roared as he fired thin green rays of magic that turned sections of the construct to dust. The golem fought to free itself as Alex considered the best way to get it plugged in, maybe between his own effort and using both wizards' hands he could manage to get the vacuum reconnected to the core. Then Minervus was beside him. "My golems will hold it," he shouted. "We'll work together so you can reattach the mana vacuum." The narrow-faced young man looked at his smoking golems. They shook off the electricity coursing through them and jumped back on the berserk golem, joining Lager's chains and the transformed Carmen to try and hold it still. There was a sickening scent as their flesh began to sear. The clay golem's thrashing finally slowed from their interference. Its core became possible to reach. Alex shot a wizard's hand forward. Click, it reattached the mana vacuum to the core. The golem's roar grew louder as its mana began to drain. It strained against Carmen's serpentine coils and shifted its aim, still holding the large piece of equipment. Alex gasped. It had struggled to turn toward the mana waste container. He didn't know if it had enough awareness to come up with a strategy to throw the equipment, or if feeling its mana being drained was making it respond to the threat. But either way, that container rupturing could cause an explosion which, considering how much mana was already flooding, it could easily kill them all. Boom. Boom. The ground shook harder. The sound of metal on stone echoed from the doorway, and Alex whirled toward the noise. 2 more golems entered the door, made of solid iron. The personal security golems of Taraka Shale. The earth-shaking constructs closed in on the clay golem with ponderous footsteps. The first one grabbed it by the shoulders, holding the towering clay construct still as though it were a child. Then the second reached out and tore the golem core from its setting. Instantly, there was a whoosh of mana from the air as the energy left the clay body. For a few heartbeats, the lightning rods continued to spark in the golem's forearms, until finally, they flickered and sparked out. Carmen's serpentine form slipped off of the golem, flopped to the floor, and transformed back into her humanoid shape. She lay panting against the stone while Alex fought to get his pounding heart under control. Minervis shook his head while Lager swore under his breath. More pounding footsteps entered the room. No. A man was the first to enter the room, and Alex recognized the skinny form of Pharaoh, the crafter who'd made the core. What happened? Look at all of this damage. Your bloody core was defective. Lager shouted. That's what happened, and it nearly took all of our lives. He stomped toward the other crafter, as though ready to lay him out with a single punch. Then Minervis whirled on Alex. You, he cried, his eyes alight. You were responsible for activating the part of the core that connected with the lightning rods, and it was after it used the lightning rods that it went berserk. What did you do? Alex froze as everyone in the workshop turned toward him. His eyes narrowed. Carmen might have turned into a serpent, but you're the real snake, Minervis, he thought, and you finally made your move. In Alex's experience, people tended to treat opportunists like lepers, and he couldn't really disagree with that treatment most of the time. An opportunist tended to be bad to be around. They'd wait for any chance to advance themselves often at someone else's expense, while pretending to be a harmless colleague, friend, or ally as they waited for their opportunity to strike. Alex was something of an opportunist himself. He adapted to situations and strategized, looking for the right circumstances to successfully execute a plan. His revenge on Macaris was a perfect example. He'd longed for it for years, but waited to make sure he only sought it when he'd have the opportunity to enjoy it the most, while making sure that Macaris couldn't retaliate. But he didn't look for opportunities to benefit himself even if it hurt others unless they hurt him, or were really huge jerks. But he realized that this wasn't the case with Minervis. His track record showed that. The second-year student had decided that abandoning his 1,000 classmates when he thought it would benefit him was the right way to go. Then he tried to get those same classmates on his side during the vent drinker wrangling class. He tried to convince Alex not to apply for the job at Shales so that he'd have a better opportunity to get it, but then had acted like a quiet, helpful coworker ever since. He'd even teamed up with Alex just now to battle the golem. But now an opportunity to eliminate a rival had arrived, and the old Minervis was back out. There were no problems with the golem core's pathways when it came to connecting the core to the lightning rods, Alex said, slowly and calmly. If he panicked now, showed too much anger, or got defensive, it'd just lend credibility to Minervis. He needed to be cool, calm, collected, and have confidence in his own skill. Everything went to procedure, and your mana was running through the core with mine, Carmen, and Lager's when we activated it. Did you feel anything abnormal? He turned things back on Minervis, but the young opportunist came back quickly. I didn't, but I wasn't in your section, the pale, narrow-faced student said, looking at the dully glowing core in the iron golem's hands. I'm not saying you weren't following procedure. I'm just pointing out that with your lack of experience. Alex noticed his eyes flick toward Pharaoh the crafter that had made the Korea as he said it. That it might have been easy to miss something. You are a first-year student after all. A first year at Generosity. Pharaoh's face washed red behind his mustache and goatee. He was a fine-featured man and looked more like a rakish duelist from a stage play than he did a golem crafter. Lager, you let a first-year connect the golem core to the lightning rods. Are you out of your mind? It's any wonder that the core didn't explode and electrocute you all. Alex grit his teeth. What he wanted to do was bring up that Minervis was responsible for the part of the golem core that engaged with the creator's mental commands. That could allow him to counter-accuse him, but that wouldn't solve the problem. It would be his word against Minervis, until they figured out what actually happened. Minervis had more experience with golems and was in a higher year. He could dig his heels in, and the emotional Pharaoh would still likely focus on Alex for now. He didn't want to do anything that would escalate the situation. Alex has proven himself a valuable member of my team, Lager growled, shooting a hard look at Minervis. As has Carmen. They worked well as a team and reacted fast and together in the crisis. No panic, no showboating. If it weren't for them, your core would have let that golem do a lot more damage than it did. Lager glared at the bent piece of equipment the golem had been preparing to throw. A lot more. Lives might have been lost. Your core was drawing too much energy anyway. There was an imperfection in it, Pharaoh. You gave us a rush job and then left us to clean up the pieces. Me, Pharaoh glowered. The core used more energy to start up because it had to power 2 third-tier lightning rods. I can't exactly have it be as efficient as a messenger golem made of bloody balsa wood. He glanced at Alex. Alex Roth, am I right? That's my name, Alex said cautiously. He kept his voice neutral. He didn't want to start licking the crafter's boots and begging, but the last thing he needed was to give the man more reason to focus his anger on him. He needed time to think. What's your previous experience been in golem crafting? Pharaoh demanded. Have you ever participated in the first-time activation of a golem before? This was my first, Alex said, so I followed Lager's directions to the letter. No one's questioning your ability to follow directions, Pharaoh said. What I'm questioning is your qualifications for such a procedure. Alex glanced at Minervis. He caught the tail end of a smile disappear. He cursed inwardly. This is exactly what that sneaky bastard had wanted. No matter how you looked at it, this had been a disaster and blame was going to be assigned for it. Pharaoh would likely be the first candidate to have blame cast on him, and so what would the man do if he were suddenly presented with an easy target? Well, exactly this. Blame someone else. Well done, you bastard, Alex thought bitterly. But now what do I do? Turning things back on Pharaoh would be a problem. A crafter's assistant accusing a senior crafter. No way that would end well. I've worked with Alex since I was hired here. Carmen was climbing to her feet and wiping sweat from her brow. Both he and Minervis are students in first and second year, but they both perform their duties like they've been working in the field for years. They know what they're doing, and I'm willing to vouch for that. She looked tired but was uninjured even as Shale's medical aide sped through the throng of gawking staff and went to her and the others who'd fought the golem. I'll vouch for him too, Lager said. I interviewed every member of my team and judged that they were ready for this step. What about you, Pharaoh? I understand that 2 of your assistants are missing tonight. Means you and your lone assistant must have rushed to finish up by tonight, with just the 2 of you, liable to be mistakes made. You're accusing me, Pharaoh said flatly. After we've worked so well together, we all make mistakes, Lager grunted. Why pretend we don't when you know it happens? Then sometimes we make them again, especially when we're hurrying. Except they might kill us next time around. I agree wholeheartedly, Pharaoh said. But I'm telling you, I didn't make a mistake. The golem core was functioning as intended. Someone must have made a mistake in the activation process. I know you've got strong control over constructs, so I doubt it was an error in your control, Lager. Alex's brow furrowed, thinking of all the factors. Lager's anger had focused on Pharaoh and on a potential flaw in the core. It made sense the golem had nearly killed him. Minervis had focused them on Alex as a scapegoat, accusing him of making a mistake. He didn't think he'd made a mistake. He called up the mark. It showed him an unbroken line of images of himself powering up his section of the core. There was nothing in the mark's detailed memories that indicated any mistake on his part. So what was going on? If the core wasn't the problem and he hadn't made a mistake, what could have happened? The golem body. No, Lager, Carmen and Minervis had built that carefully. They'd made many golems together, and none of them had ever gone berserk before, either during testing in the workshop or after they'd been delivered to the customer. So then, Alex paused, glancing at the body again. Wait, Alex said. Could there be something wrong with the lightning rods? He asked quickly. It was the one factor they weren't talking about. It did go crazy once it tried to use them, right? Lager paused, then grunted and walked over to the golem. Pharaoh fell silent and followed the orc crafter. Lager stepped up to the clay golem and cast a spell. His hands began to glow with a green light. They melted the clay wherever they touched the body, causing it to run like hot candle wax. His hands sunk into the arms of the inert golem and drew out the lightning rods. The crafter's face took on a look of deep concentration, and Alex watched intently as he examined the rods with mana manipulation. He swore under his breath, tossing them to Pharaoh. He examined them as well, then gasped. Yeah, that's what I thought, Lager said, glancing at Alex. Good suggestion. Saved us time. What happened? Alex asked. Carmen was watching with interest, and Minervis had gone very quiet. These lightning rods have been tampered with, Pharaoh said, his face washing red with rage. This would look bad for Shales. Tampered with? Alex blinked. Yeah, Lager grunted darkly. The spell arrays are altered slightly, just enough to misalign the mana circuit. They were fine when I first received them. I examined them visually and tested them, and they were perfect. The spell array seems to have been changed to increase the misalignment over time, Pharaoh said. It was done in such a way that it wouldn't be noticeable at first. Then at some point, the rods would malfunction and blast out in all directions, electrocuting the wielder. Likely to death. It looks like what happened was that the rods blasted through the golem's body, wrecking a number of pathways and shaking your control, Lager. Then the golem reacted to what seemed to be an attack. Is someone targeting the shop to cause problems for Taraka Shale? Carmen asked. Maybe Lager looked at the inert golem, but the rods came directly from the client with instructions to embed them in the golem. I have no idea where they got them from. Maybe whoever sabotaged those rods is targeting them. Either way, we're done here. We stop all production for the night and catalog all of our materials, then investigate this. Everyone's doing overtime, and you'll get your proper pay. I want to make sure nothing else in this shop has been tampered with. After that, it's time to report this to the city. The inspection lasted until well after sunrise. Every single piece of equipment, material, and tool was cataloged, and an in-depth examination was done for possible sabotage, but no other items in the workshop showed any sign of being interfered with. As the morning wore on, the city investigators arrived and questioned everyone involved with the incident, including Minervis. The narrow-faced young man had dropped all accusations after the revelation that the rods had been sabotaged. That said, he hadn't escaped a very harsh lecture from Lager about accusing a teammate before the investigation had even started. Alex smiled at that, but his smile faded quickly. He had to admit it, what Minervis had done was cunning. He'd been able to come up with his accusation on the spot and take advantage of a situation that just happened to present itself. What was key, though, was that he hadn't overplayed his hand. There was no falling apart by trying to convince Pharaoh and Lager repeatedly of his point, which would have removed his own credibility in the process. No, when it was clear his moment had passed, Minervis had once again become the helpful crafter's assistant that was doing his best to aid everyone else in the shop. He'd played his hand, didn't get what he wanted, but in the end lost nothing. He had gotten a lecture from Lager and a warning, but no greater punishment than that. Of course, his accusation would make any marginal trust gained from them working together grow worse, but Alex doubted he'd care anything about that. The problem now was, when would he do this again? That was one of the problems with opportunists. Just because an opportunity to get what they wanted had passed, didn't mean they wouldn't try again when the next chance to benefit themselves came along. As Alex finished his shift and was told how much his overtime pay would be, a small consolation for the night high's eyes followed Minervis as he packed up, checked his golems, and then made his way out through the back. Frowning, Alex quickly gathered his supplies and followed. He saw the four of them heading through the alley toward the street and trailed them, using all the stealth craft he'd trained through the mark. When Minervis was close enough to the street, he called out to the young man and jogged up behind him. The three golems and their master all turned at the same time and with the same speed. Alex caught a brief frown on the other student's face, which quickly washed away. "Can I help you?" he asked in a neutral tone. His golems leaned forward slightly, almost like a prelude to aggression. "I just wanted to ask you something. But keep in mind, we're pretty close to the end of the alley, so you'll have to keep your voice down if you don't want anyone to hear what's being said," Alex said as he reached Minervis. Minervis glanced back over his shoulder at the morning crowd and his eyes narrowed. "That's right," Alex thought. "I don't know if you'd go so far as to attack me when we're alone, but understand that people would hear the commotion. What do you want to ask me?" Minervis finally asked, clearly impatient. He looked tired. "They were all tired, though. Why did you pull that crap in there?" Alex pushed. Granted, he knew exactly why Minervis pulled that crap, but perhaps he could get a clue about what he would try in the future if he at least asked the question. "I don't know what you're talking about," Minervis said. "Oh, come off it, man. I know you don't want me there. You don't like me and want me out." "Why?" For a moment, Minervis looked genuinely confused. "Don't like you. I don't really have an opinion on you. If anything, you work well and we work well as a team. That's all that's required of a coworker." "We did work well as a team," Alex pushed harder. "We helped get control of the golem together and we did good work. So why are you trying to throw me under the wagon? If you think I work well, then why all that stuff with your bullshit accusation? Why do you want me gone?" Minervis sighed. "I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of this. You want to be promoted, right?" Alex blinked. "I don't know." "Oh, now you come off it." Minervis frowned. "I've heard about your accomplishments in first year. That level of work isn't done by someone with no ambition. So you want to rise in the workshop, and it would suit me very well if I were to rise in the workshop first. Ergo, even if you aren't gone, it would be good if the higher-ups were to remember your inexperience when it comes time for promotion." Alex's jaw clenched. It was about what he'd suspected. That made the snake standing in front of him very dangerous. Any mistake he could pin on him, he would. He'd have to think of a way to get around this guy, as well as ways for more than a little revenge. "And what if I tell Lager about this little conversation?" Alex asked. "About the conversation that no one else is hearing?" Minervis asked. "Well, I haven't said much. I brought up your inexperience in good faith, that's it. We then talked about wanting to be promoted, so with that in mind." Minervis glanced to the end of the alley. "I'm going to go home and sleep. Then I'm going to use my days off to relax in the countryside and visit one of the wonderful food festivals, winter sausages you see. You, on the other hand, can think about whatever you think. This was all you want. Good day. Or maybe I should say good morning to you. I'll be looking forward to our next shift." With a nod, Minervis turned and stepped out of the alley, flanked by his golems. Alex's jaw clenched. Work had just become a lot more dangerous. Mana vampire in the city and countryside, Minervis at work, danger of different kinds everywhere. Well, at least school had been fairly safe lately. I do believe you are all ready to take on the Zyethak, one of the most dangerous denizens of the Barrens, Balin said from the front of the class. Why ye? Alex screamed internally. The entire class went quiet at the mention of the word Zyethak. Alex, Thundar, Colic, and Isolde glanced at each other from where they were sitting side by side. Murmuring could be heard throughout the class. Since this class rarely had a lot of applicants, the classroom Balin used for the theory portion of Art of the Wizard in Combat II was definitely on the smaller side compared to Alex's other classes. The general look of the room was a cross between a hunting lodge, an anatomy laboratory, and a war room. Maps of distant lands with strategic points highlighted covered the walls, all listed the names of kingdoms and empires that had long fallen. Scores of books sat on bookshelves, each a treatise on battle wizardry or combat in general. From the ceiling hung the skeletal remains of a wyvern with its bony wings extended, and on the walls, skeletons of various monsters were mounted beside precisely drawn illustrations of the anatomy of monsters from the Barrens. Some of the diagrams were of creatures they'd fought, while some Alex had never seen before. They were seated along long tables and benches like in a hunting lodge, but the seats weren't made of the hard, roughly hewn woods like in a typical lodge. Instead, they were soft and cushioned in something that looked and felt like a cool moss. There was a far different atmosphere in this classroom compared to the small, plain one they'd occupied during the first semester. This one was a lot similar to the mixture of comfort and eccentricities found within Balin's office. Alex wondered if the switch to this room was something of an initiation, similar to the charm pendants that Balin had granted them. When considered together with this classroom, it almost made Alex feel like he'd become part of a secret, exclusive hunt club, or maybe Balin had decided to teach them in a regular room first, just so that they wouldn't be frightened off, almost like he was laying a trap. Alex shook his head, pulling himself out of his drifting thoughts. The Zyethak, he remembered the long, reptilian flying monster that Isolde had described when they'd wrangled the vent drinkers. Somehow, that seemed like a lifetime ago. From the way she'd talked about them, it had sounded like facing one would be way beyond their skill set for a long time. Isolde raised her hand. Chancel, she caught herself. Balin, isn't this a little premature? Not that I am questioning your judgment, of course. And why shouldn't you question my judgment? Balin cocked his horned head. I am your teacher, not your parent, and most of you are grown adults. If you do so respectfully, then of course I should expect to be questioned or even challenged. As for this being premature, the answer would be yes in some other years. He waved his hand over the class. I shall be blunt, as well as pay you a compliment. In all my years of teaching, your class is one of the most advanced and impressive classes of the Art of the Wizard in Combat I have had the good fortune of teaching. He gestured to a map of the Barrens. Usually by this point in the year, we would have lost several members of the group to the various monsters and hazards you would have faced, not killed most of the time but injured or otherwise unwilling to continue. In 1 year, I had the misfortune of only having one student remaining by this time, so we were forced to cancel the rest of the course for her safety. Really? Malcolm asked, glancing at Rhea and Shiny. Absolutely, Balin said proudly. In previous years, that one task alone of finding your orbs within the crevices often led to injuries or students dropping out. The mental damage that a haunt can inflict unnerves many, not to mention the physical injuries, both major and minor, of an encounter with the undead skeletons or the traps. He paused, looking directly at them while seeming to look through them. I remember one student who joined the course in his 4th year, a gifted young man with battle magic who'd heavily specialized in fireballs, explosions, and the like. But all of his training had taken a very narrow focus, tailored to fight on an open battlefield as a war mage. When attacked in a corridor, he found his main spells to be utterly useless. Of course, he possessed plenty of other useful magic, but since he'd specialized in none of it, he wasn't used to that sort of fighting and was pulled down and sadly, gravely injured. He shook his head. A lot of the fight went out of him then, which was a true shame, a very, very bright young man. In either case, his issue wasn't power, but rigidity. One can have the sharpest sword in the world, but if it is brittle, it will snap in half the first time it strikes a shield. While you all might not be the most powerful class I have ever taught, you have shown great flexibility. So what am I to do? The next practical lesson in the syllabus would have pitted you against Gorgers, 8-foot humanoids that bear the intelligence of Mupkaras, but Airwell, 8 feet tall. But they would not have provided you with much of a challenge. That sounds like it'd be a bloody challenge to me, Alex muttered beneath his breath. No, it would not, Colic scoffed. I dunno, you haven't been around when something too many feet tall goes on a wild rampage. He shuddered, remembering the golem. A golem is a lot more of a threat than the same sort of creature made out of flesh or bone, Alex. Think about it, Thundar is over 7 feet tall, is strong and uses spells. 8-foot creatures that are little smarter than beasts. We would chew through them like Brutus through his breakfast. Grimlock would probably eat half of them all by himself, Thundar whispered, leaning into the conversation. Actually, you're right, Alex said. Damn, now I kinda wanna see that. SHHH, Isolde shushed them. Sorry, all three of them whispered as one. My point being that Gorgers would be no challenge at all to you, Balin continued. It would be a waste of your time, as well as one of the opportunities you have to engage in good, challenging practice while in my class. And so, he gestured to the Zyathax skeleton. Instead, you shall battle one of the more dangerous monsters of the Barrens. You will be working together as a single group for this one. Zyathax are far too dangerous for even well-experienced wizards, and so would be far too dangerous to have you divided into small groups. Your task will not be an easy one, however. He made a grasping gesture with his hand, conjuring the image of what looked like a blue egg roughly the size of a human head. The challenge will be to defeat a nesting Zyathac and obtain an egg from its nest. It does not matter if you kill the Zyathac, drive it away, or incapacitate it, but you must face it and defeat it, while obtaining one of its eggs. His large hand spread open and the illusion of the egg hatched in his hand, and out of the image floated a lifelike map of an area of the Barrens. Oh, by the elements, Isolde muttered. That's a mana vent. SHHH, Alex shushed her in revenge for earlier, and Colic and Thundar snickered. Isolde stiffened and slowly turned toward them. All three of them were looking away by the time her death glare reached them. Isolde's concern was valid, though, his own petty vengeance aside. The mana vent would make things especially difficult for them when it came to approaching the nest. It looked like the nest lay at the top of a crooked tower of natural stone, rising just south of the mana vent. Approaching from the north would be impossible. Even approaching from another direction would still make things difficult once they got close to the vent. Granted, they were tougher than they used to be, more experienced. Likely they could tolerate the vent's effects better, but it still would be dangerous to get too close. Unlike in previous classes, Balin continued, I will teach you many of the Zyathax's capabilities before you face the creature. I said that you were a gifted class, but even experienced wizards can be devastated by an angered Zyathac if they do not know how to guard themselves. As such, you will go in prepared, heavily armed with knowledge, and whatever preparations you choose to make. He turned to the board and paused before turning back to the class. Above all else, remember this, a Zyathac is an incredibly dangerous beast, and is especially adept at killing creatures that are gifted with strong mana. That includes all of you and some of your entourages. With that in mind, make sure you go into this with an open mind and caution. Just because you have exceeded expectations so many times during this course does not mean that this will be easy. Be prepared, be vigilant, and make sure you have your affairs in order. You do not want to be distracted during this class. Alex thought about Minervus, about the research he'd done on the dungeon core and the construction of his own golem. There was a lot on his mind. He'd have to focus and clear it. Zyathacs are reptilian creatures that are very distantly related to dragons, pteranodons, and sea serpents. While they are not as ferocious as a dragon of their size, and most definitely not as strong or intelligent, they have abilities that make them more feared by wizards than many dragons are. Alex remembered Isolde talking about a Zyathax's mana disrupting cries and something about a lance. Balin floated up from his place at the front of the class and drew a staff from the air. He tapped the Zyathax's jagged, teeth-filled beak. A Zyathax's bite is deadly, strong enough to tear through leather and flesh and to crush bone. It can easily break most protective spells that any of you are capable of casting. Unless, of course, some of you aren't telling me something, like Malcolm's study of teleportation. In any case, I digress. Clack, clack. He next tapped the horn of the skeleton. A Zyathax's lance is a terrible thing. It is constantly surrounded by a field of force magic, which vibrates at an extraordinarily high and disruptive frequency. This not only protects the lance when it strikes something with it, but gives it devastating destructive capabilities. A Zyathax's lance can tear apart steel with ease, and its force coating allows it to break apart protective force spells like they were water. Alex felt his blood run cold, and he looked at Colic and Thundar. The Minotaur was starting to look worried, but the prince was focused. No hint of fear lay in his eyes. He only nodded as Balin continued to describe how the Zyathac could kill them in all kinds of nasty ways. Further, a Zyathac can fire a ray of force from its lance that has a range of roughly 50 to 60 feet. Balin conjured another illusion, showing a lifelike Zyathac firing a shimmering line of force that tore apart the illusion of a cliff face as though it were soggy bread. Alex glanced. I really think this thing might eat us. Like we could give it a good fight, but that lance'll turn us into bloody slush. Colic shook his head. Come now, think of the vent drinkers. They scatter when they are attacked and cornered, do they not? Perhaps they develop such a response to avoid this very force ray. I know large birds are a creature with that wingspan won't be able to turn quickly, most likely. If we spread out, we can cause it to struggle and hesitate in picking a target. Yeah, and then wait, Alex paused. If I throw in my forceball or hell, all of us conjure as many magical sustained spells as possible to distract it, then that should make it struggle for targets. He raised his hand. Balin, yes, Alex, the Chancellor paused. How smart are these things? Are we talking sentient smart, animal smart? They are sentient, Balin said. More so than a Mupkara, but they are dull-witted and slow of thought. They are also used to being very rarely challenged. There are stronger predators in the barrens, but the Zyathack's quick flight can outrace trained falconsan mana disrupting abilities, make them rarely challenged by other creatures. Speaking of which, he tapped the rib cage. The Zyathack has an organ between its lungs that can lace its cry with a mana disrupting ability. This can be very dangerous. To an unprepared or weak wizard, it can cause a mana reversal. It can be resisted by measure of will, mana manipulation, or by simply having a pool of mana too large for it to disrupt. But it is best and safest to avoid the attack altogether. It has a radius of approximately 50 feet. Alex muttered. A lot of its powers don't have the greatest range. That means it'd have to swoop low to get us. We could use that, Isolde whispered. That's within spell range and perhaps other tricks. As for its defensive abilities, Balin gestured to its bones, and Alex noticed cracks around the wings and rib cage. A Zyathack's scaly hide is tougher than plate armor, but its bones swell thick air hollow. A strong enough blunt force will greatly harm a Zyathack. Finally, a Zyathack is incredibly far-sighted. It can see for miles when soaring about the barrens, but within a certain distance he tapped the skull's eye holes. Objects turn hazy. Clap, rubbing his hands together, his staff was suddenly gone. Now let us break into a discussion of possible strategists, though many of you are already doing so. His goat-like eyes twinkled. Alex, Colic, Thundar, and Isolde startled, and he noticed several other members of the class startle as well. Clearly, they were also having discussions. He gave a guilty look to his cabal members and then settled in for the discussion. An uneasy feeling began to grow in him. This Zyathack was dangerous, very dangerous. It might be the most dangerous opponent Alex had ever faced. Even the Hive Queen didn't have a cry that could cause mana reversal by being too close. He thought about his experiments with the dungeon core, his secrets, and his worries. He thought about the golem's rampage again. He had wanted to show Balin he was as competent as possible, but what if he never got the chance? For that matter, there was Isolde and Thundar to think of too. Colic knew his secret and knew his capabilities. What if the other members of his cabal wanted him to do something the Mark wouldn't let him to do? His jaw twitched uncomfortably. He'd talk about this with Teresa soon, but it would have to be after his shift tonight. Teresa would be spending the evening with the Watchers of Roll, and she'd been getting awfully excited about something concerning that lately, though she'd been evasive about it. He shook his head. He could think about it after his shift, after he dealt with whatever Minervus might throw at him. Alex knew something was off as soon as he saw the workshop from down the street. For one thing, most of the staff were outside instead of in the building. Lager was talking with more of the city's investigators. He grimaced. Had there been more sabotage? His pace quickened as he headed toward the group and slipped through the crowd. When some of the staff saw him, they elbowed each other. Some grimaced. Carmen caught his eye, noticed her face was very pale, and slipped away from where she stood near Lager, meeting him before he reached the group. "Hey Carmen, what's happening?" he asked worriedly, eyeing the shop. "Is there something wrong? More news about the investigation?" "No," she said slowly. "Alexei, the investigators are probably going to ask you questions." "Questions?" Alex asked quickly, both worry and anger surging. Did Minervus try something else? Did he manage to find some way to implicate him in the sabotage? What sort of questions? "It's about Minervus," she said. At first, his anger surged, and he immediately anticipated that he was about to find out exactly what Minervus had done, but something in her tone gave him pause. A strange possibility began to occur to him. The next words out of Carmen's mouth shocked his body like ice. "Alex Minervus was found dead this morning," she finished. Dead? Alex blinked, his brain slowing down until it felt like he was trying to think through tar. "Are you serious? I wouldn't joke about something like that," Carmen said. "The investigators arrived about half an hour ago and have been asking all of us questions. Did it have something to do with the sabotage?" He glanced around, wondering if would-be attackers would suddenly jump out of the shadows. "No, it was the mana vampire." "What?" he gasped. "It seems he'd gone out to the countryside," she continued, her eyes dropping. "He was with his golems, and all that mana must have attracted it. The investigators said that the golems must have wounded the creature because 2 of them had blood on their clothes, but it still got past them, and you know." She inhaled deeply. "Apparently they found him because his flesh golems were rampaging through the area after he died." She shook her head. "By the gods, can you believe it? We were just working together. We fought the rampaging golem together, and now he's just gone. And now he's just gone." Something about those words struck a terror in Alex that went right into his bones. Just gone. One moment he'd been walking to the workshop for everything normal, and the next, he finds out that Minervus was just gone. No climactic finish that he saw, no hints, no nothing. Just dead out there in the countryside because a mana vampire got hungry. That could have been any of them. "Did they catch it?" Alex asked. "No," she said. "Lager asked and they told him that they'd hoped to use the golems to find it, but it was too late." How would they do that?" Alex asked. "The golems would have had a slight connection to Minervus mana, while the mana vampire was," she shuddered, "digesting it, since the filthy creatures leak mana for a bit after they feed. But by the time they could be subdued, it was too late. The connection was gone." Alex remembered first learning that when he'd fought the starving mana vampire on the Red Siren. His mind then shifted to the times Minervis had participated in Com 1000 with his class. Geez, that seems like a lifetime ago, he muttered. What was that? Carmen asked. Nothing, just remembering stuff about Minervis, he said. Were you too close? I know you were both students. No, I mean not, it's just he paused. He had actively disliked Minervis. Seeing him get fired or booted from the university would have put a nice, big smile on Alex's face. But dead, drained by an overgrown magic-hungry parasite, he winced at the thought. There was also another feeling there, a feeling of relief. He'd never have to worry about Minervis trying to ruin things for him at Shales ever again. With a deep breath, he acknowledged that thought and then pushed past it. The situation was complex. He couldn't say he'd mourn Minervis at all, and his position was safer now that the young man wouldn't be around anymore. But that didn't mean he celebrated his death, only that he was thankful that he was safer at work. A complex situation. Minervis had gone out to the countryside for some special food, from what he'd told him. Hadn't he said something about his family being into gourmet foods? Well, his family had lost a son. Alex didn't know what his mother or father were like, or if he had siblings or anything, but the family had just lost a son, one who'd managed to make it to his second year in the greatest university of wizardry in the world, and now his spirit was in death's grip and his body was just. Alex shook his head, yet none of that really changed how he personally felt about Minervis in life, and he didn't really know how to contextualize all of that. I understand, Carmen said suddenly. You don't want to talk about it. It's hard when someone even an acquaintances. Yeah, he said, realizing he'd just trailed off and never answered her question. All right, so what now? He asked. Right now, Lager's gruff voice came from close by. Alex started in surprise. The orc crafter and the investigators had approached them from the side, getting close without him realizing it. They hadn't been trying to be stealthy or anything. He just missed them. He was clearly rattled and had been deep in thought. Lager seemed to read it on his face in a heartbeat. Right, here's the deal. His voice sounded tinged with strain and a bit more gruff than usual. These investigators want to ask you a few questions, then you're both taking the week off. I'm taking the night myself, and don't worry about the orders. Taraka and Sim themselves are coming to take care of our share, and you'll receive your pay for the week. Use the time to do what you need to do. This work is finicky enough without the weight and shock of a colleague's death so heavy on your shoulders. Alex could only nod blankly as the investigators came to talk to him. An anxious feeling was growing in his belly. It was only when he was walking back down the street to catch a sky gondola that he realized what he was feeling. His emotions about the death were also mixed with a great, big helping of fear. He'd known the mana vampire was stalking the city and countryside for a while now, but it hadn't hit so close to home until now. Alex Roth wasn't the type to just fold up in terror at the thought of death. He wasn't going to let Minervis' death suddenly make him quit his job and seal himself up in his apartment until the mana vampire was caught. He was cautious by nature, but if he were the kind of person that utterly halted their life when death brushed past them, he would have completely given up when the fire took his parents. If he were that kind of person, then at the first sign of a silent spider, would have turned around and ran back to try and find safety in Thameland until the Ravena was destroyed. But this death. CLNK, Alex nearly jumped 3 feet in the air, and when his feet touched the cobblestones, his body tensed, ready to spring into action. He spun toward the source of the noise, but only saw a group of monster hunters emerging from an alleyway with lanterns in hand. They, oddly enough, were following a cat with glowing blue eyes that padded along the stones, searching around like a bloodhound. It paused, looking at Alex for a moment, then started off down the increasingly emptying street. The party of monster hunters continued following behind it. He calmed his thundering heart, then paused. In the quietness, a familiar voice drifted to him from above. Alex glanced up and saw a sky gondola floating just above the rooftops. It was at such an angle, he could see who was inside from where he stood in the street, and the familiar form of Lucia, the sky gondolier, met his eyes. She still had the same half-dead tone of voice, and he caught snippets of the routine speech that she seemed to give each time she got a client. Just an endless cycle. He thought back to the scar she'd shown them. Did she have a warning when she'd been injured? Was there anything she or anyone could have done to prevent it? Or was it one of life's sad accidents that people then had to spend their years cleaning up after? Caution was good, but sometimes if you had 5 flesh golems protecting you, and made clever, opportunistic decisions to advance yourself in life, none of that would matter when you ran into a mana vampire by chance on your way to get some food. He felt himself drifting closer and closer to a certain decision, one that his more cautious nature railed against. He felt the same as when he'd told Colic he was the fool. Only this time, his decision could carry far greater consequences. He sighed. I need to talk to someone about this before I do anything. Quickening his pace, he made for the sky pier. He needed to get back to campus. When he arrived at the insula, he found the apartment door locked. Tiptoeing inside revealed Brutus asleep on the floor, and a glance into Teresa and Selina's room revealed the small form of his little sister sound asleep. But no Teresa yet. He glanced over across the insula and saw that things were dark in Collick's apartment as well. Nothing for it but to wait then. Silently locking the apartment door, he crept back downstairs and took a seat at a stone table in the courtyard. Only a few others were there, a young couple who looked like they were finishing a very late supper lit by candles in the starlight above, and a studious young man muttering to himself as he squinted at a textbook. His table was lit by a far less romantic light source, a forceaball. Alex watched them for a few heartbeats, just going about their normal lives. Could they be the next Minervus? He shook away the dark thoughts. He sat alone far from either table and waited for his best friend to return from the watchers. Eventually, impatience built and his foot started tapping the ground, then his fingers the tabletop, and so he pulled out his notes on both his golem and the dungeon core. Conjuring his forceaball for light, he flipped through the notebooks, taking in all the work he'd already done on both projects and contemplating all the work that was left to do. Damn it, he muttered, imagining what would happen if he were suddenly killed. What would happen to all this work and where would it go? What would happen to Selina? With a sour feeling, he was reminded of the night he'd received the mark and was faced with that sense of being doomed. He realized that part of that feeling was a falsehood. Just because someone he knew had died at the hands of the mana vampire didn't mean he was going to be its next victim, or that he was even in any more danger than he had been before he'd learned about the death. But it had put things into perspective, just like the demon's attack had. Alex, he heard Teresa's voice from just outside the courtyard. Hey, he waved at her, quickly putting his notebooks away and crossing the stones to meet her. She was flushed and had a look of elation in her eyes mixed with confusion when she saw the look on his face. Her training in life enforcement was paying off. She was definitely more muscular than when she'd arrived in Generosity. The transformation wasn't as drastic as his, but then again, she'd already been in great condition when they arrived. He shook his head. He was distracting himself again. Did something go wrong? She asked. Teresa, can we go somewhere for a bit? He asked. I need to talk to you about something. She paused, watching his face. Okay, we can talk, sure. Is this you a private conversation? Yeah, he said, but I don't want to wake Selina up. Okay, come on then, we can go to this spot I know. Teresa led him from the insula and toward the university's main castle. Soon he saw a hill ahead with a single immense tree rising from the hilltop. It looked ancient and beautiful in its own way. He and Teresa sat down beneath it and he glanced around, seeing no sign of students or teachers close by at the late hour. In the far distance he saw a patrol of Watchers of Roll floating along on their stone discs. We won't be overheard here, she said, looking up fondly at the tree. This is where most of our life enforcement classes are held and there's always something soothing about this place. At least to me. She looked at Alex. What's happening? Anything with the priests? No, not that, but remember how Minervus tried to get me fired? Her expression soured. Yeah, what'd he do this time? Wait, don't tell me that's why you're here. No, he said quickly. I still have my job, it's just that Lager gave me and Carmen the week off cause, well, Minervus is dead. The mana vampire killed him. She froze, her eyes going wide. By the Traveler. I can't believe that when, this morning, he said. Gone just like that, so that got me thinking about something I wanted to talk over with you just to make sure my head is straight. What is it? He took a deep breath. I'm thinking about telling Balin. As in, no more waiting, no more preparing. As in, as soon as his office opens in the morning, I want to march up there with my notebooks. His jaw clenched. You never know what's going to happen, Teresa. So I'm thinking about telling him about me being the fool, about the dungeon core's remains. I'm thinking about telling him everything. Teresa's jaw dropped. Holy Alex, this is big. This is a big, big, big decision you're talking about here. I know, he said emphatically. I know, but you know what keeps going through my head? What? She whispered. What happens if? Wait, lower your voice, she said quickly, glancing around. Yeah, I can see why, she said. So what were you saying? Right, he grunted, getting back on track. All I keep thinking about is what happens if that's me next time. What if that golem had got me when it went berserk? Or what if I come across the mana vampire? Alex, she said quickly. I'm worried about it too, but just because it killed Minervus doesn't mean it's going to get you. If it got him in the countryside, that means there's probably no connection between it and you. She grimaced. The poor bastard just got unlucky. True, and I thought that too, he said. But just say for a moment that it does happen. Her jaw tightened. I'd make it wish it never crawled into this world. And I'm sure I'd appreciate that, he said with a weak smile. I'd be cheering you on from the afterlife, chanting bloody vengeance the entire time. Hell, I might even become a ghost just so I could have a front row seat, but that's beside the point. He paused, searching through his rushing thoughts. Anything could happen, and then what? What if my secret comes out? After hiding it from everyone I know, what if it comes out I was the fool anyway? Okay, she nodded. So you're worried something might happen to you, Uldar forbid it, and then you never would have told Balin, who's someone you wanted to eventually tell. All that would be left unfinished once you, she grimaced. died, so what would be the consequences if you didn't tell him? What do you mean? He asked. Well, she glanced up at the tree again. My professor says that sometimes our minds can sort off-build realities for us. If we think the world is shit, then it will be shit to us. That kind of thing, we have to clear our minds and try to see the world as it is when we're engaging in life enforcement, or we could slow down, or completely mess up our cultivation. So what we're supposed to do is see the world for what it is and what it might be, according to her. He blinked. The Teresa from 6 months ago would have had some advice for him in any important situation, but here she was quoting her professor like a philosophy student. As much as she'd changed in all kinds of ways too. Right, he said slowly. So you're saying because I'm kind of panicked, I could be seeing things like it'll be the end of the world unless I do something drastic. Right, she said. And I'm not saying you're wrong, I just think we should think through what happens if you don't tell him, and then one of those scenarios does happen to you. Well, for one thing, Thamelin's history books sure won't look too fondly on a dead fool who ran from his holy duties with dungeon core remains in his possession. That's going to look real bad, and it might even come back on you and Selena and ruin your lives. He shook his head. But I'm also scared that if I tell Balin, then that could happen anyway. Listen, Professor Jules once told me that the reason I was getting so much attention and help from her was because I was excelling in her class. I know that Balin and I do get along, but how far is that going to extend? What would be in it for him if he went against Thameland, if they sent a bunch of soldiers here to come and take me? Being a hero of Thameland means I'm already a target of monsters. Now that things are so bad back home, I'm pretty sure some people basically consider me to be a deserter. Yeah, she grunted. I guess being branded by our god kind of counts as being conscripted into the fight. Exactly, which basically makes me a criminal. Would Balin stop a criminal from being arrested? Alex thought about the Chancellor's idiosyncrasies and his focus on advancing students and wizardry. I dunno, maybe he might. Maybe not if I was a murderer though, but I dunno, Balin's from a different time. Anyway, my point is he might keep me safe here if he still thinks I've got potential. But my spellcraft could give him doubts since my mark makes it so that I'm slower with some parts of it since the fool tries to interfere so much. Really, what about all that spell modification stuff you talk about? She said. Isolde can do that too, but I should. Right, she nodded, and you saw what he did to that demon that put students in danger. He winced. Well, he probably wouldn't freeze my limbs and shatter them. Alex paused, remembering the skulls on Balin's shelves. Probably, she said, frowning as she thought about all of it. Probably. Probablys and mights, what do you mean? Well, everything you're thinking about is based on what might happen. What happens if Balin thinks you're a danger? What happens if the mana vampire gets you? You didn't want to tell Balin before because you didn't want him to think that maybe you were the one who summoned the demon because you had reasons for not wanting priests on campus. That's a maybe. There's a lot of possibilities to consider. She paused. Do you trust me? With my life, the words left his mouth without a moment of hesitation. Do you trust Selena? Absolutely. She's smart and brave and hell. She's going to be an incredible woman when she grows up. She's not one to go around telling tales if you ask her not to. Do you trust my parents? Again, with my life. And you trust Colic? Yes, he said. Colic's got honor and he's brave, and I know his secret too, he added silently. He hoped one day that the prince would trust Teresa enough to tell her, or at least the other Cabal members. He really wanted someone to talk about how crazy it was that he was actually hanging out with a prince. But what's your point? Alex asked. My point is that sometimes you live in your head. She reached over and gently cupped the side of his head with her hand. He could feel the calluses from her swordplay. You try to think of every factor and every angling that's good. It's what makes you you. But what do we all have in common? I just named everyone that knows you're the fool. Put aside every thought and plan and think about why you told me. He froze. Because I trust all of you. Yes, she said. That's what it comes down to. I hunt alone with Brutus not because he's a Cerberus or is deadly or anything like that. That's all true, but what's important is that I trust him. He trusts me too. He likes you more now because he trusts you. I follow Professor Kabat-Zinn's instructions because I trust her. It's trust, Alex. So what I have to ask you is this. She looked at him closely. Do you trust Balin? Alex paused, thinking about it deeply. Do you trust him? No, don't ask me. It has to be you that trusts him. And I value your opinion, Teresa. I want to know what you think too, he said. She paused, deep in thought. I don't know what he'll do with this information. I mean, neither of us can know. But honestly, she paused. Look at Rain from class. You said that he was basically useless during your test, right? Him, and she winced. My nervous. And Balin is still giving him a chance in class. He keeps us safe during tests and always watches over us. Like I said, I don't know what that means in terms of him supporting you or not, but I'd trust him with a lot of things. And we already trust him with our lives every time we go into the Barrens. Right, Alex said, recalling some of his and the Chancellor's interactions. He thought about when Balin had supported him, when he'd told the ancient wizard about his parents. He could be terrifying but almost grandfatherly at times. He had no love for the gods and... Alex paused, shaking his head. He was doing it again, thinking, supposing, trying to logic his way through the situation. He took a deep breath and cleared his thoughts, looking not into his mind alone but into his heart. Do I trust Balin? Alex thought on that question for a time, and then remembered Balin's reaction to Selena and her fire affinity. Yeah, I think I do trust him, he said while acknowledging that he was still afraid. But then, he'd been afraid when he was about to tell Colic too. For better or for worse, I do trust him. Then we agree. All right, Teresa stood up. Wait now, Alex balked, looking up at the moon. You mean go and tell him right now? No, because he's probably asleep, she said, preparing to make her way down the hill. If he does sleep, that is. But first thing in the morning, since you're serious about telling him as soon as you can, which means that you're going to need your sleep. It'll be a big day and we might have to make a lot of decisions after you tell him. Yeah, right, Alex said, getting up after her. Hey, Teresa, yeah. She turned and looked back at him, and in that moment, he was struck by how the moonlight fell on her dark hair. Him and her when he told her, and he'd tell her soon. He reached out and took her hand. Seriously, this means like a lot. Hey, we're here for each other, right? Her smile lit up her face. Now, come on, let's get back before we fall asleep under this tree. Holding her hand, Alex didn't think he would have minded that at all. Sleep had come surprisingly fast when he went to bed. He'd thought that since his body was used to being awake, and at work at that time of night he'd have trouble falling asleep, but he'd been so emotionally exhausted that he'd passed right out as soon as he hit his bed. It was early when Alex woke up, determined to get his day started. As he washed up and got ready, he mentally checked himself. His heart was beating fast. He could hear it pounding in his ears. He was sweating. He felt cold. Either he was getting a freak cold out of nowhere, would be just the way, getting sick, bedridden, and not able to tell Baliner he was anxious. He swallowed and began moving faster. Alex was already so nervous that he knew he'd better get to the Chancellor's office before he talked himself out of going. He finished getting ready and gathered all the notes from his analysis. He also gathered the rest of the Dungeon Core's remains and the book the Traveler was holding in her cave. In his time in Generosity, he still hadn't found a single reference to her language. Alex packed everything up, then took one last look around his apartment. Brutus, Selena, and Teresa were still deep in sleep. He gave them all a silent wave before stepping out the door. What meetings all day? Alex asked in shock, staring at a sign on Balin's door. Yes, I'm afraid so, said a voice. Alex startled and turned to find a grad student he hadn't met before carrying papers. The elvish woman's hands were full and more stacks of papers were supported on a force disk behind her. Do you know when he'll be back? He asked nervously. Or is he teaching classes today? Alex thought he might be able to try and catch him at the end of a class. I don't know the Chancellor's exact schedule, she said, but he doesn't teach many classes, and if he does come back, it won't likely be to see students. He has a lot to do today. She winced. A lot. Alex froze. That was right. Nervous. The school no doubt had received news that one of their students had been killed. Of course, there'd be a lot for the Chancellor to do today. But you say he might be back, he asked. She shrugged. When he gets this busy, sometimes he returns to his office to do some extra work. You could try again later if you want. She raised an eyebrow. You're really going to wait there? This is important, he said. I'll wait as long as I can. She gave him an odd look. Good luck, I guess. He watched her walk down the hall and settled in for the wait. The day passed at a crawl, which to Alex felt like weeks. Professors and graduate students passed him, sometimes ignoring him, sometimes asking how he was. Several of them told him to come back tomorrow, but he refused, thanking them for their concern and determinedly continuing his wait. His stomach growled loudly in the empty hallway, and he soon began to regret not packing a lunch, snacks, or maybe even supper. Maybe he could just run down to one of the eateries and grab a quarter of a quail or some bread real quick. He stood up and stretched, thinking about going to the lab too. But how would he know if Balin showed up and then left if he was gone? No, I'll have to tough it out. I can't take that chance. I don't want to walk away from here, he thought. And next thing you know, a bunch of stupid bullshit comes up, and then I don't get the chance to tell him, or I lose the nerve, or something really bad happens. And so he sat back down and continued to wait, watching the sun slowly drift across the sky through some of the nearby windows until it was the orange of evening. Professors were starting to pack up for the day and head to the stairs to make for home. Yet Alex still continued waiting. Ah shit, he thought. I never got the chance to tell Selena what I was doing. I guess Terese'll tell her where I am and that I'm okay. Maybe. Alex felt a surge of mana. Click, kriak. He nearly flew up as the door beside him suddenly swung open. He looked up to see the towering, horned form of Balin looking down at him with his piercing, goat-like eyes from the doorway. Alex, Balin glanced up at the evening sky. How long have you been here? All day. He quickly scrambled to his feet. Relief and disappointment went through him at the same time. Relief at finally seeing the Chancellor, but disappointment at, well, finally seeing the Chancellor. A part of him had been wavering between hoping that Balin wouldn't show up today and wanting him to. Truly, Balin said, truly. Well, I can't say I'm too surprised you worked with young Minervis, did you not? Here, come in, come in. Again, the door seemed to click with finality when it closed behind Alex. Yeah, actually, he said. But he glanced around nervously. He was starting to sweat again. But that's not exactly what I wanted to talk about. I know it's late, and I'm sorry to take up more of your time, but I really, really needed to tell you something as soon as possible. Balin paused in silence for a few moments, then looked at the massive stacks of paperwork covering his desk. He waved his hand over them, spoke a single word, and Alex felt the magic circuits for the teleportation magic form, sweeping the papers away. The Chancellor then leaned back against the now free desk. Normally, I would say it would be best for both of us if it waited until morning, but I can see a desperation in you. It appears that something urgent is bothering you. So tell me, what is it that has you so troubled tonight? Alex froze as panic surged through his body. This was it. No going back now. Gulping, he pulled his notebooks from his bag with shaking hands. Balin in Thameland we have, he paused, taking a deep breath. If I don't just spit it out now, I never will. Even if I have to explain it all later, I received something called the. He forced the words from his lips even as his gaze dropped to his feet. I'm one of Uldar's 5 marked heroes, meant to defend Thameland against the Ravena, and I came to Generossi instead. Alex waited, taking a deep, shaky breath, then slowly looked up to see the Chancellor's reaction. Balin was as still as a statue, seeming like a flesh-colored gargoyle that someone had draped rich robes over. He wasn't breathing, and in a moment of wild imagination Alex thought he might have somehow died right before his confession. Then he saw the Chancellor's eyes. They were moving, as though rapidly reading something in the air that Alex couldn't see. I see, Balin finally said, his tone unreadable. I see. Perhaps you would like a seat. Yeah, that would be great, Alex said, quickly going to sit down at the desk. The suspense was killing him, but try as he might, he couldn't read what the Chancellor was feeling or thinking. Balin rounded his desk and sat, with one large hand stroking his beard. He stayed in silent thought for another long moment before looking directly at Alex. The ancient wizard nodded to himself. I see. Death has caressed a life near you once again, and shifted your perspective. Is this not why you are sharing now? Alex froze, feeling as though once Aginth Chancellor had seen right through him. Yeah, you're right. Itai wanted not to do it, and I wanted to do some other stuff. He waved his notebooks, which Balin watched with curiosity, and I but my nervous. He realized he was still trembling. Here, Balin said, THMP. The warmth and tart sweetness of the drink helped. So what happens to me now? Now, Balin said. We chat about it for a bit now, then I shall get back to work. You will go get a meal, go home and get some sleep because you look exhausted, and then we shall chat more in the upcoming days. Really? Alex stammered. Balin cocked his head. Of course we will need to speak of this at length, and I doubt that a quick discussion at the end of a very long work day would be sufficient, but I can see this is urgent, so we will speak some now, and that will let me formulate what we shall need to discuss and do later. A stab of guilt went through Alex. It was the end of a very long workday for Balin. On top of his regular duties, he was likely dealing with the aftermath of Minerva's death, mana vampire problems, and the ongoing hunt for whoever summoned the demon. Alex knew that if he had to deal with all that, he would have about as much ability to think at the end of the day as a plate of fried eggs. He appreciated the Chancellor taking some of his time to talk to him tonight, in spite of everything he had to do, and he was really hoping the conversation wouldn't end with him being told that the Watchers of Roll were on their way to remove him from campus. I'll answer all of your questions, Alex said. Balin nodded. Am I to understand that your Thamash brethren would be searching for you? Alex paused. Already they were going into one of the topics he feared most. Yes, that's right. Our priests, that's to say the priests of Uldarcan, apparently sense any of the heroes when they get close. Their holy symbols begin to sing, like a choir. Apparently. Balin raised an eyebrow. HMPH, singing holy symbols Havri deific. And have any priests discovered you here in Generossi? No, Alex said. I see. One of the books on the lower floors of our library describes a certain divine ward placed upon your realm to stop both monsters of your Ravena and heroes from leaving. How did you get past this ward? Alex gulped, reached into his bag and pulled out the book that the traveler had clutched in her hands. Thiswell, have you heard of the Cave of the Traveler in Thameland? Yes, one of the professors in the Department of Conjuration brought it up at a conference earlier this year as a point of potential study. He thumbed his beard. So you crossed into the cave and materialized in Generossi? No. Alex shook his head. In the Rainian Empire. Then I took a ship to get here. There's more. There was a dungeon and well. It's a lot to explain, but I'll try and make it quick, Alex said. He jumped into an abridged recounting of how he, Teresa, Selena, and Brutus journeyed from Ulrich, met the Chosen, and fought the silent spiders in the Cave of the Traveler. He told him about the dungeon core and how he'd broken it. Hold now. Balin raised a hand. You said that you were able to control this dungeon core. You caused it to change terrain. He paused, his eyes turning distant and seeming to look at something that Alex couldn't see. Nothing in the original research mentioned this, at least that I can currently recall. There's nothing about it in our history either, Alex said. From the legends, it should be impossible, completely impossible. But a lot of things don't make sense about the Ravena and the Fool, at least as far as I know. Yes, indeed, which brings me to a further question. The Chancellor was examining him closely now. He snapped his fingers and a massive book appeared, floating in the air. A quill hovering above it dipped into an inkwell on Balin's desk, then began rapidly scratching a note into the book. I have read about the marks, including and my predecessor has met one of your sages, but you have lived experience, so please, correct me if my understanding is incorrect. In searching my memories of Thamelin's lore of the heroes I recalled that this mark hinders your spellcraft, ability to fight, and any chance to pursue divinities. Is that not correct? Yes, Alex said, I see, and this limitation. A sour note entered Balin's voice, and Alex's heartbeat quickened. Was that sour note sympathetic? Was it against Uldar, or was it against him? Placed on you by your god should, according to what I know of the mark, completely preclude you from studying here at Generosity. So how is it that you are here and, studying? Well, it seems I don't know how to describe it. There's some loopholes in the mark's hindrance, and even some ways to push through it. He then explained his experiments with the mark and what he'd done to come as far as he had in wizardry. I see. Balin continued to seemingly look right through him. SCRTCH. SCRTCH. The pen kept scratching away in the book. Alex gulped, noticing something about Balin. As the evening went on, the darkness deepened in the room, and now and then, Balin's eyes caught the receding light and seemed to flash like a cat's or Brutus in the dark. They flashed red. Ah, it is getting dark in here, is it not? The Chancellor said, and far from being increasingly exhausted, seemed to be growing more fascinated and energetic as Alex continued his story. Here, let me fix that. With a snap of his fingers, Balin conjured a roaring flame in a massive fireplace that Alex was half convinced he'd never seen before. Yet there it sat in the corner of the office as though it had always been there. Alex told himself he must have missed it, but then again the university had moving benches. A fireplace that just appeared on command in the Chancellor's office would be easy to believe. That brings me to another question. Why Art of the Wizard in Combat? He asked. It would seem that with the cell limitations, it would have likely been the worst course in all of Generosity for you to partake in. Oh no way, Alex said. I'm pretty sure that course would be battle magic, spells that directly attack kind of double the mark's interference since it's both combat and spellcraft. SCRTCH. SCRTCH. The quill wrote faster. I see, but still the Art of the Wizard in Combat puts you in great danger and forces you to face foes. Why take it at all? Balin frowned. Was it due to it being the Chancellor's course? Okay, this is a bit awkward. Alex scratched his head, his mind suddenly pointing out that he hadn't cut his hair in 6 months. So I actually had no idea that you were the Chancellor until the assembly where you announced investigating that potion explosion. Alex wasn't sure, but he thought that the Chancellor looked pleasantly surprised. I see. Then why? Well, it seemed like the perfect course for me. It would teach me how to fight using all my resources, mind, and ability to adapt to win a fight and defend myself without having to hit anyone. Like after getting attacked by those monsters in the cave that the dungeon core spawned, and that mana vampire on the ship I took to come here, I figured I could use a course like that since the mark doesn't let me just punch or kick my way out of bad situations. Especially if, like I know, there's some kind of interest in keeping it quiet that dungeon cores can be controlled by people. The quill continued to write. Well, I can certainly say that such a discovery did not exist in Generosity's past research on dungeon core. Remains likely if that information were known, our potions department and other alchemical divisions would have been clamoring to get to Thameland and source more samples hundreds of years ago. And is this all you found out about it? Alex winced. No, I kinda sorta have been doing some of my own research on the dungeon core remains. Balin's eyebrows went up. Truly, on your own? Kind of, Alex said nervously. He presented Balin with the notes on his dungeon core analysis. I've had some extra projects for Professor Jules' class. During some of those, it did some analysis on the remains. A pause. She would not be amused by that, Balin said flatly. I know, Alex said. But I really thought if I could analyze it, then I might be able to come up with something that could help my friends, family, and kingdom. But like with all the stuff I already found out by Uldar, how do I put this? He paused, thinking about how to phrase it. I don't mean to offend you or anyone at Generosity, but I didn't know who I could trust. It may be you have to be Thamesh to understand, but the Ravena is our great enemy, the biggest. We've had different wars with different realms in our history, some rebellions and a really bad civil war, but those are all like potatoes. Finding out what I did was huge. It would be like finding out that demons were originally supposed to be pets for mortals or something. It all seemed impossible to me, like all of our history is just wrong on the Ravena and stuff. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts again, and then I came here. And I didn't know if people would say that the mark would mean I was a danger to the university, or that I was just too hindered by it to succeed at Generosity, and that I should go back to Thameland. I didn't know who might want the priests to know, but I wanted to get the research done, and then find a way to present it. Alex rose up in his chair and rotated his wrists, continuing to try and get his thoughts out. I thought that maybe if I came to you with as much of the analysis that I could do, then maybe you would see more value in it, and I gotta admit me. There's also useful properties in it, and so you examined an unknown substance right under the nose of your alchemy professor, Balin said, and his words made Alex wince. The Chancellor was squinting at the analysis Alex had written in his notebooks. The floating quill was writing very, very fast now. And if I'm not mistaken, then the authorities and priesthood of Thamelin should still be searching for you. Yes, Alex said, his mind imagining Balin suddenly throwing him out of his office for putting the school in danger. A classmate from Thamelin said that they were looking for the foolets why I've been avoiding the priests, and I'm very glad that you keep them off the campus. Truly, that is quite the boon to you. Balin nodded, glancing at Alex's golem notes and the Book of the Traveler with an almost hungry gleam in his eye. Might I assume those are for me to examine as well? Go right ahead, Alex said. The Chancellor took both the notes on his golem crafting process and the Traveler's book, going over them in detail. For a time, it was like he had forgotten Alex was even in the room. He silently read both books at the same time, first giving most of his attention to Alex's notes on his golem crafting process, and then turning his attention to the Traveler's book. Well, this is interesting, Balin said. What's it say? Alex leaned in, also afire with curiosity. That is the interesting part. I haven't the foggiest clue. The Chancellor gently closed the book. Oh, Alex said, trying to hide his disappointment. Balin gave him a pointed look. I know many languages, Alex. Many languages, but this thighs I have no experience with. I must say, I have not seen anything similar to it before, he said, looking at the book almost like a child that had found a new toy. A member of my cabal might have, but... The goatman paused, then turned back to Alex, placing his hands on the desk and lacing his fingers together. He let go of both books, and they neatly closed and stacked themselves near Alex. Apologies, back to the point. Let me sum up. He began to list things on his fingers. You are a chosen hero by your god, meant to combat a menace to your kingdom. Your power gained for this duty is not useful for direct combat with enemies. You uncovered aspects of your history that seemed false, made a discovery about dungeon cores that shook your understanding of your kingdom's conflict, continued your studies here because it seems you truly wanted to be here. Absolutely, Alex nodded vigorously. And you anticipate trouble coming for you due to your role, and so you decided to secretly research and expand on your discoveries. Do I have all of that correct? Yes, that sums it up, Alex said. It was a more abridged version of the story he'd told Colic, but Balin had neatly summarized the points. I see, Balin nodded. Well, I suppose this entire conversation must be making you very nervous. And I congratulate you on your courage in coming to me with this, even if it was caused by recent tragedies. It's clear you had a lot on your young mind. He tapped his fingers on his desk. Unfortunately, I cannot wave a magic wand and fix all of your problems if that's what you're hoping for. It's not, Alex said. So what are you going to do? Before I speak on that, Balin leaned forward in his chair, watching Alex closely. Who else knows of this? Just Colic, their her parents and my sister, Selena, he said. No one else has found out, and the only other person I've told is you. Good, very good, the Chancellor said. Sharing secrets with those you know and those that you have invested your trust in is good, but each time you share a secret, you greatly increase the risk that it will be shared again. Do you wish to tell anyone else? Isolde and Thunder are in a cabal with me. Yes, they would deserve to know. I would advise you not to share it beyond that. Alex paused. Okay, but am I going to be kicked out? Oh my no, Balin said. Absolutely not. You are not going to be kicked out. I am not going to return you to Thamelin against your will, and I am not going to sanction you. But what about danger because of my mark? Alex asked. I will be blunt, if I had discovered this after some dire consequence had occurred such as an attack on the school, we would be partaking in a very different conversation, Alex. But you came to me with this by your own will. It is, in a sense, unfortunate that you did not feel that you could trust me or other members of the staff with this knowledge earlier, but it is also understandable. You are also not the first to study at Generosity with secrets chasing them. Oh, Alex asked. Absolutely not, Balin said with a wistful note in his voice. I have had students who have come here after fleeing bad marriages. I have had students that were considered criminals in their homeland for unnatural acts in their pursuit of magic. There obviously will always be those attending who have secrets that they will never divulge. Everyone's life is not an open book. I have also had students that were refugees from different planes of existence. He broke into a nostalgic chuckle. 300 years ago, there was one student who was actually a young dragon that decided to take the form of a human in order to learn about their own natural magic. Ooh man, I wish I had gone to school with them, Alex said. Those were interesting times, but most times are, depending on where you look. The point is, you are far from the first to study at Generosity with dire secrets following in your wake. Besides, wizardry is dangerous. If I sought to make the university completely safe, I would need to board it up, or perhaps dedicate it to the study of gardening, but then again, one can even injure oneself when hauling dirt. He shrugged. Now, what might be grounds for punishment would be your smuggling this dungeon core substance into a school lab and experimenting on it without permission. Balin pointed to Alex's notebook. As a matter of fact, the only reason why. I am not writing a note to myself to call Vernia. It took Alex a moment to remember that was Professor Jules' first name. First thing in the morning is because I see from your notes that you were methodical, used safety equipment, and did not engage in any analysis that would likely trigger dangerous reactions. You did break procedures, but you did soothly enough in a safe manner. But let me be clear, Alex. A note of iron entered his voice. You did, in fact, betray your professor's trust. You earned her trust through your responsible actions, and then you betrayed it by going behind her back. Alex winced. Why, yeah. Guilt tore at him. He liked Professor Jules a lot. He still didn't trust her on the same level as he trusted Balin, though. She was in second place out of all of the professors he'd had, but he hadn't quite contextualized what he'd done in her lab as going against her trust until now. He'd just been utterly focused on trying to uncover the dungeon core secrets in a way that didn't risk exposing himself or his loved ones. Now I feel a bit gross, he said, looking down. Balin continued to look at him pointedly. I can understand the desperation that lay in those actions, and I also understand that while you are a grown adult, you are a young adult. You also have had quite the responsibility placed upon you by your deity and have tried to do what you could. I think that and that Lightai can understand why you did what you did. He sighed. And I will admit, a lot of advances in wizardry are the result of a researcher flaunting safety and assuming risk, especially in the past. And let us just say that when one produces results, others are less likely to find fault with them as long as the data they have generated can be trusted. In many places in the world, wizards still raid each other's towers with small armies of summoned minions, constructs, and mercenaries to kill a rival and take their research or discoveries. He shook his head. If the conqueror then expands on those discoveries and shares them with other wizards, there usually are not many crying for them to face justice. They're actually often looked upon as heroes. A note of steel entered his voice. We wizards can be terrible sometimes, but let us return to you. Let me be quite clear, all of your sneaking around laboratories ends immediately. You will swear to me here and now that you will never again use school equipment and lab space to engage in such activities without permission. Free research is for when you have demonstrated skill and sense, or for when you possess your own laboratory to potentially blow yourself up in, preferably away from others. If I so much as catch a whiff that you are acting on your own in my school, then the punishment will be dire. Am I understood? The Chancellor hadn't raised his voice or made a single aggressive movement, but Alex squirmed in his chair. Yeah, I won't, and I'm sorry, I was just while I was trying to do my best. You were, and now you have been shown your mistakes, and now you will do better. Yeah, got it, Alex said, though part of him was a little disappointed he couldn't complete his analysis. Does that mean you want the notes and the dungeon core remains? What? Balin blinked. Oh my no, I am no thief anymore, he laughed. I come from very different times. The dungeon core remains and this research area as far as I can tell your private property. I could ask for reimbursement for the tiny amount of solvent and the moss you used in your analysis, but those few gold pieces the school would receive would just be petty for me to demand them. Keep what you have, if anything. He took up Alex's notebook again, flipping through it. Make sure you do not lose it. Are you sure these are the correct results from your analysis? He squinted. I see all the calculations are correct, but is this truly what you discovered about the dungeon core? No lies, no attempting to inflate results. No, Alex said. I might have done it secretly, but I did do it properly. Then you might be on the cusp of a very, very important discovery, one definitely not seen in previous research, Balin said. Most of the devices you used for your analysis simply did not exist the last time dungeon cores were examined here in Generossi. Are you curious as to what those studies found? Absolutely. Alex's eyes lit up as he leaned forward. The research indicated that the dungeon core was composed of several different mana compounds and had high mana conductivity, though not anywhere near as precisely indicated here. The researchers of the time suffered due to the equipment available in their day. There is a book deep in the librarion of the floors that contains 6-tier spelson, the topic of how magical items can be crafted from dungeon core remains. But the aspect of the dungeon core that is similar to chaos essence was undiscovered, nor was the sheer level of mana conductivity it is capable of. He shook his head. Vernia would be salivating over this. It could catapult Golmcraft forward by 200 years or more. Not to mention the other items that could be made from this substance, he said, stroking his beard. Rather than simply infusing the substance to create items that hold magic, if it was used for more complex devices, my goodness. It seems to me that alchemy in general could advance greatly with this material, and other disciplines of wizardry would most certainly follow. A note of excitement had entered his voice, one that Alex found contagious, and the fact that few know of this substance is fortuitous. Your heroes have been battling the Ravena for some time. it would not be far-fetched to say that dungeon core remains could have made their way to Generossi by any number of means. He tapped his fingers on the notebook. This thighs will require further investigation, perhaps even. His eyes shot to Alex. I will admit, if you had come to me with this 6 months ago, I likely would have taken this far less seriously. But you know what you're doing, and you're how poorly named, my goodness. Uldar seemed to have helped you gain the skill to complete this analysis. We get half-cocked students claiming that they have discovered the next leap forward in magic, too often to count, but this is backed by good, hard work. You're welcome. Now, Balin leaned forward. Do you want to continue down this road of discovery? You could leave the remains with me and be compensated for them. What you have generated is interesting enough for me to pursue myself, or even if I chose to step away, I could think of at least 3 professors who would be interested in pursuing the potentials in this discovery. You could be free of this and continue studying in anonymity, but I shall argue that it would be in your best interest to go with another option. He tapped the book. I propose that I take point on the research, and you and I work together. Depending on what is discovered in the future, if you choose to disregard anonymity, then you could place your name on any resulting paper that is published. This could lead to scholarships, research grants, and more. If this yields the sort of fruit I anticipate it will, then you will have a guaranteed future at Generossi, provided that you continue performing as you don't no longer go renegade with school materials. Alex froze, considering his options for a moment. In a way, the first option was tempting. He could at last get what he'd first wanted when he'd received the mark, complete anonymity, and the ability to study as just another student of wizardry at Generossi. Yet he realized he was finding the very idea of that distasteful. He wanted to continue along the path he had started down, especially if Balin would be accompanying him on that path and greatly increasing his own safety. Ignoring the dungeon core's mysteries now would not solve his other problems. There was still the question of previous fools to consider. There had been no record of them being useful, and if he walked away from research into the dungeon cores, the Ravena, and the past, then he'd be foregoing potential information that could help him figure out what was going on with his mark. Besides, he was still one of Thamelin's heroes. Even if he hid away from all research into his kingdom's great enemy, that didn't mean he would be out of danger. It just meant that he might have less information to see it coming. I'd like to walk with you on this, Balin, Alex said. I want to finish this. I just want to make sure my sister and my friend are safe. He paused. And my cabal too. Balin laughed darkly. I cannot guarantee safety, Alex. No one can. If I could, then there would never be any unwanted incidents at Generossi ever again. But I do believe you will be safer working with me. Then I'm all in, Alex said enthusiastically. If this is going to help my kingdom, me, my family, and Generossi, then I want to walk the walk. Excellent. Balin grinned widely. Here I was thinking that this conversation would be one more issue to deal with, and instead, I find you come with a new path of wizardry to explore. How good it is that I came back to my office. He waved a hand in the air, conjuring a key made of shining silver metal. I keep a few laboratories, including some on campus for students under my personal guidance. I propose we use one to continue this work together, and when I am needed elsewhere for you to continue to work on the project. I shall give you a key of your own later, on the express condition that you report to me everything that you will be using that laboratory for, and make detailed reports as detailed as in these. He indicated Alex's 2 notebooks. About your activities. I have magical aids in the cell that can provide both you and myself with safety and aid if needed. What, really? Alex asked. Indeed, Balin said. We will walk this road together, but again, I am no supervising grad student that you can slip past. If you go beyond what I have given permission for, I will know. Why, yeah, Alex said. I'm sure you will, and for what it's worth, things are a bit different now. Like a lot less desperate. I don't think I'll go behind your back and behind Professor Jules' back again. I know those words might not mean much considering what I did, but I won't. Not again. Balin stared at him for a time, seeming again to look right through him. Alex might get used to that gaze eventually, but this would not be the day. I believe you are sincere. I will tell Professor Jules that we shall be working together on a project in alchemy. It might help you in her class as well. A stab of guilt went through Alex. Will you tell her that I was analyzing the dungeon core? Balin shook his head. Nothing ill came of it, so I will leave that decision to you. It is your act, and you are an adult. If you choose to share one day, you can but know that she will likely be very displeased with you. Alex gulped. I understand. He filed the secret away, storing it deep in his mind like the memory of the time he'd gotten away with stealing cookies from his mother's kitchen when she'd thought that his father had simply taken a few. Still, he might tell Professor Jules later. A lot later. Like maybe when he was 40 or 50 years old. For now, he'd just have to focus on making it up to her by being really, really dedicated to procedure for the rest of the time he was with her. Maybe do something for her and the grad students by the end of the year as well. He shook those thoughts from his mind. Something else was occurring to him. The golem. He'd been looking for a way to power it, and now the most powerful wizard in Generossi was going to work with him. Balin, that golem design, Alex said. Would it be possible if you might know, kinda help me power it up for the first time? I figure the mana it would take would be something like 5 minutes of mana production for someone like you. Balin flipped open Alex's notes on the golem once more. I am afraid I shall not help you in that regard. Alex gulped. Would he stop him from building the golem? Was he going to say it would be too dangerous, too beyond his ability? Would he make him take the substance out of his calculations? He wouldn't need to use all of it for the golem chorizo. Now what? Balin held up a hand as though to calm Alex's thoughts. Fear not, I do not refuse in order to stop you. I refuse in order to aid your learning. My learning? Alex asked. To be blunt, I think if I were to help you power it now, then that would rob you of some very, very valuable learning. Balin flipped the pages of the golem crafting notebook to Alex's diagrams. See this? This is advanced work. I am sure that this mark helped guide you on the path to create this construction plan from how you described it, but there is some real creativity here. You made certain rather creative choices for the construction of this construct, and were able to come up with a plan to bring that vision into reality. That implies interest, passion, and talent. I would like you to see this through to the end. Oh, I haven't found a way to power it yet, Alex said. I can think of several ways, though they are unconventional, so I do believe you will. Whatever means you find and utilize, you will be able to carry that learning with you for all your years. Continue walking the path you are on, and I have no doubt you will find success. Alex sighed, a little disappointed, yet also a little proud of the progress he'd already made. All right, I'll do my best. It is all that anyone can ask. Now, might I see the dungeon core remains? The Chancellor asked. Yes, absolutely. Alex handed them over, watching as the goatman opened the sack carefully and examined the contents. Before you use any of this for anything, we will reconduct these analyses and see where they lead us. If we confirm your results, then I think that if you construct a golem with the substance, it will provide another excellent opportunity for more data. Awesome, that's awesome, Alex said. There's also the matter of your mark. Do realize that some individuals would say that its use would constitute cheating, do you not? Alex felt his blood run cold. Fortunately for you, I am not one of them, Balin chuckled. The mark was placed on you, and you had no choice in the matter. You had already proven you had quite the necessary proficiency for study at Generosity before you received this mark. And lastly, there are many different peoples with many different talents and natural abilities that attend here. This mark gives you certain advantages, but then again your sister, if she chooses to walk the path of wizardry, will have incredible advantages over other students in fire magic courses due to her inborn affinity. Should that be considered cheating? I think not. But in spite of that, I think you should keep this information between you, I and those you trust dearly. Alex nodded. I'm going to tell my cabal mates too. Very good, very much like a proper wizard would. Balin nodded. All right, so with that in mind, I do believe it is time for both of us to retire for the evening. Suddenly, he paused and chuckled. What's funny? Alex asked, smiling nervously. Your revelations are somewhat of a surprise, Balin said, his tone unreadable. I had thought there was something going on with you, Alex, but I must admit, this was the least likely of my guesses, and one that I had quite nearly ruled out. What did you guess? Alex asked. My first theory was that you had received some sort of spell from an ancient relation from a bygone era, some intergenerational magic that imparts their knowledge into one of their descendants. It is not unheard of. I had also considered that you might have encountered some magical phenomenon you did not understand that had left its imprint on you, or that you had an affinity that perhaps we did not understand as yet. I had briefly considered the since they had gone missing, but I had dismissed the very notion because of your skill with spell casting. His chuckle burst into a full, deep laugh. Perhaps. I am the one that should be called the fool, Alex said. I'm pretty sure that everyone would be too scared to say that to you. I know I am. Also, anyone that was stupid enough to say that to you would probably be very, very, very super, unbelievably extra dead with a side of potatoes. Balin snorted. Perhaps 500 years ago, yes. Now I am far more mellow in my dotage. Alex swallowed, shuddering at even thinking about being that old. That was nearly 30 times his age, and it didn't even sound like Balin was referring to 500 years ago as a time when he'd been young. Ooh, how old are you, Balin? That's not a very polite question to ask the elderly, Alex. It makes us feel old, Balin said. Also, I'm afraid I cannot give you an answer. When I was born, writing was not really much of a thing, and things like the exact march of days, months, and years were not so important. The only thing that mattered was whether the snows would drive south into our hunting grounds or not. As such, I do not know. I am not even sure if I know what that means, Alex said. I do not expect you to. Suffice it to say, I am unnaturally old. That is all that matters in the end. Right, oh, just one final thing. Did you want to see the mark? Alex asked. Would it require that you remove your shirt? Alex paused. Kindly, then not now. I would, however, like to examine it at a later time and see exactly what I can make off your god's gift to you. Okay then, Alex rose, feeling relief wash through him. He'd done it. After all this time, he'd actually done it. So how was that, as you imagined? The Chancellor asked as he stood up from behind his desk. No, I kept imagining all kinds of bad stuff happening. I thought it'd be a lot worse, he said honestly. Well, then there's some weight off of you. I will call you to my office again soon, Balin said. Then we'll get this more organized. In the meanwhile, I'll search the library and see what I can find on the marks and anything about the Ravena, Uldar, and Thamelin that might be recorded there. I do fear that with the death of Minervis, though, it will be some time before I can do this. You understand? I'm just thankful we can do this at all, Balin, Alex said. Of course. Now he paused, looking at the firelight for a moment. The light of the flame flickered across his eyes in shining, golden beard clasps. In light of the Markir, you still comfortable participating in the Zyathac combat class? Absolutely, Alex said. I want to take a crack at it. If I run away from it now, that's just going to leave me less prepared if I have to face something like that in the future. Spoken like a proper wizard. Balin opened the door to the hall. Very well, I shall see you in class then. I look forward to seeing what this research will generate. The door will shut itself after you exit. As the door was slowly closing, he found that the Chancellor had already conjured an illusion of a map that he was examining. It took Alex a few moments to realize that it was a map of Thameland. He was still wondering about that as the door closed. As his footsteps echoed through the hall, he thought about what had just happened and also what lay ahead. In a single conversation, his life had changed again. No more than just emotional support and friendship, he actually had an ally against the Ravena. A powerful one too. Then again, he supposed it wasn't really an ally against the Ravena, per se. Balin had never talked about wanting to help Thameland or defeat the Ravena. He'd only talked about the potential advancement to magic that could come from their research into dungeon cores. He'd offered to help Alex specifically, but he'd also said that if Alex had come to him without the results, that his reaction might have been different. In a sense, they were allies because of the potential for a new road to open for wizardry, as opposed to any great moral cause. To Alex, that was good enough. It would have been a bit too much to hope that Balin would suddenly get up and lead a one-wizard campaign of destruction against the Ravena, if he could even fight it one-on-one. I wonder who would win in a fight between Balin and the heroes, Alex wondered. He's really powerful, but so are the heroes. Cedric single-handedly demolished all those silent spiders with no problem, and he's probably even stronger now that he's had more experience fighting the Ravena's monsters. Plus, there's 4 of them. He paused. Allies. He pushed aside all daydreams of immortal wizards locked in a death battle against divinely marked heroes. Now it was time to tell his allies his secrets. Alex swallowed. He hoped it would go well. He really liked his Cabal mates, and it would be awful if they thought less of him. In any case, he was sure that Thundar and Isolde would at least find it a big deal. What's the big deal? Thundar asked, sipping some milk out of a green coconut with the top cut off. That sucks, I guess. Alex blinked. He and the Minotaur were sitting in a copse of trees away from prying eyes and ears. Alex had just unloaded all of his secrets and was prepared for the Minotaur's judgment. It is a big deal. He squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, and prepared to launch into an explanation. The history of the heroes is a huge. Alex Ray explained the role of the heroes in Thameland and everything he had discovered. Thundar nodded along. Look, so it's like a tattoo. The Minotaur scratched his fur. It's a tattoo that makes you good at some stuff and bad at others. No, it's Alex started. He paused. No, you see, the thing about that is he tried to continue. He stopped again, sighing. Okay, so maybe that's exactly what it is. Alex cried, a bit frustrated. But like with danger and priests and monsters and stuff, it's a big deal. Thundar shrugged. Look, I get it. It sounds real tough and I'm glad you told me, but if monsters come, then we kill them. If priests come, we'll beat them up. That's what a cabal is, right? It's simple. Only thing this tells me is that I'll be going to you for all tutoring from now on. Ibu. Look, I got this, uncle, right? Thundar held up a hand and made a swiping motion across his wrist. Deadliest guy with a bow in the entire tribe. Horrifying. Then one day, a forest drake bites his hand off, so he gored it to death with his horns, then had the crafters make him a hook out of its bones. Wasn't as good with a longbow anymore, but he could still hit a bullseye well enough from Classiso. He got it into his head to train with the war axe, and strap a shield to the hook hand instead. Now he's the deadliest guy with an axe in the entire tribe. You kick ass in combat class, and that's the most important part to me. Thundar leaned in. Know about that tutoring. Alex gaped at the Minotaur. Okay, Soth, that's different. I guess he doesn't care, but doesn't understand the full context. That's all. Alex nodded to himself while Thundar looked at him like he was crazy. Isoldeno, she's going to find it a big deal. She's so proper that I'll need to be careful with her. She won't see it the same way Thundar does. I see, Isolde said, nodding in a proper manner. They were seated on a bench on a hill overlooking the sea. As with Thundar, they were all alone. From the gazebo they were seated under, they saw not a soul. Silence grew between them as he watched her. There was no hint of shock or disappointment, just a thoughtful arch to one sculpted eyebrow. That's all, Alex demanded. She frowned. Are you angry? And no, Alex said. It's just I had built up this wool thing in my head and it was a big deal really. I see. That's it, no, she said. I have a few questions. Oh, thank the traveler, what's up? What are the limitations to your spellcraft exactly? What can and can you not do? Will you be defenseless in a time of combat? She asked. I see, that is perfect then, she sighed, seeming to relax somewhat. I should say that it irritates me a little that this mark has aided you so much in your studicit, it almost makes me wish I had such a boon, at least the part that helps, not the part that hinders. Look how it will allow you to work closely with Balin. Her jaw clenched for a moment. You said this mark uses your own memories to enhance your learning, not impart knowledge to you. Yeah, it points out what I did right so I can focus on that, but I have to actually practice and study for that to help me. I see, so you still need to put in work. That, in a sense, is also a relief. Now I know that your performance is due to your efforts and intelligence, but also has been aided by this mark. Just as I have been aided by my grandfather's teaching and my upbringing, it means you didn't just trounce me on pure talent, and that is a relief. That's what you're focused on, Alex thought. But what about the death and horrible monster sand stuff? He demanded. If I feared such things, I would make for a poor court wizard in the Empire. When we agreed to form a cabal, we agreed to join together for mutual protection. I do not recall our oaths ending at if one of us actually encounters trouble. I am no coward, Alex. I would not be in Balin's class if I were. She gave him a pointed look. And besides, we have agreed to extend our cabal to the end of the school year, and so I shall watch and see how things are. Also, I expect that when I encounter danger that you shall aid me as well then. Yeah, of course, Alex said. Well, it was a horrible circumstance for Minervis, his mind dryly noted. I do wish you told me of this information earlier, as there could be potential dangers, but your homeland is far, as are those dangers. Again, I see little reason to panic like a frightened child. Admittedly, had you told me earlier in the year, I might have judged you more harshly, as I would not have had the opportunity to see your capability firsthand, but I suppose things worked out for the best. Alex was twitching. On a logical level, he realized that just because things had worked out with telling Balin and the rest of the cabal now, didn't mean they would have worked out if he'd told them earlier. They themselves had said that the reason they'd accepted things so readily was because they'd come to know him. If he had opened up with telling them all about the mark, it seemed it might have gone very differently. On an emotional level, though, he felt like screaming. All the secrecy and agonizing and trouble just for things to turn out okay. How dare his friends be so supportive? Where was the disaster he'd been imagining in his mind for the past 6 months? Why wasn't he in chains, being dragged back to Thameland? Alex, are you okay? Isolde raised an eyebrow. You have been twitching, strangely for a while now. She paused as though in realization and then leaned in. Is it because of the mark? Is it working right now? Alex barely resisted the urge to jump up from the bench and throw himself into the sea. Alex cracked his knuckles as he and Selena stood side by side in their workshop. In front of them lay the golem parts that they'd completed, the head, the torso, the right leg and pelvis, and its 4 arms. Only the left leg wasn't finished, and that was nearly complete as well. Later, Colic would come by to help fuse the limbs to the torso. Well, little goblin, Alex said. This is it. This is when we finally finish putting together the golem's body. I'm so excited, Selena said, nearly vibrating with anticipation. Alex smiled. Soon they'd be finished with the body, and the next step would be working with Balin to finish analyzing the dungeon core's remains. Then if all turned out well, would create the golem core. Things were changing. It was all coming together, but those weren't the only big events coming up. The semester was flying by, and soon it would be time for his class to confront the Zythak in its lair within the Barrens. Ooh, careful with that part, Alex said to Selena as they worked on sculpting the massive foot on the golem's left leg. If we sculpt too much filigree in this area, then the foot could get caught on stuff when it's walking. That makes sense, Selena said, reshaping some of what she'd shaped. Alex smiled at the progress she'd made. With all the work he'd put in with the mark, he'd become a talented sculptor in these past few months, and teaching Selena what he'd learned along with her natural talent that let her skill grow right along with his. He was very proud of his little sister. They continued carving the leg, and a silence fell over them, one tinged by a bit of sadness. In a way, he didn't want the sculpting process to end. It had been the longest project he and Selena had ever worked on together, with such focus and as much fun as he had teasing her, dearly loved spending time with the little goblin. He'd miss not having the project for just the two of them to share, even though he was still really excited at the idea of the golem's body being completed. A glance at Selena showed that she was also looking a little sad as they sculpted towards each other, until at last, they finished putting the finishing touches on the leg. Together, brother and sister stepped back to look down on their handiwork. We're done, Selena said in amazement. Hold on, let me check. Alex retrieved a measuring snake construct from the work table, and it began to circle the leg, taking measurements and comparing them with the golem's other leg and the 2 sections of the pelvis where the legs attached. He'd been using the mark continually, checking to see if the arms and legs were symmetrical, and though it had guided him with mathematical precision, still did a check whenever they finished each stage. "All right, we've got it," he said after the measurements were confirmed. He raised his hand. Slap. Selena rushed over and had put everything she had into their high five. "I can't wait to see it standing up," Alex said. "Then why keep waiting?" Thundar's voice came from behind them. Alex turned and saw Colic, Thundar, Isolde, and Teresa piling into the room, with Brutus close behind and the massive Nagia perched on the prince's arm. Alex noticed that Nagia was blindfolded. "What happened there?" Colic made a face. "This overgrown chicken thought to hide and play dead again, but my ability to trace her mana and our connection is much stronger than it has ever been. She is being punished for her tricks." Nagia made a loud, mournful cry. "And she sulks now," he said. "Ha," Alex laughed. "And what about the rest of you? You told us of this monstrosity, and Colic said that he was to help you finish fusing its parts into a whole," Isolde assessed it. "How could we not see for ourselves? A ferocious design, and quite large too." "Yeah, it'll smash everything," Selena cried giddily. "Ah," Isolde nodded, smiling warmly, the excitement of Childer. "Yeah, it will smash everything," Alex cried giddily. The words died on Isolde's lips and she just shook her head. She gave Teresa a pointed, questioning look, and the other young woman just shrugged her shoulders. "I couldn't keep any of these guys away even if you wanted me to," Alex, Teresa said, smiling as Brutus bounded over to sniff the golem curiously, and Thundar walked over to sniff the golem curiously. "Hoo boy, wish we had this basher when we were fighting the earth elemental," Thundar said. "Or that it was finished in time for the Zythak. I'd like to see that big, overgrown flying bird lizard try and mess with us with one of those fists in its beak, or a boulder thrown by one of them." Alex had designed the arms to be thick, and the fists absolutely massive. He was sure that even a Zythak would be feeling a punch from this thing for days. "Well, unfortunately, the golem won't be ready, but I'm sure we'll be okay if we work out a good plan with the rest of the class." "I have no doubt," Colic said confidently. "Now come, let us get this finished." Using his lesser heat spell, Alex heated the golem's left leg to dry it faster. Then he and Colic lifted the limb and moved it into place beside the golem's pelvis. With Thundar helping, they positioned the golem parts on a giant floating dolly cart. It could tilt upright by command and support enormous objects like Alex's golem. Once they'd finished that step, Colic applied the Shape Earth spell he'd learned in his Earth Elemental Magic class, and under Alex's guidance and Selena's encouragement, fused the legs to the body. Excitement tinged the air. Isolde, Teresa, and Thundar leaned in with anticipation. The right arms were attached next, then the left arms. Finally, they fused the head and neck to the shoulders. With a spoken command from an excited Selena, Alex had given her the honor of instructing the enchanted dolly to bring the golem to the standing position for the first time with magical. Giant dolly slowly rose to a vertical position until the golem was upright before them. It was, in one word, impressive, 10 feet of clay ready to be powered by mana. Its body looked like a massive, armored warrior with 4 arms of colossal proportions and hands that could easily palm Thundar's head. Its face was almost a mirror of the ferocious, fanged goddesses from the Traveler's Sanctum. The only difference was that its sculpted teeth were the image of Grimlock's shark teeth instead of the needle-like fangs of the goddesses, and its head was covered with a far larger, more intimidating helm. It looked every inch an unstoppable juggernaut. "Yees," Thundar said excitedly. "Now order it to crush Colic." "Hey," the prince glared at him. Fine, crushing Isolde would be easier anyway," the Minotaur sneered. "A fair point," Isolde said. "But certainly crushing the largest of us would be a better test of the golem's capabilities. Therefore, Thundar would be far more suitable." "Ooh, you traitor," Thundar snorted. Isolde sputtered. "How is that treachery? You were trying to crush me and Colic, and as the rightful leader of the Cabal." "Oh, by the elements," she buried her face in her hands. "It is my right to say that my subordinates should be the test subjects of the war golem that's going to add to our deadliness. THMP. Thundar paused, looking down to see that Colic was stepping on his hoof. "Heh, try again, you Jur-Arg," he yelled as the prince delivered a swift kick to his shin. "You she." Alex cleared his throat, nodding toward Selena, who was innocently gazing up at Thundar in amusement. The Minotaur fell into a stewing silence. "So, while that was hilarious," Alex said, "the golem can't crush anybody until its golem core is completed and it's all powered up. Can't wait for that, though." "Well, I don't know anything about golem core stuff," Teresa said, "but I do know that both you and Selena did an amazing job. I don't think I'd ever want to fight this thing." Well, less small than it used to be, Alex thought. Selena was starting to enter a growth spurt, and he, Teresa, and Selena had recently had to pay a visit to the school's seamstress, Enchanted Emporium, for new clothes for her. Some of the baby fat had disappeared from her face. Her brother's baking still kept plenty on, and she seemed to be standing a little taller every day. Early in the summer, just after second semester ended, she would turn 11. He frowned. She still hadn't said much about herself and wizardry, or if she wanted anything to do with it. A decision would have to be made soon, though she would need to be enrolled in the program for next year that began magical training for youngsters at the junior school who were interested. Of course, she could wait longer if she wanted to. But if she did want to become a wizard, then an early start on education in the magical arts would be advantageous. It had really benefited Isolde and Colic from what they had said. When will you construct the golem core? Isolde asked, going behind the golem and squinting at the hole for the core in its back. I have some awareness of how this is supposed to go. Oh, I'm hoping to do it soon, but it depends on how quickly Balin and I go over the analysis of the other core again, Alex said, lowering his voice. We'll have to confirm everything, then I'll be ready to go. Right, Thundar said. Still can't believe that thing makes monsters, and you said it was the size of your head. He shook his head. That's crazy. There's all kinds of things in the world. And speaking of monsters, Colic said, any more thoughts on the Zyethak? The time is coming soon. I had a couple, Isolde said. I was speaking with shiny and redelightful Peeply, and we thought that since the creature's vision is poor from close range, we could do well by creating a screen of smoke. Both know spells that create more smoke than flame, and that will trouble the beast. As for Myself, lightning can seize the musculature, which can interfere with flight. I think that would be a boon against the creature. Colic nodded. Thundar. I talked with Grimlock, Malcolm, and Ivander, he said. Malcolm said he might be able to ice its wings, but that's a lot of area to freeze and he'd need time to do it. Ivander can move earth, but we'd need to lure the beast closer to the ground for him to really do his work. And Grimlock. The Minotaur pulled his lips back from his teeth and deepened his voice to mimic the giant sharkman. Gimme a boulder to smash it down, and then gimme a plate to eat it off of. Oh wow, that's cool, Teresa said admiringly. I wonder if no, never mind. Everyone turned toward her. What is it? Alex asked. Well, Teresa began. I guess he didn't swear me to secrecy or anything. Colic asked. Well, the other day Grimlock came around and he asked me if I could tell him anything about life enforcement. Maybe show him how to start it. Everyone froze. Oh, that is cheating. Alex cried enthusiastically. That is so cheating. Can you do it? Well, Teresa frowned. I don't know, I wanted to ask my professor about it before I said yes since I'm just learning, but I dunno. I've never really taught it to anyone before. Hey, you guided me through that thing the other day, Alex said, and you taught me about meditation. Wait, you know meditation stuff? Thundar asked. I'm into something similarish, and listen, there's this instructor, and if I got a lot better at it, then maybe we can talk later. He gave Alex a shifty look when his friend's face broke into a sly grin. I got faith you could do it, Alex added to Teresa. Do you want to teach him? Teresa blushed a little. Kind offy. I think it'd be cool, plus like I'm so much stronger and just everything since I started life enforcement. Could you imagine what he would be like? That is a lot of life to enforce, Colic said, and if he could start down that path before the Zyethak. If he can, Teresa said. We've had more students drop out, and a lot failed when they tried their path of life enforcement at the beginning of semester 2, and I have no idea if I'm the right person to help him. Yes, if he can, that would be a great help, Colic said. What about you, Alex? Well, I had a chat with Karamius and Angela, he said. Rain too of him, though he's a little freaked out by what happened to Minervus. I can't believe they still haven't caught the damn thing. It is why the city fears such creatures so much, Colic sighed. But they have been caught before, and someone will eventually destroy it and collect the bounty. Yeah, 2,000 gold now, when you add in what Minervus family put up. Anyway, Rain doesn't want to be the only one flying when the Zyethak comes for us, but I could make a few potions of flight. I've got a free lab in Jules' extra lab sessions that I can use to make anything I've made so far. I'm thinking of churning out as many potions of running enhancement, flight, and haste as I can. There's a few ways I can turn a potion of flight into an aggressive solution too. Plus, if I've got my forciballs up there moving around, that'll mix things up and make more targets to confuse the Zyethak. Right, Colic said, and some of my earth spells could impede its wings, especially when combined with Malcolm's ice magic. All right, well, it looks like we have a plan forming. We can coordinate all our resources with the others and see what we can do. He shook his head. No solution for its cry, though. That is troubling. We will need it close enough to have an effect on it, but not so close that its cry can ruin our mana. That's where I might help, Teresa said. My bow's draw strength is way too low for me now. I could handle one a lot stronger, but it's still a good Thamish hunting bow. I've killed bears with it. But Balin said the Zyethak's scales are like plate armor, and after talking to an armorer in the city, I know there's no way my bow's getting through plate. Her look turned hard. So I think I'll head into town to get a stronger one before we hunt it. If I can get a few shots into a Tinto, the softer parts around its long neck or its wings with some good heavy steel broadheads, I might be able to wound it at a range, or at least close enough yet still far enough away from all you wizards that it won't be able to use its cry on you. Hey, here's an idea, something useful from battle magic. I know a spell now blows of lead that enhances the weight and sharpness of weapons on impact. I can only make it last for about 3-ish minutes or so, but it should help your arrows punch through. That sounds great, Teresa said. Right then, Alex nodded. Then we spend the next while prepping. He looked up at the golem, and I need to give you a core. Ah, you are early, Balin's voice said from behind him. Arg, oh holy she Alex startled and whirled around to see the towering chancellor in the hallway. Alex's force disks filled with papers, notebooks, and more of the dungeon core's sample seemed to shudder with him. Gods, I didn't hear you behind me at all, Balin. A proper wizard should be prepared and aware of their surroundings, the chancellor said, glancing at the window. The two of them were in one of the tallest towers in the main castle, free from offices, and containing only a few rooms secured by tall doors of a deep, black metal. The amount of magic emanating from each door nearly made Alex's head spin. Well, here it is. Balin gestured to one of the doors. This is the lab where we'll confirm your findings or disprove them, and where you shall finish your golem, if things prove positive. Balin looked at the gigantic monstrosity floating on the giant magical dolly. Went for pure power, I see. I approve. I heartily approve. Now then, he snapped his fingers and two keys appeared in his hand, and he offered one to the young man. Shall we begin? Alex understood that this was a laboratory used for Balin's students, but it still felt like he was coming into a chamber that had been built for a monarch. It was enormous judging from the dimensions of the room. It seemed too big to actually fit into the rest of the tower. Unlike the cells, this laboratory had massive windows overlooking the campus, though Alex had a feeling that they were made from something a lot sturdier than glass. The equipment in the room shone as though it was brand new, and looked far more robust and complex than the versions Alex was used to using. Even the mana spectrometer was larger and probably more powerful. Most of this equipment is beyond you for now, Balin said. But I shall train you on each piece, which will grant you experience with more advanced mechanisms of alchemy, and also allow me to monitor how quickly your mark helps you learn. You shall gain skills as well as provide valuable data for us both. That sounds great, Alex stammered, gawking at the numerous advanced devices. Look at all the stuff I get to play with, he thought excitedly, before remembering Balin's stern warning. I mean use in a responsible manner. But I'm gonna have fun anyway while I'm doing it. First things first, Balin said, looking at Alex with an amused twinkle in his goat-like eyes. We will go to each piece of equipment that you previously used in your analysis of the dungeon core. The devices here are more advanced versions, naturally. Then I would like you to repeat exactly what you did in your previous analysis while I observe. We will see if you produce similar results. This equipment is more sensitive and should readily reveal if there are any anomalies. Alex nodded, getting his safety equipment ready and going to wash his hands. Sounds good. Let's hope things turn out the same way they did before. Balin showed Alex everything in the laboratory, but the pieces of equipment that really caught his attention were the mana vacuum and its waste container. The container was enormous, dwarfing even the one they used in Shale's workshop. Alex could only imagine that the sheer level of power tossed around by reactions generated from experiments in a lab like this would be unbelievable. A mana vacuum that size would be a necessity. You must really like alchemy, Alex said. This is like the Emperor's carriage of laboratories. Balin shrugged. It is not my favorite subject of magic, actually. When I first learned wizardry, there was no such thing as alchemy. Spellcraft was thought to be the language of the spirits. Potions were brewed by way of open fire and little else. I study it as I study all things in wizardry. In truth, some of my own cabal are far superior in the art. Geez, Alex scratched his head. I can't even imagine that. Imagine what? That anybody could be better than you at any kind of wizardry. Balin suddenly burst out laughing. Oh, you flatter me, but you know not what you say. I am mighty, yes, very mighty. But many things in the cosmos are mighty, and many things have knowledge of magic that I have yet to begin to comprehend. Oh, Alex said, that actually sounds exciting. Balin raised an eyebrow. Why, I don't know, Alex shrugged. Like if you knew everything about magic and there was nothing left to learn and discover it, it'd be kind of sad, wouldn't it? The journey would be over and you couldn't find anything new. At least you still got more to investigate and learn. Balin gave him a warm smile. My thoughts exactly. A proper wizard never stops learning. If they do, they're no longer a proper wizard. Still, things that surprise us become increasingly rare, and that's what makes your dungeon core so exciting. Come, let us see what is what. With that, Alex jumped into his analysis again. Now that he'd completed it on-scene with the mark guiding him, was able to go through the processes a lot faster. Having access to better equipment, and not having to hide what he was doing also made things go quicker and smoother. In short order, he'd run a solid and liquefied sample through all the previous devices he'd used, and was amazed at how these machines displayed results. Not only were there paper readouts, but results were also displayed on floating illusions right above each device in full three-dimensional detail. Alex blinked in wonder at the illusions, but Balin looked on in indifference as though such a thing was as commonplace as rocks by the side of the road. What did clearly excite him, though, were the results themselves. Each test continued to confirm what had been determined in the previous analyses, and Alex took abundant notes with increasing excitement. Balin then took over, showing Alex a few new devices which measured the substance's planar alignment, its vivacity, its ability to produce life or healing effects, and its age. Interesting, Balin said. See this diagram, Alex. He pointed to a circle composed of smaller, multicolored orbs. This shows a breakdown of the planes of existence, as we know Theman extremely simplified breakdown. He pointed to a circle in the middle. That is where we are, the material plane. And the four surrounding circles are the elemental planes, with the para-elemental planes between. The outer circles are the many outer places, though this is simplifying the structure. What does it actually look like? Like a four-dimensional mess of constellations, geometry, and swirling masses of power. Even the deities of our world or any other can't fully codify all of the planes. And what's that green dot mean? Alex pointed to a dot that appeared in the central circle. That indicates from which plane the substance originates, and this indicates the material plane. Balin frowned. Remarkable, chaos essence and chaos essence-like substances are rare in the material world, and yet your Ravena seems to produce cores made out of the substance. The age test indicates this dungeon core and its substances are only months old. Fascinating. Alex nodded. So it makes the material from scratch. Yes, think of it like carving a piece of furniture, only that you conjured the wood as you built the furniture. This is an incredible fabrication. Again, that book and quill appeared, hovering around Balin's shoulder and jotting down notes rapidly. So do you think I can use it in my golem core? Alex asked. Absolutely. It would please me greatly to watch and see how it would work. He gestured to the wall and there was a shimmering in the air. With a hiss, 6 humanoid forms manifested that looked to be made of solidified air. Only the strange refraction of the light passing through them made their presence known. These are my unseen aides. They will aid anyone in this lab that has my permission to use it or harm anyone who is not accompanied by anyone who holds one of the room's keys, if I so desire. They have no intelligence, but will follow verbal commands and have the ability to perform actions required in alchemy. They can also understand the names of any tool or device in this room. Right, Alex paused. Second from the left. He pointed to the unseen aid that was, well, second from the left. Raise your left foot. The half-visible construct raised its left foot into the air. That is secondus, actually, Balin said. Now, if you're quite done playing. Yeah, got it, Alex said. All right, here's what I need. He addressed the constructs. He gave his orders quickly in the same decisive manner used by Lager in the Golem works. The constructs paused for a moment, then Balin nodded and they sprang into action. They quickly set up the main devices Alex would need for the process, a symbol cauldron, the mana vacuum, and a long-handled mana conductor. The cauldron could heat itself with a command word, and Alex did just that while the constructs prepared his ingredients alongside his wizard's hands. The main ingredient for the golem core would be the dungeon core remains, roughly half of what he had taken from the cave of the traveler. It would form the mana generation center of the core's structure and shape the connections that would conduct mana to the rest of the core. Its similarity to chaos essence would also grant the golem its ability to evolve, and he would need to work around that. He had slowly obtained the other ingredients over the past few weeks, pyrite or fool's gold, which helped a golem mimic life as pyrite mimic gold tungsten, which was very compatible with the flame magic for the fire gems, the flowers of chromium crystal dendrites, an excellent material for helping a golem process instructions and prevent the core from corroding from its own mana, as well as other materials to simply form the bulk of the structure. One advantage with working at Shales was that he was allowed as an employee to purchase materials for a golem at a significant discount. The dungeon core's remains also replaced many of the most expensive ingredients needed for the golem core. Now would come the real test, combining those ingredients. He had the constructs grind the dendrite flowers into a fine powder while he poured the pyrite and some of the other ingredients into the cauldron. First, he would need to create the base for the rest of the ingredients. He commanded the cauldron to increase to very high temperatures and braced for the blast of heat that he often experienced when building golem cores at work. It never came, but to his surprise, the fool's gold slowly began melting into a puddle of shining yellowish metal at the bottom of the cauldron. He waved his hand over the mouth of the pot in surprise, then looked up at Balin. It conducts all heat directly into the material without blasting it elsewhere, Balin said, seated in a comfortable chair several feet away. The chair hadn't been in the room moments before, and Balin casually watched Alex through his mask while that floating quill continued to record all the steps of Alex's process. A cunning construction by one of my cabal mates. A very expensive one, as you can imagine. Alex nodded, glancing around the room again. He was fairly sure that most of the devices in here were extremely expensive. Maybe one day, he thought, imagining himself owning a room full of such fine devices before returning to his work. He quickly began to stir the pyrite into the other ingredients to form the base, taking care to put much of his mana into some of the other ingredients that were more vulnerable to heat. He stabilized them long enough to combine them with the melted pyrite as he stirred, and then began to bond them together with his mana. It was a tricky process that could see a novice very well waste a ton of mana trying to get the ingredients to bind. The Mark and Valrock's classes were invaluable for doing this step, since they had taught him much about efficiency when it came to mana manipulation. He used the Mark as he worked, letting it guide him through the process as it had so many times at Shales. Even now it pointed out things he had done correctly and that he should repeat, and he guided the reaction slowly to make sure that he was being precise. Soon the ingredients began to glow with a golden light, indicating that the process was well underway. He nodded in satisfaction. It was ready for other ingredients. He looked at the black powder of the dungeon core remains and smiled. It was finally time to turn one of the Ravena's weapons into his own, and with Balin close by to watch for any trouble, was more than ready. "Bring that over, Tertium," Alex said to a construct holding the black dungeon core remains. He heard the scrape of chair legs behind him, followed by the click of Balin's cloven hooves moving across the tiles. And so it has come to this point, the Chancellor leaned over. Exciting moments to witness, both the learning of a young mind and the first application of a potentially magnificent substance. Your golem will prove an excellent proof of concept. Yeah, Alex said, pausing. I'm just sorry my friends and Professor Jules can't see this. Indeed, Balin said. Alex paused. Say when we get this research further along. In time would you be okay if we invited Professor Jules to be part of the team? To Alex's surprise, the Chancellor winced. I do believe that is an inevitability. Oh, Alex asked. What happened when you told her about us working on a project together? Balin sighed, and for a moment he did not seem like such an ancient, mighty wizard. Well, first there was her accusation that I poached her student, which, to be fair, I did not. Even if we overlook the fact that you came to me, students can be apprenticed to more than one professor at Generosity. Alex raised an eyebrow. Did Balin sound a little defensive? Then, of course, she wanted to know everything about the project, the Chancellor continued. I told her nothing that would reveal your secrets, but I did say that we had a potential lead on a new substance, and what that new substance might be able to do. The gleam in her eye, Alex, I suspect wild dragons wouldn't be able to keep her away. Alex chose not to mention the gleam he'd seen in Balin's eyes when he'd seen the results of the Dungeon Core's analysis. That'd be kind of cool, though, if she could be involved. Oh yes, she would be an excellent asset to any research team, Balin agreed. When she comes with her request to Jane after she thoroughly interrogates you, no doubt I will grant it. That's Grathie, you know who else might be able to help us? Alex thought for a moment. Isolde. She's great at mana manipulation, and she's good with spellcraft better than me for now, and she's also good in alchemy. And since she knows everything about this, she'd be a great addition. Asa, looking out for your Cabal mates already, are we? Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If Colic and Thundar were interested in alchemy, I'd be asking if they could come in on it too. Well, I am sure their knowledge, as well as the trust you have in each other, will still prove its worth in this endeavor. There will be a time, I think, when it will call for far more than alchemy. But I digress. I do believe Isolde would be quite valuable if she would be interested. This will all be moot, however, if you place the sample within the mixture and it blows the lab to particles. Alex froze. Well, no risk, no reward, as they say. So let us continue our party of discovery like proper wizards. Balin encouraged him. An image appeared in Alex's imagination, one of himself in itty-bitty pieces, splattered all over the lab wall. He shook it away quickly and began. Like he'd done many times in Lager's workshop, he stabilized the reaction of the melted ingredients in the cauldron in preparation for the mana-conductive material. He took the dungeon core remains from Tertium and frowned. In Shales, when his team had worked with Chaos Essence, they had needed to use stabilizing agents, and then their mana to keep the material stable while it bound to the other ingredients. The powdered dungeon core remains were already stable, so that part wouldn't be necessary. This meant that the procedure for adding it to the mixture would be slightly different, but Alex figured he should still be able to work with it as though it were Chaos Essence. It was a reasonable assumption, he felt. With a deep, steadying breath, he added the black dust to the hot mixture. The reaction was immediate. The yellow glow flared and a darkness began to mix with it, changing the light into a reddish gold luminescence. It was so bright that he had to squint to see through his mask's clear lenses. For a moment, he wondered if there were masks with lenses that could magically transition from clear to dark to filter extremely bright light. That was something he'd definitely be asking about. The reaction accelerated rapidly, since the dungeon core's remains were similar to Chaos Essence, having it double as a conductor, and a ridiculously good one at that meant that it reacted even faster and stronger. Alex concentrated, using the mark and his experience with invading the dungeon core with his mana to help guide the reaction. As he passed his mana through, it began to grow more and more vigorous, overstimulating the other ingredients beyond his expectations or experience. He called on the mark even more, using every ounce of skill that he had in mana manipulation to try to keep the reaction contained. Mana kept threatening to run out of control, bubbling like it would surge up the sides and out of the cauldron, but Alex's focus held. It was a struggle since the process took far longer than it did to make a typical golem core with Lager's team, but with the mark's guidance, he was finally able to manage the reaction. Eventually, the reddish-golden glow dimmed to a level where it was no longer blinding, and he stabilized the reaction. Alex smiled, satisfied at having completed the hardest part. Now for the rest. Next, he called on Primus, first of the 6 constructs, to dump the powdered dendrite flowers into the mixture. As the lab aide added the powder, Alex spread it around, but soon realized he needed to quickly increase the temperature of the mixture to melt the chromium crystals into it. As soon as the powder melted, it began to act as a stabilizer. Once he had completely guided the reactions to fully bind the ingredients, he killed the cauldron's heat. Now his golem core would remain liquid at room temperature until he engaged the final reaction to solidify and crystallize it. Now it was time to slowly and carefully add the second to last ingredient, tungsten. Tungsten was a tricky ingredient to work with. It was incredibly difficult to melt without magical fire or heat, and the temperature at which it finally melted was so high that other ingredients it was being mixed with just boiled away by the time it became liquid. It was a very useful ingredient for his purposes, though, and the chromium and mana in the mixture would help keep the whole thing stable. He instructed the cauldron to restart to heat the materials to their highest temperatures yet. The intense temperature within the cauldron began to alter the tungsten, and it started to melt, blending into the glowing reddish-gold light inside. Most golem cores had a teal glow, but different ingredients sometimes created different colors. Golem cores with chaos essence would shift in color as though someone had trapped a rainbow in them, which is what he thought might happen when he decided to use the dungeon core remains for his golem's core. Instead, the color remained the same reddish gold, except it shimmered like light being shown through shifting water. He made a note of this and underlined it in his notebook while Balin did the same. Finally, the reaction stabilized. It would be ready for the last step, the crystallization process, once it had time to settle. Alex instructed the cauldron to kill the heat, and then he waited for the glowing substance to cool. Now it would need a few days to rest. And now we play the waiting game, he said. Indeed, and with good timing, Balin glanced through the window, noting the position of the sun. There is a meeting I must attend shortly. We shall meet back here in, shall we say, 3 evenings and see this finished. You have the time. I've got a shift at Shales that evening. I see, for it is then. I could use that extra evening to check in with some of my other students I supervise. All right, until then. You can leave cleanup to me if you want, Balin. That is all right, this being your first day in my lab, I'll stay to make sure you're familiar with where things go, and to ensure that the aid constructs will be fully cooperative with you now and in future. Then you can be off to have a nice, peaceful evening. In the future, I shall trust you to know how things go yourself. Ah, Mr. Roth, just the young man I was looking for. Alex froze in mid-step. He had just stepped out of the main. Kathleen was noting the flag flying at half-mast in remembrance of Minervus when Professor Jules' words echoed from above. Slowly and reluctantly, almost like he was about to face the Zythak, looked up and saw her floating down toward him on her stone disk. She had a pleasant smile on her face and a dangerous glint in her eye. Hello, Professor, he said nervously as he landed in front of him. What can I do for you? I was speaking with the Chancellor the other day, as you likely know, she began. Oh no, Alex thought. And he mentioned that you and he were working on a unique project, she said, and I was wondering if you had any insights that you might care to share on this substance he spoke of. She looked at him evenly. It makes sense that Balin would call upon you to work on it since you are Thamish and have shown excellent proclivity in the alchemical arts after all. How long have you been working together? Not long, Alex said neutrally. It wasn't an actual lie, and at the same time, it also didn't reveal his earlier crimes. In a way, he wished Balin hadn't pointed out how he'd broken Professor Jules' trust by analyzing the substance by himself. The guilt was going to drive him nuts, especially every time he saw her. I see, well, this is an exciting opportunity for you, she said. I will still expect you to participate in helping with my projects. That is, if you so desire. Absolutely, Alex said. And about this stuff we're working on, it's really something. I mean, if Balin's told you all about what it can do, then you know we might be really onto something here. Getting more of it might be an issue, but there's a lot to be excited about. Indeed. Well, I wanted to congratulate you, Mr. Roth, and careful, she said. The Chancellor is a mighty wizard, but while he does ensure the safety of his students, he takes more risks than I am comfortable with, and does not respect procedure quite so much as I guard yourself. You are young. After Alan, do not get dragged into something you are not ready for. She looked at him intently as she began to fly away on the stone disk. Well, we shall see what we shall see. I am very busy after all. 4 days later, Alex unlocked the door to the lab to find both Balin and Professor Jules already there and deep in discussion. He blinked and couldn't hide the smile blooming on his face. The 2 older wizards looked up from Balin's note-filled book near the table where Alex had placed the still liquefied golem core. The two of them had been excitedly discussing an aspect of it. "Hello, Professor Jules," Alex said, unable to resist some cheek. "I see you managed to clear a bit of your busy schedule. I'm happy you're here." Jules' eyes narrowed and she looked at Balin. "Might we have him expelled? I could start the paperwork immediately," the Chancellor said. "No, wait, mercy, mercy," Alex pleaded. "Good hope that frightened the cheek out of you," Jules said, and he could see from her body language that she was almost giddy with excitement. "These numbers on this substance, by every spirit and devil, I can't believe your kingdom was sitting on something this grand." She grit her teeth in frustration, and the mana conductivity. Good lord, Valrock and Taraka would likely commit bloody murder for some of this. She shook her head. If only these studies were being completed a little further in our future when our equipment was more advanced. But I imagine things have to be even worse in Thameland, though. While I'm sure their court wizards are excellent, they can only do so much with whatever analytical equipment they do have, since they don't have access to Generosi's strong ambient mana as a power source. Not to mention the divine element, Balin frowned. The pride of the kingdom of Thameland. Well, the djinn is free of the lamp now. Now come, show your professors how you finish a golem core. Your own golem. Professor Jules shook her head, looking at the monstrous body Alex and Selena had carved. "My goodness, you did not go for subtlety, now did you?" "Maximum smash," Alex said intelligently. She gave him a withering look. "No, but actually," he continued quickly, "I figured that the dungeon core's remains would lend itself to a lot of power generation, so I designed it to focus on power." Sound. She nodded. "I approve, or I would if you were in your third year. Of course you are free to pursue your own projects as you wish, but to think the Chancellor is aiding in this." "I am observing, Vernia," Balin said quickly. "Now enough talk, let us see this finish, shall we?" Alex wasted no time in doing exactly that. Placing his mana conductor back in the cauldron, he pressed it into the mixture along with a device called a Nillertalk ray, a piece of equipment for freezing things at short ranges. It used a lot of power, but it was very precise at lowering the temperature of materials. Alex positioned it above the mixture and began to blast it as he used his mana to guide the reaction through the mana conductor. His soon-to-be golem core absorbed the cold magic rapidly as a result of its powerful mana conductivity, and the process was much faster than with regular golem cores. At this point, Alex could guide the process much better since he was now pretty comfortable working with the remains. The liquid shook and rose, crystallizing before his eyes. He used mana manipulation, guiding the substance and shaping it into the desired diamond-like form, and then he cut power to the Nillertalk ray. The room went quiet. At last, his golem core was complete, a beautiful diamond-shaped core that what no longer glowed had kept the reddish-golden hue. It was immense compared to other cores he'd seen, and he was nearly salivating thinking about the power it would produce, also a little worried at how much mana would be needed to start it up. Alex looked at his creation, bursting with both wonder and anticipation. "It is rather beautiful," Professor Jules said. "Well done, Alex, well done. I am eager to see it tested," Balin mused. "Have you solved the powering problem yet?" "I've been working on it," Alex said, calming down. "But honestly, I think I'm going to really push to work that out after the Zyethak." "Zyethak," Professor Jules said in alarm, looking at the Chancellor. "Already? Surely they're not ready." "Oh, they are," Balin said. "I have a very good group in Alex's class, a fine generation of wizards who I am sure will move on to do great things." "Yeah, we just have to survive the super lizard," Alex said. There were only a few more days before the class where they'd be going to the Barrens to face the creature. He was nearly done with his preparations, as were others in his cabal. Teresa had been preparing for it too. He wasn't sure if they'd be completely ready for everything it could throw at them, but they sure as hell would give it their all. Teresa ducked, avoiding the Watcher's strike as his sword passed finger widths above her hair. Her great-grandfather's sword whipped up like a snake's strike, and her opponent barely got his staff up in time to parry. He yelped in surprise when her hunting knife suddenly shot forward, driving him back in. She followed like a wolf pursuing a wounded buck. All around the fighting pit, the other Watchers cheered and jeered, thumping their staffs against their seats in approval. The Watchers of Roll were the great protectors of the University of Generosity and knew their spells well, but they did not call themselves wizards. They were warriors first, and to them magic was simply another weapon like the spear or the bow, and they wielded all their weapons well. Teresa's opponent was no exception. He wasn't a small man, half a head taller than she was and built like a blacksmith's son. He was only a few years older, but fought with the skill of a veteran. Damn woman. "What the hell happened to you, Arg?" He ducked a thrust that would have skewered him through the neck had the spell of ritual combat not dulled both of their blades. When he righted himself, his eyes were alight with excitement, and sweat poured down his brow. "You're 3 times as fast as when we started. What in all the gods happened to you?" "Same as you," Teresa said, spinning both blades in her hands with complete ease. "Practice." He laughed, parrying another one of her blows while chanting a body enhancement spell. Mana made his muscles swell and his agility soared, but Teresa hadn't been pushing herself as far as she could yet. She leaned out of the way of another one of his draw cuts, then drew a deep breath, letting her enhanced life force course through her body. Awesome strength filled her limbs and her heart thundered. Everything slowed around her as her senses sharpened, and the world, endless forest, as she saw it became richer with detail. As she concentrated, letting go of everything that wasn't her opponent, the terrain, and herself, she could trace every droplet of sweat on his brow, see the reflection of the arena in his sword, and hear the rustle of his clothes and chainmail. Now even his enhanced agility wasn't enough. He swore as her blades shot at him in a flurry of strikes, and he grunted as several blows struck his armored arms and torso. Her leg shot straight up like a lever, driving into his solar plexus and blasting the air from his lungs. The watcher flew backward, flipped to regain his balance and opened distance between them. Her eyes went wide as she watched his lips finish an incantation. A burst of icy wind blasted at her. Teresa leapt aside, but the tail of it still caught her leg, slowing her as her limb went numb. The watcher chanted another incantation. What was he going to do? She wondered. She braced herself, trying to steady her affected leg. His speed suddenly doubled. Haste. She remembered Alex talking about those spells. She swore. With her leg numbed, the watcher broke through her defenses. He used his staff now, keeping out of her reach and thrusting it like a spear. Impacts rocked her body, but she dove at him, driving close, trying to ignore the numbness in her leg. She parried the staff with her sword, then caught his blade with her knife. Teresa drew her head back. Bang. Her head slammed into his nose, and only his force armor saved it from being shattered. But he was an experienced warrior, more so than Sheen. Even as he reeled, his leg shot out and kicked her numbed ankle, tripping her. With a yelp, she hit the stones. He leapt at her, his staff pointed down, ready to blast her with magic from close range. Damn it, I'm done, she said, acknowledging that if this were the battlefield, she'd definitely be dead. She felt frustration rise, acknowledged it, and let it go. Now that she was still, she could concentrate her life force into her leg, and she quickly felt the cold magic bleeding out of it. Teresa frowned. I can't wait until I'm able to do stuff like this while fighting, she thought. With a powerful kip, she jumped back onto her feet. I know great-grandfather would have been able to. She had been growing her martial skill and power over the months, both in preparation for threats from Thameland and for her goal of following in her great-grandfather's footsteps. Her ultimate plan was still to explore the world one day, but before she could get there, she needed to explore and learn about herself. Then when she felt ready, she could go out and capture some of the power that let him build his life of glory. So far, though, she had the impression that if her great-grandfather was an ancient tree, then she was still just a sapling. She told herself to be patient, but watching Kalik, Thundar, and Isolde learning new spells and growing more capable as part of their cabal, and watching Alex build his golem made her want to grow faster. What she was able to do wasn't obvious to see, like a giant walking clay man or magics with powerful effects. It was much less flashy. Even the blade spinning she'd learned wasn't proper swordplay, that was just for the fun of it. In the end, she wasn't a proper wizard, she was a warrior and a hunter, and she needed results to show how she'd grown in her own way. Getting knocked to the ground and surrendering wasn't exactly a good demonstration of growth. Her opponent let out a long breath. By every war god that's ever drawn blood, I thought you had me again. I thought I did too, Roland, she said, a little disappointed as they walked out of the fighting pit. From the side, Brutus got up, still chewing on a large boar's bone, and padded beside her as she greeted him by patting one of his heads. All around the arena, the watchers of Roll clapped and cheered as two more of their number stepped into the fighting pit. These non-lethal bouts served as exercise, practice, and entertainment for the watchers. At the top of the arena, a statue of Roll, the ancient warrior wizard who had started their order, watched them all, her granite eyes stern and determined. Teresa squinted at it. Several of the watchers had pointed out that she and the statue wore a similar expression, but Teresa didn't see it herself. The statue glared ferociously at the world like it was some kind offstalker of death or something. Your skill's impressive, Roland said. I mean it. The watchers don't take people who are scrubs with a weapon. I'm new, but I had to prove myself, and you've already beaten me once and gave me a good run for my coin this time. 6 months ago, you could barely touch any of us. Well, nothing wrong with getting better, he agreed. Still is a damn shame you don't have the mana for wizardry. Get a few years of spellcraft under your belt and another few more years of swordplay, and the watchers would draw blood for someone like you. I'm just good at life enforcement. She shrugged. I don't. Teresa Lou. She heard a voice boom from outside the arena. There's someone here to see you. Right, catch up with you later, Roland, she said, giving the young watcher a nod and heading for the exit. She grimaced, hoping to Uldar that it wasn't Alex. She'd been deliberately avoiding talking about her progress to him and other friends, including Kalik, Selena, and Shishi. She just wanted to surprise them with how much she'd grown. It had taken her weeks of observing the watchers, practicing near them, and joining in on some of their physical exercises before they'd finally invited her to spar. Sparring with them was by invitation only. It wasn't because they were particularly secretive, it was just that they were good. She'd learned that they used to allow anyone who was interested to challenge them in the fighting pits, but the practice ended because of incidents with certain students and members of the city hall from old and powerful families where they'd embarrassed themselves and had their pride bruised. Now, they did what they were named for. They watched spectators for a time before they invited any interested folk to join them. Still, being welcomed had only led to months of getting thrown around by the warriors, and it was only in recent weeks that her skill, exercise, and life enforcement had finally started to close the gap between their least experienced members and herself. She didn't want her friends to see her practice until she could reliably beat at least some of the watchers, but it turned out her worry wasn't necessary. To her confusion and relief, it wasn't Alex who was waiting outside of the fighting pit. Towering far above the watcher that had called for Hera massive Bearman stood the hulking Grimlock. The sunlight glinted off of his teeth. "You've been looking for you," the shark man rumbled. Hey to you two," she said as the watcher left. "How did you find me?" Ran into Alex. "He said you came to practice here this evening." Grimlock said. His snout twitched. "I smell blood." "Yes, whose is it?" Teresa blinked. There'd been a bout earlier where someone's shield had slipped and they'd gotten hit hard enough to burst their lip. They'd poured red all over the place. Not important. What's going on? Teach me," Grimlock said. "Teach me this life thing you were talking about." Teresa paused, and people said she was direct. "I dunno, I'm not sure if I can," she said. "My professor would be a better teacher." "Don't know her," the shark man grunted. "No, you can go to her after you show me the beginning if you're willing. You're smelling different week by week, smelling less like prey." A shudder went down Teresa's spine. The extra creepy thing about his statement was that she knew he wasn't trying to be intimidating, bragging, or frightening. She understood what he meant. Grimlock was an apex predator and he knew it. That was one of the things that hunters feared most in the wild, a predator that knew it had nothing to fear from you. An angry and frightened bear was dangerous. A cunning, confident, and aggressive bear was how legends began. "It's dangerous," she said. "Going down that path could cripple you. All that incredible strength you already have would be gone." "I'll try it. I heal good anyway." She frowned, then sighed. "I'll tell Professor Kabat-Zinn about you, and I'll see what she says. Come to my class tomorrow. Tell me where and when and I'll be there." "You made the right decision," the professor said, sitting beneath the tree. "For one as new to the path as you, leading a test on your own would be dangerous." Rain pounded outside the wind and rain shield they had set up, barely hiding Grimlock's growl of disappointment. The rest of the class was staring up at the shark man, though they were trying to do it discreetly, but failing in most cases. She was the only one who wasn't actively staring, but the first time she met the sharkman, she had openly stared at him with her jaw hanging open. "However, if he trusts you," the professor continued, "then having you aid in his testing would calm his energies and provide you and all herewith a learning opportunity. It could be done before class begins. If that is all right with you, of course. Do you want to do this, Teresa? Remember, you're only auditing the course, and if you're not comfortable with this, you certainly don't have to do it." Teresa paused. Can I do this? Having others aid with testing or other aspects of life enforcement is very common. If you wish to do it, I can take the lead in the test and you can follow my energy. You have a natural affinity for the work we do here, perhaps because you are a descendant of Twinblade Lu, and you are growing to be quite skilled. "I trust you," Grimlock suddenly said. "Seen you fight. Know you're reliable." The huntress gave it deep, careful thought. If she managed to do this, that would not only allow another to experience the path of cultivation, but a powerful ally would grow stronger. Grimlock didn't have the mark to interfere with his concentration and risk disastrous or even deadly results, so that terrifying possibility wasn't an issue to consider. If she failed at it and things went badly, then she'd have responsibility for Grimlock getting injured. She thought about her loss to Roland. Would Grimlock trust and consider her reliable if he'd seen that? And just because she'd grown quite skilled, that wouldn't mean much if she messed up at an important moment again. She thought about how the Watcher could have killed her if it had been a real battle. She was leaning toward refusing Grimlock, and just letting her professor decide what to do when a deadly, multi-limbed monster came to mind, the Hive Queen. The Teresa of Thenfar, weaker and less trained than No, had charged the burning creature without hesitation. Why was she hesitating now? Would she do the same when they faced the Zythak? Her jaw tightened. "All right if you want to try," she said. "Then I'm willing to try." Grimlock's mouth did an unnerving, snarling thing which was probably supposed to be a smile. The professor turned to one of her graduate students. "Would you get us a testing bowl, please? In the meanwhile, Grimlock, I want you to join us in a 10-minute meditation. We shall see if you have the ability to concentrate long enough for this." The guided meditation passed quickly, with Grimlock going completely silent as he joined in with the class. His black eyes rolled back, exposing a dead white surface, and he stopped moving. He hardly even breathed. By the time the meditation was over, the student had returned with the testing bowl. The professor turned to Teresa. "Are you ready?" "Yes," she said. "I am." She turned toward the towering Grimlock, then froze, looking at his giant hands. Grimlock grunted. "You're gonna need a bigger bowl." Another bowl was quickly fetched. Once the testing bowl was set up, Professor Kabat-Zinn turned to Teresa. Why don't you proceed with the question, Teresa? The huntress nodded, remembering when she'd been tested. Tell me, why do you want to learn life force enforcement? Because I've seen what it can do, the sharkman rumbled, and I want to see what I can do, she nodded. Now place your hands into the bowl, Grimlock. And you, Teresa, place your hands over mine, her professor said. All three closed their eyes, and Teresa let her mind call into the flow of life force within herself, a flow that had grown much stronger. Yet now, when she touched her professors, a shock rippled through her. Kabat-Zinn's life force was an ocean deep, powerful and honed. Teresa was in awe as she followed her professor's power. Then she felt Grimlock's. His life flowed powerfully through him, but it was untrained and had not been reinforced with the power of nature. There's looking at her own energy and feeling her professors understood how much more hers could be. For a time, their life forces circled around his while a strange shift occurred in the shark man. The life force calmed and it opened up to them. And with that opening, the professor reached in and Teresa followed. Their life forces touched and Kabat-Zinn reached deep into Grimlock and shifted something in his core. Immediately his body reacted. His life force began to boil, ejecting impurities from itself. They drew out of him a moment later. The shark man shuddered, then heaved, vomiting a stream of awful-smelling black gunk into the bowl. Teresa was suddenly very glad they'd gotten a bigger bowl. She smiled up at him. Welcome to the path of cultivation, Grimlock. What a way to start, he shuddered, wiping the blackened stuff from his lips. It hurts right now, but you'll see, your life force will get rid of all that stuff and you'll feel much lighter in time, just like she had. Teresa set aside her frustrations. Her confidence boosted somewhat by helping with the test. She let go of her loss against Roland. She'd get another chance, and besides, as much as she kept thinking of it as a what if it had been a fight to the death, she knew that was only her insecurities talking. See the world as it is, she thought. That wasn't a life or death battle, that was a sparring match. Leave it aside. It'll distract you from what's coming. She thought back to her reasons for starting life enforcement. I want to protect my loved ones, and I want to follow my great-grandfather's path to gain his strength and step into the world prepared for its dangers. That was what she should be focusing on. She needed to go to the city. She had a bow to buy. Then she paused, looking at Grimlock and thinking about the many weapon shops in the capital. Hey, she said, have you ever used a crossbow before? An idea had begun to stir in her mind. She'd been approaching the fights like a warrior, but she was also a hunter, and teams of hunters killed at range. My, well, aren't you all prepared? Balin said admiringly, and he was not exaggerating. His class had come looking like they were ready to go to war. The entourages of every student were bristling with weapons. Hogarth, Sphenia, and Ivander all had longbows and javelins with heavy, barbed-tipped arrows. They gripped long spears and kept their usual side armaments at the ready. They wore no armor, chainmail, or other metal armor would have done little good against the force lances of the Zythak, and would not only have slowed them down, but also made them overheat. Teresa carried a spear as well as a thick, composite bow that Alexevin, after all of his strength training, struggled to pull to its full draw. She had left Brutus with Selena for this challenge. There would be little the Cerberus could do against a powerful airborne opponent. She also had her sword and hunting knife readied. Grimlich, still new to the path of life enforcement, looked as powerful and vicious as ever, and he'd added to his natural deadliness with a crossbow the size of a ballista, an enormous spear, and several javelins. He looked more than ready for the hunt. The battle magic students all had extra weapons. Crossbows were common. Rain had 2 crossbows slung over his back, both cocked and ready. We are here to fight for our lives, Colic answered Balin. On his arm, Nagia ruffled her feathers with a fierce gleam in her eyes. Or to treat this as such. I am sure this Zythak will not go easy on us, so why should we not do what we can to make its day difficult? Spoken like a proper wizard, Balin congratulated him. And the rest of you, if this were the early days of this class, I think, and do correct me if I am wrong, but most of you would be going into this trial with only your magic readied and tactics focusing solely on spellcraft. Now look. He gestured at them, non-wizard companions, mundane weapons, formations, potions. He nodded to Alex, whose bags were filled with various potions. Well done, you are already being transformed by the rigors of combat and adapting. No, before we begin, I will show you exactly where you will be teleported to. Then I shall answer any questions you might have. After, you will have 10 minutes to plan out your initial tactics, and then you will be sent into battle. He turned and conjured an illusion of a map showing an area of the Barrens near the Zythak's stone tower. Alex grimly noted the wild mana vent close by. You will be dropped here. Balin pointed to an area south of the Zythak's nest and away from the mana vent. It is far enough from its home that you should have time before the creature attacks, or if it comes immediately, at least some time before it reaches you. Now, did any of your preparations these past weeks yield any questions? Izald's hand shot up immediately. One of my peers recently informed me that a Zythak mates for life. Since there is a nest, does that mean we shall face 2 of them? That had been a startling revelation they'd only heard about a few days before. Alex looked up at Balin nervously, waiting for the answer. Balin nodded. This one was indeed part of a mated pair, but the female killed the male early in their nesting. He seemed to have become weakened by a wasting sickness peculiar to the species, and Zyathacs do not tolerate weakness in mates or offspring. For our purposes, this nest was the best choice for this exercise. Keep in mind, however, having to safeguard her eggs alone might make her more dangerous. What next? Many in the group seemed to be caught between feelings of relief at not having to fight two of them, and uneasiness at having to fight a more dangerous egg-protecting mother to be Zyathac. Malcolm put up his hand next. How long until the eggs hatch? Can you give us a rough idea? I would estimate not for a good month or so, Balin said, so you will only have to contend with getting an egg and defeating the mother, and not with live, hungry Zyathac chicks. Who's next? Thundar raised his hand. Is that big lizard gonna be in its nest, or is it off hunting? A twinkle entered Balin's eye. Now that is intelligence I think you should secure for yourself, young Thundar. The Minotaur grunted. Is there anything else? Balin asked, looking around the class. Alex raised his hand. What if we suddenly realize that we're actually super crazy for doing this and want to go back home? Several snickers passed through the class, though some of his peers only threw him nervous looks. Anxiety hung heavily over the students and their entourages. I see you are calm enough to joke, Alex, Balin said. No, I'm actually terrified, that's why I'm joking. Ah, then I shall say this. Anyone who wishes not to participate can certainly step aside, but know that it will affect your classmates' chances at success, your own grade, as well as any future chances you might have against a threat, such as this when I am not close by to protect you in case of emergencies. Think on it. Danger combined with safety now, or the cold hand of chance later. I trust you all to make the wisest decision. Right, Alex said as the class huddled together. I'm thinking we'd better hit the ground as soon as we teleport in. Stay quiet and low first. If it's in the nest, it's probably not going to take long to see us. As long as we stay low and it's not looking in our direction when we appear, we'll have some time to decide and plan what we do. We could even lie down before we're teleported, so that we're low to the ground when we appear, Shiny suggested. That's a good idea, Teresa agreed. Less noise and movement that way. Then how do we get our information? Leave that to me, Colic said. I shall send Nagia up and high. The vent is close to the nest, which might mean vent drinkers close by. If it feeds on them, then a single eagle will likely be beneath its notice unless it is very hungry. He paused, his eyes narrowing in thought. I could cast a sound burst spell from Nagia as she flies over the vent, targeting it at the rim. If there are vent drinkers present, it will spot them instead. Creating a distraction, Angela nodded. I approve. Something's bugging me though, Rain said. 1 second. Balin? Yes, Rain, the Chancellor answered. Can Zyathacs tolerate wild mana vents like vent drinkers can? No. Balin shook his head. They do have some resistance, but they will eventually be hindered by them like any other creature with mana. Keep in mind that even you young wizards are now stronger and experienced enough to tolerate being in close proximity to them for a short period of time. Yeah, I don't really want to put that to the test, Alex whispered. Okay, Rain frowned. How high is the stone tower that it makes its nest on? Roughly 500 feet, Balin said. Ah, that explains something, Malcolm said. That nest is probably a good 100 feet from the vent, and with how high up it is and the beastie's resistance to the vent, it should be safe when it's nesting. Teresa frowned. If we could somehow make it fly over the vent and shoot it down. That would be the end of that, Alex said. One thing I wanted to add, Ivander jumped in. I can move up through the stone tower. I might be able to ambush it from below its nest and get this whole thing finished. Or at least wound it, Malcolm added. Right, then how about this, Alex said. We come in low and see where it is. Nagia goes up and scouts out what she can see while Ivander comes at it through the ground. Meanwhile, we spread out. Alex reached into a bag. These are potions of flight. He held them in his hand. We won't be able to fly as fast as the Zyathac, but we'll have better maneuvering ability than it does. Maybe a few of us could be flying while the rest spread out on the ground. That should divide its attention and stop it from just Lance blasting us to death if we're in a single group. Good idea, Colic said. I shall take one of those potions. Me too, Grimlock said. Rhea, Isolde, and Karameus also took one. Alex kept the last one for himself and set the ones he turned into bombs aside. Time is up, Balin said. I hope you're all ready, and do not be nervous. After all, you're proper wizards with very capable companions, are you not? I am sure that victory will be yours. The group nodded at each other, signaling their readiness, and laid flat on the ground. With that, Balin waved his hand and the teleportation magic carried them off and into the barrens. Alex, as usual, appeared first. Lying on the ground as he was, he couldn't help but feel extremely vulnerable, prostrated in the dust all by himself. He squinted at the nest and saw that it was a jagged construction of fuzzy stuff and what looked to be shattered bones. Slowly, he drew a potion from his bag that enhanced his senses and drank it down. His vision sharpened, and he now saw that the entire nest was constructed of what looked to be the broken remains of bone drinkers, Mupkara fur, and the remnants of other creatures he wasn't familiar with. He paused, recognizing a skull that had a telltale lance protruding from it. The Zyathacs mate, its bones had been used to reinforce the nest. Gruesome, Alex muttered as the others teleported all around him in prone positions. But waste not, want not, I guess. He turned and quietly shared what he'd seen with them, getting grim and nervous nods in return. Nuo-Oj, who had been fairly quiet, glanced over at Grimlock and exchanged a nod. Did you see it? Colic asked. Did you see the Zythak herself? Alex squinted, looking for any signs of scales or leathery wings. Well, if it's home, it's lying down or taking a nap. Good for us if it is, Rain said. No sense in wasting time then, Ivander said. When I'm almost at the top of the tower, I'll stick out an arm and wave my blade so that it catches the sun. That'll let you know I'm almost there. I'll flash once if I can hear it above and twice if I can't. If it's not in its nest, I'll lay a trap for it. A trap, Colic asked. How will you know if it arrives if you're buried in the earth? I will feel the vibrations as it lands, then I'll spike it. Hey, Malcolm caught Ivander by the shoulder. Be careful. Always am, the green, pointed-eared man said. I only get one life. Taking a breath like a diver before leaping into a lake, Ivander sank into the stone, disappearing just as an earth elemental would. Then we should not wait too long either, Colic said, then whispered to Nadia. You be careful too. The bird of prey looked down at her master with intelligent eyes, nuzzled him once with her beak and then took off, beating massive wings before catching an air current and circling high into the air. And now we wait, the prince said. That's always the longest part of hunting, Teresa added. The waiting. Well, I don't mind it, Alex said. More waiting equals less horrible flying lizard that uses force magic to blast faces off. They hardly breathed as they lay in the dust, watching Nadia fade into a small dot above, and then soar toward the mana vent and stone tower. After what seemed like hours, Alex saw two flashes of metal coming from near the top of the stone tower. Nothing there, Malcolm said. Maybe it's out hunting. More waiting, Grimlock growled. But it's a good thing, Teresa said. Now we'll have the advantage. What should we do now then? Alex asked. Start spreading out. I think some of us should spread out, Rhea jumped in. Some of us should move to get a view from a different angle and set up another line of attack. Hogarth balked. But ladybuts are not for public conversation, she said, startling Alex, Thundar, and Colic. I shall be quite fine with the rest here. Rhea, Shiny, and Malcolm with Isolde's entourage slowly got up and began to move to the left. The rest of us should spread some dust on ourselves, Alex said. Try to make ourselves as hard to see as we can. He conjured two wizards' hands as he and the others began covering themselves in the fine dust. What is it? Isolde said, looking at Colic, who was eyeing her with a puzzled look. I did not pick you for one to make, but references, Isolde, Colic said. Perhaps we can all be a little out of our nature when waiting for death to come from above. Where is this thing? She snapped under her breath. I doubt we would be so fortunate to avoid it completely at his eggs, so it cannot leave them for long, so let us just begin this death march. Careful what you wish for, Teresa said, and there was a note in her voice that made everyone freeze. Colic, she whispered. Where's Nadia? The prince concentrated for a moment. Over the vent. Why? Because I think we're about to get into a fight. Look up at the sky to the east. As the remaining group members turned toward where Teresa was cautiously pointing. Alex's enhanced eyes caught it, a long, sinewy shape with massive wings like the sails of a small ship. The Zythak was coming. Shit, Alex swore. Do the others see it? He squinted, searching for the other group until he finally spotted them. He didn't know if they'd seen the Zythak and gone to ground, or if they'd already been lying flat, but they were pressed to the dusty earth, moving slowly. Good. They were looking up, but hadn't. No, now Rhea was pointing in the Zythak's direction, and the others were no longer moving. Do you think it'll see us? Thundar grunted. With eyes as good from a distance as Balin says they have, no way it didn't see some of us, especially with those guys moving. Colic swore, I cannot tell. It could either be soaring, gliding back to its nest, or hunting. He frowned. Let us give it something else to think about. The prince's face tightened in concentration as he looked in the direction of the stone tower and the mana vent beyond. Alex heard the whispered incantation of a spell being cast, and then CR boom. A stuttering, cracking boom echoed from the mana vent, and just afterward the panicked cries of vent drinkers. Colic's spell of sound was doing its work. Alex turned his attention back to the Zythak, noticing that its flight path had shifted toward the mana vents. Good, he said. I think it's going over to investigate. The sinewy shape grew in Alex's vision as the Zythak slowly descended toward the land below. He saw its head shifting, turning, searching. Scanning the plain with those razor-sharp eyes. As it got closer, he noticed something gripped in its giant talons, something humanoid, bulky, and limp. It's got something in its claws, Alex said, describing the shape as best as he could. A gorger from the sound of it. Isolde squinted, trying to get a better look, but eventually shaking her head. I cannot see clearly, but either way does it look like it has spotted us. No, he said. I think Colic's distraction worked for now. Then we are fortunate, the prince said. Perhaps with food in hand it has less interest in its surroundings. What do you mean? Rain asked. It is in the nature of apex predators, he said. Whether that be the eagle, the lion, the griffin, or even we of the mortal races. When we think we have nothing to fear, and when we have what we desire, attention can slip. That is why small birds do not fear being near eagles when they are landed or already have a kill. The eagle has nothing to fear from them, and there is nothing it wants at that moment, and so they feel safe. He chuckled bitterly. That is why we of the mortal races are so dangerous. We always want something. Very philosophical, Thundar said, but do you think now is really the right tea? SHH, Alex hissed. It's coming back this way. The group went as quiet as corpses, watching the Zythak soaring back from over the vent. For a tense moment, Alex wondered if Colic had been wrong and it was coming to blast them, but it began circling its nest, slowly descending. Geez, that's a damn big beast, Thundar grunted as it grew clearer in everyone's vision. Alex wasn't sure if it was because Balin's Zythak skeleton was only bones, but this one seemed a fair bit bigger. Maybe it was a bigger creature, in which case not so lucky for them. Scarce both old and new traced its scales, and its beak looked absolutely deadly even from their distance. He hoped that whatever Ivander had planned would be enough to kill it. The entire group held their breaths. Come on, Alex whispered. Land, damn you, land. Leathery wings beat a handful of times as the Zythak prepared to land. Oh hell, Colic suddenly swore. Get ready for battle. The prince tensed, readying himself to spring to his feet. What? Isolde asked. Why? The trap hasn't sprung, the Gorger. Before the Zythak lands, the corpse it holds will touch the earth first. When Ivander feels that, he'll trigger the trap too early, Teresa finished. Damn it, she scrambled to sling her bow. Alex began to conjure his wizard's hands. He hadn't even bothered with shield or lesser force armor. The Zythak's blast or force magic wrapped lance would tear through those like they were parchment. They would have just been a waste of mana. The creature finished its descent. The Gorger's corpse touched the top of the stone tower. Croom. There was the sound of ripping earth as half a dozen stone spikes burst up from the rock, striking the nest. A spike exploded, an egg raining pieces down to the ground. The rest tore through the body of the Gorger, impaling it and almost impaling the Zythak. But she was just a bit too fast and reacted. A single beat of its wings launched it into the air again, but Alex could see blood staining its legs. Whether that was from the Gorger or from Ivander's trap wounding it, he couldn't be sure. Raarg, she screamed, and the air around her shimmered. Abruptly, the spikes which had kept blasting toward her shuddered, then crumbled. Shit, Karamius swore, taking out his potion of flight. Its cry must have hit Ivander through the stone. The Zythak continued to shriek in rage, its attention focused on the threat below. It hesitated, though, likely worried about its nest and eggs. That's when the students sprang into action. All of them threw back their potions and quickly cast spells or began to move. Rhea and Shiny's chanting joined, sweeping into the air, and 2 beads of orange power floated up and combined into a twitching ball of flame. The fireball shot forth, arcing like a comet, and exploding just before the Zythak's tower. It transformed into a roaring tornado of fire that swirled toward the beast. Malcolm shouted his own spell, conjuring 3 bolts of ice magic. Nuaoj also conjured solid balls of ice, and they shot forth. The Zythak screeched again, and its cry disrupted the mana in the spells flying toward it, slowing the flaming tornado. Alex heard a humming sound as power was gathered in the air, and the lance on the Zythak's brow began to shimmer with force magic. Boom! The air tore apart as the force lance blasted through the tornado, scattering its flame. A beat of her wings carried her out of the way of Malcolm's spells, though one of Nuaoj struck true, icing part of her scales. The creature shrieked in fury, looking toward both groups of wizards. Make your shots count. Thundar roared, casting blows of lead on Grimlock and Teresa's quivers and spears. Drink your flight potions, Colic cried. We need as many individual targets as we can get. He drank back his potion, his face took on an expression of deep concentration, then he shot into the air as the magic of flight activated. Alex, Isolde, Grimlock, and Karamius followed, then Rain cast his flight spell. Be careful, Grimlock, Nuaoj shouted, then cast Shield of Darkwater upon him and herself to keep them from drying out. Tell that to my supper, Grimlock roared, hefting his crossbow onto his shoulder. The other flyers shot into the air after the prince. Thundar stayed on the ground with Nuaoj, Teresa, and Angelar, and began hurling bolts of magic at the Zythak together with Karamius and Angelar. The deadly reptile glared down at all of them before shooting high into the air with a single beat of its wings. It climbed fast, shrinking in the sky. It is preparing for a dive, Colic shouted, readying to cast a spell. All of you be ready to move. Seconds later, the Zythak tucked its wings at its sides and dropped. Alex gasped. Its speed was terrifying. The force-enhanced lance split the air in front of it, cutting down air resistance. As Ram had described it, let it accelerate at a horrifying rate. The airborne group scattered, but it turned, using its lance and long neck to guide it directly toward Grimlock, the largest and most dangerous-looking target. Prepare to attack it, Colic roared, then shouted an incantation. Boom! An explosion sounded just above the Zythak, and the creature startled and veered sideways, spreading its wings. Stay out of range of its cry and blast it, Alex shouted. A volley of bolts of magic, fire and ice together with arrows from Teresa's bow, erupted from the flyers and the combatants on the ground, but the Zyethak's speed let it shoot past most of the projectiles. Only 2 arrows, one fired by Hogarth and one by Teresa, struck it, and both bounced off of its heavy chest scales. "Filthy flying crocodile," Colic shouted. "We have to slow it." I thought it might have paused, but look out. Alex had glanced at Colic and was about to reply when he whirled back toward the beast. With its natural flying skills, the Zyethak had pulled a wing overlooping up into the air until it had reversed course, then flipping so that it was right side up again. It shot directly at them. HMMMMM. The hum of force magic began to rise. "Shit! Scatter! Scatter!" Alex cried. Boom! The force lance tore through the air, nearly striking Isolde and Karameus as they swept out of the way. Without the potion of flight giving them such maneuverability, Alex shuddered to think what could have happened. It sailed through their ranks again, but they fired spell after spell at it. This time they were better prepared for its speed, and more of their magic and arrows struck it as it passed. Its tough scales deflected the projectiles, with only one of the arrows getting through to deliver a shallow wound. However, as it glided through their positions, a bolt of cold magic shot out and clipped its wing. Zyethak shrieked as frost spread through part of the leathery membrane, impairing it. Still, it started to turn, aiming for Shiny's group. "Hit it now," Alex shouted. "It has to slow when it turns." "Right, give it a volley," Colic roared, "all of us." A cloud of spells, bolts and arrows hurtled toward the Zyethak from many directions as it turned. The beast parried some with her force-enhanced lance, but others struck her. She was farther away by now, so many of the arrows failed to penetrate her armor. One of Colic's spells produced a glob of clay that splashed across its back, quickly hardening. Alex wished a few globs had hit its wings to send it plummeting to the ground, but instead it kept coming, swooping at Shiny's group. Both she and Rhea shot fireballs at it, but it blasted one apart with its force beam, then soared past the other, leaving it to explode in its wake. Crossbow bolts from Svinia and Hogarth glanced off of its chest. Malcolm sprayed a line of icy magic at it, but it only clipped the creature. Scrambling, Rhea and Shiny barked out quick spells and both unleashed massive, rising smoke clouds between it and their group. The creature suddenly folded its wings and shot down at an even steeper angle, catching the young wizards by surprise. It plummeted straight toward Malcolm as the ice mage tried to scramble away through the smoke. Boom! Her bulk hit the ground, shaking it from the impact, and she abruptly unleashed her cry. The air shimmered around her as Malcolm, Shiny, and Rhea screamed. 2 of the wizards fell, with only the tall, fiery-haired elf remaining on her feet. It was clear that doing so was taking everything Rhea had, which did not leave her much room to defend herself. The Zyethak's fanged beak shot forward like a serpent, and its jaws snapped so quickly that it sounded like the cracking of a whip. Rhea gave a strangled cry, then vanished just as the fangs bit down on her. As she disappeared, the Zyethak paused for a moment, surprised. Just for a moment, though, but that was enough. Hwang ka-chunk, one of Teresa's arrows and a massive crossbow bolt from Grimlock shot forward and slammed into the creature's side. Its shriek blasted through their ears, slowing the multitude of spells shooting at it from Alex's group in the air and Nua Oj on the ground. Hogarth and Svinia charged in with their spears, jabbing its scaly underbelly and punching shallow holes in its hide. Then a single beat of its wings carried it skyward. The bolt and arrow had struck deep and it was bleeding, but the monster still had a lot of vigor left. "Damn it all," Colic swore. "It will not be so careless again." Alex's eyes narrowed, looking at one of his wizard's hands. He had placed one of his booba-trapped potions and altered potion of flight in one of his wizard's hands, but quickly realized that it wouldn't work. The creature's cry slowed spells, and with its natural speed, there was no way he'd be able to maneuver the potion bottle in front of it fast enough to break the glass and gas it before it could speed away. They needed to slow it down or stop it. His eyes narrowed. Think, adapt. What resources did they have? He watched the Zyethak turn in the air and his eyes flicked around him. He saw Nagia approaching from above. He also saw the green form of Ivander slowly emerge from the stone of the tower, shaking his head, appearing to be still woozy from the creature's cry. Wait, that might be it. He looked at Malcolm, who was being violently ill. He needed to get to the ice wizard. Colic, Isolde, Thundar, Teresa, everyone, he shouted. I need to get to Malcolm. If I can, I think I might be able to screw up this thing's flight. Let's do it. Colic barked. Go. Glancing at the turning Zyethak, Alex shot toward the fallen ice wizard. The air rushed past Alex's ears as he fired himself toward Malcolm's fallen body. He kept the modified potion of flight in his wizard's hand, which was poised to squeeze at his will. Spells fired at the Zyethak from behind him, drawing its attention, but the creature now seemed intent on singling out targets that were alone, and Alex had broken away from the group. He stifled a scream as it shot toward him, and he activated the mark, focusing it on the act of flight. It improved his skill by the moment, teaching him every correct movement to maximize maneuverability. The others fired at it again and again, but it was still too quick and its armor too thick. "Alex," Teresa screamed, and she fired repeatedly, taking care not to hit him. One arrow bit home, but the Zyethak still fired its force beam. Alex dived, shooting toward the earth, making the beam pass above his back. At the same time, he shot the wizard's hand into its flight path, preparing it to clench and crush the potion bottle when it got close enough. There was another hum. The Zythak fired at his spell. Whoosh! The potion bottle exploded into the gaseous trap potion, but the Zythak screeched and pulled out of its dive before it could fly through the cloud. Damn, Alex cursed. It was being cautious. Too cautious. He pulled out of his own dive, shooting forward and flying only a few feet above the earth. His other wizard's hand removed another gas potion from his bag just as he reached Shiny's group. Hogarth and Sphenia were helping the two young wizards to their feet and supporting them to stand. Each looked pale, sick, and drenched in sweat. Malcolm, Alex cried. Malcolm, are you okay? I need you here with me. Malcolm was dazed, but didn't look like he was suffering anything serious like a mana reversal. He and Shiny didn't look like they'd be participating in the fight much more, though. Someone beat that bloody knight, Malcolm muttered, half delirious. Break his knee. Take that war mace of his hand and shove it down his. Malcolm, listen, I'm sure whatever you're seeing has to be better than all this, but if it weren't for Balin's spell, Rhea would have been bitten in half and I need you with me, man. Come on. Alex used his voice not to scream at Malcolm, but to be loud and authoritative enough to get his attention. The ice wizard shook his head. Alex. A scream erupted and Alex whirled around. He saw the Zythak shooting past the flyers. 2 more arrows protruded from it, and it looked like one of Rain's crossbow bolts had punctured a wing. The wizard was preparing another bolt for firing. Karameus, however, was plummeting in a twitching, helpless wreck. It looked like he'd gotten caught in the scream. Thundar raced over in Dove, catching the Doberman beastman before he hit the hard ground of the barrens. Arrows were flying from the tower. It looked like Ivander had recovered, speaking to his fortitude, but he was having no luck hitting the Zythak from his range. He was gliding through the stone down the side, half sticking out, with his eyes fixed firmly on Malcolm. Alex turned back to the ice wizard. Listen, I think we can ground this thing, but I need you to cast a spell. Do you think you can do that? He asked. Malcolm groaned. Alex grabbed him by the shoulder. Focus, man, adapt, can you do it? Malcolm shook his head and anger began to seep into his eyes. I feel like my head's about to explode, but I think I've got 1 or 2 more in me. You'd better have a good plan, though. I'm done if it catches me like that again. If my plan works, it won't be catching shit all, Alex said, glaring at the creature. I just need 1 spell. Malcolm groaned. Which one? That teleportation spell you got. Call through ice, he said. Teleport this potion bottle. He jerked his thumb at the potion. Right in from of its stupid piece of shit face. Malcolm looked at it. And that'll bring it down. Absolutely, Alex said. Very likely, absolutely. It's probably completely certain. There's a really good chance that it'll probably work like I want it to, most likely. Malcolm stared at him. That doesn't inspire confidence. Well, trust me, it can't hurt. You in, I got nothing better to do. Alex looked back at the other group and shouted, I need you to slow it down, just for a split second. Anything you can do, we are trying, Colic started saying. Leave it to me. Rain suddenly shouted, drawing gazes. I'll do it. Isolde looked alarmed. The potion of sensory enhancement let Alex see her expression even from this distance. Are you sure? She asked. I don't think. Let me do this, Rain shouted again. There's no time, it's coming for us. He unslung one of his crossbows and started to shoot higher into the air even as the Zythak banked to the left and came in for another dive. Over here, Rain shot upward, breaking away from the group, presenting himself as a target. The Zythak took the bait and dove for him with all of its speed. Rain fired his crossbow at it, and the others shot more spells, but it swerved left and right, avoiding most of their attacks. Rain shouldered his second crossbow and fired again. The Zythak responded by pointing its lance at him. The humming rose in volume. Alex swore under his breath. Malcolm, get ready, he said. Malcolm clenched his teeth and began to cast the spell. Then Rain turned and dove away from the Zythak. It was clear that he had a lot more flying experience than the rest of them. He shot down toward the ground, barrel rolling as he went, keeping its attention. It chased him, changing its angle. Rather than diving at the last instant like Alex, Rain had given it plenty of time to correct its course and chase him. The flying wizard descended far quicker and more steeply than Alex had. The ground swept up to meet him and then at the last instant turned so that he was flying parallel with the ground. He was so close that he was kicking up dust as he flew. The Zythak followed him and tried to correct its dive, but Rain had gone too low. If it did not slow, it would crash. Snap. Its wings snapped out, slowing it for an instant, and it unleashed its cry. Rain, screamagiting, caught in it and crashed into the dust, and for a few instants the Zythak just hovered as it prepared to climb. Now Malcolm, Alex barked. Malcolm finished his spell. Whoosh. There was a flash of icy wind as what looked to be a tiny door of ice opened beside the potion bottle. It and the wizard's hand spell were sucked through. Alex felt the magic circuit disintegrate as his spell and potion disappeared from this plane and an instant later popped out of the frozen portal right above the Zythak. Alex bit his lip, hoping that the brief time of going through the para-elemental plane of cold hadn't ruined it. Out of reflex, the Zythak swept at the potion bottle with her lance. Crack, there was a crunch of glass. Boom, the bottle exploded, sending a cloud of aerosolized flight potion directly into the Zythak's face. The beast froze for an instant as the gas enveloped its head, then a sound like a gasp, then a violent sneeze erupted. Ka-thunk, another of Grimlock's crossbow bolts slammed into its side, along with two of Teresa's arrows. Nuaoj's icy water spell splashed onto a wing, freezing parts of the membrane. Then Nagia was swooping by, and a glob of Kalik's clay spell splashed onto the Zythak's wing, hardening in an instant. Several blasts hammered into its scales, but not enough to stop it, and it quickly began climbing again. Alex watched, his heart sinking. The potion hadn't, wait, he thought. Is it wobbling? The flying reptile sneezed, shaking its head, its flight a bit unsteady. Then it suddenly shot into the air. The beast screeched as its flight went completely crazy, bouncing around in the air as if unseen hands were tugging it in different directions. It zigzagged, looped, and rolled randomly, the potion's corrupted flight magic sending it off course as the group stared on in shock. Screeches echoed through the air, and its wings flailed wildly as it desperately tried to right itself. And then it shot toward the ground with all four limbs scrabbling at the air. Bang! It hit the earth, kicking up a massive dust cloud. She screeched, clawed, and scratched at the dirt as she tried to pull herself up. And up she went, shooting back into the air. Zythak flailed like a puppet as it went. Hogarth said, we should probably regroup. Yeah, Alex said dully. He couldn't believe how well the potion had worked. He heard a tired snicker come from just behind him. Yeah, you flail, you dirty, scaled vulture, Malcolm laughed weakly. They dragged their way to the other group as the flyers landed. Angela was hovering protectively over Karamius, while Thundar gently picked up the fallen form of Rain and returned to the group. Rain, Rain. Thundar called to him, tapping at his face. How are they? Kalik asked Angela and Thundar. Rain's not dead. No mana reversal or anything, but he's out like a burnt-out candle. Thundar grunted, and there was a note of respect in his voice. Brave bastard. Can't believe this is the same guy that flew away in the beginning. Karamius is tough too, Angela said. He'll be back on his feet, but I don't know about any spell casting anytime soon. Karamius groaned in his grip. Kalik glanced over toward Ivandar, who was still making his way back to the group. Then he looked up toward the scrambling Zythak. Alex, you madman. Kalik grinned ferociously. Look at it. It is like a puppet whose master is being stung by scorpions. His grin faded. This is good. This will tire it immensely, but it will not finish at HOH. All of them winced as the Zartak began firing random force beams in all directions in a panic as it tried to regain control of its flight and senses. Another twitch and it crashed back to the earth. Voom! Its force lance tore a trench through the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as its body dragged clambering and screaming along the ground. When it shot back into the air, Alex could see clumps of scales had been scraped off. By the elements, that is utterly horrifying, Isolde gaped. If we were in an enclosed space, I think it would be smashed to pulp by now, Teresa said. Indeed, but for our sakes, it is not unfortunately. How much longer will it be in this state, Alex? Kalik asked. Alex frowned. Well, I brewed the potion to burn through its mana a lot faster than a regular potion of flight, and it's already been smashing around for about a few minutes. I'd say maybe another couple of minutes or so before the magic wears off. Good, then we shall need to hurry and finish it off, Kalik said as Nagia swooped down and landed on his arm. Alex looked at him, as did the rest. You got something in mind. I do, he said. When your magic fades, it will be wounded, confused, and dazed. This will likely bring it to the earth even if the potion wears off while it is airborne. And tired and wounded as it is, I doubt it will be able to fly well quickly. True, Teresa said, but it'll be a wounded animal. It'll fight with everything it's got left. Kalik said, which is why I think we should close in, surround it, and bury it in our magic. Shiny, do you think you have a fireball in you? The young woman shook her head queasily. It's taking everything I have just to stand. Then it will be the hard way. We surround it from all sides and bury it with magic and arrows until it stops moving. Teresa grunted. I don't think that'll work. Against a bear, sure. But that thing is a hunter with a ranged weapon more powerful than any of ours. It can blast you wizards or use its cry to put all of you down, especially since it's desperate and wounded. A fair point. What would you suggest then? Kalik asked. Teresa squinted, then glanced toward Grimlock. How strong are you feeling? Strong, Grimlock said, and hungry. Good, she said, her Deathstalker face on full display. I say you and me get in there, flank the thing and hit it with our spears. Give it something to focus on instead of letting it just blast everyone with that lance. Hogarth and Svenia can harry it with longbows too. Our task is to keep it pinned so it can't get time to use its cry on the wizards. Nuaoj paused, looking up at Grimlock. Well, that's a plan I know you'd like. She looked at Kalik. What about if you and I go next? Blast it with clay and ice to keep slowing it so it can't get away. I shall be there as well, Isolde said. My strongest lightning spells will require that I be closer than some of you others. You and I, Kalik, can resume flight and strike it from above with impunity. Right, this is a good plan, Kalik said. Then Thundar, Alex, Angela, Hogarth, Svenia, and the wounded can be on the back line. I'll run interference from above too, Alex volunteered. Malcolm snarled. If Ivander's recovered enough, he'll spike it when he gets back. Good, we got a plan, Thundar said. And right on time. They looked up as the Zythak's wild movements in the air suddenly ended, and it plummeted like a falling catapult stone. It tried to fly, but still dazed, it couldn't right itself before. Boom, the ground shook as it crashed. Thundar quickly cast body enhancement spells on both Grimlock and Teresa. The shark man handed Thundar his massive crossbow and bolts. Now's our chance. Alex roared, shooting into the air. Let's finish this thing. Grimlock and Teresa shot toward the Zythak. The huntress was the faster of the two. She hefted her spear and closed on the monster, and Grimlock followed close behind. He'd always been able to cover a lot of ground with his enormous strides, but life enforcement had begun to increase his speed. Isolde, Colic, and Alex flew up and over the Zythak, preparing their spells. Alex cast a Forciball, and Thundar cast a body enhancement spell on himself. The Minotaur got Grimlock's crossbow ready, tensing his muscles, then using both hands to pull the string back. Unlike the shark man, he needed to use much of his body and a lot of grunting to pull it back, but he said it just as Teresa reached the Zythak. The creature was utterly battered. The arrows and bolts that had struck her had snapped off, leaving the tips in wounds that gaped open. She panted from exhaustion, and her wings revealed several small rips. Blood dripped down her scales. Still, the fight hadn't left her eyes, and a screech echoed across the barrens as Teresa closed in on her. The Zythak's neck whipped forward. Snap! Its jaws came down on empty air. Teresa slid beneath its beak and pointed her spear up toward its chest like when she dove beneath the dying hive queen. Now she was faster. She thrust the spear forward with all of her enhanced strength and precision, driving it through a gap in the steel like scales. The point sank a foot deep before a twist of the monster's body snapped off its haft. Teresa was back on her feet with her ancestral sword and hunting knife in either hand. The huntress danced within its reach, her weapons flickering like flashes of light under the sun. She went for shallow, twisting cuts that would strip skin from most creatures, but slipped beneath the Zythak's hardened scales, delivering light cuts between the gaps. More blood dripped, seeping into the dirt as the beast tried swiping at her with wings and talons, and even trying to crush her with its immense bulk. But the huntress' speed, and the creature's poor vision up close made it impossible for the Zythak to pin her down. It could not even use its lance against her because Grimlock was now closing in. With a dreadful hum, it fired its force beam at him, but the shark man dodged sideways. Grimlock grunted in pain. It had clipped his shoulder, but he kept charging forward despite the wound. He thrust his massive spear at its body, but a sweep of its neck split the weapon with its force lance. Grimlock snarled, stalking toward it more cautiously, waiting for a moment when Teresa's harrying caused its attention to shift. Yet the monster was cautious as well, swiping and smashing at Teresa while taking care not to point its lance away from the shark man for too long. Nuaoj's freezing water magic sprayed from just outside the range of the Zythak's cry, freezing over its wings and scales. Angelar followed up with a stream of bolts of magic, while Thundar fired Grimlock's crossbow. The bolt struck the beast's side, but angled off of its scales, bouncing away. Hogarth and Svenia loosed arrow after arrow at the creature. Many bounced off, but some bit into the membranes of its wings, or struck the wounds it had already taken between its scales. The creature grew more frantic as its blood dripped onto the ground, and its movements whipped up great clouds of dust. It fired its force lance again and again, keeping Grimlock at bay, but Teresa still danced through its defenses, opening more cuts as it tired. We have it now, Colic said. Come, let us finish it. He and Nagia soared above the Zythak in circles, blasting it with sharp conjured stones and clay magic. Alex floated above and called his Forciball to his side, his eyes narrowed at the beast. The young wizard noted the rising cloud of dust and remembered that the creature had poor eyesight up close. Tell me when you're gonna blast it, he shouted to Isolde. Momentarily, she said. With my strongest lightning spell, I will strike it after it fires its lance. With that, she began her spell. The air shifted as pressure changed, like before the coming of a storm. Blue lines of electricity traced their way across her fingers and between her arms as she extended them skyward. Mini booms of thunder sounded around her. Then two orbs sprang to life above her hands. Alex's eyes widened. They looked to be similar to force balls or perhaps orbs of air, except that lightning arced between them with an ear-splitting crackle and near-blinding light. Isolde's black hair began to rise around her as though caught in the wind. Zythak heard, or maybe felt, the building lightning magic and let out its scream. Unfortunately for her, she was too far below for the sound to reach them. In a desperate move, it leapt backising the powerful muscles in its wings to push off the ground end, raised an even thicker cloud of dust between itself, Grimlock, and Teresa. In the same motion, it began to lift its neck toward the sky. Alex heard the hum of force magic building in its lance. Hey, try this instead, Alex said calmly, then ordered his wizard's hand and Forciball down. The two crimson spells shot toward the Zythak at tremendous speed, and he stopped them just in front of its eyes, blocking its sight. Caught off guard, wounded and with its poor eyesight especially through the dust, it went into panic. sweeping its horn left and right, blasting apart his wizard's hand, but missing the force-ball, he shot the orb back and forth around its eyes, confusing it further. Then Isolde finished her incantation. "Get back," she shouted to Teresa and Grimlock. The pair ran from proximity to the Zyathac. Isolde swept her hands down. The arcing balls of lightning burst toward the earth. They were slower than Alex's force spells, but still quick and seemed to be going wide, set to strike on either side of the Zyathac instead of directly into its body. "Isolde, you missed," he cried. "Do you have another one in you?" Colic asked her. A wicked smile swept across her lips. "Did I miss? Did I?" Both young men looked back down. The balls of lightning stopped in mid-air on either side of the Zyathac. They flashed brightly. Boom! Thunder roared through the barrens. The beast screamed. Lightning blasted back and forth between each orb, striking the reptile with stroke after stroke, again and again, passing electricity through its body in a vicious current. It spasmed as the power wreaked havoc through its form, its muscles spasming with each bolt. Crackling lines of lightning raked the ground around it as it foamed at the mouth. Alex and Colic gaped, and even Grimlock and Thunder looked stunned. The ice and clay steamed on its body and cracked, and blood shot from its wounds. It appeared ready to succumb. "Fall," Isolde said. "Fall, curse you, fall." Yet the Zyathac neither fell nor succumbed. With a shudder, it let out another mana-disrupting scream, which shook the spells around it, slowing the lighting and weakening it just long enough for it to roll out of the path of the two orbs. It shook like a wet dog, coughing dust and fighting to recover. Crunch, blood sprayed through the air. The Zyathac screamed. Grimlock had charged it, jumping onto its back as it was fighting to recover, and sank his razor-sharp teeth into its scales. They popped and cracked under the force of his bite, and he violently shook his massive head back and forth, ripping and tearing apart the flesh underneath. The creature opened its mouth to cry out, but he reached out with his arms, wrapping them around its neck to secure his position, and forced its beak closed with both hands. Crash! Several spikes burst from the earth, driving into the Zyathacs' torso and securing its body in place. Alex saw Ivander emerging from the earth near Malcolm. Yet it still would not die. Whoosh! Wrenching free of the spikes, its strength waning, it gave a desperate beat of its wings that carried it into the air out of Teresa's range as she skidded up to where it had been. Grimlock, Nuaoj cried, "Let go," but the shark man was determined and continued biting down and holding on. The Zyathac took flight, desperately gathering speed and flying north towards its nest. "Damn it," Colic swore, beginning to give chase. Alex followed and Isolde soared after them. "Do you think it's defeated?" Isolde shouted. "I am making sure," Colic said. "I do not want this creature to simply start diving at us again. It is most likely going to die, but as Teresa said, a wounded beast is a dangerous one." "Well, it's not gonna get far," Alex said. Grimlock continued to bite into it. Blood trailed from the creature as it desperately flapped away, but it was much slower than before. "Where do you think it's going?" "Oh shit," Alex swore. It was soaring past its nest and flying over the wild mana vent. "It's going to try and shake him off over the vent," Alex shouted. Grimlock let go, but the creature had soon carried the shark man over the vent and was sweeping back and forth, trying to shake him off. "I have had enough of this," Colic said. "Nadia, go and stay high above." The students were flying over the vent now, and Alex was beginning to feel that strange resistance in the air from the wild mana. It felt a lot better than it used to, but he watched Nadia carefully as she flew behind the Zyathac and caught up. She soared over the beast. "Now take its sight," Colic shouted. With a screech, Nadia plunged down with talons slashing as she shot past its head. The eagle tore out one of its eyes. The Zyathac recoiled, going stiff in mid-air in its agony and rearing back its neck. Grimlock released the flesh on its back and pulled himself upright while bending its neck back. SCCCCHRRRRRRP. There was a horrifying sound like something wet being ripped apart as the shark man bit into its throat. He tore it out with a vicious twist of its head. It was dead within heartbeats. The shark man jumped off, hovering in the air as it plunged toward the vent, glowing with its multitude of colors. "Yees," Alex cried. "Good job, Nadia, and you too, Grimlock, you terrifying death beast." "Well done, Nadia," Colic shouted. "Make sure to feed her the fattest rabbit you can find," Isolde called, "and I will buy you a whole swordfish, Grimlock." The shark man turned and gave them a toothy and very bloody grin. Alex looked up at the position of the sun. They'd been flying for a good while. Maybe they shouldn't be hanging around above the mana vent for too long in case the potion of flight began to wear off. "Everyone," he shouted, "get to the side of the vent before the potion wears off. I don't know how much more time we have. It'll let us down slowly, but if we go down here, we'll plunge right into that glowing giant mana sponge down there." Even Grimlock looked frightened at that. The wizards and shark man used whatever mana was left in their potions of flight to begin flying toward the side of the vent. Alex glanced down at the Zyathacs' corpse. The reptile's body began breaking apart the more it fell into the vent. The wild mana ripped through its form, breaking it down into smaller and smaller components as it dropped. It seemed its natural tolerance for the mana vent held the core of its body together as it fell, but its neck, head, and limbs soon disintegrated completely. Alex shuddered, beginning to feel strange. Was it just him, or was his perspective starting to change? The ground seemed closer than before. The potion's wearing off, he shouted. Alex fought through panic. He did not want to know what would happen to something with very little or no tolerance to the wild mana. They soared toward the side of the vent, but it seemed to never get closer. As their altitude decreased, the wild mana became thicker in the air, and it began to feel like he was flying through quicksand. Whereas Balin, Isolde screamed. We defeated the monster, and Ivander got its eggs. Should he not be saving us? Alex began thinking quickly. What was happening? If the Chancellor hadn't come for them yet, that must mean there was a way for them to get out of this situation. But what could it be? Whatever it was, they needed to find it fast because the fading potion was making them feather light for a time, before it completely wore off. When it did, they would float down, right into the mana vent. His mind froze before it could even begin its mantra of thinking and adapting. Light as a feather, he glanced at his forciball. I can get us out of this, he shouted. We're light enough that my forciball can carry us, and Nagia can help as well. Colic said, Nagia, go to Grimlock, Isolde. Try to make it to Grimlock and grab onto him. Grimlock, hold onto Nagia. She'll tow you and Isolde at once. Isolde cried, using what propulsion she had left to drift toward Grimlock. Colic grabbed the forciball. Alex drifted it toward the prince. You furs. No time to be noble, just grab it, Alex said, shoving his spell in front of his friend. He noticed the forciball begin to shake as they'd gotten lower and closer to the vent, and he used every ounce of mana manipulation he could to keep it together. Colic grabbed it, then Alex brought it back so he could grab on too. Nagia and the forciball towed them at increasing speed toward the side of the mana vent. The thickness of the wild mana in the air stabilized somewhat. They were sinking toward the vent, but getting nearer the edge faster than they fell. The edge came closer and closer, until finally Nagia and the forciball began struggling to bear their weight. Get ready for a rough landing, Alex cried as they dropped toward the ground. Grimlock tucked in his arms and dropped like a stone, with Isolde holding tight to him. Bang! The shark man landed hard, but bent his powerful legs to absorb the impact. Isolde jumped free, running to stay upright. Alex and Colic came down rolling to absorb the impact. The prince grunted with exertion, but Alex's enhanced practice paid off, and he rolled to his feet, then helped Colic to stand. They were just past the edge of the mana vent. If they had fallen even slightly faster, they would have plunged into it. The vent's power roared through the air, but though he had to grit his teeth, Alex found he could tolerate being close far better than before, something that filled him with a ferocious pride. With excited nods between them, Colic, Alex, Isolde, and Grimlock began moving away from the mana vent. Nagia landed on Colic's arm. When they had gotten perhaps 50 steps away and were finding it easier to walk, Alex felt teleportation magic. Then Balin appeared before them, a radiant smile on his face. Congratulations, my young proper wizards, he beamed. You have defeated the Zythak. Now let us go back for some well-deserved debrief and celebration. With a wave of his hand, they were away, and the last thing Alex saw were the victorious smiles on his companions' faces. Alex appeared in the stadium just before Balin and the rest of the group shimmered back into being. An exhausted but triumphant cry rose from all around. Teresa raced up and caught him in a tight hug, actually lifting him off his feet and spinning with him. Colic surged in next, turning it into the start of a group hug. Isolde merely smiled warmly beside them. Until Thundar came roaring in and tackled her into the hug. Ah, release us, you big brute, she cried, though it was clear she didn't mind so much. Og, you stink, your fur stinks, you are going to kill us. Thundar roared with laughter as he pounded his friends on their shoulders. I've got the better nose, Isolde, and trust me, you stink too, but I don't care. Alex heard her gasp above their shared laughter from somewhere in the pile. I surely do not. All around, pure joy and self-satisfaction fueled other celebrations. Hogarth and Svenia were hand in hand, facing each other and doing a jig in circles. Ivander was helping Malcolm to his feet and exchanging grins and a nod with the young man. Rain and Shiny were helping each other up, while Shiny was saying something to him with a tired smile. Karamius and Angela were supporting each other while uttering a series of excited canine yips. Grimlock was actually tossing a laughing Nua Oj up and down in the air like she was a small child. Beyond them all, Balin was watching with the pride of a well-pleased grandfather. Well done, you deserve to celebrate. Zythaks are considered one of the mid-level threats in the Barrens, and have taken the lives of many wizards over the years. And yet, here you Era first and second-year students who have killed one in combat. And of course, you also recovered the prize you were tasked with. Ivander opened his bag, revealing several large Zythak eggs, all unbroken and unspoiled. It was the first thing we did. More than one? Well done, well done. In truth, the reason I said that you needed to obtain an egg was so that you did not simply stand at the farthest range you could and blast the entire nest from afar. He laughed as he recalled a memory. I once had a class of students who did just that. They came upon a Zythak while it was asleep and simply used their spells to blow it apart, nest and all. Without question, that was a learning opportunity, and one not to be discounted simply because they chose minimal effort and a safer experience, I might add, but it was not as rich an experience as I would have liked for them. Yours was far richer. Might I have the eggs now? As the Chancellor took them from Ivander, Malcolm groaned. I wouldn't have minded a sleeping Zythak. Laughter passed through the group. And how is Rhea? Shiny asked. Good, Balin said. She received a wound, but my magics took her away before it could prove vicious. She currently recovers in the infirmary if anything. Her pride and temper is far more wounded than her body. But speaking of wounds, some of you have had your mana disrupted. He gestured to the side, and Alex noticed several folks dressed in the uniforms of infirmary staff standing there, bearing satchels with the symbol of two snakes curling around a tower. They quickly went to those that had been affected by the Zythak and gave mana-soothing potions to them. The potions helped to rebalance the disrupted mana, and their sickly pallor began to fade. I shall speak with Rhea after we have debriefed on how the group did today, Balin said. But first, my formal congratulations to you all. It was quite the challenge. Now, let us begin with the positives and speak on how you have grown over the course of the months we have spent together. He gestured to Rain. Rain, when we first began this course, I will not lie, you were a liability to yourself and others, easily led. Several members of the class winced as they remembered who had led Rain, Minervus. Not very tactical in your efforts to preserve your safety. You could not contribute to yourself or others in combat. Over time, though, that has utterly changed. Look at you today. You engaged in a strategy that was self-initiated and helped your peers, but put yourself at risk for the sake of the rest of the group. Were it not for the distraction you created, I believe this battle would have gone far differently. He clapped his hands. Well done, Rain, well done. Rain flushed with embarrassment as several class members murmured positively and joined in with Balin's applause. Alex gave him a sincere thumbs up. Malcolm, you were able to use a utility spell to great effect to help carry the day. Were it not for your teleportation magic, likely the Zythak's speed would have placed you all at a permanent disadvantage. Well done, to you as well. Malcolm smiled weakly as the healer administered to him. Balin went on to compliment the others, mentioning growth both great and subtle that Alex had not noticed. Judging by the looks on the faces of those praised, many of them hadn't seen those aspects of their own progress either. It spoke to the Chancellor's powers of observation and his dedication to teaching. Alex, he said, you're an orthodox modification of a potion that could be used in an indirect manner. A twinkle entered Balin's eye, speaks to your ingenuity and skill in alchemy. It robbed the Zythak of much of its power of flight and energy, and made it wound itself significantly. Your companions were then able to work together to finish the second task, terminating it. Your distractions, along with the occasions where you took initiative and leadership, provided your team with advantage over the beast. And now to the point of leadership. Balin looked at Colic. My young friend, you grow more and more comfortable taking point and command when needed. You are often able to see the bigger picture, which you demonstrated today by quickly recognizing that the Zythak would not be first to touch the nest. You have also shown significant growth in your connection and coordination with your familiar. Congratulations. It is clear that you are building a strong foundation not only in wizardry, but also in leadership. If that is where your path takes you, his eyes twinkled as he smiled at the prince, and Colic bowed his head and returned the smile. Well done, Thundar. Balin nodded to the Minotaur. When you began this course, your focus was mostly on your great physical prowess, and enhancing it with your spells. Now you have grown immensely in your versatility and how you contribute to battle, and how you also empower your team members. Well done. Isolde, he looked at the young woman. You have the makings of a truly vicious storm mage. Your modifications to the Arc of Lightning spell proved to be absolutely brutal, and I doubt the day would have been one without it. If you choose to become a mage in the Rhynian Empire's army, I am sure that your eastern neighbors will tremble. They will have far more than the elemental knights and the rune mark to keep them on their toes. Alex's ears perked up at the term, rune marked. Finally, I wish to give special mention to the entourages. Svenia and Hogarth, you proved your experience as veterans today, and I have no doubt that Isolde is well pleased having you both as part of her guard. Your ability to work well among wizards will be invaluable to whomever you work with. Ivander, your natural talents proved not only incredible, but how you used them to single-handedly complete the first part of the task was an invaluable contribution to the overall success of the mission. And finally, Grimlock and Teresa, you too have the makings of terrifying warriors. He gave a chuckle. There is a bias among wizards and those that wield divinity, when one is used to calling upon the powers of the gods or twisting the laws of the universe to their unbreakable. Alex blinked. Didn't Hob use an almost identical expression? It is often tempting to dismiss Warrior 7 those that enhance their life force as nothing more than brainless brutes that wield sharpened metal clubs. Sometimes that is true, but oftentimes such arrogance has led to a smug wizard choking on their own blood, as a barbarian or knight's weapon cleaves through their force armor and rib cage. Or perhaps they've awoken in shock to find an assassin who had just planted a dagger in their throat crouched above their bed. You too have the makings of those warriors that any wizard or monster would be wise to fear. He gave a knowing look to Nua Oj and Alex, and even wiser to have on their side. But enough from me. Let us bring it to you. What did you do wrong? The class came together as one, whispering to each other and discussing what happened. Finally, Malcolm raised his hand. We didn't account for the Zyathax cry affecting Ivander when he was under the ground below it. We also didn't think of finding a way to make sure that Ivander could confirm the target before using his magic. Very, very true, Balin said. Had Ivander perhaps left a small hole in the rock to see if what was landing was his quarry, and not just relied on his ability to sense tremors in the earth, then likely the fight might have ended with his first attack. Who else? Shiny raised her hand. Rhea and I should have baited the Zyathac, then blasted it at a point when it couldn't swerve out of the way of our spells. We needed to let it get close or not too close before we used our big magics. Also, now that I think about it, I wonder if this choice might have been a mistake. Rhea and I decided that she would wait to drink her flight potion so the two of us could hit the Zyathac with a united volley of fire first. She was going to drink the potion after we'd wounded it and then chase it. She didn't get the chance before she fell, though. Very good analysis, Balin said, and agreed. It is often tempting and sometimes necessary for a wizard to strike from as far a distance as possible, especially against something like a mana vampire, dragon, or Zyathac. However, sometimes such ranges only lead to wasted mana if an opponent is quick enough. A proper wizard can rain destruction from close or far and is able to adjust as needed. And indeed, if Rhea had drunk her potion, then she could have taken another position. A united volley is good, but not when resources might be wasted. What else? Alex raised a hand. I think I should have worked out a way to feed it my booby-trapped potion early on and kept that plan in mind. If I'd thought of Malcolm's teleportation spell earlier, then I could have fed it the potion earlier and we could have been able to bring it down while we still had more of us left to fight it. Indeed, Balin said. When you're in your companion's spells, knowledge and resources expand. It can sometimes be easy to forget the exact capabilities of every single option that you have, especially when it comes to applying them creatively. And we do not often have pauses in the heat of battle where we can consult each other or go over our own spell books to find just the right spell for the right moment. It can often be helpful to consult with companions and know as many capabilities as you can when entering battle. And also, experience helps. He took a few more answers, which he either agreed with or found flaws in, depending on what was said. I shall also put forth that while stealth and traps are incredibly useful, an alpha strike can often be the most important one. Let us say for a moment that you had been a little bolder in your approach. You readied spells, and as soon as the Zyathac was set to land, you struck it with everything you had at the same time that Ivander triggered his trap. Instead of it being able to simply dodge the earth spikes and commence attack, it would have been forced to try and dodge a wall of spells and arrows from two sides. I can guarantee that it would have taken some serious damage by being caught off guard. Be bolder, I would say. Caution is the friend of every proper wizard, but battle often favors whoever strikes the first telling blow. If you can help it, do not grant initiative to the enemy. The class murmured in acknowledgement of his final points. He gave them a final nod in turn, and then grinned and spread his arms. His beard clasps tinkled. But with that aside, I want to say that I am proud of your growth. I am proud of every last one of you. As such, when the Zyathac eggs are sold to alchemists who are in the market for them, I will donate the funds to a very important fund, all of your coffers, including, of course, to those that are part of the entourage. It will be a fine sum, even split among every member of the group. Excited whispers spread through the class, and I would also like to suggest something. He grew serious. Normally this is announced at the end of the second semester, but you have slain a Zyathac early. And so I will suggest this to you now. Do consider the act of monster hunting to be something not so daunting to you anymore. You are not the green as grass first-year students that were troubled by mupkaras. If you are clever and show the aggression, caution, power, and ingenuity that you have shown today, then the act of harvesting monsters for profit in terms of bounties, materials, or even for practice and sport should not send you shivering under your beds in fright. He conjured a map of the barrens and pointed to a wide area that included the former territory of the Zyathac and the tower which they had originally fought to reach during their initial test. He traced a line around it, and Alex noticed that those areas were relatively close to the wall, separating the countryside and the barrens. You may hunt creatures in the countryside, or even proceed as deep into the barrens, as the former Zyathacs territory, and expect to be able to handle most of what you could encounter in those areas. As long as you are ready and show the same sort of expertise you have so far, then you should be able to defeat what those areas can throw at you. This is the privilege of those who have stepped firmly onto the path of being a proper wizard. In time, even demons and dragons will tremble at your coming. A twinkle entered Balin's eye. So I think you shouldn't fear a few mupkaras. The class chuckled. Malcolm laughed hard. Ah, you sound like some of the jarls from back home. Next thing you'll be saying is that we should go hunt down that mana vampire." The rest of the class burst out laughing, but Balin did not join them. Instead, the goatman was deep in thought. "I would not suggest hunting for it solo and unprepared," he said, "but under the right circumstances, and with enough preparation and reinforcements." He stroked his beard. "Some of you might be able to bring one down in open combat. I am not suggesting that you should risk hunting it down, but you are growing, and mana vampires are as vulnerable to steel and might as any other creature." He glanced at Sphenia, Hogarth, Teresa, and Grimlock, then to the rest of the class. "I dare say that if it finds many of you together in one place and hopes for an easy meal, then it would be in for a rude awakening." He paused. "I should add that any choice to hunt monsters is by your own will. You are adults and assume any dangers therein. The University of Generosity does not own the Barons of Cravernous, just as it does not coddle you. I might also suggest telling others if you are going to mount a monster hunt, but such things are your own choices." Alex nodded along with the rest of the group. Honestly, he half believed Balin's words. He had managed to briefly resist the mana vent's destruction. His will was stronger, and he was gaining weapons to fight with. If he had to face that starving mana vampire he'd fought on the Red Siren now, he doubted Evan with the mark that it would be able to defeat him. A booby-trapped potion of flight, or even a quick grab and toss preferably overboard before the mark could interfere, sounded like they could work. Still, against one of the creatures who had their hunger regularly satisfied and who was as experienced as the one in Generosity, still didn't like his chances. One thing he did want to start trying, though. The time would soon be coming when first years would receive a special permission, limited access to a few chosen second-tier spells, so that they might try advancing to the next tier of wizardry. By the end of the semester, they were all expected to have learned some second-tier spells. Since they were advancing in magic lore and other classes, they would be given the opportunity to start practicing early in preparation for advancement. He glanced over at Malcolm. He knew exactly which second-tier spell he wanted to try first. Alex was having a pretty damn good day. He was laying on his back beneath the almost always sunny Generosity sky with a bed of soft grass cushioning him. Above him, an experiment with spellcraft was bearing fruit. He watched as his crimson glowing force shield turned and pivoted by will and mana manipulation. One thought sent it spinning in circles like the Zythak had after inhaling his potion. Another flipped it like a coin until it turned to face him. He examined his modified spell array and magic circuit. Another thought would lock the shield into any position that he desired. It was a great success. With a kip up to his feet, Alex stretched before falling into the flow of the cleansing movements. He brought the mana shield in, twisting and turning it around him, filling gaps in his defenses and warding off imaginary opponents. He concentrated using his meditative techniques to get through the mark's interference and conjured first one wizard's hand, then another. He brought the hands into his movements, letting each match the position of his own hands, then swooping them around to cover more gaps in his defenses. Alex imagined himself sweeping and deflecting opponents' blows with a careful twist of a shield, push of a hand, or sweep of an arm. He added to his practice, combining some of the motions from the cleansing movements with stances and positions from the spear and or dance. This fusion was something he'd recently started to experiment with for an upcoming event. Shortly after he and his classmates had defeated the Zythak, letters had arrived from Patrizia de Paulo, inviting his cousin, Isolde, Alex, Teresa, Selena, Thundar, and Colic to his spring ball. There was even a cute little side note in Teresa's letter, inviting Brutus as a welcome playmate for his hounds. As soon as the invitation had arrived, Alex had decided he should expand his range of dances by getting Colic, Isolde, and Thundar to teach him some of the dances they knew. As he used the mark to help him learn their moves, he noticed that increasingly received images of movements from the spear and or dance to augment the new steps and turns. That clued him into something. There was room for crossover. He then tried modifying the spear and or dance by bringing some of the cleansing movements into its positions, and found to his satisfaction that the mark quickly helped him with creating the modifications. It was the start to not only mastering multiple dances, but also creating something that was uniquely his own. It was almost as much fun as experimenting with cooking recipes, potions, and modifications to his spell arrays. Alex turned quickly, then coiled his muscles and flipped in the air, landing on one hand and balancing. The mark helped correct the positioning of his body to keep it supported upside down on a single palm, and then he began to walk around still upside down on both hands. Passers-by looked on, chuckling at his circus-like antics, but their laughter then turned into claps of appreciation as he flipped and cartwheeled back onto his feet. He gave them a crooked smile and a comically exaggerated bow, using his wizard's hands to copy where his own hands would be positioned while bowing. He then took a deep breath, flexing his muscles. Alex's strength had continued to grow, astonishing himself, at least. Following Colic's advice about balancing his meals had benefited him with plenty of energy, as well as muscle gains over most of his body. He felt energetic and powerful most of the time. He would even start to get edgy if he had to sit still for too long. His body seemed to prefer moving and using the energy coursing through it, so he'd started advancing the way he trained in the gymnasium. Their aerial moves while they fought the Zythak had given him a feel for maneuvering in the air, but since he couldn't constantly brew potions of flight to use to practice in the air not yet, at least could up his training on an obstacle course on the ground. Acrobatics were the next step. He'd begun to combine running, climbing and swinging from ropes with increasing agility, and leaping from rope to wall anchor and back. Colic had chuckled and asked him if he decided to join the circus, to which Alex had replied, "Hey, if I get kicked out of Generosity, I've got to have some kind of backup plan, don't I?" Still, he'd also kept himself disciplined when it came to school, and that was bearing more fruit too. Concentrating, he dismissed his wizard's hands and began casting a spell that he'd had a lot of trouble with in Ram's class, Protective Force Weapon. He'd been adjusting and trying different things with it, but the fact that the mark had two things to complain about since both spellcraft and pure weapons were involved, it hadn't made things easy for him. He tried modifying a part of the spell array to create force objects that could deflect attacks but weren't necessarily weapons, but whoever the wizard was that had first created the spell must have been a major blade addict. Trying to modify it to produce other force constructs had been maddeningly difficult. At first he tried daggers, but the mark still aggressively resisted the spell compared to more utility-based magic, or magic that didn't involve weapons. It was better, but not great. Next, he tried customizing it to create an object that was embarrassingly familiar, mops. The idea of having spinning mops defending him was a bit sad and ridiculous, but also tickled Alex's sense of humor to no end. The thought of some warrior or monster having their attacks turned aside by a bunch of crimson glowing force mops was hilarious to him and would be infuriating to an enemy. But unfortunately, the spell array always fell apart when he tried to use mops. He'd even gone to Balin to talk about the problem he was having, but the goatman had only nodded in a sagely manner and said, "You are overcomplicating it. Try a more simple approach." He had, trying to simplify the array to make it so that there would be less places for him to make mistakes. It had worked somewhat. Protective Force Weapon was a complex spell. It crafted multiple force constructs, set them to spin around the conjurer, then infused them with the ability to react, change position, and deflect incoming attacks. That was a lot for a first-tier spell to do, and so any simplification he'd made ruined something. The constructs would fall apart, or remain stationary, or wouldn't react to incoming attacks. A few painful welts from Colic's tossed rocks had definitely taught him the limitations of the spell being modified in that way. He'd finally hit upon an idea, and a possible solution, though. Alex had remembered Isolde's modified Arc of Lightning spell. She'd used some of the modifications he'd made to his Forciball to gain more control over the Arc of Lightning's 2 points of connection orbs that the electricity fired between to channel more mana into them. They were simple modifications that didn't really change the shape of the spell's 2 anchor points. He had started to realize that was what Balin had meant. He'd been trying to change the shape into something else. What if he merely simplified the shapes? While the spell fell apart when he'd tried to completely change the sword shape, he found that simply taking out parts that controlled the exact shape of the protective constructs would still allow similar constructs to be created they just looked odd. But odd was okay, because for his purposes, they couldn't be considered weapons anymore. Go, Protective Force Crooked Long Rectangle, he said cheerily as several glowing crimson rectangles just barely of the same dimensions as swords formed around him. They honestly looked like they'd been drawn by someone who'd never seen a real sword before, but they got the job done. They deflected attacks but didn't register as weapons to the mark. Since they were defensive, as soon as they stopped being weapons, he'd had a far easier time casting the spell. Now he was working on mastering it at the same time as he'd started the journey to learn his first second-tier spell. Alex pulled out a spell guide from a bag that contained both his books and his lunch-supported by beeswax covered paper and traced his hand over the design on the front. 2 ice-covered doors connected by the symbol of the para-elemental plane of cold. Call through ice. It was a field that was a bit of a gamble when it came to learning a new tier of spells. It was both a cold spell and a teleportation spell, neither of which he had any experience with, and the closest he did have was with the spell that conjured a stone. However, Alex had begun to notice a growing sensitivity to teleportation magic and a feeling of being strongly drawn to the very useful art, so he'd excitedly chosen Call Through Ice as his first second-tier spell. The gamble turned out to be one of his better ideas. To be sure, there were parts of the spell that were difficult. Second-tier magic was an entire order of magnitude more complex than the first-tier spells that Alex was used to. But there was one part of the spell that he was finding surprisingly easy. It felt almost second nature to him, even with the mark interfering since it involved spell casting. Section of the spell array that was responsible for forging a connection between the para-elemental plane of cold and the material world was so easy to learn and cast that it was almost like that part of the spell was trying to let him learn it. Even with the interference, the connection between the material world and the para-elemental plane of cold formed as though the latter was reaching out to form a connection with him. And that section was one of the hardest parts of the spell. He frowned. If the rest of the spell proved as easy to master as it looked like it might, then he would need to look more seriously into teleportation spells and maybe spells of summoning. Early in the semester, he decided to stay away from the latter, because summoning could be dangerous if one didn't know what they were doing. His experience being with Jules and her grad students when they'd summoned the Shoggoth had helped him to reach that conclusion. There was also the demon at Carrie London's rally, and lots of old stories Balin had told him of summoners who had conjured an elemental or spirit they couldn't control and had met their end by either being drowned by the water elemental or smashed to pulp by the earth elemental they'd conjured. But if he was having such an easy time with this low-level teleportation effect, then it might be a sign of him having the ability to summon monsters. First and second tier ones, like sprites, wouldn't be all that powerful, especially compared to his golem when it was powered up, but they could be something that wouldn't be considered direct combat and would expand both his utility and means of defending himself. He shook his head. Maybe he shouldn't be getting ahead of himself with summoning, though. There was the possibility of it being something that could help him, but it was also something he should only give serious consideration to if he was in a class, or under the supervision of someone experienced, like Professor Jules or Balin. He frowned. Having such an easy time with part of the teleportation spell was really making him want to know what was in the Traveler's book even more. The more he felt like he had some sort of a connection with teleportation magic, the more his suspicions grew. When he destroyed the dungeon core, his mana and the Traveler's magic had touched. Had something happened then? He was itching to know, but Balin, in the time he could spare going through books in the library, had still not uncovered anything having to do with the Traveler's language. The Chancellor had even suggested that perhaps it was merely some sort of code created by the Traveler herself, a made-up language that only she could decode with no translation available. Alex grumbled, wishing things on that front had been easier. Then again, lately he was noticing that the harder the task, the sweeter the reward. During the weekend, as an example that made his mouth water in anticipation, many of the group from the Zythak hunt were going to get together and go out to a restaurant in the city one close to campus and Alex's work Placido celebrate their magnificent victory. Alex had suggested that he wanted to cook up a celebration feast for everyone, but his wealthier classmates, Isolde, Colic, and Nuaoj, had said that if he had to cook, it wouldn't be a real celebration for him, so they'd offered to take the entire group to a fine restaurant as a treat. Alex had asked Isolde and Colic if paying for so many people wouldn't be a problem, but they'd simply shrugged and basically said what good was their wealth if they couldn't take pleasure in using it. Note to self, try to be born rich, Alex muttered. He shook away the distraction and returned to practicing Call Through Ice. The weekend would be time enough to think of all the food he was going to eat on his friend's coin. In the meantime, he would also continue working on the problem of powering up his golem and having a conversation he'd been sort of avoiding. It was time to have a candid, but gentle talk with Selena about her future. He didn't want things to be difficult for her, but the time for making a decision about whether she wanted to start learning wizardry next semester was getting closer, and she still wasn't saying anything about it. He'd kept delaying it because the one time he'd tried Call Through Ice in front of her, she'd burst into tears. This was it, the day Alex and his fellow Zythak hunters would be meeting up at the restaurant to celebrate. It was cloudy, but the air was its regular generosity warm, and he and Selena were having a brother and sister-only picnic beforehand. He watched his little sister for a long moment while trying to pick the best time for their talk. In a way, he was still dreading the conversation. She'd been pretty calm and relaxed lately, except for a few rare mornings and evenings when she'd gradually turned somber. But those times had been growing less and less, so he was afraid of opening a wound that might be on its way to closing. He was still working on different ways of normalizing her power and affinity to fire. The work they'd done together on the golem had kept her within the world of wizardries, wondrous normalizing them without rubbing her face in her own affinity. After the Zythak fight, Alex had told her about his class's adventures in the Barrens, including the fiery escapades of Rhea and Cheyennito maybe, present flame magic to her in a neutral way. She had listened to the stories with rapt attention and little discomfort when the two fire wizards were mentioned, but she'd gotten really quiet when the story turned to Malcolm and his spells. Alex was beginning to see a connection between that and when he'd cast Call Through Ice in front of her. He knew how much Selena loved snow, and with her dislike of fire perhaps what she wanted was to practice ice magic, something that would nearly be impossible because of her affinity. A gentle talk should work, but it would be a difficult balance. As the adult and head of their little family still, a strange thought to consider now that they were out of Mr. and Mrs. Liu's house, it was up to him to make sure that his little sister was well taken care of and guided in responsible directions. Young children lacked information and naturally couldn't decide their futures as yet. Half of the boys he'd gone to the church school with when he was Selina's age had wanted to be knights errant, not knowing that knighthood required either noble blood or a peerage from the king. Knowledge most wouldn't have until they got older. Still, he didn't want to force Selina into something so important if she didn't want it, especially considering their own trauma from fire. He turned to face her. She was in the middle of stuffing her face with cookies that he'd baked the day before and making little sounds of appreciation as she wolfed them down. She had actually finished a big lunch beforehand and was full and hopefully happy. She certainly looked happy. She startled when she saw him looking at her, then gave a mischievous grin and opened her mouth to reveal a mess of chewed-up globs of cookie. Gross, little goblin, gross. He made a face and recoiled. She swallowed. You're gross. No, you, he shook his head. Selinak, can we talk about something? Alex paused. I think we need to talk about something. She stopped mid-bite. I didn't do anything wrong. No, you didn't do anything wrong. We just need to talk about certain things that are becoming important as you grow up. She frowned suspiciously. Is this about making babies? If Alex could have willed himself to die right then and there, he would have been in the afterworld, cracking his knuckles and looking to give Minerva's ghost a punch. Unless the mark was still on his shoulder after he died. Well, that was a dreadful thought, for another time. No, it's not about making, he paused, looking all around, then lowered his voice. No, it's not about making babies. Oh, okay, because I already know about that, she said matter-of-factly. What, did some kid at school? No, Mrs. Liu told me a while ago. She chewed her cookie, so I already know all about that. She paused and her shoulders began to sag a little. Oh, okay, I was wondering if you were going to bring that up. She looked at him sadly. My friends are all talking about it. Everyone who has mana is going to start learning next semester. People keep asking me if I'm going to. Have you thought about it? Alex asked. A little, she said, but fire. Oh, you don't have to learn fire magic if you don't want to, Alex said quickly. You can learn any other magic you want. You can learn to summon things. You can make potions. You can make golems and build magic items. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. You never ever have to touch a fire spell if you don't want to. Yeah, Selina said, but I can't use ice magic or water magic, can I? Alex winced. Were you thinking about that? Yeah, how do you feel? She paused. Sad. Yeah, he said. It's tough, you want to do ice magic, but can't you can do fire magic instead, and you don't really want to do fire magic, do you? Selina shook her head rapidly. I thought I could make a snowman with everyone if I had Magisvin here, so it makes me sad. Alex winced. Suddenly, he felt really sad too. He was glad that he'd picked Todwin. They were going to have dinner with all their friends to have this conversation. At least after it was done, Selina would have something good to look forward to at the end of the day. Yeah, that's tough, he said. I don't know, he paused, searching for words. It's just not fair, is it? She nodded. No, I don't want fire, I want ice, I want water, I want mom and dad. Alex paused for a moment. Yeah, I want them too, he said, looking at her closely. He noticed something. A strange look crossed her face briefly. Is there something else you're thinking about? She frowned, a little bit. You can tell me if you want or you don't have to if you don't want to. She looked at him for a long time, her large green eyes searching his face for something. Promise you won't be mad. I promise, he said quickly, even if he didn't know if that would be true. She said. I think about what Shiny said when we were eating together. She took a deep breath and her face became very serious, almost grave. Fire can heal and fire can protect. It's like a sword or like Brutus or even a hand. They can hurt and they can help. Fire is like a child with no mind. It hurts when it runs free. It cannot help itself, but if it is directed, fire can heal and protect like no other thing in this world. That's why it's beautiful. Alex blinked. Yeah, you remember all of that, she nodded. I said it to myself again and again so I would remember, like learning my multiplying tables or Uldar's prayer. Oh wow, he said. So you think about that a lot, she said. It's hard to protect people, isn't it? I have no idea. Yeah, you do, she said. You did all that work to build the golem and you did it in, she paused, then finished in a whisper in the traveler's cave. Alex thought back hard. Yeah, I guess it's hard work. Maybe not for someone like Balin because he's so powerful, but yeah, she said. You have to do things you don't like, right? Well, Alex scratched his head. The silent spiders weren't very fun, were they? Sometimes making the golem's body was hard too, but you don't have to worry about protecting anybody, Selina. You're 10 years old, it's adults' jobs to protect you. Beauty could get hurt too, she said, just like mom and dad. If that's not going to happen, he said, though he knew he couldn't really promise her that. And that guy at your work died, right? Alex blinked. Where was this going? That was a tragedy, it was just something happened. You know how dangerous things can be out there. She nodded, and in the cave of the traveler she paused. You and Teresa protected us with, she paused again and had to force the next word out, fire. Selina, that has nothing to do with you, he said. You take your time with getting used to anything having to do with fire. If you don't want to ever touch fire magic, you don't have to. If you don't want to touch magic at all, you don't have to. I know you don't like it. Something passed over her face for an instant. And I know you think it's scary. I hate fire, she said suddenly. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. There was a desperate firmness in her voice, almost like she was trying to convince him of her words, though he already knew they were true. I know, Alex said. I didn't like fire either. It's okay, Selena. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but if you decide to become a wizard, well, it'd be good for you to learn, and I could help you. Okay, I want to learn how to be a wizard like you in college, she said. Just I'm sorry that I've got fire in me, Alex. I'm sorry. Hey, don't be sorry, Alex said. That's like saying you're sorry that you have hands just because some people use their hands to hurt other people. It's okay, Selena. You've done nothing, and I'll always, always, always love you, okay? She was silent. Okay, he asked again. Okay, she finally said. Is being a wizard as fun as it looks? Yeah, Alex said, smiling warmly. Sometimes even more fun. He spread his arms. Now come here and give me a hug, little goblin. She made a face looking around. That's embarrassing. Hey, in like 2 years you won't want to hug me at all. Come on, have mercy on your big brother, he said. No. All right, if you don't, then I'll start wailing about how my sister hates her big brother right here and… Okay, she quickly scooted over and gave him a hug. He hugged her back. I'll always love you, Selena, no matter what you do. She nodded, though he couldn't see her face. I love you too, she said in a tiny voice. He smiled back. Alrighty, I release you from the hug. She held onto him for a little longer before finally letting go. So, are you ready for dinner tonight? He said. You can talk to Shiny for a bit if you want. Teresa's going to take you there with Brutus. Colic and I are helping Thundar with one of his assignments for magic lore. Then we'll be along right after, okay? Okay, she said, and don't eat all the food before I get there. I won't. You know, Thundar, Alex grumbled as the sky gondola finally pulled into the city. I'm almost done the assignment doesn't usually mean I still need help writing half the damn paper. Oh, by the gods, will you drop it? Thundar said. I was almost done. And then this guy. He pointed a finger accusingly at Colic. This is the guy that went, there's a better way to do this, and said I needed to redo half of what I did before you got there. Both Alex and Thundar looked at Colic, who shrugged. Does a man apologize for telling the truth? I would have been fine. Thundar whined. It would have been a solid paper, at least a mid-80. And now it is a mid-90. Why are you complaining? Colic looked at him. You say you are leader of this cabal, and yet now you go on about how your efforts are good enough. Since when do we accept good enough? When it's good enough, Colic shook his head. You will thank me when you get your assignment back. I might be dead by the time I get my assignment back. I'm starving. Thundar growled. Nagia, perched on the side of the sky gondola, shook her head in a surprisingly human gesture. Oh, now the bird's sassing me. Keep it up, and I'll make you into emergency food. Thundars. The magnificent eagle squawked in false fright as she took off and flew into the city. Colic smiled. She's off to the restaurant first. I think she will eat before we do. On purpose. Thundar snorted. Your familiar's evil. Crazy useful, like some kind of super minion, but evil. She suits me fine when she is not in her evil moods. She has a sweet side too, Colic said. Too bad she never shows it, Alex chuckled, drawing a glare from Colic. He looked over the side of the sky gondola and saw their restaurant a few streets ahead. The crowds weren't too thick, luckily, and there wasn't much in the way of sky gondola traffic. His eyes widened when he saw a familiar sky gondolier lifting off from a nearby street, no doubt giving her dead-voiced speech to her customers. Well, there's Lucia. Who? Colic asked. Alex blinked in surprise. Oh, I never told you guys about Lucia. Thundar shook his head. Doesn't sound familiar to me. Right? Well, when we first got to Generosity we… Colic gasped, his eyes going wide. His hand grasped his chest as though he was having trouble breathing. No, he looked at the sky gondolier. Set us down, now. Their gondolier blinked. We're still a street away from… The sky gondolier gasped as Colic barked out a spell and earth armor formed around himself. Did you not hear me? He reached into his purse and threw a gold coin. Set us down, or I will bring us down myself. Thundar and Alex sat up in alarm as the gondolier abruptly landed them beside a shop. What's wrong? Thundar demanded. Colic vaulted out of the sky gondola and was already running as he shouted back. It's Nagia, he cried. I can feel her mana being drained. Alex's body went cold. Colic ran ahead, weaving through the crowd. Move aside. Move, I tell you, he roared, drawing his short sword. As he shouted in his panish, switched back and forth between Tekish, his mother tongue, and the common tongue. Thundar and Alex were right behind him, with the Minotaur casting a body enhancement spell on himself and drawing his mace. Mana Vampire, Thundar roared. The Mana Vampire's close. Help, no wait, Alex started. But it was too late. It was just like when his parents' house started to burn. At that time, people had run around screaming fire, which mostly caused panic instead of helping. It was even worse here. The crowd's fear of the Mana Vampire had been simmering beneath the surface. It erupted all at once. People looked around, suspicious of everyone else, and began screaming and pushing others away. They fled in all directions. That's right, Alex thought. It's a bloody shapeshifter. Without knowing where it is, people are going to get panicked and paranoid that it could be anyone. Yet Kalik was charging ahead as though he knew exactly where the creature was, no doubt following his connection to Nagia. The prince weaved through the panicking crowd, even shoving them aside using the weight of his earth armor. Alex looked around for the city guards and saw some approaching, but they were far down the block trying to get the crowd controlled. Shit, Alex cursed as Kalik turned and rushed into an alleyway. His mind whirled, trying to come up with strategies. His hand dipped into his bag, carried by a forcible, grasped the flask of one of his last booby-trapped flight potions. In a tight alleyway, it might be enough to seriously damage the mana vampire since it would smash itself against the wall unless it absorbed the mana of the potion instead. He cursed inwardly. Too many unknowns, too many risks, not enough time to account for them, and nothing they could do except go on. He and Thundar tore into the alleyway as the Minotaur slapped Alex with a body enhancement spell. Their speed quickened, and they rapidly began catching up to the prince as he turned into another narrow alley. "No," Kalik cried. Alex and Thundar skidded to a halt right behind him. They gasped. Ahead was the tall figure of a thin, pale man. His clothes were of rich fabrics and perfectly tailored. Had he been casually walking along the street, Alex would have taken him for no more than a wealthy merchant or Patrizia out for the evening. The corpses at his feet shattered that illusion. A pair of hunters lay on the ground, their skin washed out and as dry as sun-baked paper. Their flesh had withered so that the dried-out skin looked to be covering thin strips of jerky, and their eyeballs had collapsed in their sockets. Beside them was one of those tracking cats with glowing eyes. Its body had been crushed as well and drained dry. Maybe an ambush gone wrong, very wrong. Nagia was in the creature's grip, clawing and biting at him with all the strength and savagery she had. Deep wounds were opening on his face but were healing as he drained her. She was clearly weakening by the instant as the mana vampire's fingers lengthened, and full of suckers like a squid's tentacles closed their grip around her. "Let her go." Kalik snarled and charged, his sword swinging out. It was bad terrain. Lots of things to trip on, and the space was so narrow that they could only face it two at a time. "Help, mana vampire," Alex cried, hoping the guard would come as he pulled off his cloak and wrapped it around one arm. He charged after Thundar and the prince. They needed to flank it just as the skeletons had flanked them beneath the barrens. One of Kalik's spells began to form around Nagia as the prince transferred his mana to her, but the magic withered and died as the creature abruptly drained it. He cursed and conjured a swarm of sharpened stones, blasting them at the mana vampire. The creature looked up, snarled, and leapt to the side. Crack, crack, crack. The conjured stones shot through the air, going wide and shattering on cobblestones or the alley's walls. It hissed, still refusing to let go of the prince's familiar, then its eyes began widening, swelling until they bulged from its head. Mana shifted in the air. The urge to sleep slammed into Alex like an enraged bone drinker, forcing him to use every ounce of his will, his meditation techniques, and his experiences resisting the mark, to withstand this creature's power of sleep. This induced exhaustion hit a lot harder than on. The red siren, Kalik growled and stumbled, dropping to his knees as he struggled against its power, and Thundar's mace clattered to the ground. The Minotaur toppled over like a speared pig, snoring as he hit the cobblestones. Alex frowned. If he used his booby-trapped flight potion, there was a good chance it would kill Nagia. He needed to get her free of the creature first. If he shot his forciball at it, it would just drain the spell, plus that would separate him from his potions. Time for the hard way. He charged at the mana vampire, catching it by surprise since it could see that he was able to resist its sleep magic. The creature's mouth twisted, turning sideways. Its teeth fell away, exploding into mist as they touched the ground. A sucker-covered tongue shot from its mouth. The young wizard kept running toward the wall opposite the mana vampire and jumped. His feet touched the wall for 3 quick steps, running across it. Then he pushed off, turning and spinning his body to face the mana vampire. As it turned toward him in surprise, Alex darted forward, shoving his covered arm into the space between its arms where it held Nagia. His arm twisted in a rapid cleansing movement move, and he applied all his body-enhanced strength to break the monster's grip. The monster's hold broke, and Nagia was freed, wasting no time in flying to her master, screeching. Kalik shook his head as his familiar nuzzled him. "Go," he groaned. "Wake up, Thundar, then go get help." The eagle moved away from Kalik and hopped over to the fallen Minotaur. The mana vampire hissed at Alex and began a transformation. Its eyes bulged from their sockets even further, its mouth turned sideways, and all exposed skin grew spongy and porous. This creature was nothing like the one he'd fought on Fandor's ship. This one was healthy, it was well-proportioned, and it was powerful and moved with the grace of a predator. It stood motionless for a heartbeat, like it was measuring him, then suddenly rushed straight at Alex far faster than the creature on Fandor's ship, and out of reflex, the young wizard fell into a stance from the spear and oar dance. His hands rose into practiced positions of the cleansing movements, with his cloaked arm pointed toward it. Alex stepped aside from its lunge, his reflexes far sharper than before. It reached for him and he brushed its arm away like he was brushing a fly away, but winced from the impact. The creature was very strong. He would need to focus on something Ram had been teaching this semester: redirection. Help, Mana Vampire, he yelled as the creature lunged at him again and again. The monster was quick, but it seemed to attack by instinct rather than practice skill. Alex weaved around the attacks almost, with slightly guiding its limbs around himself to dodge the deadly suckers on its hands and tongue. He leaned back as the tongue shot out, striking the air just where his face had been. "You there," someone cried from the end of the alley. The Mana Vampire froze for an instant. Another wave of exhaustion slammed into Alex, but he resisted it. Then he heard the sound of a grunt as someone dropped to the stones at the end of the alleyway. He cursed. "Run, get away." He roared at the beast, desperately trying to get it to leave. "The guards are coming," it cocked its head. "You have seen me as I have seen you," it gurgled. "You have vexed me. Now you will feed me." There was a note of pure malice in its voice, one that Alex had heard in the voices of irritated hunters after a missed shot. He was its food, but now he was also a challenge. Its shoes scraped across the stone and it leapt. Alex moved to guide its arm aside. The arm turned to mist. He froze in shock as the mist passed through his defenses and solidified past his guard. He remembered something a little too late: healthy mana vampires have expanded powers. Those terrible fingers wrapped around his throat. A debilitating sensation washed through him, and he felt his mana pool begin to drain in the creature's hungry grip. Its other hand seized his arm when he tried to pull it away, then its tongue wrapped around his skull. First, Thundar's body enhancement spell faded, then his mana began to flow out while he choked in the monster's grip. Alex struggled with all that he had, reaching deep, using the most advanced mana regeneration techniques he knew. As he struggled, he caught movement behind the mana vampire and his eyes grew wide. The creature seemed to grow smug and emitted a gurgling cackle. "That's it," his thoughts raced desperately. "That's it, focus on me, pay attention to me, you piece of shit." "SCCHNK," the monster screamed. Colic had recovered enough to surprise the feeding creature with a thrust of his short sword into its back. Strange, blue glowing blood poured from its body as Colic's face twisted in anger. It hissed, tossing Alex aside to land heavily on the stones. Whirling on the prince, it stabbed wound deep enough to kill anything natural was already healing. The prince drove his short sword into the monster's belly this time, and his earth-covered fist into its face. Crack. It was a blow hard enough to shatter teeth if it had any. Its head snapped to the side, but its tongue instantly shot out and wrapped around Colic's arm. Mana drained from his earth armor, making it crumble away. The prince cried out as his mana also began to drain. He pulled the short sword from its gut as Alex reached into his bag and gripped a potion flask. Shink, the prince stabbed at its tongue. It shrieked, releasing him and reeling back. "Colic," Alex cried. "Get back." He raised the booby-trapped potion of flight and cocked an arm back. Colic stumbled back, holding his arm and panting. The mana vampire let out a terrifying screech and leveled an open hand at Colic. Alex felt an enormous amount of mana pour into the air. "Colic, watcho." Boom, a wave of unseen mana blasted from the creature's hand like a telekinetic battering ram, slamming into the prince. Earth armor shattered, completely overwhelmed by the force, and Colic was hurled away in a groaning heap. "Damn you, you bastard." Alex tossed the potion of flight at the monster's feet. Crack, glass crunched. The gas shot up into the air, enveloping the mana vampire. Alex felt mana shift as the creature's sucker-covered hands and tongue rapidly absorbed the potion. "Fool!" It hissed, "You are only feedy arag." Its hideous words collapsed into a scream as it was suddenly catapulted to the left by the booby-trapped potion of flight. Bang, crunch, it screamed as what sounded like bone shattered from the impact. Bang, 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 bang. Again and again it shot left, right, up and down in the alleyway, slamming into walls and cobblestones. Alex snarled in victory. "Yeah, suck on that, you sucker-tongued." His words died when it suddenly fell to the ground in a heap, the magic of the potion having lasted only seconds. It must have absorbed the mana, ended the effect early, he thought as he searched his bag for another potion. He swore internally. That had been his last one. The mana vampire looked brutalized. One of its arms was bent at an unnatural angle and it was covered in bruising. A bulging eyeball had burst. That strange glowing blood poured from its wounds, although it was clear that they were already healing. Behind it, Alex saw Thundar stand and pick up his mace. He looked absolutely enraged. Alex shouted, finish it while it's wound." It moved too fast. The mana vampire leapt at Alex partway through his sentence, screeching in rage. The young wizard jumped to the side, but the monster was becoming used to his movements, and he was slower without the body enhancement spell. One of those sucker-covered hands wrapped his wrist. Again, Alex felt the mana drain as the creature's wounds began to heal. Its other hand curled back. Bang! It drove its fist into Alex's stomach, knocking the breath from him. It drew its fist back again. Then Thundar was there, his mace swinging. The monster released Alex, letting him collapse into a heap and whirled on Thundar, dodging to the side. Thundar pivoted, altering his swing. The creature was still wounded, and the Minotaur was faster than he looked. CRNCH. All of his spell-enhanced strength drove the mace into the creature's side, launching it straight into one of the alley walls. Oof. The breath was knocked from it. Thundar rushed at it, the mace cocked back to finish what he'd started. The creature raised both hands. Boom. The full force of a telekinetic blast ripped into Thundar as the mana vampire used its stolen mana, fighting to stay alive. The mighty Thundar was blasted from his feet and slammed with full force into the wall behind him. Alex's heart froze as he heard a crack. The Minotaur slumped down in a heap. No, Alex moaned. The monster staggered to its feet and dropped onto Thundar's barely moving body, wrapping one of its hands and its tongue around his throat. No, Alex cried as he watched the mana vampire begin to drain his defenseless friend. Alex was using every ounce of will to try and get himself to his feet. His breath was labored, and his body felt like it weighed 1,000 tons. The mana drain was still hitting him. His head swam, but he couldn't take his eyes off of Thundar and the creature draining his precious mana. Panic surged through his thoughts. Colic was showing no sign of movement. His mana had been drained twice, first through Nagia, then as he defended them. When the creature had grabbed the prince, he'd been awake and able to resist it, but Thundar had been unconscious when it began draining him. Alex watched the magic of the body enhancement spell vanish from the Minotaur and knew he had to do something before his friend was out of time. Growling, he surged to his feet and stumbled toward the mana-leeching monster. Get off of him, or I'll kill you, I swear to all the gods. He could hear commotion growing near the alley. Voices were getting closer, but if the mana vampire put everyone to sleep. Alex cursed the mark. If only he could do something, if only he could just kill the thing that was killing his friend. His mind flashed back with bitter irony to what Selena had said about him protecting them. Protect who? The mark didn't even let him protect himself. He had no more altered potions of flight too. An idea hit him. Akex snarled, drawing a potion of sensory enhancement from his bag and focused on the mark, letting it guide his face from a snarl to a look of seething rage, hatred, and intimidation. Prepare to go on another little trip, you piece of garbage, he roared, drawing back his arm. Alex knew well that the potion was harmless, but the monster didn't. It whirled, spotting the container in his hand and recoiled, jumping away from Thundar. Hissing and holding its broken arm, it glared at him uneasily. Its wounds were still healing, but much slower. All of the magic it had used on each of them must have drained some of its stolen mana. Alex advanced, stepping between it and Thundar. Back, he roared. Get back. As his voice boomed through the air, he heard the sound of armored forms enter the alley behind him. More burst in on the opposite end. The mana vampire glanced all around, then down at the fallen Minotaur. It looked back at Alex, and if looks could drain mana, he would be dead. The creature scrambled aside and began climbing up the side of a wall. It favored its broken arm, while the suckers on its other limbs and tongue gripped the rough stone, making sucking sounds as it crept up a building wall. It was transforming as it fled, quickly shapeshifting into someone new, then it disappeared over a rooftop. Hey, you there, stop, one of the guardsmen shouted in vain. Pointing to two of his companions, he gave them an order. Go and circle the building, cut it off before it gets away again. With a groan, Colic was slowly getting to his feet as several guards surrounded him to help him up. Alex went to his other friend. Thundar, he cried, crouching beside the Minotaur. The beastman's breathing was labored and his body was completely limp. Alex winced, touching Thundar's brow. His body was cool. Oh, by Uldar, help, he cried, turning to the guards. My friend's been drained, he needs help. Alex looked at Colic, whose lips were trembling through his beard. The guards scrambled to Thundar, drawing mana-soothing potions from satchels. We need to get him to the infirmary, one of them shouted. A woman with a shining badge that had the symbol of a book began to cast a type of force disk large enough to carry Thundar's body. We'll need you to move away, a guard said to Alex. He's my fry, Alex began, then stopped, realizing that getting in the way would only hurt Thundar's chances. There was nothing he could do for him now, so he rose and backed away from the injured Minotaur, fighting to keep from hyperventilating. Alex's body was cold, yet sweat dripped from him. His mind was whirling at what had just happened. It was like with nervous, random, cruel, out of nowhere, and in their case, almost deadly. One moment they were on their way to a celebration with friends at a restaurant. The next, they were fighting for their lives, and poor Thundarno lay in an alleyway drained of enough mana to cripple him for life, or even kill him. What was going to happen to him? Would he be able to use magic anymore? Would his mana pool be crippled to the point he'd have to leave Generasi? Alex remembered Lucia. Would that be Thundar? Doing some job that obviously made him miserable because some piece of shit monster had decided to steal his future. His mind filled with a sickening image of the mana vampire full of their stolen mana, scampering away, changing into someone else to get close to more unsuspecting victims to do to them. What it had done to Thundar, Minervis, him, Colic, Nagia, and Uldar knows who else. His teeth ground between his jaws hard. MF Colic muttered, then continued in Tekish, his mother tongue. His eyes almost looked blank as he stared at Thundar as their friend was placed on the Forza disc. "My fault." "What?" Alex asked. "It is my fault," Kalik said softly. "If I hadn't given him hell about his assignment, we would not have been late. If I had kept more of a watch on Nadia, she would not have been grabbed by that abomination." He looked at Alex with eyes filled with horror. "Alex, I nearly killed our friend over an assignment." Don't what? Don't do that," Alex said. "It's not your fault. It had nothing to do with you." "It did. The ripples of our actions always have consequences." Kalik's voice dropped, "especially for those born to rulership. No, you listen to me." Alex pointed at Thundar through the knot of workers around him. Just looking at his weakened body made Alex want to punch a wall. "This happened because a piece of shit mana vampire attacked Nadia and us. We did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong." He glared at the wall that the mana vampire had climbed. "I hope to all that's holy they catch that thing and kill it before it stops leaking mana," he said, remembering that the creatures were trackable only for a short time after they fed. "Yes, there is truth in what you say." Kalik's expression darkened. "I was not myself between the mana and the blow. I am not myself. I almost feel like." He paused. "Nadia is getting close, but..." Several guards interrupted them, offering them mana-soothing potions to drink. A feeling of relaxation washed through Alex's mana pool as he drank his, spreading through the rest of his body. It would take time for the potions to stabilize their mana. "So what happened here?" one of the guards asked. "By the elements." Alex heard Isolde's voice. He looked toward the end of the alley. The guards were keeping people from entering, and beyond, Alex could see Isolde, Teresa, the hulking form of Grimlock, Nuaoj, and others. Nadia was screeching overhead. "Alex," he heard Selena scream. "Alex, I'm okay, Selena. Stay with Teresa, I'll be there soon." What followed was an absolute whirlwind that left Alex's mind reeling. He and Kalik answered what felt like 1,000 questions, then had to reassure the guards and medic that they had recovered enough before they could go. All during their questioning, Kalik had been tense and deep in thought, muttering in Tekish. Recounting the story of the attack had made Alex angrier and angrier as he remembered what that thing had done to them. Finally, when all the guards' questions were answered to their satisfaction, they were allowed to leave the alley. Hugs and tears flowed as Selena flew on him, and Teresa's face was pale. Her eyes hardened when he and Kalik described what had happened. Everyone kept asking questions until Thundar's body was taken from the alleyway. The group followed silently. Stopping in the street, the guards wouldn't let anyone approach Thundar since none of them were family and waited. Something was said about a special sky gondola coming to transport their friend for care. In between the guards' ranks, Alex could see Thundar. The Minotaur looked no better than he had earlier, but his breathing at least appeared more even. Teresa's eyes grew even harder. Brutus nuzzled her side with two of his snouts and whimpered. Selena clung tightly to Alex's hand, and Kalik stood quietly with Nadia perched on his arm, nuzzling his face. Isolde glowered at thin air. "If that wretch were in front of me." She thumbed the hilt of her stiletto knife. "I would stab its eyes out." Nuaoj was somber, as were Rhea, Malcolm, and their other classmates. Grimlock was looking over at Thundar's body, his expression like a storm cloud. All around, guards bustled through the area, moving past onlookers and searching everywhere. It seemed the mana vampire had escaped. As they waited, Alex's mana calmed, but he knew he was far from all right emotionally. Pure, unadulterated rage was coursing through him, clashing with maddening worry over his friend. A feeling of helplessness lay beneath all of his emotions. He couldn't do anything to help make Thundar better, and he had no idea where the mana vampire had gone. His jaw tightened. It was the story of his life, helpless against the fire that claimed his parents, helpless against Uldar's will, and now helpless against a hungry mana leech. "I want to hunt it," Teresa said quietly. The rest of the group suddenly looked at her. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Nuaoj said, even as Grimlock was already nodding beside her. "Yes, I do. I'm not a wizard, I'm a hunter. I have no mana to drain, and I want it dead for what it's done." Balin even said we could take it under the right circumstances, and he looked at me, Sphenia, Hogarth, and Grimlock when he said it. Brutus whined at his master's anger. "Yeah, I want it dead too," Alex agreed. Balin said we could take it if we had the right group. "I want nothing more than to break its ugly, filthy face." "No," Selena shook her head. "No, it'll hurt you." Alex looked down at her. "It saw my fa." He paused. The truth was, the mana vampire had glared at him with absolute hatred before it took off, and he had the feeling it wasn't done with him. It could shapeshift and look like anyone. Once it processed the mana it had stolen, it would be impossible to track, and if it wasn't stopped now, it could hunt him whenever it wanted. It could find Selena. It would always be a threat to many of them unless it was dead. Life had been working out for him. Balin was supporting him, and his cabal knew his secret. The last thing he wanted now was to be constantly looking over his shoulder for a vengeful, shape-shifting monster. But he couldn't tell Selena that she was already scared for him, and she was a very brave little girl. But in the end, she was still only 10 years old. "Trust me, Selena, I have to go. Otherwise, Teresa'll have to go by herself." "No," Selena screamed desperately. "I don't want either of you to go. I don't." He took a deep breath. The mana soothing potion was doing its work, and he almost felt normal. He'd be able to act soon. His mana pool was still drained, but it was calm enough that he didn't feel like collapsing at any moment. I think we should go after it, Kalik suddenly said. Honor, blood, our cabal, and our survival demands that we do. No, Selena cried. I don't want you to go either. She looked up as a sky gondola painted white, with the symbol of two snakes curling around a tower on the sidelanded beside Thundar. Several healers clambered out and checked the Minotaur before loading him into the gondola. It took off at speed, shooting off into the sky. Alex prayed silently for his friend's recovery, and the rest of the group fell into an angry and sad silence. We must go, Selena. At least I must, Kalik said. It tried to hurt Nagia. It tried to hurt me and your brother, and look what it did to Thundar. No more, I will see it broke. He paused suddenly, looking at Nagia in surprise. Then he looked at Alex. Alexdo, you? The prince paused again, turning in the middle of the street before his eyes went wide. Oh, by my ancestors. What is it? Nuaoj asked. I thought I was imagining it because of the mana drain, but now that the potion has done its work, he paused. I think I know where the creature is. The entire group looked at him. What? How? Alex asked. I think it's still leaking mana, including my own and Nagia's, he said. It got my mana too, Alex said, but I don't feel anything. My connection with Nagia and her mana is heightened. I focused on being able to sense it, so she could not pull her tricks on me anymore, and I feel it now, still leaking from that bastard. I'm used to sensing my own mana within Nagia from great distances. Perhaps that is why I can feel it. Where is it? Teresa demanded. He closed his eyes. It will not be with pinpoint accuracy the way my connection directly to Nagia would be, and it grows weaker. But I think I could find the general location if I move quickly. He gripped his sword. We should go and finish it. Yes, Teresa said, also gripping her blades. It needs to be finished off. We should tell the guards, Nuaoj said. We should do both, Alex said. His mind was working now, thinking, adapting. The mana vampire was wounded, and if they could track it, then it wouldn't have the element of surprise on its side. They would, then they could kill it. Kalik could tell the guards its whereabouts, and then they could go after it themselves. You know what? Teresa said, looking at Grimlock first. You want to go on a hunt? Always, the shark man said. Good, she went to Kalik. Tell me where it is, maybe even guide us there. Grimlock, Brutus, and I can move fast, very fast. If we make a team with as few wizards as possible on it, it'll have less mana to drain. That'll be a bad matchup for it, and a good one for us. No way, I'm not coming with you. Alex said, I'm not letting you go after it by yourselves. Alex, no, Selena cried. Not you either, Teresa. Selena, he started. Selena's right, Alex, Teresa said quietly. That's not a good idea. Less wizards means less people to stuff it full of mana. His mind caught on her last words. And feed it and think about Selena, but He paused, thinking about Selena. She was right. If the two of them went after this thing, Tojthar, and things went horribly, they could both die. Then what would happen to Selena? Mr. and Mrs. Liu would come for her, but that could mean months where she would be all alone. Months where she'd be alone and sent off to Uldar knows where while grieving more deaths of the people closest to her. It would devastate her. His emotions had been driving him, and he wasn't in his best frame of mind right now, considering everything that had happened. He'd already been in one fight with the thing he was considering going after, and it had already drained his mana. He shook his head and took a deep breath to clear his thoughts. What he needed to be doing was thinking clearly and getting his sister to safety. A plan for the mana vampire was beginning to form in his mind, but he could think more about that later. You're both right, I should get you home, Selena. Yeah, Alex, Selena said. I don't want you to go. Don't go either, Teresa. You don't even have the go. She paused, catching herself before she said golem. The golem, mana. His mind began to work faster. A fox hunt goes best when you have as many hunters as possible to corner your quarry. Like how we chased Zyethak near the mana vent, Teresa was saying. We're not helpless and we'll be careful, Selena. I saw its blood in the alley. If it bleeds, we can take it. Mana vent, wild mana, powerful, intense, deadly if unprocessed, and every few things could properly. His mind continued to work. Then we had better move quickly, Kalik said. Come, let us get to a sky gondola and see this little one to safety. Afterwards, Teresa, Grimlock, Brutus, and I will need to get after it before it finishes processing our mana completely. Alex's mind froze, processing mana. An idea unfolded. A deliciously cruel idea. One that would ensure that this thing suffered for what it had done, while also taking care of something he'd been working on for too long. There's no time to waste then, Alex said, looking down at Selena. Let's get you back home. He looked at Teresa, walked up to her and gave her a hug. Be careful and come back safe and sound. I will, she said, her voice like iron. Then I shall join the hunt too, Isolde said. Actually, Isolde, sky gondolas can fly in the barrens, right? There's enough ambient mana there to let them fly, right? Why yes, why not? Isolde said. But the gondolier would have to be desperate to bring one there. Even if it was only going close to the wall and not directly into the barrens, close to a wall where we knew the most dangerous thing living there had been cleared out, Alex asked, smiling. Isolde's eyes widened. Alex, why? I'll explain everything in a bit, but first let's get to the closest sky pier. I need to look for a gondolier named Lucia. If she agrees to my proposal, I'll hire her for a sack of gold coins if she meets us at the sky pier near Shale's workshop with the biggest sky gondola she can get her hands on. What are you thinking, Alex? Colic asked. If we do this right and we get to the mana vampire first, not only will this thing feel exactly what it did to Thundar, Nagia, us, Minervis, and all of its other victims, Alex growled, but I'll have a fully powered golem by the end of the night. His face took on a wicked grin. Colic's eyes widened. I want to know more about this, but tell me as we walk. He glanced at the thinning crowds around them. My connection to the creature weakens. The longer we take, the less chance to hunt it. And the more chance it has to hide again and hunt us. The group quickly moved through the streets toward the sky pier, the atmosphere growing more tense with every step. The jingle of guards' armor as they searched the city was punctuated by the sound of doors slamming all throughout the surrounding streets. Folks kept moving, looking around nervously at shadows. Hunters both amateur and professional from all across the city were starting to appear, boiling out of alleyways with weapons drawn. The bounty and word of the attack had brought out the greedy and the brave, while the cautious moved out of their way. Night was deepening and as lights were snuffed out in store windows and townhouse-esque darkness grew thicker. Only street lamps and the magic lanterns of night-running sky gondolas were left to light the way. These, and the few light spells, firelights, or force balls the group of students had conjured. Alex glanced above. There were plenty of sky gondolas zooming by with panicked passengers and nervous drivers inside. He wondered if the sky pier would be crowded or if the majority of people had already gotten away. Holding tightly to terrified Selena as they moved closer to the sky pier, he kept a sharp eye on their surroundings. Colic, he said, do you still feel it? The prince was frowning. I do, but it is growing fainter, harder to pinpoint. Is it getting further away or closer? Colic frowned. Closer, perhaps. Selena gasped and Alex tried to calm her. Then he turned to Isolde. From what you know, mana vampires shouldn't be able to tolerate the mana vents, right? No, Isolde said. Wild mana is hard to process for almost anything. Mana vampires have some of the best ability to process mana of any creature. They can process wild mana, but not quickly enough to stop it from burning out their mana processing organ and killing them in time. Right, Alex nodded, but it can process some of it. Good. Good, Teresa frowned. Alex, you said that it changed to look like someone else before it got away. Yeah, but I didn't see its face when it finished shapeshifting. Why? She frowned. When an animal bolts, it tries to take the quickest path to safety, right? What would be one of the best and quickest ways to get out of this part of the city? Crap a sky gondola, Alex swore. Yeah, that makes sense. Then that is where we shall have to be most vigilant, Colic said. We are 2 streets away from the closest sky pier, I think. And the Creaturetho, it is getting harder to feel now. I think it is closer. We watch anyone that's there, Teresa said. We don't get too close to anybody unless we have to. She glanced at the group. If there's a lineup, I say Selena gets on first with Alex, then the wizards who aren't staying in the city with us. We don't want to give this thing a buffet. The others murmured in agreement. Teresa frowned. The square around the sky pier is pretty open. If we find it around there, that'll be a good place to fight. It costs there less buildings for it to climb and less cover for it to use. Brutus, Grimlock, and I can surround it and bring it down. Colic and Isolde can keep at a safe distance until we subdue it. If we don't kill it, that is. She glanced at Alex. Your plan, I'm not sure if we'll be able to do it, though. Only if you think you can, Alex said. If it gets too dangerous, you guys just kill it. Nothing's worth letting it get away. She nodded, scanning their surroundings like she had in Coil. Forest, the entire situation felt familiar to Alex, heading toward a potentially dangerous route of escape, trying to keep Selena safe, and watching for a dangerous monster that might kill them if they got caught unawares. There were some major differences, though. He was tired but stronger. They had more friends. Teresa was far deadlier. This time around, it wasn't a case of 3 vulnerable people and 1 Cerberus watching for a predator. This time, they were a party of experienced young warriors and wizards who could deal as much damage as they could take. Colic swore suddenly in his mother tongue. I'm sorry, he groaned. It's gone. I cannot feel it anymore. I suspected it would fade soon enough, Isolde said. Were it so easy to track for a long period of time, the creature would have been caught months ago. Yes, I know, Colic said. But I thought with my connection to my mana that I built through Nagia, I thought that it might. He swore again in Tekish. I am sorry, he said. Don't be, Alex said, using the language of Colic's homeland of Tekizash. His words were still a bit halting, but over the months the mark had helped him gain some proficiency with the words. He switched back to the common tongue. We probably would have had to have started tracking it sooner, which we couldn't. It was still worth a shot, though. When did you last feel it? Farther away from us, Colic said, to the south. I don't know why, but it changed direction near the end of my connection with it. Teresa frowned. Was it moving in a straight line or was it erratic? Like it was zigzagging and going all over the place. He looked at her. The latter, why? When you're trying to throw off someone who's following you, the best thing to do is to not go in a straight line, take the fastest route to safety, but try and not make your path easy to follow. You double back, then go forward, zigzag, go through water if you can, anything that can confuse a tracker and throw them off your trail. So it might still be coming this way, Alex noted. Now what? You said it was wounded, Teresa asked. Yeah, my potion broke its arm and messed it up pretty good. I guess it might be able to hide its injuries, maybe fix them. But healing itself seems to take up mana, so it might still have the big injury, the broken arm. Right, she frowned. But if it doesn't, we need something else then, and I think I have an idea. Okay, it touched you, Colic and Nagia, right? Did any of you bleed? Alex shook his head. No, it punched me in the stomach, but that's it. Colic, are you bleeding? No, he shook his head. I did stab it, though, so I have some of its blood on my short sword. That shall not do any good, Isolde said. A mana vampire shapeshifting is some of the most thorough of any creature in this world. Only a few other such as doppelganger can match it. It changes everything about itself, including its smell. That's all right, Teresa said. It should have Nagia's scent on it, and probably Colic's too from where it touched them. You two were fighting it, so it would have gotten some of your sweat on its hands. Faint scent, Grimlock said. It would be, Teresa agreed. It would be useless for tracking but up close, to something with 3 sensitive noises, something that knows Nagia's scent, Colic's and especially. Alex's, she pat Brutus on one of his heads. It'll be obvious. So here's what I'm thinking. She pointed ahead. They were getting closer to the square where the Sky Pier was. When we get there, I'll take Brutus and go and just walk around. Get close to people without getting too close. If the mana vampire shows, the fact that some random woman is there with a Cerberus shouldn't make it suspicious, cause it's never seen me before. I'll have Brutus sniff around. She looked at the massive Cerberus. Bark if you smell Alex, Colic or Nagia on anyone, okay. Brutus nuzzled her in acknowledgement. Good idea, Alex said, digging a potion of sensory enhancement from his bag. Give this to Brutus, it'll sharpen his nose even more. If the mana vampire doesn't show up in the square, and I hope it doesn't, then this'll help Brutus track our scents on it and give you a better chance of hunting it down later. If things were less tense, it would have been almost comical watching Teresa pull out a small tin water bowl, filling it with potion and then coaxing Brutus to drink as they walked. He shook the humorous thought from his head as they entered the square. That is not good, Nuaoj murmured. The Sky Pier was crowded. A huge cloud of people surrounded it on all sides, but they were keeping distant from each other and glancing around with distrustful eyes. At the Sky Pier itself, several of the city guards were checking people over as they boarded sky gondolas. Alex looked up and saw an endless line of the sky gondolas embarking and disembarking from the pier. In some ways, he was surprised to see so many sky gondoliers. They were running the risk of possibly taking a mana vampire aboard their boat and transporting it to safety if it didn't kill anyone else on board who had mana first. Then again, there was a golden opportunity to make a lot of coin from people fleeing from the area, heading in all directions. As they entered the square, they joined the masses. Right, Grimlock said. I'm going to circle all these people, see if I see or smell anything strange. Well, I separate too then, Teresa said. Be careful, Selena whimpered. Yeah, be careful, Alex echoed his sister. She gave them a grim nod and stepped away. That left Alex with Colic, Isolde, Nuaoj, and some of the other wizards from Balin's class. Shiny looked around cautiously, as did Karamius and Angular. Malcolm, Ivander, Rhea, and Rain had been busy with other plans. Isolde said, I should have let Hogarth and Sphenia accompany us, but I thought with such a number of us I wouldn't need them. Who would have known we would need their steady hands and heads tonight? Well, we work with what we got, Alex said, watching everyone around them. We have to think, adapt, and use anything we can to achieve our goal. They fell into an uncomfortable silence, only broken by Selena's quiet whimpers. Alex glanced at the cross-section of streets, trying to think of a likely place that it could come from. They had come from the street to the south, which lay in the same direction as the attack. The first place he'd considered it would come from was there, but if it was trying to lose its pursuers and confuse trackers, then it'd likely come from somewhere else. North, he wondered, the exact opposite direction. Nah, maybe that would be too obvious. He shook his head. He didn't have enough information to work with, none at all, as a matter of fact. It'd be impossible for him to predict where it was coming from without knowing more about how it thought and how it moved. His eyes turned to the east. Down the street just out of sight was Shale's workshop. Would it have gone there? There were plenty of golems and wizards there. It would be a good place to draw mana and replenish its stores. Then again, Shale's was well defended by security golems, and many of the crafters knew their way around a fight. You're doing it again, Alex thought to himself. Clear your mind. You can't guess where it's coming from. The only thing you can do is keep a lookout for it. He looked around the crowd. It was starting to thin toward the center as the guards allowed more and more people to pass. There were few people coming from the streets around the area. Most had already fled, it seemed. Look for someone that seems to recognize me, he thought to himself. The mana vampire might be surprised to see me here. Look for that momentary reaction. He scanned the crowd carefully, looking for Get back, he heard Angela bark. The entire group spun around to see the Doberman beastman snarling at a portly man who had stepped too close to them. Right, sorry, the terrified man said, holding his hands up and stepping away. Others in the crowd watched him and tried to step farther apart without losing their place in the loose lineup. Steady, Karamius placed his hand on Angela's shoulder. Alex felt Selena squeeze his hand. Alex, she murmured, are we going to be okay? Yeah, he said, we're going to be just fine, he said quickly. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. We'll make that mean mana vampire go away if we see it. Do not worry, Selena, Shiny added in her gentle way. The spirit of fire will gird us and see us through this. It will guard us against our enemies. Selena flinched, but then she nodded. Suddenly, what sounded like a pack of dogs barking shattered the quiet. The entire group whirled. Get your beast away from me, a woman screamed. Alex looked toward her voice. Brutus was growling and advancing on a portly woman with gray hair who was stumbling back from him. Her hands were raised as if to shield herself. Neither of her arms looked to be obviously broken, but one arm was raised much higher than the other. That hand moved more freely as well. Stay away, she cried, seemingly in distress. Teresa was glaring at the woman. Her hand went to her sword. Hey, one of the guards cried, control that beast. The last thing we need is a panic. The clothes were different. The form was different. The mana vampire had been a man dressed in fine tailored trousers and a jacket. This was a woman in a rough peasant's dress with a shawl around her shoulders. The creature had been escaping capture for so long because of one key trait, its cunning. Alex took a deep breath. Hey you, he shouted. The woman startled and whirled, her eyes catching Colic and Alex's faces. It was only for an instant, but a look of surprise flicked across her face. It's her, Alex shouted. She's the one, Teresa. Teresa's sword came out of its sheath in an instant. What? The woman cried. No, hey, break that up. The guards shouted, pushing through the crowd toward the commotion. Civilians tried to move out of their way. Don't move, the guard cried again. But Teresa was already leaping forward, her blade swinging. The old woman held onto that look of terror for an instant longer before her face went slack. Sqlch, people screamed. The woman's hands changed, sprouting those tentacled suckers. Colic gasped, Teresa, Brutus, get away. Boom, mana blasted toward the Huntress and Cerberus in a telekinetic wave. Brutus yelped as it slammed into him, pushing the massive Cerberus back along the cobblestones. His nails scraped the uneven surface. His entire body shook as he tried to clear his heads. Brutus, Teresa cried, spinning out of the worst of the wave and darting forward, thrusting her great-grandfather's curved blade. The mana vampire tried to leap back, but steel found its side, slicing the flesh in a push cut and drawing blood. It shrieked. Disturbingly red blood oozed, but did not remain red for long. The monster warped back into its true, hideous form, sending screams erupting through the crowd. When the city guards realized they were finally seeing the thing they had searched for months, they were stunned into inaction. They stood gaping at the mana vampire before finally trying to push through the press of panicked civilians, while frantically blowing their whistles. Many of the sky gondoliers took to the sky and fled, but others remained hovering at a safe altitude high above, watching the battle unfolding below. Damn it, Colic swore. We have to get out of the... It was too late. The crowd rushed toward the group of young wizards, the press of bodies separating them. Alex, Selena screamed as her hand was nearly pulled from his grip, but he bent and quickly scooped her up, holding her close. I've got you, he shouted. Hold on to me. Hold on tight. Alex felt little hands grasp his clothes as her arms wrapped around him as tightly as they could. He grimaced as she screamed near his ear. The rest of the group was forced apart, caught up in the stampeding crowd. Grimlock went charging around the mob, looking to flank the mana vampire. The shape-shifting monster shrugged off its clothes and scrambled back from Teresa, but the Huntress was leaping into its guard. It looked panicked. While Alex enhanced by Thundar's Spellend, it had been evenly matched in speed. Teresa was faster than either of them. Her sword flickered at it, flashing in the eerie light of the sky gondolier's lantern sand. The creature only barely escaped losing a limb or being disemboweled. More and more cuts appeared on its flesh, and they were healing far slower than when it had fought Colic, Alex, and Thundar in the alleyway. Repeatedly, it tried raising its hands to blast Teresa with mana, but each time the Huntress blade swung out to punish it for taking the risk, and from one of her strikes. The creature shrieked as a tentacled finger was sliced off its outstretched hand. The digit flew through the air, spurting blood. Growling, Brutus recovered from the telekinetic blast, and the enraged Cerberus charged around to flank it. With a shriek of panic, its entire body turned to mist, and both Cerberus jaws and steel blades passed through it. It swirled, quickly shimmering back into solid form, then rushing toward the fleeing crowd. Alex felt mana shift in the air, and suddenly the glow from its blood dimmed. Teresa, Alex shouted. It's using its sleep magic. The mana vampire's magic washed out of it in a wave. Brutus suddenly collapsed and Teresa stumbled, shaking her head to clear the exhaustion. Even Grimlich, coming closer to the battle, fell to the ground. Others in close proximity to the creature crumpled in sleep. Those with them lucky enough to be untouched by the magic reacted with horror and fear, shouting incantations in retaliation. "No, don't," Alex shouted, but his words couldn't penetrate blind panic. Magic bolts shot at the mana vampire, while the creature's lightning-fast limbs snatched them from the air. The spells disappeared, sucked into its hands. Its blood glowed brighter. Stronger now, its wounds began closing as it leapt upon its victims, quickly draining their mana. They shriveled like ancient corpses. The guards were still fighting their way through the panicking masses, and the crowd was too thick to chance firing crossbow bolts at the feeding monster. Nagia, Alex heard Colic. He saw the plated head of the prince rising above the crowd. "Go, wake Grimlock and Brutus," he shouted in Techish. The massive eagle shot toward the Shark Man and Cerberus. Alex began conjuring a forciball it might be able to help wake people as well. As he guided his thoughts through the mark to better his aim, he could only watch as the mana vampire continued to drink its fill until finally, the guards burst through the crowd. Teresa recovered and charged it, but the creature had regained much of its strength. With seemingly little effort, it hoisted a sleeping victim up, continuing to drain him as it used the poor fellow as a living shield. The guards halted, and the mana vampire heaved its victim at them, then lashed out with another invisible wave of sleep. Most of the guards instantly collapsed, and Teresa stumbled. It whirled on her, and its tongue lolled out of its mouth. Alex looked at its broken arm, realizing that it had healed, along with most of the other injuries. Its hands warped in shape. Shink. Alex's heart stopped. "Teresa, watch out." Claws burst from its fingertips, each at least a foot long, and it lunged at the recovering huntress. Teresa parried its rush of claws, but now she was on the defensive. Alex watched as mana poured out of its skin and outlined its flesh, just like a body enhancement spell. The creature's reactions quickened. Teresa concentrated, her speed growing as well. The young huntress and the monster fought evenly for a time, with blade clashing against mana-hardened claws, but time was on the young woman's side. The crowd was finally dispersing from the square, giving Alex, Colic, Isolde, Nuaoj, Shiony, Angelar, and Karameus room to maneuver. Nagia had landed beside Grimlock and was pecking at the Shark Man to wake him, while Alex had finished casting his forciball. He shot it straight to the sleeping Cerberus, nudging Brutus gently to wake him. The mana vampire hissed when it saw more attackers. Another wave of sleep slammed out. Nagia slumped onto Grimlock, and both he and the Cerberus stopped moving. Alex cursed as Teresa fought against its conjured exhaustion. She warily parried a flurry of claws with her sword and hunting knife, while shaking off the sleep spell. The creature drove her back with another quick telekinetic blast, then rushed toward more sleeping victims. "Get back, monster," Colic shouted, shooting a swarm of sharp rocks toward the thing. Leaping out of the way of the stones, it glared at Colic, then scanned its surroundings. Alex's eyes narrowed. "You can drain the magic from spells," he thought. "But you're not immune from physical objects if they actually hit you, even if they've been conjured by magic, are you?" Teresa moved between it and the closest escape route. Alex conjured a rock from the elemental plane of Earth and gripped it tightly. "If you've got anything solid to conjure and throw at it, use those kinds of spells," he shouted to his companions. The creature glared at him and began to charge. Alex gasped, backing away, holding tightly to Selena. Teresa went pale and charged after it. Selena screamed, then their companions stepped in. The creature stumbled to the side as Shiony abruptly shot a spear of hardened obsidian at it. Then it ducked low as Isolde launched a pair of conjured iron spikes. They missed and it straightened up. Bang! The monster yelped, stumbling backward as Nuaogre smashed it in the chest with a chunk of frozen sea water the size of one of Thundar's fists. "Ekudari curses you, monster," Nuaoj roared. "She curses you into the depths of a maelstrom." The creature healed itself, hissing at her. Shink. The hiss turned to a screech. As its healing was complete and it prepared to charge again, Teresa caught it, her blade slashed across its back. The mana vampire dropped to all fours and scrambled away, its limbs moving unnaturally, like some sort of humanoid crab. The wound on its back was healing quickly, but Alex could see that now its blood was losing the glow as it retreated from Teresa. The stolen mana was waning. It had to spring away from a swarm of sharpened rocks Colic shot at it. One found its target, piercing deep into its side. It shrieked and stiffened, grabbing its side. The huntress darted in close, her blades raised to take advantage. Suddenly its hands shot up, blasting another wave of telekinetic force. Bam! Alex and Selena screamed. Colic, Isolde, and the other wizards cried out in alarm. Teresa was catapulted through the air and crashed onto the cobblestones. Her sword flew from her hand. The mana vampire ran straight for her and pounced. Right onto the point of Teresa's hunting knife. With both hands gripping the hilt of the large blade, she let the creature's weight do the work, sliding onto the steel as it came down. Its eyes flew wide as its mouth let out a wail of agony. Wasting no time, Teresa shoved it aside, then followed up with a heavy kick to the knee that sounded like the crack of a firework. The mana vampire gurgled and choked. Rising up quickly and easing the blade from its belly, it dragged its shuddering form away. The stomach wound began to close, but the glow of its blood dimmed further. "That's it," Alex cheered. Get him, Teresa, beat him down. Hearing the changing sounds of the battle and Alex's cheer, Selena turned her head around, and she watched. The mana vampire was panting now 2 fights in one night, and being hunted was eating away at its mana. It looked around in desperation as Teresa got up with death in her eyes and stalked toward it, looking at her fallen sword. Even though it still had its deadly claws to attack with, it continued to limp away from her, focusing on healing itself. Another invisible wave of sleep drifted from it, but this time, Teresa merely dismissed it with a shake of her head and kept advancing. Its focus was narrowed on her, ignoring its surroundings. Alex looked at the stirring forms of Brutus and Grimlock, awakened by his forciball a safe distance from the range of the sleep magic. Oblivious to everything but the approaching Teresa, the mana vampire placed all of its attention on its pursuer, swiping at her, trying to keep her at bay, and then it screamed. One of Isolde's iron spikes pierced its back, and the impact spun it around. Shiny's obsidian spear then slashed it across the side. Its blood dimmed further as it desperately concentrated its stolen mana on healing. Its focus left Teresa for an instant, a mistake. She darted within its guard, her fist driving out, bang, to bury itself in the monster's gut. It doubled over in pain. Crack, her knee shot up, smashing squarely into its chin. The mana vampire's skull whipped back, flinging it backwards. Now she went to retrieve her sword and knife, leaving it for a moment. The creature rose to its feet, taking the moment to try for escape. It turned and hobbled right into Brutus' waiting jaws. CRNCH, 2 of the Cerberus mouths snapped down on an arm, and the sound of shattering bone as well as its scream ripped through the square. Brutus shook the thing like a dirty rag, snapping the jaws of his third head at its other arm to keep its flailing claws away. Shrieking and dripping dimming blood, the mana vampire fought to get away from Brutus. SCCHRRRP, its arm tore off. Blood sprayed through the air, dimming until there was barely a glow left. The wound feebly worked to heal, trying to keep it from bleeding out in the town square. It moved away from the Cerberus and a ray-armed Teresa, turning to get to the nearest street, but Grimlich, twitching with rage, was rushing toward it, cutting off its escape. It changed direction, running awkwardly from all of them. Yelping in fear, it was still naturally fast, and the last of the mana enhancing it had yet to fade, but it was barely managing to keep ahead of them. Alex gasped. The path it was on was bringing it right toward the line of young wizards from Balin's class. Move. Colic cried and they scattered, but Alexgreeing his sister moved a half-step slower. The creature's eyes glinted with malice and recognition when it saw him. It charged directly for him, and Selena screamed. Panic surged through Alex. The thing was smart. It knew how to press any advantage it could find, seeing him with his mana and a child. His blood froze. A child who also had mana. It would drain them both. Its pursuers wouldn't get to it in time. Colic was yelling something. Teresa was screaming. Selena was screaming. His classmates were shouting. His mind moved quickly. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N N0V3L FI RDUP E net. What did he have? The rock. He still had the rock gripped in one hand. Concentrating on the idea of throwing, he activated the mark, which called up memories of throwing objects all the way back to when he tossed coins to distract the crowd at the gates of Ulrich. Focusing on the motion and maximizing its precision, he lightly tossed the rock forward. It missed the mana vampire, rolling on the ground before it, but he wasn't aiming for it. In its headlong rush toward food and salvation, it stepped directly on the rolling rock. The monster lost footing, falling forward and crashing onto the cobblestones. It tried scrambling to its feet as Alex stepped back, holding his little sister and looking at the creature closely. Try looking up, he advised it. A massive shadow fell over the monster. It froze, turned, and almost reluctantly looked up. Grimlock loomed above it, his massive fist was cocked back. His shark lips parted in a toothy grin. Smile, you son of a... Bang, his gigantic fist crashed into its head like a falling star. Boom, its skull slammed into the cobblestones so hard that it actually bounced. Then Grimlock's other fist fell. Bang, 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 the shark man smashed its chest and shoulders into the cobblestones again and again, driving the breath from it, bruising flesh and snapping bone. Then Teresa was on it, stomping on its legs until they cracked and turned at crooked angles. Brutus swept in and savaged its remaining arm, tearing it apart from the elbow down. The wizards watched grimly Evan Selena as they beat the creature within an inch of its life. With a quick command to Brutus, Teresa and the Cerberus backed off of it, and Grimlock followed a moment later. At last, the creature that had terrorized Generossi for months was brought down and captured. It hadn't fallen to some brave hero's flashing longsword, or a hunter's spear, or a clever archwizard's ingenious trap. In the end, the mana vampire was brought down by a bunch of angry young wizards, and a good and well-deserved beating for their friend it had tried to kill. Alex nodded grimly at the creature. Sleep well, you scum-sucking leech. You're in for a bad night, and it's only just beginning. To say that the mana vampire had seen better days would be an understatement. It would likely be dead already if its battered body weren't using its last dregs of stolen mana to cling to life. One of its arms had been torn away, leaving nothing more than a stump from partway down its bicep. Its other arm, while still attached, was broken in 3 places and had been shredded by Cerberus fangs. Mana had been able to only close the wound slightly, leaving a discolored mess of thin-looking skin over ragged, gaping wounds. The creature was so bruised that very little of its original skin color remained. It was mostly a blue-purplish shade from head to toe. Its legs had been snapped by the ferocious stomping Teresa had given it with her enhanced strength, and were bent at horrifying angles. Alex squinted. He could swear he saw Grimlock-sized fist imprints throughout its torso. It twitched occasionally and was breathing, but was definitely unconscious. But if it should wake up, Head doubted it would be going anywhere anytime soon. How gruesome, Isolde said. I would almost feel sorry for the creature had it not done what it did to Thundar. Angela growled. I almost want to finish. He looked at Alex. You say your plan's going to make it suffer. Oh yeah, Alex said, like you wouldn't believe. Good, Carmia said. Colic walked over to the creature and spit on it, for Thundar and Nagia. He looked at Alex. Now let us be done with this. Yeah, Alex agreed, then looked at Selena. Do you want to get down now? She nodded quietly and slowly slid down to stand on the cobblestones. The little girl was staring at the fallen creature, her jaw hardened. Serves it right for hurting Thundar, and you and Colic and Nagia and Teresa and Brutus and everyone else like that. Alex glanced at his sister. Well, that was a bit of a bloodthirsty statement. Where had that come from? He frowned, thinking about what she'd been exposed to in the past half-year, being hunted by monsters and seeing them killed in the cave of the Traveler, the mana vampire being killed by Fandor and Gelfor. Alex's stories about the monsters Balin's class had fought and killed in the Barrens of Cravernous. Recently, she'd also heard about Minerva's murder, and now, this attack. Selena had been exposed to an awful lot of violence in the past little while. He would need to have a talk with her about it. The guards began to wake up, groaning and blinking as they did. They first checked in with one another, finding out which of them hadn't been knocked out, and knew what had happened in the town square while the rest of them had been out cold. Then some went to offer aid to people the mana vampire had drained, providing flasks of mana-soothing potions to help their recovery. Some folks were beyond help, so the guards called for transport for those bodies, and also got help for anyone needing to go to the infirmary. Others moved toward Alex's group, who were standing around the mana vampire, their eyes warily on it. I'm Guard Captain Giorno. Is this thing dead? One of them asked. No, Alex said, but it's definitely subdued. Broken legs, ripped up arms, and it's low on mana to heal itself from the look of it. We'll tie it up as soon as we get some rope, but we're watching it closely. Alex prepared himself for resistance, wondering if the guards would kill it on the spot. Right, it does look properly subdued. The guard captain went over and kicked it to make sure it wasn't conscious. Yeah, I'd say it's properly subdued, all right. Are you wizard students from the university? Because a couple of my men said your group was casting spells at it. Some of us are, some aren't. Why? Alex answered. Well, because since you're wizards, will you be taking it away? Are you claiming it under the right to specimens and assuming all responsibilities therein? The guardsman asked. The what now? Alex asked. The guard gave him a look, then pulled out a booklet from one of his satchels. Right, first time capturing a dangerous monster in Generosity, eh? Well, the right to specimens is under Section 317 of the Code of Punitive Measures Against Monsters. Any resident of Generosity may claim a monster that is under bounty by the city living or dead for the purposes of dissection, vivisection, alchemical extraction, research, or sacrifice. He paused, turning the page. The monster will be recorded as being under your custody, and if it harms anyone during that time, you will be held in full responsibility for its actions. You have 1 day and 1 night to appear before a public officer with proof of the monster's destruction, or to apply for an extension to the period of custody. Note that failure to do either of these actions will result in a fine no less than 500 gold pieces plus the current bounty levied for the monster. Will it be you that's taking custody? Alex glanced around as all of his friends took a large step away from him. Yes, perfect, then we shall need your name and a few signatures once the investigation team arrives. Alex blinked. Right, he thought. City of Wizards. Of course they'd have a clause for researching captured monsters. What else would a wizard want to do with one? He glanced down at the mana vampire, remembering how the one on Fandor's ship had turned to mist after they'd killed it. He was glad it had simply evaporated, because had it lived, claiming it and bringing it to Generosity with him would have been a little awkward. And on that note, it's time to get things rolling. The paperwork took some time, but the Indalix was technically the custodian or owner of one mana vampire. The investigators took statements from everyone present and loaded the victims into more sky gondolas that were painted white. Eventually, Alex's group was finally given leave to go about their business. The next issue was Selena. "I don't want to go, I want to stay with you," she yelled, stomping her foot. "There's no way," he told her. "You're going back to campus." Shiny was very nice and said that she would take you there, okay? "No, please let me stay, please," she begged, "please." "No way, little goblin," he said. "We're going to that dangerous place that we go to with Balin. It's safe there for us, but too dangerous for you. If everything goes well, we won't be gone long and be back in about an hour or two. Then you can come with us for some of the next part since we'll be doing that on campus, okay? It'll be much safer if you're with Shiny for now. And if you go back to campus, we'll be safer too, because we won't have to watch out for as many people." Her lips trembled and she looked like she was on the verge of an outburst of temper, something she hadn't done for half a decade or more, but she finally sniffed a couple of times, swallowed, then slowly nodded. "You'd better be back soon." "I will," he said, bending and kissing her on the forehead. "I will." He let her join Shiny, Angela, and Karamius on their way back to campus. Alex and the remainder of the group stood waving as they watched them depart on a sky gondola. Then Isolde turned to them. She grimaced. "I want to join you in the Barrens, but I worry for Thundar. I think I shall go to the infirmary and see if the fact that we are in a cabal together will at least let them tell me how he is, even if I can't see him." She glared at the mana vampire. "Please ensure that its last moments are miserable." "You bet I will, and now the streets will be safer too," Alex said, gripping her shoulder. "We'll come and see Thundar as soon as we can if they let us in. And by the way, good job tonight." She nodded and then left to board another sky gondola. That left Teresa, Colic, Nagia, Grimlock, Brutus, and Nuaoj with Alex. "So we're going to finish this together then?" he asked. "Wouldn't miss it," Teresa said, glaring at the brutalized monster. "Right, then watch this thing for a few minutes. I'll be right back." He moved quickly, running down the street. Shale's workshop closed to the public, but almost always Stafford was still working well into the night on their latest projects. Alex had the night off, and Lager and Carmen weren't working, but the others knew him. Mana Conductorvan with his employee discount cost a whopping 100 gold coins, a sum he wouldn't even have begun to consider spending if it weren't for the fact that he'd be receiving a good chunk of coin for the Mana vampire soon, as well as something from Balin for the Zythak eggs. It'd be well worth the price too. By the time he got back, he saw Teresa, Colic, and a familiar sky gondolier talking near the sky pier. Lucia seemed a bit different, far more animated than usual. The sky gondola hanging above her was far longer and wider than the few he'd seen her flying around the city. It was probably one that was used to transport larger groups, or for moving a quantity of supplies somewhere. The Mana vampire still lay broken and motionless on the ground, guarded by Grimlock, Brutus, and Nuaoj. "No," Lucia was saying, and her voice actually sounded alive, and very agitated. "You want to fly to the Barrens after nightfall with a half-dead Mana vampire in my gondola? Are you crazy? If that thing wakes up, we'll all be its dinner. I do not think you quite understand what you are refusing," Colic said. Alex." Lucia turned as Alex approached them, and her eyes widened. Hello," Alex said. "I'm going to keep this simple. Listen, we want you to take us into the Barrens. It won't be far from the wall separating the countryside from the wastes, and it won't be dangerous. That area used to be Zythak territory." Her eyes went wide. "Now let me finish," he said quickly. "But we killed it a few days ago. It is dead, and I doubt there's going to be anything else deadly around there yet. And if there's, say, some Mupkaras or a bone drinker around, then you'll be with a bunch of people that killed a Zythak and beat the ever-loving shit out of a Mana vampire. And in return for you doing this." He paused, thinking over sums and what he could expect from the reward. The guards had informed them that the bounty had risen to 3,000 gold coins, evenly divided among everyone who'd been a part of its beating. He'd still have plenty left to spend, even taking into account buying the Mana conductor. So he decided he could afford to be generous. "Okay," he said. "I'll pay you 30 gold coins to take us there. I'll give you what I have right now, which is 5 gold, and bring you 25 more tomorrow. All you have to do is take us there, then take us back to campus. You don't even have to get out of the gondola." Lucia actually gasped at the sum. Colic cleared his throat. "I am prepared to match that amount. Think of it, a little risk to be sure, but you will make 60 gold coins for an hour or two of your time. Is that not worth it? Know that if you say no, we will find someone else who will take the coin." Lucia's eyes narrowed. Alex could see the war going on in her head. On the one hand, he could see her caution caused by whatever happened to her at the university, idling her to just forget them and move on. On the other hand, there was something that Alex knew all too well. He'd been trapped in a dead-end job too, having to deal with unpleasant customers, a problematic boss, and the day in day out of long hours and low pay. It could become crushing after a while, and Lucia both looked and sounded like she'd been crushed by it. She'd once been on the path to becoming a full-fledged wizard and a graduate of generosity, then tragedy or some accident had taken that from her. Now, was an opportunity toif not break that cycle at least start to lay a path out of it. Even in generosity, 60 gold pieces was a lot of coin. It was a sum that would be worth several months of his work at Shale's workshop, which paid better than a lot of other jobs in the city. 60 gold coins for an hour's labor and a bit of risk. Enough gold to maybe lay the foundation for something new. When he'd been given an opportunity like that, he'd fled his homeland to take it. By comparison, this risk was far less. Lucia exhaled. At last something had won out in her. All right, she said, 35 gold up front. I'll be working the evening shift tomorrow, so the other 25 tomorrow before supper. The moment I see anything bigger than a mupkara up there, I'm gone. I keep the 35 and you find your own way back. Got it. Alex looked at Colic and the prince nodded. Sensible to me, he said. Come then, the barons await. The wind whipped through their hair as Lucia drove the sky gondola at its maximum safe speed. Alex hadn't known that the boats could fly that fast, but was glad that they could since time was a factor tonight. He looked at the mana vampire in the front end of the sky gondola. Teresa had hog-tied the thing, wrenching its damaged limbs, as she did then wrap the rope around its knees for extra security. The creature could only moan in its unconscious state and did not wake up. Grimlock sat behind it, watching it intently. Teresa sat on the other side of Itnir to the front with her sword close to its neck. Brutus was lying in the bottom of the boat, whimpering at the speed of the magical flying vessel. The Cerberus, Shark Man, and Huntress formed a fine barrier of non-wizards between the mana vampire and potential food for it to drain. Behind Brutus sat the rest of their group, then Lucia in the back, who'd pointedly made sure that they put as much distance between her and the monster as possible. Is it moving? She asked for what seemed like the 10th time. No, Grimlock rumbled. Still, she urged a little more speed from the sky boat. Colic glared at the creature as they soared over the countryside with Nagia high above them until eventually, the green grass became sparser and sparser the closer they got to the wall and the barons themselves. Taking into account the speed of the sky gondola, and from the map that Balin had shown them, it wouldn't be long before they reached the Zyethak's former territory and the mana vent awaiting there. The rest of the group hardly said a word as they looked out over the moonlit dusty wastes. Alex shivered. Cold, he muttered in surprise. Colic said, that is the way of any desert of sand or dust or rock. They are hotter than a devil's spit during the day, but at night they are as cold as a mountain top. Charming place, Alex said, his attention being drawn to a light up ahead with ever-shifting colors. We're getting close, Colic said in anticipation. Well, Grimlock wanted to see his prey finished off, the Selichar said, her sharp teeth glinting in the moonlight, and I want it gone too. Besides, I wouldn't let my little brother come out here alone. Alex froze. What? Colic blinked. Little brother. Adopted, Grimlock grunted. Obviously. Obviously, Alex said, dying to know what Grimlock's birth parents looked like. Well, you live and learn, Colic murmured, then looked at Alex. Do you think it is going to work? Dumping the mana vampire into the mana vent. In theory it should, Alex said. Mana vampires feed off of and process mana from a bunch of different people, then convert it into their own to use, right? They even convert the mana from spells into raw power for themselves. He glanced at the creature. So this thing has the ability to convert mana within itself to be usable, but there's a limit to it, like Isolde confirmed. If it could absorb a mana vent's wild mana with all the power that a vent could provide, then mana vampires wouldn't have to attack people and bring attention to themselves. They'd just skip the city and go right to the barons and absorb whatever they needed to live. Or they could just absorb the stuff out of the air. That's what I'm thinking, at least. His eyes hardened. But with those suckers, the mana from the mana vent will get sucked into it and wreak complete havoc inside of it, just like with us. Colic raised an eyebrow. And then what happens? From the sound of it, that would likely kill it. In time, yes, that's what this is for. Alex raised the mana conductor. I learned how to guide mana reactions from working with some pretty wild stuff at work and in class. So I'm gonna jab the mana vampire with this conductor and keep it stable until we get back to campus. Starts to get out of control, I'll try to adjust the mana, but I'm hoping it doesn't. Heh, how fitting, the prince said. All this trouble it has been giving to drain others of mana, and now it will get its fill and more, which will prove to be its undoing. Lucia set the boat down far from the mana vent. Colic, Brutus, and Nuaoj stayed with her while Alex, Teresa, and Grimlock dragged the beast toward the vent. We should do this fast, Teresa said. You won't be able to tolerate that vent for long. My thoughts exactly, Alex said. We'll do it quick, like dumping a teabag. Like hanging a fish up to dry, Grimlock echoed. Like draping a skin on a drying rack, Teresa added. The mana vampire stirred, groaning slightly. The mana in the air was getting thicker and rougher, but Alex clenched his teeth and kept going. He squinted as a group of vent drinkers sleeping near the vent woke up and ran screeching into the barrens, kicking up dust as they went. Before landing, everyone in the sky gondola had checked the area from above, then again when they'd landed. There was no sign of monsters nearby. No doubt some bold creature would eventually realize there was no longer a Zyethak around to protect its territory and would move in, but for now things were clear. Suddenly, the mana vampire started screeching and jerking as though in pain. It awoke abruptly, jolted into consciousness by the intensity of the wild mana shrieking and struggling against the ropes. Pain filled its cries, but Alex felt no sympathy for it. He wondered how many people it had heard scream when it was draining them. The group reached the side of the mana vent and Alex grimaced. Its power slammed against him, making him feel like he was walking through clay that scratched and burned. He paused for a moment, watching the creature and letting his eyes adjust to the blazing light of the vent. With its open suckers, the wild mana was hitting it much harder than it was him. It showed no sign of powering back up or absorbing the mana though, and seemed more like it was squirming to get away. Good, dunk it, Alex said to Grimlock and Teresa. Haha, drink up, asshole. The shark man grinned as he and the huntress tossed the screaming creature over the side. The screech that erupted from the mana vent was horrifying. Again, he found no sympathy for it. He watched its silhouette writhing in the vent, dangling on its ropey as wild mana blasted it, blistering patches of its bruised skin like a sunburn. Then the creature started to swell. More and more its lean frame filled out, looking increasingly like a bloating, sunburnt corpse. Alex gritted his teeth as discomfort built from being so close to the mana vent, but he stayed, watching the creature continue to swell and writhe in pain. At last, he felt energy surging from the mana vampire. "Hoist it up quick and let's move back," he said, through clenched teeth. Teresa and Grimlock brought it up, moved back, and threw it on the ground. Thump! The swollen monster writhed like a slug in a bed of salt, trembling at the wild mana coursing through it. Its body seemed to be fighting to process it, but failing. A patch of reddened skin would knit together, then immediately split and blister. From the sheer number of burns coursing across its body, it was clearly not having much luck. To confirm its mana status, Alex took the new mana conductor and pressed it to the core of the monster. The mana was wreaking havoc through the creature. He could feel it. It blasted through its flesh and all the mana pathways running within its body. Alex could feel the monster trying to process the mana, and well, there was a small amount being processed. The wild mana was overwhelming it and was too powerful. Its mana pool was already straining and leaking through the rest of its body. The wild mana had already caused some of its internal structures to rupture. Only the small amount it could process was what was barely managing to keep it alive. The wild mana was burning it out far faster than it could repair itself. Okay, he nodded, grimacing as the oppressive weight of the wild mana increased. He'd been near the vent long enough. Let's get out of here. It'll hold up for a little while longer without stabilization, but we've got to move. Let's go, Grimlock said, grabbing the mana vampire's bonds and jogging away from the vent. Teresa kept pace and Alex followed, and they didn't stop until they were near the sky gondola. Colic, Nuaoj, and Lucia looked tense as they watched them approaching. By the sapphire sea, the prince said. Look at it. It looks like it's dying. It is dying, Alex said. Give me a second. He crouched down beside the mana vampire and pressed the mana conductor to it again. Searching around, he found a pulsating, distended organ in its core that processed the mana the creature absorbed. He noticed something going on around that organ. There were multiple mana pathways throughout the creature's body, with valves that would open and close automatically. Its body had shut all of the pathways to the organ to stop it from being completely overwhelmed. In spite of this, the wild mana was so intense that some still seeped through the tiny valves and was reaching the processing organ anyway. It was processing some of what leaked through, but was burning out as it did. Alex concentrated, using mana manipulation and the mark to guide the reactions going on in the mana vampire's body. He grimaced as it was hard to manage it. Wild mana was wild, and he knew he couldn't settle it. The only thing he could do was guide it around the mana vampire's body, shifting it from place to place in order to stop the mana from destroying too much of any section of its body. The wild mana wanted to move, so letting it circulate in a controlled manner was a lot easier than trying to get it to settle or calm down. It was like redirecting force, often that was far easier than stopping it. Still, this could only be a temporary measure, because all he was doing by circulating the mana through the creature was prolonging its inevitable end. He needed to get it to the lab quickly to transform the wild mana into usable mana for other things, like golems. Let's move with all that speed you said this boat has, Lucia, Alex said. I can keep this thing stable, but I'd like to get it to campus as soon as we can. Selena and Shiny were waiting for them on the grounds when they arrived and rushed to meet them. Alex, Selena cried. I couldn't pull her away, Shiny told him. She would not move until she saw you were back safely. Alex smiled, tousling his sister's hair. Teresa patted her on the back and Brutus licked her face. I'll be taking my down payment now, Lucia said quickly, and I'll be seeing you for the rest tomorrow. Alex and Colic paid her and watched her lift off after counting the coins. She was actually smiling, almost laughing. With a final nod of acknowledgement, she raced away through the sky. Alex hoped that the coin would give her the start to a better life for herself. He reached into his pocket and took out the key that Balin had given him to the lab. Alex wished Balin and Jules were there, but it was the middle of the night, and not only did he not know where Jules lived, but showing up at the Chancellor's mansion, or her home uninvited, would probably not be a very welcomed idea. Any sign of Isolde? He asked. No, Shiny said. He bit his lip. The faster he got this done, the safer it would be and the quicker he could go and see how Thundar was. Colic let Nadia go free to hunt rabbits since she hadn't had anything to eat because of the mana vampire attacking her. As a matter of fact, neither had Alex or Colic. Tell Nadia to bring us back some rabbit stew, Alex joked. We didn't even get anything to eat because of this mana-sucking piece of garbage, and I'm starving. Teresa jumped in, yeah, I'm hungry too. So am I, said Selena, Nua Oj, Colic and Shiny at the same time. I wonder how mana vampire tastes. Grimlock wondered aloud. Everyone went completely silent for what felt like minutes before Teresa finally said, Hey Selena, why don't we go and get something from the campus cafe? They're open late, and we can bring stuff back for everyone else. As she said it, she caught Alex's eye, then glanced briefly at Selena, then back at Alex. He nodded once, understanding what she meant, then said to Selena, That's a good idea, Selena. That way you can choose exactly what you want and help Teresa bring food back for the rest of us. What you think? Selena hesitated, but I wanted to watch what you're going to do. Oh, that's okay. The most important part'll be getting the mana into the golem core, and we won't be doing that until tomorrow. So it's fine if you go and get something to eat, and you can bring me back something too. Alex said, Are you sure you won't start the golem when we're gone? She asked. Even if I could, I'd never power it up without you being there. You and I worked on him together, so we'll power him up together, okay? Okay, as long as you don't start him without me, then I'll go with Teresa. I am pretty hungry. Her stomach grumbled as if to confirm that. Good choice, Selena, Teresa said to the little girl. Here, take my student disc so you can get into the building when you're ready, Alex said, handing Teresa the disc. We can use Colix to open the door. Pocketing the disc, she said, How do sandwiches, pastries, and cider sound to you guys? She asked the rest of the group. No one had any complaints, so she, Selena, and Brutus headed off on the food run. Colic and Grimlock then wrapped the gurgling monster in a cloak while Alex kept the mana circulating. Then the shark man carried the bound, bloated form to the castle doors. Colic used his student disc to open them, and they headed through the towers to the lab where Alex then used the key from Balin to unlock it. He was the first to enter, and as he stepped in glowing force balls that shed a silvery light sprang to life, illuminating the space. Put it over there, he said to Grimlock, pointing to the massive mana vacuum in the corner. The shark man was carrying the monster by the ropes, while Colic held his blade on it. Everyone froze and stepped back as the unseen aids materialized. It's okay, Alex assured them. You're with me and I have a key. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure they'd be attacking all of us right now. Comforting, Colic said sarcastically. Nua Oj and Shiny were gawking at the massive golem standing silently at one end of the room. Grimlock nodded at it with approval. Good style, he said as he dropped the mana vampire beside the vacuum. Alex got busy then, getting protective gear for everyone except Grimlock since everything was too small for the shark man's massive head and body. Nua Oj came to the rescue and cast a water shield over him to protect him from any mishaps. With that problem solved, Alex then moved around the lab, preparing the necessary tools. He removed the cloak from the creature, pressed his mana conductor to the middle of its torso, and took up a stylus. He drew an X on the bound mana vampire, just above where its mana processing organ was located. He glanced to the mana vacuum. Jules' words came back to him. You would need to stab yourself in the core of your body and activate the vacuum for it to even be a threat. And even then, your mana is so safely tucked into you that such a device wouldn't work at all unless you recently had a conduit open to transfer mana directly in or out of your body. So unless you were attacked by a mana vampire in the previous hour, donated to one, or somehow convinced one to donate its mana to you, then you would be safe. In such an event, though, I think you would have greater problems. Well, the mana vampire was about to have greater problems. Alex pressed the conductor onto the gurgling, convulsing mana vampire. All right, Colic, I need you to do something for me. You'll be sending this creature to the afterlife, if there is an afterlife for mana vampires. The prince's eyes lit up in excitement. What do you need? I need you to make an incision with this scalpel on that X, he said. Keep cutting until I say stop. Then put the mana vacuum's wand into the hole you made. Then you turn on the mana vacuum and we drain this pile of garbage for everything it's worth. Shiny, whose magic burnt monsters to death, made a face. Gruesome, but poetic in a way. Ironic. Colic took the instrument and looked down at the monster. You fed yourself by draining the mana of others. Now you shall serve others by having the mana drained from you. Do it, Colic. The prince stabbed down. The creature's choking grew more frantic. Blood that glowed only slightly poured out. Okay, that's deep enough, Alex said. Now the vacuum. There was a sickening squelch as Colic pushed the wand into the creature's body until it touched the mana processing organ. Alex looked down at the monster. Pull the switch, he said. The creature's gurgle became a sharp intake of breath as Alex's mana manipulation guided the wild mana to the closed valves until they were forced open by the pressure. Alex watched as the wild mana was driven by his manipulation, its own intensity, and the mana vacuum's suction right through the processing organ. The organ went into high activity, Processing the mana rapidly, what came out still had strong intensity, but was actually usable. Molten power flowed up through the vacuum and into the mana waste container. As Alex guided some of the processed mana back into the organletting, the mana vampire's healing processes keep the organ from burning out too early, thought back to something else Jules had told. She had been right, he was doing horrifying things. He hoped Balin would appreciate the report. Horror lay in the mana vampire's eyes. It looked semi-conscious and partially delirious, but seemed to comprehend at least in part what was happening to it. The creature tried to divert some of the processed mana to self-heal, but the mana vacuum was draining it directly from the organ that processed the mana. It had nothing to use. The wild mana in the rest of its body was still burning it out, now even faster than before since it couldn't direct any of the bits of mana it could process to heal any of the damage. Its swollen body began collapsing inward as its bruised and wounded skin and flesh rapidly dehydrated. Blisters and burns worsened. Its tongue and arm stumps flailed, while its shattered legs spasmed, desperate to reach any of the nearby wizards. It even tried sucking the mana being drained back into itself, but had grown too weak to fight the combined skill of Alex's mana manipulation and the powerful suction of Balin's mana vacuum. Soon, its body had returned to its original size, but the withering didn't stop there. In moments, it had changed from a bloated monstrosity to resembling the starving mana vampire on the red siren. Then it dried out further, reminding Alex of its shriveled victims in the alley in Town Square. Its skin crackled like dry leaves and it began to wheeze. At that point, Alex stopped directing the processed mana back into the organ, which was the only thing that had been allowing it to heal. Now, the last of the wild mana was drawn through burning the organ as it went until finally it was choked off when there was no more wild mana left. All that remained was a dribble of natural mana in its body, trying to preserve its failing life processes. But the mana vacuum didn't discriminate between wild mana and its own. The creature went limp as even the scant mana keeping it alive was drawn through the tube and up into the mana waste container. Its body broke down, first becoming a milky liquid, then drifting steam. Alex quickly siphoned some of the fluid into a potion flask, sealing it tightly. In the morning, when he went to report what he'd done with the creature to the authorities, that could serve as proof that it was dead and gone. The vapor that remained swirled into a fine mist as the last dregs of its mana was drained away. At last, the creature drifted into nothingness. Colic looked down at the ropes that had been its bonds. "Now that death has you," he said, "and if there was a spirit in that form you held, then you can tell your victims' souls that you know what you did to them, if you should meet them." Silence lay throughout the room, and Alex turned to look at his friends. Oj and Shiny were looking at the ropes with grim disgust. Grimlock was staring at the liquid sealed in the flask with a snarl, revealing menacing teeth. "I smell food," he said abruptly. "I think those guys are back. Will those things," he nodded toward the unseen aides, "start looking for a fight if I let them in?" Primus and Secondus seemed to scowl at Grimlock as he glared right back. Maybe I'd better let them in to be on the safe side," Alex said, moving to the lab door and opening it. "There's a room across the hall, a break room where we can eat." Alex took Teresa and Selena carrying bags of food to the break room, followed by Brutus with some sort of bone in one of his mouths. The others followed, taking off their masks as they did. "Let's eat," Grimlock shouted and was met with no resistance. Oj had to quickly dispel her protective spell on him before he started trying to eat through it. Teresa and Selena lay the food out on an empty table, and everyone dug in like locusts on a field of grain. After they'd finished eating, they wandered back to the lab to finish cleaning up. Selena peeked her head in and know that it was safe, walked over to where the rope still lay beside the mana vacuum. "Is it gone now? Forever?" she asked her brother. "Oh yeah," Alex said. "You can't get more dead than that." "Good," she nodded. "Good, and now what happens?" Now, he looked at the golem. "I use all the power we just took from that mana-leeching fiend, and we activate it." "Well, I do. But we do that in the morning after Balin's awake." He thought about the golem going crazy in Shale's workshop. Considering the many unknowns about the dungeon core substance, he didn't want to try activating it without an invincible goat wizard nearby within berserk golem blasting range. He checked the mana waste container. A lot of mana waste containers were only able to preserve mana within them for fairly short periods of time. The lower-priced ones could do it for about an hour or two, while the more expensive ones were able to do it for a matter of hours. But Balin's custom model could preserve mana inside of it for days. It would keep until morning. He felt out the mana inside. It was beautiful. The wild mana had been converted into usable, though still very intense power, and there was a lot of it. With the sheer intensity and amount of mana, he could probably power 5 or 6 normal golems with the stuff. He chuckled. This was it. The problem of power had been solved. Now all that was needed was to direct it through the golem core in the morning. He'd have to spend part of the night writing a detailed report on what had happened as he'd promised Balin he would, though. It had been a long day, and had turned into an even longer night. "A fine kill and congratulations." Oj was looking up at the golem. Have you named it yet? It's a Claygon, yes. Alex blinked. A what now? Ah, sorry, I mispronounced it in the common tongue, she explained. Clay Golem, I meant. Claygon, Selena said. Alex, that name's awesome. It sounds really cool. Alex paused, thinking about it. The golem had the ability to evolve, so having Clay in its name wouldn't be accurate once it began to change. Then again, wouldn't that be fun? Attackers punched by a stone or iron golem named Claygon would be pretty hilarious. It was one thing to be stomped by a golem or warrior with a really cool, badass name, but being stomped to death by something that was named by a slip of the tongue and a little girl's enthusiasm. Wouldn't that be just plain embarrassing? Alex grinned. I like it, he said. I like it a lot. Claygon it is. Selena cheered and jumped for joy as the golem was named, while the others had mixed expressions on their faces. I feel very sorry for any children you have, Alex. Colic shook his head. They shall have terrible names. How's he doing? Alex asked as he stepped up beside a seated, exhausted-looking dark-haired young woman. Isolde blinked blearily, squinting up at Alex, Colic, and Teresa. Nua Ode, Shiny, and Grimlock had gone home, but asked them to let them know how Thundar was tomorrow. Selena had fallen asleep on the way over, and Alex was carrying her. Isolde's smile was faint. You're here. Good. The infirmary waiting area was largely deserted at this time of night. Only a few people were waiting in the rows of chairs facing a front desk and doorway leading further into the squat, one-story building. Content originally comes from Novelnet. It was much busier earlier, Isolde said. The other victims were brought in and there was much activity then, but now things have quieted down. As for Thundar, she shook her head. The drain was very bad, but thankfully, not as bad as it could have been. His mana pool has been damaged, but it is not to the point where it is crippled. They said he would recover with treatment, time, and rest. Sighs of relief went through the group. You don't seem to be happy, Teresa pointed out. Well, it is not all good, Isolde said. He cannot use magic for at least 3 weeks while his pool recovers. It will greatly put him behind in his studies. Alex nearly burst out laughing. Leave it to Isolde to be thinking about Thundar's academic well-being right now. Will they let us see him? He asked her. She shook her head. He is sleeping now. They say that when he awakens he will be able to take visitors, but it will take time for his body to recover. He is not likely to wake for a couple of days yet. Nothing for it then, Alex said. We'll have to let him rest up. Is the monster dead? She asked. Oh yes, Colic said, and it was not a peaceful death. Good, Isolde said. Thundar will no doubt be happy with that news. In his office, Chancellor Balin doubled over in a third fit of laughter. The goatman's beard clasps rattled as he pounded the desktop in absolute glee. Oh, this is too rich, he roared, stuffing a mana vampire like a roasted pig and then draining it dry. What an absolutely barbaric and mad scheme. His laughter filled the air for a good minute as he continued flipping through Alex's report. The tired, yet excited young wizard sat before Balin's desk, watching him in shared amusement. Knowing Balin's propensity for, well, killing things and taking their skulls, he'd had the feeling that the ancient wizard would approve of how he'd made use of the mana vampire. He hadn't expected this enthusiastic of a reaction, though. There were times when he couldn't help but wonder if Balin was completely mad. Then again, considering how old he was and how much things had changed around him, maybe the world seemed mad to him. Finally, the Chancellor closed the notebook and wiped tears from his eyes. I swear. He shook his head. You flee your country to avoid battling monsters under your god's yoke, and yet here you are, having your companions beat a mana vampire almost to death and then using it as a mana sponge. You've got a vicious streak in you, to be sure. Well, I saw an opportunity and took it, just like you encourage us to do. Alex shrugged matter-of-factly. Is the report okay? Is it detailed enough? Oh yes, Balin said. It absolutely lays out everything you did in detail. He looked at a new timepiece on the wall. Right, since I have a meeting shortly, will you be available later for the grand activation of when he squinted at the paper? Claygon? Really? Well, yeah, Alex said. My sister and Nua Oj named it. Balin cocked his head. And you went along with this. Alex explained his reasoning on how an enemy might feel being defeated by something named Claygon. Ah, I see, Balin said. I'm not sure if I will ever understand your perverse sense of humor, Alex, but I cannot argue with the results. But to think you would pump a mana vampire full of wild mana and drain it, of all the ways to power a golem. Why yeah, Alex muttered, thinking of how Balin had accused him of having a perverse sense of humor. The same had just enjoyed a long laugh reading about them beating a monster within an inch of its life, filling it with wild mana that could easily have killed it, and then harvesting the mana like they were taking grapes to make wine. He decided not to point that out, probably wisely. Honestly, Balin said. I thought that to solve your power problem you might consider growing, and then crushing any of the mana-rich, carnivorous plant species found in the greenhouse to extract their power for your needs. Or perhaps harvest monsters from the barrens, or even repeatedly brew the right potion and simply extract the mana each time. I had even considered the possibility that you might ask a supervisor at your workplace for a hand. But this was nowhere in the realm of possibilities I could have imagined. It was inspired. I cannot wait until Professor Jules finds out. He burst into laughter again. You are utterly mad, Professor Jules said with no trace of amusement on her face. Utterly, completely, and totally out of your mind, Mr. Roth. There are tomes and plays written to horrify audiences about mad wizards that engage in unnatural experiments. I am half convinced that one day, one will be written about you. That wasn't a complete. She stopped, making the sort of noise that a choking mule would make when dying under a hot sun. I find it fairly amusing, Vernia, Balin smiled. Very amusing, actually. Well, I suppose you can be amused, Jules said. I am doing my best to direct a good student while you enjoy crafting maniacs. Aren't you the one that let him assist in a ritual to summon a Shoggoth, Vernia? Balin said. You put him on the path of evil warlock from legend before I ever did. She paused. Bah, I suppose we shouldn't split hairs, she said quickly. There's a golem to activate after Alan, an audience to satisfy. She slowly looked toward the opposite end of the lab in mild disapproval. It was a bit more crowded than usual. Teresa, a sleepy Selena, Colic and Isolde were sitting on the other side of the chamber. Thunder, of course, hadn't awoken yet, and everyone else who'd fought the mana vampire the night before were getting some much-deserved sleep. More importantly, though, there was no way they could be aware of the true gravity of this situation. They thought that Alex had simply made a golem. They had no clue about dungeon core remains, or how monumental using them in a golem core was. Brutus wasn't there because, as Balin had said, bringing a large beast into a lab just to spectate might be taking things too far and could be enough to give Vernia a heart attack. Already it was pretty obvious she didn't approve of so many spectators, especially the non-wizard ones, and the only reason she didn't object more forcefully was because Balin had erected a magic ward in a circle around them to protect them from potential mishaps or catastrophe. He'd also made sure everyone was fit with protective equipment, even using a spell to shrink down an apron and mask to Selena's size. The sleepy girl kept rubbing at it, and Teresa kept moving her hands away. Shall we begin then? Balin said. Yes, Alex looked up at the golem. Let's bring Clegon to life. Jules snorted. My goodness, Mr. Roth, as gifted as you are in alchemy, is as ungifted as you are in naming things. Alex washed his hands, then turned to Clegon. Professors, would you mind helping me with the activation process? Alex asked. I know I'm supposed to do this alone, but I've never activated a golem outside of a team of 4, a crafter and 3 assistants. I'm not sure if I can do it by myself, especially with the special nature of the core and the mana that I'm using. Of course, Balin said. You have solved the major hurdle and have learned from Idiltho not the lesson I anticipated that you would learn. Expecting you to handle this by yourself would just be irresponsible. Jules shook her head. Because wild mana forcibly processed through a mana vampire organ is not irresponsible, apparently. But yes, agreed, we will all learn much from this. We should work together. Perfect, Alex said. Together they divided the tasks. Balin would jump-start the mana process. Alex would power up the section that controls the golem's movements, as well as the section that connects with its master to receive instructions. Jules would work on the section responsible for connecting to the embedded fire gems. Then, they would all join together to activate the golem's power generation. Alex called out the floating platform that the golem stood on, and then used a ladder also floating, because of course Balin would have a floating ladder in his laboratory to climb up the side of the creation. He slowly and carefully implanted the fire gems. He embedded the first one into the palm of Clegon's upper right arm, and then the second into the palm of its upper left arm. The last he embedded in the hole in its forehead that he and Selena had sculpted in the center of its helmet. Third eye, for a time he'd considered using all 3 of the fire gems as eyes like how they'd been set in the goddess statues, but he'd reconsidered that when he came up with the idea of placing 2 of them in 2 of the golem's 4 hands and 1 in its forehead. That way, it could direct fire beams in 2 different directions at once while firing in a third direction from its third eye, perfect for mass destruction. Once the gems were embedded, Alex paused, thinking about the first time he'd seen them gleaming in the goddess' eyes. He needed to think fast to stop them from blasting the 4 of them to ashes in the cave of the traveler, but some long-term thinking had let him turn them into his permanent weapons. He shook his head. Life was incredibly strange at times. Something the matter? Balin asked. No, sorry, just thinking about things, Alex said quickly as he climbed back down. Balin chuckled quietly but said nothing. Alrighty, Alex took a deep breath, acknowledging and calming a final surge of nerves. This is it, no point in delaying. Alex stepped onto the floating ladder, while Balin and Professor Jules cast flight spells upon themselves and floated up behind the golem. They looked at the large, uniquely colored golem core, and Alex connected the mana vacuum to it. He and Jules drew their mana conductors. Balin glanced at it. No, he floated to one of the shelves and came back with far more delicate-looking mana conductors. Those are good tools, but if the best is available, then you might as well use it. Alex and Jules exchanged mirrored, slightly offended looks before taking Balin's offered conductors. As soon as Alex ran his mana through it, he sighed. Balin was right, this one was much better. Together, they placed their conductors against the golem. Alex touched the wand of the mana vacuum. You both ready? He received 2 nods and then threw the switch. Mana began to gush into the golem core, and even though he knew it would be powerful, the sheer amount of power still surprised him. He'd been shocked by Lager's mana when he'd first felt it, but the amount flowing out of this made the orc crafters seem positively tiny. The intensity of it was stunning too. The mana had been processed by the mana vampire's organ, but it was still freshly tamed wild mana, like a trained wolf. There was still a lot of wild in it. Then Balin and Jules were there, starting to handle their areas of the core. Taking comfort in their presence, Alex dove right in. Using the mark, he let it help guide him through his tasks, and it called up memories of his first contact with the dungeon core, his activation of golem cores at Shales, and even his guidance of the mana through the mana vampire. Using everything that he'd done right at those times, he was able to quickly get a handle on the mana and begin activating the section that was responsible for the golem's movements. He joined his own mana with the processed wild mana as it continued to flow, passing it through all the inner pathways of his part of the golem core. The combined mana flowed and began to flood the tiny nodes that were responsible for moving its body. At first he hesitated, but then kept pouring his own, and the intense processed wild mana into the nodes, they simply drank up the energy without lighting up. For a moment he started to worry that he might have underestimated how much the core would need. Then things shifted and Alex smiled. The nodes began to respond. The nodes responsible for its upper arms began to spark. The nodes responsible for the lower pair began to spark. Then the node for its legs. Then the one responsible for the intake of sensory information as well as its perception of its own position and movement. Then finally, the node responsible for its head. They all began to hum into life. Elsewhere he felt the beginnings of the powerful core coming to life. As Balin finished his task, the center of the core began to pass the wild mana through itself, and as it did, the dungeon core remains infused within, further increased the intensity of the mana. The core was already thrumming with power, and most of it hadn't even been activated yet. Alex felt the surge of fire magic join with the processed wild mana. It seemed to crackle and race within the golem's limbs. The fire gems began to glow, as their own powerful magics were connected to an even greater source. Quickly he moved to the area of the core meant to receive and process his commands. As he activated those nodes, he found them increasingly easier to spark now that more of the core was coming to life. Something was touching his mind. He'd learned about this phenomenon from Lager. The golem core was reaching and learning his thought patterns. For an instant, it was overwhelming. All of his thoughts, feelings, emotions, and insecurities flooded the core in a wave, and it drank them all down greedily. As more nodes came to life, though, the tide slowed to a trickle, becoming far less invasive. There was almost a curiosity to it as it organized his mental energy and forged thin connections of mana between his mind and itself so that it could receive instructions from him. The connections continued solidifying until finally, every last node was activated. Claygon would soon be ready to receive his instructions by way of his thoughts, or the thoughts of anyone else he would transfer ownership to. Now all that was left to take care of was the power generation. He joined Balin and Jules in the center of the core, and they poured their mana in together while guiding the processed wild mana into the golem's internal reactor. The core drank both their mana and the wild mana like a suckling pig, taking more and more of it into itself in a wave. The suction was so strong that Alex almost felt like the mana vampire was draining him again, except he controlled the speed of its flow. Increasing amounts of processed wild mana flooded the reactor, but there were still only sparks being created inside of it and the rest of the core. The mana flowing through built up in volume and raced around with intensity, but still, the sparks weren't catching enough to build into a roaring fire. Alex felt Professor Jules and Balin continuing to push their mana into the center of the core, and he flooded in his own mana as well. Neither of the 2 older wizards looked worried, but Alex couldn't help but feel an icy knot of nerves in his belly. He spared a quick glance at the mana waste container. Half of the wild mana had been poured into the core already. Come on, he thought. Come on. Voom. It all seemed to happen at once. Alex felt the beginnings of the mana generation process begin to activate, and an instant ladder's power spiked. A new mana woke up, that of the core itself. It was far more vigorous than the mana he'd felt from any golem he ever worked on, and there was also something familiar in the way it felt, similar to the way the dungeon core's mana had felt when he was driving it into the travelers. Yet, it wasn't quite the same as the dungeon core's mana either. There was a difference to it. In the end, Claygon's mana was unique, and Alex was glad for that. That unique mana started roaring through like a river, then like a rushing tide in the sea. Still, the 3 wizards continued to feed it with the wild mana as well as their own. Finally, the flow from the mana vacuum trickled to a stop. There was nothing left in the waste container, but now the mana generation was self-sustaining, unstoppable. Voom. Alex gasped as his mana was pushed out of the core, followed by that of Jules and then Balin's. The three wizards floated away from the golem, Alex still clinging to his ladder, taking it in from a distance. The room was filled with a reddish-gold light that shimmered like sunlight filtering through shifting water. If the activation of a regular golem core was like the sun coming out, then Alex didn't know what to even call this. The sun and stars, 10 suns, its power was overwhelming. By all the gods, Jules murmured as the multicolored light built in the golem core. It's so beautiful. Indeed, an intense light lay in Balin's eyes. It's dawn, Vernia. We are witnessing the dawn of a new era in wizardry. The air twitched and surged as at last the construct came alive. The fire gems flared, shedding a fiery light. Alex felt the circuits between himself and Claygon vibrate. The connection solidified. A giddy sense of triumph surged through Alex and he raised his hands in glee. It lives, he cried, it lives, and it might try to kill us in the next 5 heartbeats, Mr. Roth, focus. Jules barked. Test the connection. Right, he said quickly, catching himself. He heard a slap from across the room and saw Colic had pressed his gloved palm to his masked face. Alex cleared his mind and turned toward the golem. This would be another major point of tension. Would the golem listen to him? Would the use of the dungeon core have an unexpected side effect? Was the Ravena suddenly connecting with the golem core? He took a deep breath. Claygon, he said, take one step down from the platform. Grrrrrrnd. There was a terrifying rumble as the golem shifted forward. Its colossal armored foot rose off the floating platform. Even though he had not specified the exact movements necessary to maneuver down from the platform, the golem stepped down with ease. Boom, the floor seemed to shake. Alex felt excitement coursing through him. Next, he willed the golem to take 3 steps forward as though he were commanding one of his spells. Boom, boom, boom. Claygon took 3 steps forward. Turn, he thought. The golem slowly turned, and Alex took in his creation in its entirety. As an inanimate statue, it had been impressive. As a moving figure, it was terrifying. It was slightly taller than Grimlock's almost 10-foot height, and broader than the Shark Man at the shoulders. The thing looked like a living castle wall. The filigree and designs that he and Selena had sculpted into its armor made it look like some legendary warrior who had arms that were thick and powerful enough to snap a Zythak's neck or a hive queen's back like a chicken. Its vicious, shark-toothed face and 4 arms looked like some monster that had crawled out of a demonic abyss, and the red, ominous glow of the fire gems made it seem even more like some knight of devil kind. The sheer power radiating from the golem felt deeply through its connections to him was daunting. He had created a monster one with the capability of evolving to greater heights. Well done, Balin said. A remarkable creation. It seems that the first test of the application of Dungeon Core Essence is a success. The power professor Jules blinked behind her mask. I absolutely must see this in a field test. He's too cool. Selena shouted from the opposite end of the room. He's too cool. I wish Thundar could see this, Colic said. He would enjoy such a spectacle. I want to see its speed, Teresa added. It could make hunting or combat against most creatures as easy as digging earthworms. Isolde said. I know this is all grand, but where will you keep it, Alex? Oh, it's small enough to actually fit through regular doors if it stoops, Alex said. Juice small enough. Indeed, Isolde said. But will you keep it crouched in your apartment? It will take up a frightful amount of room. Oh, he said, well, details to be dealt with later. We've gotten over the hard part. Claygon's active and so far there's no issues with commands. I feel sorry for anything that tries to hurt us now. Alex smiled behind his mask. Indeed, Balin said. And now to work on the report and test it in the field. He frowned. It will take some time to come up with and organize a proper combat test. In the meantime, it is your private property, Alex. It's all yours. But once the field test is complete, it's time to make plans. His eyes shone with intensity. Grand plans. The ravenous hunter emerged from the sea, shaking the salt water from its iron-hard hide. 2 splashes followed right behind its 2 siblings quickly surfaced on the isolated beach. In its travels far and wide-binging for its kin, it had only managed to join with these 2. Another was found, but it had been mortally wounded by a powerful wild monster far to the north. The others were either too far or too spread out to locate, or they could even be long dead. The 3 hunters had searched out the others for a time, but eventually abandoned their quest. They knew where their quarry was and needed to act in case it escaped. Each assassin was equal to a hive queen or other dungeon guardian in battle. 3 would be enough. Before setting out, they paused to check one another's skin with their curved claws, grooming away seaweed and ocean creatures that had tagged along on their hides. Their skin was rough in texture, like thousands of scabs joined together, offering hiding spots for tiny vermin and parasites to nestle in and make their home. The hunters had learned that these mimic creatures were torturous to them when they became an infestation, biting and feeding off their lifeblood. Removing them was well worth any time they spared now. So once their grooming was done, a surprisingly gentle ritualthy stalked across the moonlit beach and slipped into the forest. The lead hunter, the one who had found their prey, and then gathered the other to solidify a plan. They would herd the followers they needed from within the groups of local monsters and build a force to use to slay their quarry. Pings had revealed that their target was still within the city of mortals where magic was strong. This no longer mattered, even if it meant invading the city itself. When they finally increased their number, all that would be needed was for one of them to slip through the defenses and rip apart the Ravena's enemy, while the city's defenders were kept occupied. If all three of them were to die after that crucial task was complete, that did not matter either. In the end, what was important was fulfilling the task given them by the Ravena. The only regret, should they die, would be that they could not return to their master to report the fulfillment of their existence. But so long as their quarry lay slain, that would be enough. The creatures moved quickly from the beach through the countryside, and the first hunter found that it was far easier moving through the fields this time. The armed mortals that had stalked the countryside were all but gone. No longer were scores of humans about or others wielding magic and steel, searching every forest, cave, and bog as though seeking the leader's head. It communicated this difference to its siblings as they approached the great wall separating lush, warm lands from the dusty place that was even stronger with mana. They hid near the wall, watching carefully as guards patrolled it. These patrols were well armed and vigilant, but they kept their gaze mostly toward the hot, barren place. They did not seem to be watching for any threats seeking to enter the dusty place from the countryside. That proved a boon for the trio. They silently bided their time, waiting until a guard stopped in one of the towers built into the fortification, then moved silently to the wall. With curved claws, power, and agility, they scaled the stones in silence, then dropped down on the other side. Their dark hides blended with the night shadows, and they loped into the wastes with none the wiser. The dry air hit them like a strike from one of the Ravena's greatest enemies, and they grimaced against it. These were creatures that could move through any environment, but were most comfortable in places cool and wet. They had learned to deal with a wide variety of climates, though, and continued to move forward. And that was not the only thing they had learned. It had been months since the Ravena had sent them on their mission, and they had used that time to study and mimic creatures they had encountered. The lead hunter, who had roamed this land before, had continued its hobby of observing mortals, mimicking their language. Over time and with observation, it had begun to actually understand the sounds that were being made as it copied them. It could now lure and call mortals with their own language, as well as understand many of their words, making it even more dangerous than it had been before. The leader would teach its siblings as they traveled, granting them another tool, but the two of them hadn't gained that high a level of proficiency with the tongues of humanity and other sapient creatures. Yet, what they did excel at was mimicking and even understanding the calls of beasts. The three hunters intended to share all of the learning they had acquired and then make use of it here. They had a hoard to build. First, they needed to find shelter. Searching through the dusty lands, shocked at how quickly the heat rose with the sun in this placity, found a large cave buried in a cliff face. They did not find it unoccupied. A monster howled and rushed out to defend its burrow. A strange, massive creature that was all misshapen bone sand struck at them with its tail. The hunters were far quicker, and their claws horrifyingly sharp. They swarmed through the bone creature's defenses, carving away pieces of its skeleton with great tearing strikes. Their terrible strength split its shell and their teeth bit down, injecting deadly venom into the wounds. Their attacker was dead within seconds, and so the hunters had their shelter and food to go with it. From their new lair, the trio explored the dusty lands slowly and carefully. They saw no humans or other mortals around, but that did not mean those enemies were not watching since they still patrolled outside the wall. They remained cautious. As they ranged out further, continuing to feast on the bone creatures bottom-pickled and preserved by their toxin, they soon found other monsters. Other bone creatures stalked the dust, far from where they had killed the first. These creatures, it appeared, were solitary, staying clear of each other's territory. The trio watched them constantly, learning their habits. They witnessed how they hunted, how they warned each other away from their terrain. Finally, they witnessed their behavior of dominance one day when one had made a kill, a large bony creature that swam beneath the dust like the huge krill-eating creatures that swam within the sea. Suddenly, another larger bone creature appeared, howling, hissing, and screeching at the smaller one. The smaller one hissed back for a time, but soon cowered away from its meal. Observing this display showed them how these beasts could be controlled, and so they began to mimic. The largest of the three, hunters covered in scars from a fight against a giant it had encountered, when it was alone, was the first to understand the bone creature's cries. It was tasked with finding and subduing the largest of this type of creature for their horde. Its two siblings watched their scarred kin venture into the wastes, seeking their needed quarry. Now, the pair of hunters sought out other creatures to rule. They had found one powerful type of beast, so far now they needed numbers. The next creatures they found were massive monsters that were humanoid in shape, but lacked their intelligence. They ate massive amounts of flesh and used strength and numbers to hunt and kill. Though the monsters showed fear of the bone creatures and avoided them most of the time, the hunters witnessed them gather in a great pack, then stalk and kill one of the bone creatures to consume it back in their lair. They would be suitable for serving them, the two hunters decided. They continued to watch the humanoid monsters as they gorged themselves on meat. Over time, they began to learn their hierarchy. They were social creatures, and most often the largest, strongest, and most dominating of their number commanded the rest. At times, they did find smaller ones that led the others, but it was through superior aggression, savagery, and fighting ability. Over time, their observations revealed more of the large creature's vocal communications until at last, one of the hunters found it could mimic and understand them. This hunter was the leanest of the three, but was quick and vicious. Its task was to pick a pack, kill its leader, and take control of the rest by mimicking their cries. It went on its way, leaving one remaining hunter to secure a force, the one who had brought its two siblings to this place. The hunter considered what other types of creatures they might need. Its sole purpose was to be an assassin of its master's foes, but all of the Ravena's higher monsters were also armed with instinctual tactical knowledge from their moment of birth, giving them the ability to command dungeons and guide the forces the dungeon cores created. From this knowledge, it understood that for its purpose their forces were still lacking. To kill their quarry, they would need cover, enough to turn the mortals' eyes to their forces, while the assassins engaged their target largely unopposed. Its scarred sibling would bring one or two large, powerful monsters for their force, they would be their champions. Its lean sibling would gather a pack of the hulking humanoids, they would be their elites. A champion could be broken by an enemy champion. Elites could be cornered by enemy forces, though. What they needed now was fodder, numbers to work and spread an enemy's force thin for the ultimate in distraction. Its task would be to search for that fodder. It soon found the perfect subjects to give them those numbers. Groups of short, large-eared creatures stalked the wastes away from where they'd found their other choices. They were numerous, vicious, and worked well together. The hunter watched as the little beasts cornered some long-necked creatures as they traveled from glowing hole in the earth to glowing hole. They hid beneath the dust of the wastes, then sprang up when their prey was among them and attacked, injuring them with thrown rocks or clubs of scavenged bone. Then they jumped on the wounded creatures from all sides, spreading their mouths impossibly wide and sucking flesh from bone. The shock killed the creatures quickly. The hunter was impressed by the little creature's savagery. It could almost believe they were a creation of its master or one of the dungeon cores. It studied these curious creatures almost lovingly, learning and listening to each call, cry, and chirp that they made to each other. The hunter stalked them silently through all hours of the day and night, unheard, unscented, and unseen. It had learned from its early days and was far better at remaining undetected, so it watched and it stalked. It listened to their growls of anger. It mimicked their coos of contentment. It learned their howls of excitement, and then after a time it understood. Its voice box molded and changed by its will, and it went amongst them. The hunter showed itself to them and called to them in their own familiar vocalizations. It almost relished the creature's shock as for the first time in existence Ethi found a creature not of their kind that spoke to and understood them. Some were suspicious and hungry and attacked the hunter anyway. Its claws quickly tore apart their flesh. The rest fled, but it followed them back to their lair. Then it called out, mimicking the cries that younger creatures made when they challenged a leader for dominance of their group. At first, they responded with hurled rocks, but the hunter persisted. It killed any who ventured out to fight and continued its cries of challenge. At last, the little creature's leader had no choice but to accept the challenge or risk starvation in their lair. It cried out its return challenge and fought with all it had. But the hunter was one of the Ravena's higher monster sand. The little leader's flesh proved to be delicious. Through fear, the others unwillingly followed the hunter after that, and so it led them to other lairs where more of the little creatures were found, dominating group after group. All during the time it was gathering its hoard, it hoped that its quarry might again appear in this wasteland. But it only felt their presence but the one with monstrously powerful mana was also present. Frustrated yet patient, it kept itself well away from the area where such a powerful mortal was until they finally vanished. At last, after many days and nights, the hunter had its horde of little creatures built, enough to terrorize a number of mortal settlements if they were led well enough. And so, it returned to its siblings at their shared lair and found they had found success as well. The scarred hunter had brought two of the largest bone creatures they had seen. The lean one led more than a score of big, strong humanoids, and the first had gathered the horde of small, flesh-sucking monsters. They examined each other's offerings and found them to be good and suitable enough to match a horde produced by a well-fed dungeon core after it had time to build its numbers. Then came their next task, the digging. They picked an area that already had a natural complex of caves where they could hide their force from discovery. They hunted for meat for them, keeping them well-fed, and used commands and vicious power to keep them in line. The first hunter set its horde of little creatures to begin digging far enough from the wall to avoid detection by the mortals, but close enough to tunnel beneath it. It would not be what the mortals would expect. The hunters had found no monsters in the waste that could organize, build, or direct themselves to a single purpose. The little creatures were excellent diggers, but had no interest in what lay beyond the wall and its dangerous defenders. But now they worked to the hunter's purpose, and that single purpose would drive them like a claw drove into a wound. They tunneled deeply, but quietly, keeping most of their activities to the coolness of night. The work seemed slow, and many times the hunters wished that their master's dungeon cores could live beyond their homeland, as they would be useful to quickly bend the terrain to their will. But with their horde's numbers, steady progress was eventually made through the dry earth. Finally, the three hunters cheered in human-sounding voices, celebrating as their force at last broke through the last length of dirt. They had scouted out a small forest quite far from the wall, a wood large enough to hide their gathering force and far from the notice of the wall's defenders. The tunnel was then widened for the bone creatures to get through, and then they would wait. Their plan was to set up a small lair in that area and then push into the mortals' city. At least that was their plan. Opportunity came in strange ways at times, however. Unexpectedly, the hunters' pings returned something intriguing. It seemed their prey was on the move. The time for the Patrizia's ball had completely snuck up on Alex. He couldn't really blame himself for almost forgetting about the upcoming party. Life had been busy. Very busy, but in good ways. 2,950, 2,960. The city's accountant counted out the small mountain of gold coins on his desk. 2,970, 2,980, 2,990, and 3,000 in all, divided amongst all of you. He looked up, peering over his lenses at the small crowd filling the hall in front of his desk. Alex was there, of course, along with Teresa, Colic, Grimlock, Nuaoj, Shiny, and Isolde. 7 ways, he asked. 8, Colic said. Karamius and Angela, despite being present for the fight, had decided against taking a share of the bounty, feeling that they hadn't really done much during the fighting. If we took some of the bounty, then everyone who was standing in that square should get some. Karamius had grunted when the subject was brought up. Thundar did far more than we did. Yeah, Angela had added. Maybe give him one of our shares. He did a lot more than us that evening. And so they decided to split the bounty 8 ways, with the 8th going to Thundar. Right, the accountant said. Clack, clack, clack. He slid beads across his abacus. Easy mathematics then. Split 8 ways, that makes for a total of 375 gold pieces each. Alex's jaw nearly dropped open, and Teresa began loudly coughing and hacking beside him, choking on some water she'd been drinking. 375 gold pieces was a lot of coin. Sure, it was just a small fraction of the total and still less than the 1,500 gold that was first offered off the Mana Vampire's bounty, but it was still almost equal to his and Selina's entire inheritance of 450 gold coins. It was a staggering amount of coin to him, and even more so for Teresa. He knew it would be an absolute fortune for the huntress, since it was the largest amount of coin she'd ever received in all the years they'd known each other. He couldn't help smiling, thinking about what this would mean for her. Maybe she'd treat herself. She'd really developed into a serious warrior in these last months, and a big part of the reason why they'd been able to take down the Mana Vampire was because of her all-around badass skills. If any of them deserved to treat themselves to anything they wanted, it was her and Thundar and Grimlock. Still, for his part, Alex was extremely glad for the coin. It had helped him be able to afford to pay Lucia, pay for his Mana Conductor and the rope for the Mana Vampire, and still have enough for a massive increase to his nest egg. His funds were growing to the point where he could soon start thinking about regularly spending on ingredients for his own alchemical experiments. That was a thrilling thought. After signing off on the receipt for the bounty, the group of Mana Vampire Slayers emerged from the government office, chatting excitedly amongst themselves on their way to the infirmary. Alex was still thinking about his finances, and how it did really seem that sometimes when something good happened, more good stuff seemed to follow soon after. The Mana Vampire bounty wasn't the first financial boon he'd gained recently, or might be gaining in the future. First, he'd received the coin that Balin had promised them from the sale of the Zyathax eggs, which had netted Alex 50 gold. The sum had shocked him. Everyone in the class had received an equal share, which made him wonder exactly how valuable Zyathax parts were. Maybe that was one of the reasons Balin had suggested they start hunting monsters on their own. Alex had to admit, the idea was becoming more and more interesting to him since the 50 gold from Balin. Word had spread around the city as to who had slain the Mana Vampire, and everyone involved in the fight was receiving a lot of attention. Other students were bombarding Alex and company with questions, offering to buy them drinks if they regaled them with stories about that night. Even Carrie London had excitedly ambushed him, begging him to attend her group with her, calling him an unmarked hero, and saying that he would have made a perfect member for the heroes. She'd even suggested that he would have made a wonderful champion, or chosen. It was lucky for Alex that he'd been using the mark to help him keep a straight face, otherwise, he would have burst out into hysterical laughter. Derek had also come crawling out of the woodwork, with offers of wine and an invitation to join his little gentleman's club. Alex had politely refused both of them. The phrase, a fate worse than death, kept running through his head. Yet Derek had seemed a little too indifferent about the refusal, though he'd been the one who'd approached Alex, insisting that he join him. Whatever was going on with Derek, in Alex's opinion, was largely his own business, and he hoped that it would stay that way. What was actually important to Alex was that there was talk of him being considered for a financial award from the university. Balin and Jules had been busy lately, and they'd also been meeting in secret a lot. It was to the point where they hadn't even had time to meet with him to field test Claygon's combat abilities. Alex chose not to do the test himself, though he could technically do whatever he wished since it was his own golem, after all. Even so, he decided that it would be wiserplus. He wanted to share the experience with them to have them there for the very first test to see what the golem was capable of in battle. So he'd waited. That had not stopped him, however, from taking Claygon with him wherever he went, whenever he could. He was extremely proud of his golem and wanted to show him off to everyone. His progress with Call Through Ice was going really well, and he felt close to being able to cast his first second-tier spell. The first thing he would like to have done if the spell could handle Claygon's size would have been to teleport him wherever he was going. Alex had started taking the golem to class, letting him wait outside while he was in his classes. He had him follow him around on campus too, and even carry his gear, which reminded him of the very first time he'd ever seen a golem on the day they'd arrived in Generosity. It felt like a lifetime ago now. Of course, he'd also taken him to Shales, drawing lots of admiration from many of his fellow employees. Lager had actually whistled when he'd felt it out using mana manipulation. I don't know who you know, what you found, or what you did, but I can feel the power in that thing from halfway across the bloody workshop, the half-orc had exaggerated. The craftsmanship is excellent too, I have to say. Well done, Alex, well done. Alex was relieved that Lager hadn't asked to examine it too closely. He'd have a lot of awkward questions to answer if the crafter got too close of a look at the core. Then again, Lager hadn't asked to look in Minerva's golems either, probably simply assuming that there was nothing unique to see inside of them or in his. Even now, on their way to the infirmary, Claygon followed the group through the streets taking huge strides, drawing eyes from everyone around. Alex supposed that even in this unique city, they must have made for a remarkable sight, an immense golem with 4 arms that looked like a warrior in fantastic plate armor, a massive shark man, and a Cerberus. Isolde glanced at the golem. Alex, please tell me you're not considering bringing that thing to my cousin's ball. No, not to the ball, Alex said. That would just be crude. I'll have him wait outside. Alex, please, she groaned. Why not leave it on campus? 2 reasons, he said. First, I'm showing him off to literally everyone. I spent months of work and had to kill a mana vampire to get this thing done. If I could show him to the entire world all at once, I would. Secondly, the countryside still got monsters in it, right? It'd be pretty silly if I built a golem for protection and then left it on campus where no, it can't protect us. She winced, but it's Sagarish. Colic cleared his throat. I cannot know your cousin as well as you, but he was a warrior once upon a time, was he not? I do not think he would be so sensitive to dislike Alex's construct just because it is obviously built for battle. It is fashionable in most noble courts in the world for one to wear a sword on their hip if they are so inclined toward weaponry. Bringing the golem would be similar to that. First of all, the golem is the size of a carriage, perhaps larger, Isolde said. Secondly, the issue is that I think my cousin will love it. But to the other nobles, it is not so much like wearing a sword on your hip as it is showing up to an elegant party with a catapult or ballista dragging along behind you. Do you mean to say that in this land of wizard snow one attends parties with any constructs with them? Colic raised an eyebrow. In all the merchant or nobility parties I have ever attended or heard tales of, what most people try to do is show off their wealth and importance. One's own golem would be quite the statement of wealth. Isolde started to explain. That is not to say that some in Generosity never bring golems to parties. Hear that, Claygon? Alex jumped in. It's party time. Oh, by the elements, let me finish, she said quickly. But the golems brought to higher society are usually small, as in human-sized or smaller, and usually carved to look more like comely servants rather than a walking siege engine. Bringing this would be like attending a wedding with 5 halberds strapped to your back. In our gatherings, it is common for our people to come with ivory spears in hand, Nua Oj said. Yeah, Grimlock ground out. People would look at you funny if you didn't. Listen, Isolde, Alex said. I don't want to embarrass you, but I've been attacked by a mana vampire twice since I left Thamelin to come to Generosity. If cooler heads didn't prevail the last time we visited your cousin, I would have had at least 50 dryad arrows in me. So the moment I'm like, do, I don't need the golem, some horrible monster is going to jump out of the bushes and try and eat all of us. I'll leave him outside, but I'm bringing Claygon. Besides, if anyone's going to embarrass you, it's not going to be my golem, it's going to be me, or Thundar, or both of us. Sadly true, Isolde shook her head. Perhaps Thundar will show some restraint at the least. I am going to drink like it's my last day on earth. Thundar grunted as he moved around in bed. I don't care if it's wine, ale, cider, harder stuff, I don't give a damn. If your cousin is offering, I will drain everything. I'm not gonna be happy unless all of you have to carry me back home. Isolde made a similar sound to a dog regurgitating a clump of grass. Now see, Isolde. Alex said, handing the Minotaur a bag of get-well cookies he'd baked. Claygon's going to be useful. He'll be able to carry Thundar back using only 2 of his arms. Isolde's sick dog sound upgraded to dying dog. Alex could barely stifle laughter and Colic was grinning. Teresa gave Isolde a consolatory pat on the shoulder. Thundar, it's not going to be good if you get better just to drink yourself back into the infirmary. Who says that's what'll happen? The Minotaur snorted, tearing into the bag of cookies with a vengeance. I'm made of stern stuff. Hell, I survived a mana vampire, didn't I? And there's no way I'm going to drink myself down so hard that I'm going to miss out on Dryad dancing. Besides, he glanced over at an empty tray on his bedside table and made a face. What they feed you in here should be a war crime. It's been nothing but gruel, some vegetables and more gruel. Porridge and vegetables heal the body and fill your belly, Teresa said. He glared at her. I don't want to hear about the benefits of gruel and veggies from a woman who literally earned her keep by hunting meat for her town. Not a word, she shrugged. The quicker you get healthy, the quicker you'll be able to eat whatever you want again. I know, the Minotaur complained. That's what makes it so terrible. I know you're right and I don't like it. Hey man, Alex said. The quicker you get better, the happier I am. Not gonna lie, I was pretty freaked out there for a bit. Oh, there you go getting all mushy on me, Thundar grunted. I'm fine and I'm just happy to hear that you horribly killed that thing. And I wish they'd let you bring your golem inside for me to see. Alex made an offended snort. He would have fit, you know. I don't know what their problem was, just a little bit of crouching and he would have gotten in. He fit through my apartment door no problem. Alex, if you cannot understand why an infirmary might not want someone bringing a war golem to see one of their patients, then you might have a problem, Isolde said. Oh, I do understand it, Alex grunted. Still gonna be mad about it. That's quite immature. And that's also my choice. Well said, Thundar nodded in agreement. Isolde groaned. Perhaps I can convince Giuseppe to cancel your invitations anyway. Here are the readings and what's due in your classes, Thundar. The Minotaur groaned. I am both glad you brought those and cursed the day I met you. Thundar snorted. Yeah, you know what? You're all right, Isolde. Colic burst out laughing while Isolde gave Thundar a withering look. Alex couldn't wait for the ball to arrive with all of its fun and feasting. They could use a peaceful, entertaining evening. He glanced over at Teresa. And that evening could provide certain opportunities that he'd been waiting for. The right moment at long last. As the days passed, the group of friends kept visiting Thundar as his health steadily got better. Meanwhile, Alex continued to improve his dancing skills. He'd actually got to the point where he was pretty good at a number of popular dance moves, and he and Teresa would practice together. He was getting more excited as the evening of the party drew near, even though that excitement had soured a bit when he had to fork out more coin than he'd planned on for a suitable doublet and hose for the occasion. Apparently, the fashionable rich enjoyed bright colors. Brighter dyes were more expensive and showed off the wealth of the wearer, so naturally, all the dressy party clothes Alex had found were made from brighter fabrics. He'd chosen an outfit that was both richly colored, yet somewhat muted, forest green for the doublet and a deep wine for the pants. He'd even bought himself a domino mask, painted gold with silver lines that looked like vines scrolling throughout. Alex figured Isolde would never approve of him wearing his scary dragon mask from the Festival of Ghosts to her cousin's party, even though the idea was more than a little tempting. Still, all things considered, he wasn't going to complain too much. Midterms were about to start, and he was up to his eyeballs in studying, so the upcoming celebration was nice to think about and gave him a mental break. As the date for the party drew closer, Thundar was well enough to be discharged from the infirmary, but under orders to continue a regime of light exercise, a clean, softer diet, and lots of rest. Before his discharge, he'd even received a surprise visit from a certain fox-tailed cleansing movement instructor who'd heard about him being attacked by the mana vampire. Alex and Colic had been visiting him when she'd arrived and watched as their friend went from his usually boisterous self to a silent, wide-eyed lamb. Colic didn't know what was going on, but Alex had a grin on his face that stretched from one ear to the next as he watched the Minotaur trying not to look like a flustered mess. Before she left, she showed Thundar some cleansing movements he could practice daily to help strengthen himself, and then she left, telling him she hoped to see him back in the class soon. After she'd been gone for a few minutes, he got out of bed, snuck to the door and peeked out to make sure she was gone. Then he let out an elated shout that brought staff running to see what was going on. He was definitely feeling better. Then in what felt like a blink, a day arrived. Alex looked over his fine clothes and mask. then took a deep breath and glanced out of his bedroom window. He'd made a decision in the past week. When Minervis had died, he said he would wait until the time was right to tell Teresa his feelings. Well, after all they'd been through, could think of no better time than an evening in wine country where there would be feasting, dancing, and all-around good feelings. And so he'd made a decision. No matter what happened, he would confess his feelings to his childhood friend that very night. In some ways, he'd been less nervous about fighting the Mana vampire or the Zythak. He kept telling himself it wasn't the end of the world, he wouldn't drop dead if things weren't exactly perfect, and he wouldn't die if she didn't return his feelings. But it would still hurt if she didn't. Alex remembered one of Teresa's brothers confessing his feelings to the daughter of a local miller, only for her to explain that she had a fancy for someone else. The young man had been inconsolable for about a week. Then he started talking about his undying love for the Cooper's daughter, saw three of them shortly after. Her brother could be a little flaky at times. Alex shook his head. All the thinking and ruminating about it in the world wouldn't change anything. In the end, he would pick his moment, tell her the truth, and wait for her reaction. There was nothing for it other than that. The least he could do was look his best. He checked the mirror, eyeing himself in his fancy clothing. The clothes looked good, and they'd been tailored to fit his now statuesque build. His shoulders were broad, his arms thick, and his waist and hips slender. All of the weightlifting had actually given his legs, and even Urhai's behind, a surprising amount of muscular bulk. The hose almost seemed too tight in places now. He fixed his hair, now quite a bit longer than it had been when he'd first gotten to the city. He had to admit, he sort of liked the way it looked. He'd been used to keeping his hair well barbered to look proper for his job at the bakery. McHarris' mantra was that all his assistants must look like good, decent men and women, not brigands. Taraka Shale, on the other hand, didn't much care what sort of beard or hair styles her workers wore, as long as their hair was tied back and they kept themselves covered for safety so the work carried on without avoidable problems. Now that his hair was growing out, though, it gave him a bit of a roguish look, especially with his fancy masquerade ball mask. Well, this is as good as it's gonna get, Alex said, turning in the mirror a final time. It's showtime. He picked up his bag. In it were a series of freshly brewed potions that he'd made in his lab time with Amir. He had 2 potions of haste in there, along with potions of sensory enhancement, flight, and his booby-trapped versions of flight spells. He also had a new potion in the bag, the last one he'd brewed during his lab time, a mana-soothing potion. In the textbook, there was a recipe for a version of a potion that one could brew that disrupted mana, but he figured that the mark would see that as an attack weapon. So he'd been working on a more extreme version of the mana-soothing potion instead. He'd gotten the idea from a time when he'd been meditating and had become so relaxed that he'd fallen sound asleep. If he could brew a version of the mana-soothing potion that could relax one's mana pool so much that they'd have trouble getting their mana to actually move for a while, then he'd have an excellent weapon against mana-rich creatures like Zythaks. The formula wasn't finished quite yet, but if it worked, it could be a promising non-obvious weapon when it was done. He put the thoughts of potions out of his mind when he emerged from his room and found no one there, which wasn't surprising. Teresa had taken Brutus, and she and Selina had gone over to Isolde so that the 3 of them could get ready together. They were all going to meet up by the Sky Pier on campus, so he decided to go around the insula to fetch Colicanly to find the prince already making his way to his place. Colic, Alex spread his arms out when he saw his friend. You look great. The Prince of Tekizash was still hiding his royal heritage, but that had not stopped him from using his royal wealth. He wore a long, fine robe of crimson silk, trimmed with gold lettering. Filigree and magnificent designs covered the robe, which stretched around his broad shoulders. As much as Alex had undergone a heroic physical transformation, the prince too had grown more defined and muscular from their training. He wore a pair of rings on each hand, and sashed at his waist was a long, curved sword. Ha! Colic grinned through his freshly trimmed beard and golden-painted mask, which resembled the upper part of a wolf's head complete with the top half of its snout. Funny you should say that, I was going to say the same to you. They clapped each other on the shoulder and excitedly talked as they made their way out of the insula and through the grounds. Waiting outside of the complex was Claygon, standing with all 4 arms folded across his chest like a permanent guard at the entrance to the insula. A single mental command called the golem to Alex, and he followed closely behind the 2 young men. A cry from above signaled Nagia had left her perch in the insula and was flying after them. The 2 young wizards' grins widened as they drew appraising looks from the other students on campus. Colic chuckled like an excited child. This is the first time I have ever gone to a formal event without at least 20 warriors to guard me. It is so funny, a little dangerous feeling, wouldn't you say? Not really, Alex said, smiling warmly at Claygon, not with Claygon the Unstoppable behind us. Was it his imagination, or was he getting a feeling that the golem was also proud of itself? Indeed, it must not seem strange to you, Colic said, but to go to any social event without an honor guard is unheard of for most. He glanced around and dropped his voice to a whisper. royalty in all places in the world. We usually must be under guard or have servants. But here, he grinned, I am merely colic, a young man about to have fun with friends. Yeah, your life is so different from mine, man, Alex chuckled. Did your parents decide not to send you more guards? The prince took on a naughty grin. I wrote to my brother and he interceded for me, telling them that he would take care of sending my replacement entourage. Alex blinked. Did he lie? No, no, Colic said. But he might have shifted the truth on how long it would take to send this entourage. His aim and mine is to buy me as much freedom as possible, and even when he eventually sends guards, they will not only be men and women who can hold secrets, but far fewer than the entourage they sent with him when he came here to study. He sounds like a good understanding man to have for a brother. I would say so, but I am biased, of course. But enough about me. You have never attended such a gathering before, correct? Alex laughed. The most formal events I ever went to were festivals and weddings, and there wasn't much pomp to them. Put on your nicest clothes and go with your family. Oh, and make sure to drag back your older relatives when they had too much cider. I see, Colic chuckled. Then we are both having new experiences, Tanaitan. Speaking of new things, I am definitely going to dance with one of the dryads. A prince of Tekizash might arrive alone to a party, but to spend the night alone would be shameful. And what about you and our friend Teresa? Alex swallowed. Well, I'm going to tell her how I feel. Well, good for you, good for you. The prince clapped him on the shoulder. I am sure things will go well. If you need any aid, then I stand ready to assist. He bowed playfully. Right, and if you need help talking to any of those dryads, I'll do what I can. Colic's eyes sparkled. I knew there was a reason I liked you. Between the two of us and Thunder speak of the devil. Alex startled. Hobbs around. No, look, the prince nodded ahead. Thundar was waving at them from up ahead. He was dressed in a fine tunic that fell to the knee. It was bleached white and stood out in the evening light. A massive leather belt was wrapped around his waist, complete with an enormous silvery buckle with a bull's head designed on it. His wooden mask was painted green and was cleverly designed to cover his horns, making them appear like the antlers on a stag. Well, boys, aren't you looking sharp? Thundar grinned. He had distinctive bronze bracers around his wrists. Looks like I won't get all the attention after all. Alex snorted. The only attention you're going to get is from all the healers when they have to drag your drunk ass out of the hall. Seriously though, man, how are you? You feeling all right? You sure you're up to this? Alex, you're acting like my grandmother. I'm more than fine, man, I'm ready to go. You do look healthy, Colic said. And your magic, the Minotaur snorted. The healer said it's a few more days until I can use it properly, so to hold off for now or I'll damage my mana pool. But the only magic I'll be working is on the dance floor anyway. Alex burst out laughing. Try not to step on anyone's feet with those massive hooves of yours. I'm all grace. You're the size of a small bear, a small, graceful bear. Laughing and ribbing each other, the trio made their way to the sky pier and waited for Isolde, Teresa, and Selena. Claygon stood beside them, 2 arms crossed and 2 by his sides. They did not have to wait long. Alex actually gasped when he saw them making their way toward the sky pier with Brutus. Isolde was all decorum and elegance in a regal black gown that emphasized her height and grace. Her black hair was piled atop her head and interwoven with pearls. A black domino mask traced with white lines obscured her face, and she held a short walking stick in her hand that had a silver pommel stylized like the head of a wizard's staff. If Alex knew Isolde, then that stick probably served as a sheath for a thin sword or long knife. Selena looked adorable, like she was a princess out of a fairy tale. Her calf-length dress was a soft blue and puffy in ways that made her look like a little doll. Covering the top of her face flaming red from embarrassment was a blue mask whose sides were like butterfly wings. Her hair was twisted together in a thick braid hanging down her back, but it was Teresa that made Alex's breath catch. She was wearing a forest green velvet gown woven in with emerald green silk in designs that looked like ivy crawling over the dress. Her black hair was swept to the side. A mass of soft curls were piled high like Isolde's, and held in place by what looked to be a laurel of leaves. The lower part of the long gown was a half skirt, open in the front from the waist to the ankles to show deep green leggings and soft knee-high boots. Sheathed at her waist was her ancestral sword, and the simple mask that covered her eyes was of the same green velvet as her dress. Wow, Alex murmured. You all look great. His eyes took in Teresa. You really look great. A blush went through her cheeks. Thanks, you too. You really do. How do I look? How do I look? Selena asked the 3 young men excitedly. Like a fairy, Thundar said. Like a princess. Colic smiled. Like a goblin, Princess Arg. Alex cried out as Selena punched him in the arm. You little rat, who taught you to do that? She stuck her tongue out at him. He stuck his out right back. Oh, by the elements, this was a mistake, Isolde groaned. This was a mistake. We are going to get there, you are going to humiliate all of us, and then I am going to have to beg for my cousin's forgiveness. By the elements. Yeah, Selena, don't ruin Isolde's night, Alex said. I was referring to you. What did I do? Instigated everything. As usual. Ooh, bah, Alex said. I'll behave, grandmother. Before Isolde could fire back, Thundar pointed up to the sky. Look, there's our ride. He whistled. Would you look at that? For the evening, Isolde had taken care of their transportation, renting out a sky yacht for the round trip. It was beautiful, with every inch of its hull carved with scenes of spirits and cherubs frolicking and dancing together. The figurehead was that of a swan's head, and the vessel was long enough to match a small sailing ship, but narrower. Our chariot awaits, Isolde said. Let us make this evening one to remember, and I am glad we all get to be together. Perhaps this shall make up for our mana vampire ruined dinner. The first hunter yipped to the little furry creatures, urging them to flood out of the hole faster. Small monsters poured from the tunnel, then scattered in all directions to make room for the larger humanoids. At last, one of the bone creatures crawled from the burrow. It rattled its jaw at the other monsters, but the scarred hunter kept it in line with a threatening rattle. The lean hunter looked to the others. It too had sensed movement from their quarry. Their prey had begun moving away from the city, coming closer, but seemed to somehow be moving high above the ground. It suggested that it should quickly and quietly investigate on its own. The other two agreed, watching as their sibling melted into the trees and loped away through the countryside by the evening light. It would gather information and then return to them with knowledge of their prey's whereabouts. Then, it would lead them and their horde to the place where their quarry was. Then, they would make their kill. The sky yacht cut through the air, soaring above the countryside at speed. It banked as it approached the Patrizia's grounds, slowing as it did. There were a great number of sky yachts and gondolas pulling up to the airspace above the manor, and the road below was filled with fine carriages conveying their wealthy passengers. Teresa sighed as she looked over at the evening sun slowly making its way toward sunset. Alex couldn't help but stare at her graceful neck and shoulders, left bare by her dress. His eyes drifted up to the smile curling her lips. Behind him, he could hear Colic talking with a very excited Selena, allowing him and Teresa to have a private moment. Isolde was instructing Thundar in etiquette, had been drilling it into all of theme except for Colic, whose manner showed her he obviously didn't need the lessons for weeks. Nagia was perched on Claygon's shoulder. The massive golem sat still and silent in the middle of the deck toward the back, looking like a ferocious statue that was a part of the ship. The crew members gave him a wide berth, despite the fact that they must have transported clients with golems before. It was probably as Isolde had said, the other golems hadn't looked like siege engines. He returned his attention to his childhood friend. What are you thinking about? Alex asked, gripping the rail in front of him. Their hands were close. Everything, she said dreamily. Our lives. What about our lives? He asked. Look how much they've changed, Alex. She shook her head in disbelief. 8 months ago, no, a little more now, we were back in Ulrich. She looked at him seriously, then glanced over at the crew. Her voice lowered. Do you remember when we sat under the tree at the edge of Coil Forest, when we were leaving? Alex thought back to that time. They had slipped out of Ulrich, barely avoiding the priests, and had been let through the gate by Peter and Paul. He wondered how the two guards were, and hoped that they'd remained safely out of the reach of the ravenous monsters. After a day of walking, the 4 of them had made it to the outskirts of Coil Forest and made camp beneath a tree there. Selena had just gone to sleep, and then... I remember, Alex said, you and I were sitting together under a tree. We talked about me leaving and you wanting to leave when you were younger. You said that you wanted to go and be like your great-grandfather, exploring the world, but decided that it'd be too dangerous and that you would stay home instead. Good memory, she said. Well, I gotta be good for something, right? He chuckled and then flexed, his thick arm muscles bulging in his shirt. I mean, besides being eye candy and modeling for marble statues. She snorted, but he noticed how her eyes lingered on his arm for a bit. Actually, as much as I want to call you lame, that's part of what I was thinking about. There we were under that tree, and I was talking about how I had decided to stay home to keep out of danger. Yeah, Alex said. You said that dangerous stuff sounded pretty fun to hear about, but that it was, well, dangerous, and so you thought about growing up and keeping safe. That's right, because I didn't want my family to be devastated if something happened to me, she said. But we have been in so much danger since we left. Maybe nothing like what we would have had to face during one of the Ravenous attacks, but still mana vampires, Zyathax, the Baron Siu, and that demon. Magic. Yeah, he said. It's been a lot, hasn't it? Even the Dryads. He glanced over at their nearby forest as the sky yacht approached the ground. And yet, here we are back again, haha. And I'm pretty sure Colic and Thundar won't rest until they dance with one. She gestured down at her dress almost in disbelief. I'm wearing this, and her hand pointed to the Patrizia's manor. Get to come here and life's better. I liked Ulrich and our lives there, but things are so exciting now. Every day is something new. I'm growing stronger and learning so much. You and I were proving ourselves just like great-grandfather did, and we've met so many amazing friends. Teresa paused, and Alex caught a guilty look pass over her face. What is it? He asked. No, forget it, she said. No, don't do that, Alex said. I'm a big boy, you just tell me what's on your mind. Anytime, anyplace, anywhere, understand? She paused. Are you sure? Alex put a hand on hers. Anytime, anyplace, anywhere. Teresa looked up into his eyes for a long moment before sighing. Sometimes I think what would have happened if I didn't come into your room that night in Ulrich. If I didn't see you and if you'd just gone off on your own. My life would be so different. I'd probably be with my parents and brothers, and while that would be nice, I wouldn't have started life enforcement like great-grandfather. I wouldn't know this amazing place. None of it. I wouldn't have grown at all. I'd just be that same old Teresa like in Ulrich. I like that old Teresa, he said emphatically. Just like I like new Teresa. Right, and I like old and new Alex. But look at you. You're so strong now in so many ways. You're having the time of your life And what? He asked. Sometimes I think that you getting the mark might have been maybe it was a bad thing. But maybe a lot of good came from it too. I'm almost glad you got it now. Alex froze as Teresa turned away. Sorry, she apologized quickly. Her hand slipped out of his. We are ready for passengers to disembark, the captain announced. All right, Isolde said. Let us go. I already see Vincenzo waiting below. Alex turned to Teresa. We're going to talk about this, okay, soon. Like literally after we get into the ballroom. She nodded, her cheeks flaming red. Alexander Roth, the fool and runaway hero of Thameland, considered carefully what Teresa had talked to him about. The thought had crossed his mind before, once, in Jules' lab when in his ignorance wondered if other people could detect the mark or could remove it. At the time, he'd considered if he wanted it gone and how it had changed his life. Now, he wondered about other things as well. He considered certain things he had before, and how his life would have been different without the mark. For one thing, he knew his life in Generosity would have been a far safer one. It was something that had occurred to him before, but now in considering Thinksence slaying both a mana vampire and a Zythak truly began to question if it would have been a life he would have preferred. The mark had taken much from him, only now was he starting to get very close to being able to cast Force Missile, though he doubted it would ever be useful to him in combat. Certain paths of magic were closed to him, and in some ways there were some struggles when he'd first gotten to the university, but he'd also gained a lot from it. If all had gone as originally intended, no mark, no Ravena or anything like that, then he would have come to Generosity and likely focused on himself, his studies and his sister. He possibly might have made friends with Colic, but he'd only gotten to know Thundar, Isolde, Balin and the others because of Comb 1000. He wouldn't have built anywhere near as much strength of mind if it weren't for the mark's interference, and the Alex who'd been focused on only being a baker's assistant, and then a wizard, had never shown any interest in physically building himself up. Not until the Ravena's threat had forced him to want to prepare himself. He wouldn't have had a golem if it weren't for the mark increasing his learning speed and skills in alchemy, or for the dungeon core's remains. Teresa might have come with him, or she might not have. He didn't know. It made him wonder if at the end of it all he was actually better off having the mark than not having it. That wasn't to say that the mark didn't frustrate and cause him problems, but perhaps more good had come from it than not. He was contemplating this as Vincenzo Partizia's buttlicled them forward. Lady von Anmut, he nodded to Isolde. The Patrizia will be so glad to see that you have arrived. Come in, I shall announce you and your other guests in the main hall. He glanced toward Brutus and then at Teresa. Shall I direct your handsome pet to the groundskeeper so that he might be reacquainted with the Patrizia's hounds? Yes, that would be great. She stepped up beside Brutus. Be a good boy now and have fun, okay? The massive Cerberus whimpered and gave her a lick, before giving Selena a lick and Thento Alex's surprise giving him one too. He watched in amazement as Brutus trotted off with the groundskeeper when the older man quickly appeared. That was another change too. Would he and Brutus have such a good relationship if they hadn't gone through so much danger together? He didn't know. But he did know that all of the threats they'd faced had given him a much greater appreciation for the Cerberus. He looked at Teresa and smiled, offering her a hand. Shall we? His smile widened as she took it. Master Roth, I understand that he is yours. Vincenzo said, looking up at Claygon somewhat dubiously. Will you beer? No, I'm not bringing in the golem, Alex said. I might be able to show him to the Patrizia during the evening. Of course, he would likely enjoy that. You may have your golem stand by the carriage house if you wish. Right, he looked at his golem. Go and be good now, Claygon, he said while adding what he wished for him to do in mental commands. The golem turned and strode toward the carriage house, drawing gasps and eyes from the nobility and servants present. The golem's name is Claygon, sir. Vincenzo raised an eyebrow and his tone was very polite. Alex caught a flicker of disdain in his eyes, though. To one side, Isolde made choking noises. Now announcing Lady Isolde von Anmut, Vincenzo announced. As well as her party, Master Thundar, son of Gulbif, Master Colic Bayer Metter, Mistress Teresa Liu, Master Alexander Roth, and young Mistress Selena Roth. They entered a ballroom right out of a fairy tale. Much of the room was made of glass like a greenhouse, and it was larger than the entirety of the Liu's Inn. Tables were set up on the sides of the room, heaped with trays of fruits, pastries, and candied breads. Casks of wine stood at the ready on one side of the room, with servants ready to pour the contents into fine silver goblets. The aroma of all of that beautiful, delectable-smelling food made his mouth water. Massive glass doors opened out onto the gardens, where long tables were set up with dozens of chairs beside them, and servants bustling between them with trays of wine and finger foods. All was lit by the light from blazing fires in braziers, glowing force balls, and fish-shaped illusions made of light that swam in the open sky above the guests. A fountain rose above all, carved to look like a toga-clad woman pouring water into a pool at her feet. Alex watched as Nagia landed on her head, nestling in and watching the festivities. Several men and women sat around tables outside, playing games of cards and... Alex paused and nearly burst out laughing. There were honest-to-Uldar jesters capering about, entertaining guests both young and old be dancing wildly, juggling balls and short painted clubs. Selena giggled with excitement, clearly wanting to go see them. In the center of the inner ballroom was a massive dance floor, and a full orchestra to one side played a slow, stately waltz for the guests. As they were announced, guests turned around all masked watching as the newcomers entered. "Hey, check it out," Thundar nodded towards some guests outside. They were clearly dryads, clad in leaf tunics and masks made of wood, ivy, and bramble. "Well, you'll know where I'll be," the Minotaur said. "Getting some food, but then you'll know where I'll be right after that." No, Isolde said. "First we greet my cousin, and then you can go to the forest women and embarrass yourself, have a chat." "I heard that," Thundar grunted. "Selena, I think the first thing you want is to see the jesters from up close, am I right?" Kalik asked her, smiling. "Yes, can I, Alex, can I?" she asked. "Sure you can," he said. "But first, let's go greet our host." He looked at Teresa and lowered his voice. "And then we can talk, preferably while dancing." High upon a lone tree on the grounds of the human dwelling, the lean hunter peered down, having tracked the strong pinging to the gathering of mortals. Its eyes were fixed on one tall figure in the light of the transparent room, the Ravena's quarry. It had found it at long last. Hunter crouched low in the tree, studying its quarry while keeping its senses sharp. Mortals moved around wearing face coverings and strange garments that seemed heavy. Good, they would be less mobile. This was to the hunter's advantage. The quarry spoke with another human, one with a sword belted at the waist. Another mortal also stood nearby with a sword. The hunter's eyes continued to scan the large crowd below. Many were armed with swords, but some with different types of weapons. Each looked ready for battle. Warriors stood on the perimeter of the large green space and the maze of uniformly shaped bushes near the human building. All were safely tucked behind high walls of stone. The walls themselves were not wide enough for guards to patrol atop. Those patrolling the grounds inside the walls were clad in metal and bore weapons other than swords, spears, axes on the ends of poles, and spiked metal clubs. The lean hunter frowned, seeing so many weapons. There was something else to concern it, too. A few of the mortals within the walls emitted waves of strong mana, strong enough to suggest that they had a connection to spellcraft. Spell users were dangerous. Their presence meant capabilities that were unknown or hard to predict. For a moment, it measured the odds of simply sweeping in unnoticed or slipping into the ranks of the humans and carrying out the assassination alone. It was tempting. After endless days of hunting, its prey was finally close to its claws. With the right moment, it could eviscerate the creature, escape, and be a way to report success to its siblings. But much could also go wrong. If it were caught or killed, its siblings would be without its strength and information it had collected when it failed to return. The prey was also surrounded by those who were well armed, and those with magic, altogether not an insignificant shield. If it attacked now, it might reach and kill the Ravena's enemy quickly, but if not, then the mortals would be alerted. If it escaped, then the three of them would still have to complete the assassination by bringing their horde among mortals that were armed, possibly capable of magic, and definitely alert. Staging such an attack with the element of surprise eliminated would be foolish. Another possibility would be that the quarry could escape and flee to the city to alert the powerful magic wielders there. Giving them forewarning was something that must be avoided. No, as tempting as it was to act now, the risk was too great. The attack would need to be carried out soon, but only when all of their advantages were in play. So it slipped from the tree, keeping to the shadows cast by the nearby brush, and hugged the wall, eyeing the surroundings for additional threats. Nearby, it found barking creatures that mortals often kept close to them, so it took care to keep its distance, avoiding them catching its scent. Taking stock of the area revealed numerous buildings, including one that smelled of flesh and another of grain. More steel-clad humans kept watch, protecting the inside of the wall, while others guarded the front gate. It prepared to disappear into the countryside when it felt a strong mana. A puzzling statue stood by a building within the grounds. The object didn't move, but the mana pouring from it was enormous. The lean hunter squinted at the thing, trying to see if it was alive or not. There was a vague familiarity to the mana, but the hunter couldn't place it. The assassin growled. Its siblings would be warned of this potential threat. Silently, the Ravena's hunter quickly bounded away with its information. This opportunity would not last forever. "Well, he was happy to see us," Alex said to Teresa. "He kept apologizing for last time too," Teresa said. "It feels so strange at home we never talked to nights. I've never even seen the local lord, have you?" "That is something I would have told you for sure. If something like that had happened back in Ulrich, it would have been in the top 5 most interesting things that ever happened to me, he said. He turned to his childhood friend. The orchestra had switched from a waltz to a slower, calmer song, one perfect for intimate conversations in whispered tones. He noticed that many of the guests were doing just that. Shall we? He asked, holding out his hand. Yes, she said, anytime. He smiled as he took Teresa's hand, and the two of them made their way to the dance floor. He activated the mark temporarily, letting it refresh him on his dance moves, both slow and fast. He held Teresa by the waist, and she placed one hand on his shoulder, their other hands laced together as they joined the other couples on the dance floor. For a time, Alex just let himself enjoy the music and the moment. It was perfect. The orchestra was soothing, and the music blended with the clink of wine glasses and the sound of laughter outside. Then Teresa spoke, drawing him out of his dreamy mood. "You want to apologize," she whispered as they slow danced toward the edge of the dance floor, out of earshot of other couples. "What? For what?" "For what I said earlier," she said. "It was kind of selfish, I realized. This mark gave you a lot of trouble and—" "Teresa, I know, no, let me finish. Just because what happened to you made it so that I could live my life in the way I wanted Evan better than I imagined it, if I'm really honest, doesn't mean I get to rejoice about my joy that came from your pain. It was a terrible thing for me to say." There was a pause. "Are you done?" he asked. "Because I thought about it and I kind of agree with you." Her dark eyes widened behind her mask. "Really," she said. "Beauty, you were so angry about it." "I was," he said. "Sometimes I still am, but like I was thinking about it earlier, a lot of good has come out of it. A lot. I dunno, I told you I liked the old you and the new you, but I think I might like the new me better. No question that there's bad stuff too, danger and questions and things to be scared about in the future." He thought about it, but even that can be good. Look at all the things we've gained from facing monsters. And I don't just mean money, friends, mentors, all of it. If it weren't for the mana vampires, Balin's class, we wouldn't have the opportunities we have now. Even he leaned forward, whispering in her ear. Was it his imagination, or did she startle a little bit? Dungeon core is kind of a good thing in a way. And I know it's not all going to be sunshine and rainbows and balls and golems, but we've been able to turn them into good things so far. You really think so? Teresa asked. We ran away from Thameland so you wouldn't be in danger. Yeah, but that danger was different. Here I've got a chance to learn and grow and take things at my own speed, not be stuck in a battlefield as soon as this thing gets pressed into my shoulder. Honestly, there's say one day I want to get rid of it or change it if I can, but for now I'm happy. I'm happy here. I think maybe life wouldn't have been as good if I didn't get it after all. The song changed then, growing to a faster beat. Alex and Teresa startled and then laughed when Thundar came roaring across the room, mug of wine in hand, and started to dance. He danced over to a table, drained the mug, and slammed it onto the table. His hooves clacked on the tiles as he jumped a Tauric jig, often used to celebrate the changing of seasons by his people. He turned and whirled, and clapped in time with the beat of the drum, laughing all the while. Some guests scoffed at his antics, while others, especially younger men who'd had a few drinks, lawed. A few even joined in. "Alex, Teresa," Thundar roared. "Join me, you're on," Alex called, looking at Teresa. "Shall we?" "Oh, I don't know that one." Teresa shook her head. "Yeah, but neither do the guests, they won't know the difference. Come on, just follow my lead and dance like you were at the Harvest Festival." Alex pulled his laughing friend toward the Minotaur. They joined Thundar in his wild dance and soon were laughing along with him and the others. The orchestra players, encouraged by their enthusiasm, played even more vigorously, and a group of tipsy young men and women formed a circle around them, clapping and cheering. That was when the Dryads arrived. The women of the forest excitedly pushed their way into the circle, and Alex was surprised who came with them. One of them, a beautiful Dryad with skin the color of midnight, was dragging the secret prince of Tekizash onto the dance floor. He had a massive grin behind his beard, and his wolf mask suddenly seemed fitting. Several young men and women were brought onto the floor by other Dryads, and they all joined in with their own version of a wild dance. The Dryads leapt and turned like deer springing through the woods, while Colic pirouetted with them. Through the crowd, Alex saw Selena paying no attention to them. She was with a group of other children clapping wildly, while her eyes were fixed on a jester who was juggling opened bottles of wine without spilling any. Isolde, meanwhile, was near her cousin. Her masked face was buried in her hands in shame. "Isolde's never going to forgive you for this," Teresa cried. "So it's my last night alive, right?" Thundar laughed. "So then I'll dance like it," he called to Alex and Colic, and the two young men joined him. They switched to a jig from Alex's homeland and danced in perfect step in a line, much to the surprise and delight of the others. All of that practicing together had paid off, and they actually looked like they knew what they were doing. Then they went into a dance from Tekizash, of which Colic was the master. Alex followed the complex steps and jumps well thanks to the mark, but Thundar stumbled through a couple, laughing it off. Finally, the orchestra slowed again, and many of the young folks stumbled off the floor, laughing, sweating, and looking for more drinks. Thundar was being pulled along by a Dryad who'd been dancing near him. Another waltz played, and Alex and Teresa stepped into it along with Colic and his new lady friend. They look like they're getting along well already, Teresa said. Oh, of course they are, he said. It's Colic. You'd have to be a pretty half-dead fun hater not to get along with Colic. I mean, look at him. Teresa laughed. Point taken, he. Do it subtly, but take a look at that. Alex discreetly glanced to where she was looking to see that a young man had worked up the courage to ask the statuesque Isolde to dance. He was quite a bit shorter than she was too. Well, good for her, he said. Glad to see she's having fun too. Yes, it's not fair for us to hog all the fun, Teresa giggled. I'm not sure if I ever want this night to end. His hand closed around hers a little tighter. It was time. Come on, let's head out to the garden, Alex said. I want to talk to you for a moment. Ooh, I want to keep dancing. She paused, looking at his face very closely. Alex saw excitement go through her eyes. No, never mind. If you want to keep dancing. Alex, take me off of this dance floor right now and tell me what you have to say. I want to hear it, she said. Excitement rose in his chest. Was she so insistent for the reason he hoped she was? The two of them smiled at each other like two delighted children and began moving quickly across the dance floor. They made their way into the gardens and Alex spotted a quiet bench. Holding hands, they started toward it. Then they heard the sound. Hello, Alex. Hello, Teresa. Giuseppe Paolo's voice boomed over the festivities. Alex slowly turned and saw him approaching them with an "I can't wait to have a long chat" smile on his face. If he didn't know better, he could have sworn he heard Teresa swear under her breath right before they greeted their host. The first hunter listened to the report from its sibling very closely. The news was good, very good. Their quarry was close, no longer in the protection of the city. Now only a few mortals that might wield magic were nearby, and there were other mortals bearing weapons and armor that patrolled where their prey was. These things would have been an obstacle had they come alone. The first hunter looked back, appraising their small horde. Now they would not be so challenging. Forward, it commanded the little furry creatures. We are ready to hunt. The little creatures hesitated at first, but slamming its clawed fist into the closest one quickly brought all of them in line. Bone creatures and large humanoids also stepped forward swiftly. They were starving, and the threat of punishment mixed with the promise of food nearby was enough to get them moving. Night had fallen and moonlight illuminated their force as they streamed across the countryside. They avoided isolated houses that lay between them and their goal. They could not afford to be distracted. Faster and faster the creatures advanced, and soon, the large building where the mortals awaited loomed in the distance. Beside it was the forest where the first hunter had fought creatures whose heads were capped with leaves. They would avoid that approach. Barking out orders in unison, they drove their bestial force of monsters toward the human settlement. The small, furry ones surged forward fastest, keeping low to the ground. They would start the attack with stealth, following their instincts as ambush predators. A rush of satisfaction went through the first hunter. This was the way. This was their purpose. To terrorize mortals while fulfilling the Ravena's purpose, to send them fleeing and dying. And when they were frightened and disorganized, the hunters would strike. They would do it in that precious moment when their prey was most surprised. The three siblings slowly followed their horde, ready to take advantage of the confusion and chaos. Are you all enjoying your evening? Giuseppe strolled up to Teresa and Alex, smiling behind a mask that looked like the face of a regal hound. I was very intrigued by your dancing earlier and have to compliment your umvigor. He laughed. I was telling Isolde during Yoram display that she certainly has some rather exciting friends. It isn't often that one group draws so much attention at one of my little parties. Oh, we've been having a fantastic time. Teresa smiled warmly. I don't think I've had this much fun at a party for a long time. Oh yeah, Alex said. You know how to throw a feast, Your Excellency. He made sure to use the proper term of address for Isolde's cousin out of respect. I should hope so with all of the practice I've had over the years, Giuseppe laughed. But I hear that congratulations are in order since Isolde tells me that you were partly responsible for slaying the mana vampire. We had no idea who had finally caught and killed it, so you can imagine my surprise when Isolde informed me that it was she and your group of very capable friends who had. He shook his head as if in amazement. There was a very loud sigh of relief from society when the threat ended, and we owe each of you our deepest gratitude. Well, I'm not sure if it was as loud as my sigh of relief, Alex chuckled. I'm just glad that the thing is dead. Actually, I wanted to ask. Did he paused? He caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned quickly. Colic and his new friend were approaching. Master Bayer Metter, a pleasure to see you again, Giuseppe said. The pleasure is all mine on this enchanting nighty Patrizia de Paolo, Colic said, stumbling over the honorific for a moment. Though from different countries, the Patrizia was of a lower aristocratic rank than the prince, and it seemed to take Colic a moment to think of the correct way to address him. Your illusionary lights are incredible, and the entertainment provided for the young ones was inspired. Alex glanced toward a peal of laughter. The children were surrounding a group of jesters in a half circle, laughing and clapping as one of the performers hopped onto the shoulders of two others, forming a comical, swaying pyramid. It is always important to have something for them to do, of course. Bored children are terrors, Giuseppe winced. I once had a winter party with only an ice sculpture and no entertainment for children. It did not go well, and I learned from that disaster. The sculpture was toppled and quickly reduced to ice projectiles. He shuddered. Alex fought back a laugh. Colic raised an eyebrow. I must admit, I am surprised to see young ones welcome. In noble society, it is customary for young ones not to join events such as these until their debuts at early teenage years, is it not? That practice remains common in other high societies, but it became an issue in generosity. Oh, how so? Colic asked. Well, keeping children at home during functions works well for many in high society because of the number of servants available to them, Giuseppe said. It makes for. He paused. Something wrong? Teresa asked. No, I just thought I saw something, he said, squinting at a tree beyond the estate's walls. Teresa looked in that direction. Perhaps a bit too much wine, Giuseppe continued. But yes, even a small country manor needs dozens of servants to function each day. Hauling water, cooking, tending fires, cleaning, there's no end to tasks, and consequently, no end to the help you need. With wizards, however, they take care of much of their mundane household affairs using magic. It means that a single, wealthy wizard might have a manor as large as this and only have their family living there. No one else is needed for the day-to-day maintenance and function of the place. So when they receive guests, their children must either be included and have entertainment provided, sent away, or hired help must be brought in to care for the children during the function. The latter two choices often ended in chaotic situations since wizards' young children can postulanges for non-wizards. So since Generosity is primarily a wizard city, some nobility have adapted to their way of doing things. Like me. Your celebration is most pleasing, the Dryad said. I am happy you invited my sisters and me. Oh, Teresa and Alex, this is Sinope, Colic said, his eyes sparkling. We met earlier. He paused. Patrizia, might I steal you from Alex and Teresa for a moment? Colic asked Giuseppe. There is a lovely painting in your main hall, and I was curious to know who the artist was. Oh, which one? Giuseppe asked. If you have a moment in your busy role as host, I can show you, Colic smiled. Then I shall leave you for now, my young friends, the Patrizia said before leaving with the prince and Sinope. Colic turned and winked at Alex and Teresa as he walked away. If I ever become very wealthy, the huntress said, I'm going to have a statue made of him. It's going to be 100 feet tall and made of solid gold. No, platinum, Alex laughed. See, this is why I L. He paused, looking at the bench. Yes, Teresa asked. I mean, come, let's go have that conversation, he said. Good, I really want to. She stopped, squinting at the wall. Wait. Alex froze as he saw the look on her face and followed her gaze. His eyes were nowhere near as keen as hers, and that was even before she had started life enforcement, but he still squinted to see if he could see anything. Something wrong? He asked. His mind suddenly flitted back to those old tales of noble knights who were just preparing to confess their undying love to the one who had stolen their heart, only to be killed in some battle or tragedy before they could speak up. No way, Alex said. No way we'd be that unlucky. Alex reached out to Claygon, feeling comfort in the magical threads connecting his mind with the information processor in the golem. Hold on for a moment, Teresa said. I want to see something. This time Alex's mind went to all those other stories where the person who said, let's go see what that spooky noise is, was immediately killed. I'm coming with you, but what is it? He asked, following her as she walked deeper into the garden. I might be crazy, but I think I saw something odd. What? Alex blinked. Something odd. Yes, she looked at Alex. Something came over the wall there. I think I caught sight of ears, big pointed ones. It moved fast enough that I couldn't really say for sure what it was. Alex froze. Was it child-sized? He glanced back, noting the guards standing around the party. None of them seemed to be showing any concern. Yes, she said, looking at him. Why does that sound familiar? Like a monster from the countryside. Alex frowned. Noit sounded like a mukara from what you described, but they're not really supposed to be outside the barrens. Not normally anyway. Right, she frowned and approached one of the guards. As far as Alex remembered, Mupkaras rarely left the barrens if they even could get past the wall. He'd heard there were odd times where a lone creature, maybe from Sicknesser, a small pack slipped into the countryside and caused trouble, but between the wall and being adapted to the dry heat, they rarely ventured outside of their dusty home. Excuse me, Teresa said to the guard. Did you see or hear anything earlier, near the hedge maze? Not so much as a peep, my lady, the guard said in a highly respectful tone. Not to worry, the hedge maze is patrolled. You are safe within the Patrizia's walls. Right, Teresa said. Can I trouble one of you to come with us into the garden? I want to see something, and you guards would know your way through the maze better than we would. Of course, my lady, I think we can spare someone. Marco, go and guide His Excellency's guests through the maze. A baby-faced guard scratched the peach fuzz on his cheeks. Right. Alex was paying attention to everything around them. The garden loomed ahead, empty and dark. Hedges reached high into the night, forming a maze capable of hiding a host of threats. Something twisted in his belly. Maybe we shouldn't go out there, Alex said slowly. If there was going to be an attack, then leaving the crowd and the firelight to step into the darkness of the garden would be an excellent way to get themselves killed if there actually was something going on. You know what? Maybe you're right, Teresa said. Alex caught a brief look of annoyance crossing Marco's face. That'll be all then. What Marco meant to ask is if he can be of any further service, isn't that right? The first guard glared at the younger man. Teresa didn't reply. Instead, she cocked one ear toward their surroundings. Her eyes were fixed on the maze. That's strange, she said. My lady, the guard asked. Yes, Alex asked. Suddenly there were no more sounds out here, she said. No crickets, no animals, nothing. I don't like this. Alex felt the hairs rise on the back of his neck. He remembered the silent spiders attacked back in Coil Forest. The wildlife had fallen silent then too. Did you see that? She said suddenly, pointing at the hedge maze. This time Alex did see something. A small, shadowy form darting by the entrance of the hedge maze. We should tell somebody, Alex said. Now, agreed. It's nothing to worry about, the older guard said, but he was suddenly looking at the hedges nervously. Marco, would you go and tell the Patrizia that there might be an animal in the gardens? Squinted at the hedge. I'm sure the patrol would have caught something slipping over the wall. Do you see them out there, Luigi? One of the other guard stalls, sporting a thick moustache, shook his head. No, sir, not for a time. Alex's eyes looked for his sister. She was still near the jesters. He began to walk toward her. Teresa followed, as did Marco the guard. Alex frowned, thinking about Mupkaras and the barons and how they had hidden beneath the dust, waiting for him and his group to walk into their ambush. We're being baited, I think, Alex said. If it's Mupkaras, I think they're trying to lure us out there. Mupkaras? Marco looked at him. This isn't the barons, my lord. Just bear with me here, Selina, he called. Act natural, he told himself. Let as many people know as you can, but just act natural. Selina turned around, smiling at her brother. Alex, you have to see what the jesters are doing, she said excitedly. He walked up beside her and took her hand, looking at the other children. They needed to get inside. Now, Alex looked for Nadia, still perched on the fountain. Her eyes were far better than anyone's there, but she by the traveler, she's asleep, Alex thought. The giant eagle had her head tucked beneath her wing. Nadia, he cried, Nadia. She shook herself, startled, and squawked at him indignantly. Nadia, I know I'm not colic, but I think you can understand me, right? He said quickly, still glancing at the bushes. Do you see anything out there in the gardens? She continued squawking at him, but followed his gaze into the gardens. Then she fell silent. A screech rose from her, shattering the night and drawing all eyes. Somewhere within the manor, he heard Colic's voice roar out. Teresa swore under her breath. There, her sword swept from its scabbard. Several guests gasped at the sight of the bared blade. Alex looked at where she was pointing. Movement, a lot of movement. The hedges rustled as if coming to life. A pair of eyes shone in the dark, tiny, malicious eyes. Then another pair, then many, many more. We're under attack, he heard Luigi shout. Monsters. His roar seemed to signal the violence to begin. A pack of monsters boiled out of the hedges, with eyes shining and claws dark with blood. They snarled and screeched, charging at the surprised guests as their jaws opened wide, unhinging a vast spread of mouth and sharp teeth. Guards began shouting commands and leveling their pole arms. Guests ran screaming, while some drew their swords. The guards leveled their pole arms with trained discipline and stepped forward. Nadia took off from her perch just as Thundar came tearing out of the ballroom. By my ancestors, he cried. Alex froze for an instant. This could not be happening. Crash. Guards slammed into the Mupkaras with pole arms lowered, slashing and cutting into the little creatures. In the distance, a roar cut through the night, and a hulking form clambered over the wall with a swarm of Mupkaras close behind. A lean humanoid figure slipped over with them. The battle swelled as more monsters flooded the garden. It was happening, nothing for it but to adapt. Alex reached out with his thoughts. No time for a field test now. This would be a real test. Claygon, he called out mentally. We're under attack by monsters. Come to me, protect us, and stop them. His golem's mana responded through their mental link. Alex, Selina cried. Behind me, Teresa stood between the Roth siblings and the threat. The guards were holding them off for now, as more guards rushed in to join them. They looked well organized and prepared. Alex, Thundar stumbled over to them. Thundar, can you get Selina inside? Alex said as parents rushed over to grab their children. Get to someplace inside where guards are, where you can keep her safe. I can fig, the Minotaur caught himself. My mana, damn it, I can't cast yet. I'd be almost dead weight. Swearing, he reached down and scooped up Selina, who was reaching for Alex, calling to him under her mask. Hey, Alex said, I'll be okay. You'll be safe with Thundar and I'll be back for you, I promise. The young girl called to him. Keep your promise. Stomp those monsters, you two. Thundar barked, carrying Selina back into the manor as parents pulled their children inside with them. There was one youngster who was alone and crying, and the Minotaur paused to pick him up too. I'm going to go help, Teresa said, looking back at Alex. Listen, he said quickly. I love you, Teresa. I have for a long time. Don't die. She froze. Her eyes shone in her mask and her jaw trembled. Really? Now she swallowed. Fine, if this is how it is. I love you too, Alex. And if you die right after you said that, I swear I'll find a way to bring you back to life and kill you again. Teresa stepped up to him, kissed him on the lips, then quickly rushed toward the attack with a war cry as Nagia swooped away. Mages had joined in and were blasting magic bolts into the monsters. Alex concentrated as he used the precious moments he had to cast spells and head toward the manor. He'd need the bag with his potions. The incantations tumbled from his mouth, and he used his meditative techniques to guide his way through the mark's interference. He had no time for old failures to parade through his head now. Lesser force armor flashed into being around him and then went invisible. Next, Force's shield materialized in front of him. Dryads rushed past toward the fight, pulling wooden blades from their leafy tunics as they went. He felt Claygon getting closer, coming at full speed toward the building, and he told him to go around and not through obstructions in his path, just in case he didn't slow down. Spells continued materializing around Alex as he headed for the sunroom. Protective Force crooked long rectangle his version of. Protective Force weapon materialized, then Wizard's hand, finally his trusty Forceaball. Alex paused, swearing as he looked through the glass walls of the ballroom. More monsters were flooding the estate grounds from other parts of the wall. He knew he didn't have time to run around inside getting his bag from wherever it had been placed. Nothing for it then. Alex concentrated hard on the last spell he planned to cast, one he'd recently been finally able to learn. His mind constructed the complex spell array, and he guided it around the mark's bombardment. The magic circuit eagerly forged itself, almost as though it wanted to be created. Then, it was complete. He felt somewhere distant and cold reach out to him. A gateway of ice formed in the air, then cracked apart. His bag dropped into his hand as for the second time ever Alex had cast the second-tier spell he'd worked on for so long. The first time had been the day before while he'd been practicing it, Call Through Ice. Alexander Roth turned toward the battle, clad in his full array of defensive spells. He reached into his bag and grabbed one of his booby-trapped flight potions and stepped toward the battlefield. Moving quickly, he swallowed a potion of sensory enhancement. "All right, you filthy monsters," he said, "prepare to have a bad night." The lean hunter moved through the winding paths within the hedges, stopping at the edge of the maze and peering onto the battlefield. It was almost time. The first hunter and the scarred one were moving into position as well, slipping up beside their sibling with practiced silence. They had plenty of cover. Their monster horde flooded over the walls, striking at the mortals with unrestrained ferocity. The three watched their plan unfold. Sword, spear, and halberd struck flesh and parried claw. One of the guards fought against a surging pack of small monsters, only to have her arm caught in one of their mouths. The creature proceeded to suck the flesh from her forearm as she shrieked in terror, trying to drag the arm free of its jaws. Another guard ran up and stabbed straight through the monster's temple with a spear. The Mupkara collapsed to the ground still, clamped on the guard's arm, pulling her down with it. Large humanoid monsters surged forward, fighting to push through the guard's spears. Soon the bone creatures would arrive. Masked mortals joined the battle, some using swords and some casting spells. A large bird of prey swooped around the large humanoids, tearing flesh and eyes. Screams and roaring filled the air throughout the garden. Chaos. Just as they had desired, soon, the perfect moment to execute their task would come. They would be ready. They had arrived within the walls a short time before, once it was clear that the mortals were engaged with the beasts they had dominated. There had almost been opportunity to strike earlier. The attack had begun and the humans were surprised. Their prey had been alone, but deep within the defenders' ranks, there had been no clear path to reach it unseen. The risk of attempting to fight their way through so many defenders had been too great, and their chance could have been spoiled, so they had dismissed taking such a gamble. While they considered how to reach their quarry's position, it had quickly retreated closer to the building, and they had no way of knowing if additional defenders waited within the clear walls of the structure. Every unknown multiplied the chance of failure, and they could not fail. But soon more of the defenders would be engaged when the next part of their plan was revealed. When one of the bone creatures came onto the battlefield, the mortals' attention would be drawn straight to it. Some of them would freeze with fear. Some would panic at the sight. The spellcasters would fire their spells at it. All attention would be drawn its way. That would be their moment to use the cover of distraction to slip through the defenses and corner the raven as enemy. The bone creatures would provide their path to success. There was a group of masked defenders among the armored guards. They did not look as imposing. Once all of the defenders were distracted, including the guards, the hunters would spring among the masked ones and cut them down with ease. Then they would quickly proceed. The armored guards would still be engaged with the little creatures and large humanoids and would not be able to aid their prey. They would overwhelm the quarry. Their claws would make short work of it. Still studying the battle below, they recognized potential complications to their plan. Some defenders seemed far more able in battle than they would have liked. A group of females in green that the first hunter recognized as foes he'd fought in the nearby forest, and a very quick and skillful dark-haired female wielding a sword with intensity. She was cutting down their small monsters with ease. The hunters watched as one of the large humanoids leapt at her, its arms raised up to crush her. Her movements were nearly as quick as their own. She dodged around its advance and slashed a gaping wound through its armpit. Red sprayed like a fountain, and it shrieked in agony. Another slash severed one of its hands, and another opened its belly. Its scream died with an impact that shook the ground. It fell in a limp heap. "That one is strong," the scarred hunter growled. "She could hinder us. If she joins our fight, I will deal with her. You both finish our task. If the other forest females join, then I will deal with them too, even if I die trying. Kill the prey." Its siblings nodded their agreement. They tensed, watching as the quarry turned around, stepping away from the building and moving back toward the garden. "Good," the first hunter communicated. "It comes back. Easier for us," the lean hunter rumbled. Alex took in the battlefield at a glance. Teresa, the Dryads and the Patrizia's guards were making a fighting retreat back toward the manor, cutting down monsters as they went. Magic-wielding party guests were blasting the creatures with beams of mana. Monsters fell all around them. Nadia swooped down, slashing at the large humanoids which Alex recognized as gorgeous faces and eyes with her talons. The monsters roared in pain and fury as their cheeks were torn open or one or both eyes were clawed out. Some of Giuseppe Paolo's guests had suffered grave injuries and were being dragged into the manor, bleeding from savage bites and torn flesh mauled by the Mupkaras. There was no sign of the Patrizia emerging from the manor, nor did he see Isolde or Colic anywhere. But he could still feel Claygon making his way around the massive building. He would do what he could to reinforce their weakest points in the meanwhile. He sent out his forciball in Wizard's hands, shooting them out among the ranks of the charging monsters. With a practiced ease won from battling monsters in the Barrens, he began to obstruct, tripping them up, grabbing arms, legs, or feet and pulling them down or up, and throwing them off balance. His forciball swooped through one of the long tables piled with food, punch bowls, and Winnind plowed through the feast atop it. Mupkaras and Gorgers were showered with a hail of food, dishes, utensils, casks, and burning candles that assaulted them, causing their charge to falter. Alex rolled the forciball at their feet, bowling the creatures over and sending many falling over each other. In moments, the ferocity of their charge had broken, and the nobles could go on the offensive against the stumbling, confused attackers. Calling back his wizard's hands, he reached into his bag and threw 2 of his booby-trapped potions into the air. The wizard's hands caught them in mid-flight and shot over the gardens at speed, swooping in front of a group of Gorgers and Mupkaras that had just scrambled over the wall. KRNCH. Boom. Wizard's hands crushed the potion bottles, blasting a cloud of gaseous potion over the Gorgers and Mupkaras, enveloping them. They froze for a moment, then chaos. Screams of terror burst through the monsters' ranks as like a swarm of drunken beasts flew up into the air in all directions, smashing chaotically into whatever was around them. Some shot high in the air and disappeared into the night sky. Others catapulted backwards, bouncing off of trees behind the Patrizia's estate and were knocked unconscious. A Gorger shot forward along the ground, picking up speed-crushing Mupkaras as it went and scraping its hide raw before plowing into a tree. They were the lucky ones. Others fared far worse. They were torn apart as their limbs were ripped away because of the potion flying in different directions, were pulled in half as their torso tried to fly one way and their legs another. Gore stained the ground and wall they had just scaled. The gas had worked well, keeping the monsters from getting close to the defenders. Calling back his spells, Alex quickly tossed a potion of haste into the grip of one of his wizard's hands and shot it at Teresa, who just finished clearing through monsters around her. "Teresa," he called, "catch, it'll increase your speed. It doesn't last forever, so only drink it when you need it." Alex's counterattack and the resistance they'd met from the defenders in the garden had caused some of the monsters to abruptly halt their advance, while others had begun to flee. It looked like the horde might break even before more of the Patrizia's reinforcements arrived. Only a short while had passed since the monsters' attack had begun and things were already looking up, but something was bothering Alex. Why the hell are Gorgers and Mupkaras cooperating? He thought as he shot his wizard's hands and forciball into their ranks again and again. What a horrifying roar cut through the air, one Alex recognized. The defenders froze. Alex's blood ran cold. Someone screamed, pointing at a spot along the wall. No, 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 Alex thought, turning toward the roar. It can't be. A giant skeleton-like hand gripped the top of the outer wall, then a second. The massive face of a bone drinker rose above the stones, with its slimy pseudo-tentacles flailing out of its eye sockets. Alex could feel the collective horror that ran through the defenders. If that thing got to them, it would wreck them. He called back one of his wizard's hands and his forciball. His mind raced as he began to reach for another potion. Think, Ada. His potion-enhanced eyes caught a flicker of movement in the shadows. 3 figures shot out of the darkness, loping forward with terrifying speed. They leapt on the defenders, slashing through their ranks like they were felling dried grass. Teresa, monster, he started to cry, but the 3 new beasts had slashed through the weak part of the line before he could finish his warning. They were heading right for him. Alex jumped back, trying to open up as much distance as possible between him and them, and fell into the first position of the spear and or dance. His hands rose into positions from the cleansing movements. He didn't even have time to grab any of his other potions. They were coming too fast. Alex quickly willed one of his wizard's hands into a fist with the index finger pointed forward. He shot it down in front of the face of one of the approaching creatures at the last second like he had with the mana vampire on Fandor's ship, but now, his skill in directing spells had vastly improved. The spell moved with precision, then abruptly stopped in front of the lean creature's eye, too close for the thing to halt its forward momentum. The monster bellowed as it ran full speed into the spell, poking out an eye in its rush. Blood spurted from the eye socket. To Alex's horror, it did not stop, though obviously in agony, half-blind, and with a spell protruding from its face. Its determination was unnerving. He immediately shot the forciball down in front of its feet, and thankfully, still charging monster tripped, breaking the charge, but the other two reached him an instant later. Up close, he realized that they looked like the creature the Dryads had described as having killed some of their warriors. Then his world became a whirlwind of claws and teeth. Alex yelled as he danced and dodged around a flurry of slashes and bites. He angled his shield to deflect a claw. One of his rectangles parried another, but shattered in the process. He weaved around the snapping jaws and deflected claws using his force-armored arms and the flowing motions of the cleansing movements. But the claws didn't stop. Each of the assailants was faster than the mana vampire, a lot faster. Despite Alex's enhanced senses, his training, and all his defensive spells, it was all he could do to keep from being disemboweled by one or both of them. The fact that there were two of them attacking him made the situation even worse. He called back his forciball and continued to dance out of reach of their attacks, but their blows were coming closer and closer. One of his rectangles popped. His force shield deflected another. Claws scraped across his force armor, cracking it. The strength of the blow sent Alex stumbling back. A kick from one of the monsters snapped at him, threatening to knock him off his feet. He danced around it, but it clipped his bag. CRK. One of his potion bottles shattered, and he cursed inwardly, wondering which one it was. He wished he'd had time to drink flight or haste. SCCCRRK. A searing pain ripped across his chest. Alex screamed. His shirt grew wet and hot, but he had no time to check the wound. Pain grew, but the claws didn't stop. The force armor on his arm cracked. A gash opened on his forearm, then another. Alex cried out, gritting his teeth. The forciball and wizard's hand shot between him and his attackers. His spell-conjured hand tried to pull and drag the monsters, but they were so strong that the hand's grip didn't slow them. The forciball lasted long enough to be popped by one swift claw. Just a little more, Alex thought. He had to buy more time, just a few more seconds. One of the monsters, a creature with scarred skin, turned just before striking at Alex again. Teresa had come roaring in from the side, her sword flashing in front of her. In an instant, the creature and she were clashing, but Alex's rising panic. The monster was pushing back the huntress with its speed and savagery. Despite her skill, speed, and enhanced life force, she was pressed back as the monster slashed her arm. Teresa. Alex cried, starting to will both wizards' hands toward her, but the lean creature whose eye he'd gouged out leapt at him. He needed everything he had to avoid having his face ripped off. Suddenly, he was fighting two again, and things had also turned grim on the battlefield. Back in the garden, the Bone Drinker was being slowed by a series of magic beams, but it was pushing through them, advancing on the defenders like the specter of death. Then another Bone Drinker crawled into the garden, drawing horrified screams from the defenders. Some of the brave folk now looked ready to run. Teresa fought for her life. Another cut opened on her, but the scarred monster yelped as she managed to open one, and then two cuts on one of its arms. She leaned back from its bite, but it slid away before her sword could reach it. Then it leapt at her again. Crunch. One of Alex's attackers cut through more of his rectangles. Just a little more, Alex thought desperately. A claw ripped his shirt and drew more blood. He reached out with his mind. Just a little more, the bone monster. Get the bone monster. The first Bone Drinker surged toward the defenders, its tail whipping up to strike them. Voom, and then flame. A beam of fire magic blasted from the side of the manor, lancing through the air and blasting the lead Bone Drinker. There was a roar of flame and a hiss of steam. Bone cracked. Flesh boiled. Splort. The Bone Drinker blew apart in a massive blast of flame. Both monsters fighting Alex paused and he glared at them. You're in trouble, new, he snarled. Boom, boom, boom. Thundering footsteps and flame heralded the coming. Claygon had entered the battle. The Bone Drinker's remains blackened and sizzled. A monster that had taken Balin's class everything they had to kill had been destroyed with a single blast from Claygon's fire gems. Their power seemed to have grown since Alex implanted them in the golem. And Claygon wasn't finished. Following the last order from Alex as it came rushing to protect him, the golem raised its left palm toward the garden. Red light and heat built up in the fire gem embedded in its palm. Voom, another beam ripped out. The second Bone Drinker farther back in the garden tried skittering out of range, but the beam caught it in its side. Steam poured from its mouth and eye holes as its snail-like flesh cooked in a flash. Its bone blackened, then burst apart like crushed glass. Flame ripped out over the gardens, setting both monsters and plants on fire. Screaming Mupkaras and Gorgers frantically rolled on the ground, desperate to extinguish their burning flesh. Some scrambled away from the heat and fled, scaling the walls to escape into the night. As the horde's savage rush turned into a mixture of reluctant attack, retreat, fear, and confusion, some of the magic-wielding defenders cast their spells to channel water from the fountain through the air, then into the hungry fire, drowning it. Boom, boom, boom. The golem continued its unstoppable rush toward Alex and their enemies. There was a snap as 4 massive hands coiled into enormous fists. In the few moments that his 2 attackers paused to process what this new threat was, Alex danced away from the pair, drew his potion of haste, and drank it down. Its power hit him in a wave. A surge of energy washed over him, sending a pleasant tingling coursing from his stomach to his fingers, toes, and even his head. As the potion's effect reached his mind, the world suddenly slowed down. All seemed to move at half the speed of early air, and combined with the sensory enhancement potion Alex took in his surroundings in an instant. The monsters hadn't actually slowed, but their movements no longer seemed to be a blurring of claws, teeth, and impending death. Now he had time. Now he could think. Now he could adapt. He threw a glance in the direction where Teresa was fighting the scarred monster. It had also paused when Claygon appeared, and the huntress had used its distraction to punish it by opening a long gash across its arm. That brought its focus entirely back to her. She had managed to slash it a few times during the fight, and things were starting to grow more even. Butalarminglit's wounds looked shallow. The creature's hide seemed hard to penetrate. That one needed to die. Alex shot one of his wizard's hands toward the scarred beast. The other 2 monsters finally recovered from their shock, though without the effect of haste time. They probably had only paused for a few heartbeats and rushed for Alex again. Boom, boom, SCRRRRP. Claygun reached Alex's side and skidded to a halt beside him. 4 giant fists lashed out at once. Alex felt the air shift as those colossal blows shot past him. The monsters dodged. Their speed was still frightening, but Claygun was faster than he looked. And Alex Roth didn't play fair with monsters who were trying to kill him. As the pair leapt out of the way, he noted which one moved slower, the leaner one. Alex rushed at it with his hands rising up. Slipping past its claws, he reached up and caught its arm in an iron grip, his powerful muscles flexing as he pulled in the opposite direction to where it was heading, not to harm but to slow it. Despite all of his strength training, he couldn't match its strength, but he could still slow it for a heartbeat, a deadly heartbeat. One of Claygon's fists came at it like a battering ram. Bang, the strike clipped the monster's arm. Crack, a shriek of pain ripped through the air. The lean one's limb snapped like a dried twig, and it went spinning, rolling on its side as though flung from a catapult. With its agility, it was back on its feet in an instant, but now one arm dangled uselessly at its side. Claygon focused on the other monster, while Alex turned his attention to Teresa and the scarred one. He could see that the monster had cut her several times, though none of the wounds seemed to be too deep. Her speed and agility was keeping the creature from overwhelming her, but Alex could see the strain showing on her face. She was tiring. He shot his wizard's hands down. Swooping them behind the scarred hunter, he tried to bring them in from its blind spot, but it reacted with almost supernatural reflex, popping one of the spells with a single sweep of a claw. But the other spell had gotten through. The magical hand clamped over the creature's eyes, blinding it. It tried to rip the hand away, giving Teresa precious moments to down the potion of haste. Her expression went full, Death Stalker. As the magic rushed through her, she surged toward her opponent in a wave of steel and power. The creature finally freed its eyes from Wizard's hand, crushing the spell in its grip. But its eyes went wide. Then it was scrambling away, fighting to defend itself. In breaths, cut after cut laced its arms as it fought Teresa, but her sword slipped through gaps in its defenses. It was bleeding badly. A screech brought Alex's attention back to the 2 monsters menacing him. The uninjured one clambered away, dodging Claygon's fists. Its lean companion was leaping back into the fight, drilling its broken arm end, trying to get through the golem's barrage to reach Alex. The young wizard rushed at it again. While a potion of haste was powerful, it wasn't long-lasting. He needed to hinder these 2 as much as he could before the magic faded. Stinger-like teeth snapped inches away from his hand, but he moved too quickly, reaching around to seize his attacker by the shoulder and spin the creature like a dancer at some bizarre monster's ball. It spun to the side, losing balance, and with one arm broken and one eye missing, it teetered, struggling to regain its footing. Alex reached out to Claygon. Whoosh! One of the golem's arms snapped out in a powerful backhand. Crunch. The monster tried to raise its good arm to defend itself, but it was pulverized against Claygon's power. The lean monster's face twisted in pain and shock. That expression was immediately replaced by a big clay fist. Alex's attacker's head was caved in as its chest collapsed. The crushed body flipped through the air, soaring over the line of defenders and monsters to slam into the garden wall and splatter like a swatted fly. A chilling scream erupted from the direction of Teresa's fight. Scarred monster was cradling a deep wound in its side, its movements clearly weakening. Alex's other attacker scrambled back from Claygon's fists, looking between its scarred sibling and Alex. Its eyes narrowed. Then it did something Alex did not expect. "I will hunt you," it spoke in perfect common tongue. "I will hide and watch, and I will hunt you, you and those around you." Alex's blood ran cold. The voice coming from it wasn't its own, it was one that Alex knew intimately. It was his own voice. After uttering the unnerving words, it turned and began to flee, giving an inhuman call toward its scarred companion. Alex's mind whirled. He didn't know why the three creatures had piled onto him, whether it was because he was a threat to their forces, or for another reason, but much like the mana vampire had threatened to keep coming for him. But this time, Alex wouldn't let a threat escape. He sent Claygon a mental command to pursue, but the scarred monster jumped away from Teresa and moved to position itself between Claygon and its escaping companion. Alex ordered his golem to advance. Crunch. Claygon rushed forward and trampled the obstruction into the stones, crushing the creature beneath his massive feet. Driven, the monster fought to get up, but Teresa stopped it where it was, slashing its throat open. "Teresa, we have to get the other one. It can't get away." Alex ran after Claygon, charging after the fleeing monster, keeping his eyes focused on it. For a moment, he was afraid the creature would climb over the garden wall and escape. Instead, it turned, rushing around the side of the manor. Alex, fueled with his potion of haste, continued to chase it with Claygon close behind, being careful not to get too far from his golem. It occurred to him that the monster fleeing might be some sort of trap, but it didn't matter. A trap laid right now would be less of a danger than one laid months from now, when he'd have no idea when or if claws would find him on any dark night. Teresa had started to run after Alex, but quickly slowed, panting. Much of her dress had washed red. He didn't know how much of the blood was hers. "Teresa," he cried, breaking off his chase to go to her. "No, don't worry about me," she waved him off. "I'm okay. Go after it, go after it." But no, she insisted. "Get that bastard." Alex grimaced, caught between his worry for her and his trust of her. In the end, trust won out. She was a warrior, and if she wanted him to bring down their attacker, which he also wanted, then that's what he would do. "Someone, help her," he shouted to the defenders. "She needs help. Go," she shouted, sinking to one knee. "Don't die, you don't die either." He ran on, catching up with Claygon as the golem continued chasing the monster. The first hunter could not understand how things had gone so wrong. They had executed each part of their plan successfully, one step after the next. The monster horde had distracted the mortals as they were charged to do, and it and its siblings had flanked the defenders. Their quarry had stepped out and caused more damage to their forces than they had thought it would, but in doing so, it had left itself exposed. Their group attack had been perfectly coordinated. Its lean sibling losing an eye had been unfortunate, but it could still fight. They had set upon the quarry and overwhelmed him with the weapons and fierceness granted by their master. Their prey had resisted more than expected, but they would have brought it down. The female warrior had interfered, but its scarred sibling had distracted her, and the kill had been only moments away. Then that statue spewing mana that had an odd familiarity had ruined everything. Now 2 of its siblings lay dead. But this was only a setback. A hunter tasked by the Ravener did not give up, no matter how many times success eluded it. Victory could be snatched from the jaws of disaster. The hunter glanced behind its shoulder. Good. Its quarry still followed, foolishly thinking that it had become the hunter. The Ravener's assassin increased its pace, rushing past the side of the human's large stone building. More of their monster horde were still attacking from the front of the building, and 2 magic users fought them alongside human warriors. One shot crackling lightning at its army, while the other sprayed clay and spiked stones. The hunter kept moving, glancing around. Several buildings lay open before it. Its eyes narrowed at the building that exuded the scent of grain. Rushing through the open doorway, it passed among bags of powder and slashed them open with its claws. The more bags it sliced open, the more the powder flew into the air, filling everything with an obscuring dust screen. It held its breath so that it would not cough from the rising dust clouds. It could do so for far, far longer than any mortal could. The hunter continued to quickly tear bags open, working its way deeper into the shadows of the building. It would hide here among the dust and take its prey when it followed. It would not fail its master. Alex and Claygon chased the monster as it loped ahead, suddenly disappearing into a building with its doors wide open. The young wizard recast lesser force armor as he guided his way through the mark's interference. The spell briefly glowed with a crimson light, then reformed as his mana raced through the magic circuits. Casting the spell and getting around the mark while chasing the fleeing monster took extra effort, but better to have the protection in place before they caught up to it. The more he and Claygon ran, the more convinced he became that they were being lured into a trap. The creature had ignored a number of chances to scramble over the wall and escape, choosing to run into a building instead. Why would it corner itself like that? It made no sense, unless it was trying to corner him. Alex guided himself through the mark's interference again, conjuring another forceball. He glanced at the battle raging on in front of the manor. Colic and Isolde were working with the Patrizia's forces, blasting the creatures with stone spikes and lightning. Alex saw gorgers splayed over the ground pierced by the prince's spikes while Mupkara corpses smoldered from lightning strikes. From the flank of the invaders, a gray-bearded man led a pack of snarling hounds into the midst of the creatures. Brutus was among them, tearing apart Mupkaras with 3 sets of bloody fangs while fighting his way toward Colic and Isolde. One of his heads would sniff the air and dart around periodically, clearly looking for his master. The air had the tang of blood. Even though these monsters seemed to be a lot more aggressive than the ones who'd encountered Claygon, they were showing signs of losing their nerve as well. Some were turning and running to the wall and slipping back over. It wasn't natural to find so many different monsters all cooperating together in the first place. In Balin's classes, he'd never heard of a single monster in the Barrens that could control other monsters, nothing with the intelligence and the will to unite the predators of Cravernous into a single force. It made Alex wonder how this could be happening. Since the creature he was chasing could talk, he almost wanted to capture it alive. It could speak, so it might be able to be interrogated. On the other hand, its actions also meant that it was too dangerous to take any chances with. Just as Alex's potion of haste faded, he and Claygon reached the building the monster had run into. They were standing at the doors to the Patrizia's granary. Alex grimaced, wishing he had another haste potion. The boost of speed hadn't only helped him avoid most of the trio's claws, but was the reason he hadn't lost sight of the last one when it ran into the granary. Glancing up at Claygon, he shook away some of his nervousness. It wasn't like he was completely defenseless. He wasn't a simple baker's assistant from Ulrich anymore. His eyes squinted into the shadowy granary. From rows of windows high in the walls, shafts of moonlight filtered through thick clouds of dust filling the air. On the floor lay torn open flour sacks. From years of working with heaps of flour at McHarris Bakery, Alex understood that one tiny spark could send this whole granary up in an inferno. He glanced at the nearby buildings. If that happened, the entire estate would burn. The wrong choice could turn the situation deadly for everyone nearby. That ruled out the terrifyingly effective tactic of blow the monster up horribly with fire gems if it gets too dangerous. He couldn't lie to himself, though. He was a little disappointed about that. The hard way it was then. He had Claygon, he had his defenses, he had his wits, and he had the mark. He guided his way through a final spell, Orb of Air, which he cast over his head. The little globe of air materialized around him. The scent of blood disappeared, and fresh air filled his lungs. The spell would stop the flour dust from entering his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. Alex took a final accounting of himself. His force shield hovered in front of him as strong as ever. His armor had been fixed. Forciball could serve as an extra defense, and he had a few of his parrying rectangles still circling his body. His defenses were still fairly strong. The wounds on his torso were thankfully shallow. They weren't bleeding excessively, but when he came through, Thish had to be positive Ethy would need to be tended. His mind recoiled, remembering the pain from the slashing claws. It was the first time he'd ever received so many wounds from something trying to kill him, and they were trying to kill him. Whether it was because he'd been a defender that was in the way of their goals, had attacked their horde, or in his worst fearsit had something to do with Thameland, it didn't matter. In the end, the monster in the granary and its companions had tried to take his life, and they'd come the closest to succeeding of any opponent he'd ever faced. Somewhere inside, a small voice was screaming at him to run away, but Alex took a deep breath, acknowledged that incredibly valid fear, and then let it go. Running away now would always leave his back exposed to the threat from this monster. Now that he had the advantage of knowing where it was, and he had Claygon close, was the time to end it. With another deep breath, he sent his forciball ahead into the granary. As the crimson light illuminated the cloud of dust, he stepped in after it. He would need to get this done before the monster escaped, and before the sensory enhancement potion wore off. Sharp senses would be key. Straw rustled beneath his shoes as he quietly stalked through the granary. His movements were almost silent. His mark, enhanced training in moving quietly, was bearing fruit from months of practice. Sending his will to Claygon, the golem followed right behind him. It extended its lower arms on either side of its master, ready to block attacks that came from the side or front. Alex had it raise its upper arms, ready to strike the instant either of them saw or heard the creature. Hopefully, Claygon would be quick enough. With his potion-enhanced vision, Alex slowly scanned the white flower cloud, watching for any movement. The forciball's crimson light swept around him, illuminating the silhouettes of posts, tools, supplies, and shelving nearby. His ears listened for the sound of the creature either choking on dust or trying to move stealthily through the granary. Everything was strangely silent. Alex wondered why it wouldn't be gasping for breath with so much flour filling the air. His own breaths were slow as he tried to eliminate as much of his own noise as possible, but he could do nothing about Claygon's heavy footsteps. By thought, he told the golem to walk slowly and quietly, but there was only so much silence that a massive construct of clay, magic, and death could manage. His eyes darted to the side. Was that, no, just a pole? He didn't hear a single whisper from the creature and wished that Brutus was here to sniff it out. Then again, perhaps the creature had used the dust screen as cover to escape and was long gone. Something shifted to his left. A claw scraped against the floor. Alex whirled, bringing up his force shield and ordering Claygun to strike. Claws streaked out of the dust, but the golem's arm came up, blocking the monster's attack. Whoosh! Claygun's fist shot forward. It met air. He heard the monster's feet disappearing back into the granary. His forceball shot after it, and he managed to catch the briefest flash of its silhouette before it ducked behind a shelf, seeming to vanish. Alex swore the area it had disappeared into was narrow. His mobility would be limited, and free movement was one of the key things that had kept him alive against the creatures. Claygun wouldn't be able to get into such a confined spot, unless he ripped everything apart, that is. But if that was what needed to happen, then that was what would happen. He stepped back toward the middle of the granary, his eyes scanning through the dust. Alex stiffened. A claw's silhouette loomed out of the shadows, raised up to "Oh, for Aldar's sake," he muttered, shaking himself. It was a pitchfork, not an upraised claw, just a pitchfork hanging tines up from a hook on a post. Alex shook his head. Focus, he told himself. Don't let yourself get spoo. Another scrape of claw. He whirled just as the monster appeared behind them. This time, it darted below Claygun's powerful arm and clawed at Alex's leg. His rectangle parried the blowbursting in the process as Claygun's return strike shot forward. There was the dull thud of clay hitting flesh as a glancing punch clipped the creature's back. The force sent the monster flying back into the white dust. Crash. It smashed into something, then Alex heard it scrambling into the gloom. No sound had escaped its mouth. He frowned. It had baited him using his own voice. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0da, NOVEL, net. So if it understood language well enough to manipulate its opponents, two could play that game. You say you're going to hunt me down, Alex called after it. He used the mark to channel every moment he'd ever said something that had infuriated someone. It brought up memories of McHarris and even the battle mage that Alex spell jousted against months ago. Can't even scratch me, can you? Some hunter you are, you know. His mind worked quickly. I'm pretty sure it hurt like hell when my golem here pulped your friend like a rotten tomato. I can see why you're mad, even though you did attack me first. He listened. No response. Well, I'm not going to let it go. That's the thing about me. I'm kind of a revenge enthusiast. So I'm going to say the same thing to you that you said to me. I am going to hunt you down, and I am going to have my golem break you in half. Claygun's fist swept out. Another impact on flesh resounded in the air, and Alex heard the monster hit the ground then scamper into the gloom. Good, clipped it again. He hadn't even ordered Claygun to do that. The golem had simply struck the creature as soon as he detected its rush. Alex scanned the air. This was a fight he could win. He was wearing this thing down. This was not working. The first hunter rubbed its flesh where the statue had struck it. Both blows had been glancing, but they had cracked bone and burst flesh. It had fought the instinct to cry out in pain. The full force of one of that statue's strikes would likely smash through a hive queen's armor like it was the brittle shell of an egg. The hunter was regretting that this opponent had not appeared later in its master's active time, when the Ravena had reaped a massive fear and gathered the energy to create its most powerful monsters. No matter. He heard the opponent's taunting words echo through the air, and though it could not understand all that the quarry spoke, it well understood the mockery in its tone. It could not allow itself to be goaded by this. Then a thought dawned on it, a plan that could bring the quarry down. The hunter slowly crept through the building until it was behind the prey. A wooden column rose up in the center of a wide shelf near the quarry's left side, and the hunter stepped to the quarry's right, placing the prey between itself and the column. It tensed for a spring, then shifted its malleable voice box. Its mouth opened, and it used some of the precious breath it was holding to let out a pained whimper. It spoke in the voice of the female warrior that had rushed to the quarry's aid. Teresa. The quarry whirled, all the mockery gone from his voice. His expression twisted, realizing his mistake an instant too late. The hunter catapulted forward, its claws spreading out. It ducked under the statue's arm and swung both claws at its surprised enemy. The prey blocked one of its attacks with a magic shield, and the other claw was deflected by shapes floating around it. The spell burst. The hunter shot past, rushing to the other side of the quarry and the statue. It felt the air splitting behind it. That terrible fist was coming. The hunter ducked low. Whoosh. Crunch, wood shattered as the statue's blow split the post. CRRRK. Part of the structure began to fall as the beam shifted. The quarry cried out. Bags of powdered grain fell on him, knocking him from his feet. The statue moved forward with its upper arms readied, raised to hold the part of the shelf that the beam had held up, stopping the rest of it from falling on its master. The hunter sprang forward again, biting at its quarry. Its teeth were stopped by the defensive magic around the enemy's limb. But it grabbed onto its prey. The monster quickly leapt away, dragging the quarry out of the statue's reach before it could react. The prey struggled, but it was futile. It might have been strong, but the hunter was far stronger. Elation rose up in the creature. Success would be the Ravena's. Mere heartbeats separated it from the completion of its mission, and it looked like it might even survive to report to its master. Panic surged through Alex as he was dragged along the flower-covered ground. One of Claygon's lower hands reached futilely toward him, but a moment too late. If the golem moved, the structure would collapse, crushing him. No help there. He knew he only had heartbeats. Liquid dripped from the stinger like teeth that were threatening to crush his force armor. He didn't want to know what would happen to him if it injected him with the stuff in its mouth. His mind whirled. He was on his back, being pulled along. He could try to kip up to his feet, but the monster's grip on him was like iron. The flower dust and fear of explosion ruled out using Claygon's fire magic. He moved his forceaball back to shake the creature's grip, but it simply ignored the spell. It finally stopped dragging him away from the golem. Alex was well away from Claygon. The monster raised its arms. Claws flashed out in a frenzy. Alex willed his shield and the remaining rectangle between himself and the raking claws, deflecting the blows. The creature hissed and scratched at the force constructs. The armor was starting to crack. Alex sucked in a deep breath through orb of air. Wait, the spell blocked out all contaminants in the air, all of them. As the monster clawed at the armor, Alex's hand dug into his bag, gripping a familiar bottle. Pulling out his booby-trapped flight potion, he looked the monster right in the eye. Then he smashed the bottle against the floor. Whoosh! The gaseous potion blasted through the air, enveloping both of them. The flight potion released in a cloud, mixing with the dust and spraying over Alex and his captor. The monster continued assaulting him, desperate to get around his shield with its claws. Alex's mind raced in confusion. Why wasn't breath, he thought. It hadn't cried out when Claygon had hit it. It's not coughing from the dust. The bloody thing is holding its breath. He shot the forceaball behind his head and began spinning it around, whipping the dust and potion cloud directly at its eyes. The monster snorted, shaking its head as the gaseous mixture flew into its face. Chew! A powerful sneeze erupted from the creature, immediately followed by a gasp as it sucked in a deep breath of air. A breath of air filled with potion. Its eyes went wide with realization. It knew what the gas could do. Whoosh! Alex was rolled to the side as the monster suddenly shot away, striking a wall with a howl of pain. Bang, 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 the creature slammed into the granary floor, walls, ceiling, and beams with horrifying force. Alex climbed to his feet protected from the gas by his orb of air and watched the beast crash through shelves loaded with flour sacks. CRNCH. Wood splintered as the white powder was scattered all around him. SCRRRP. The monster's screams rose to ear-piercing shrieks with each impact. A bloody arm flew end over end past Alex's head, torn from the monster by the flight magic pulling the limb one way, while the body was dragged another. Crack! Something cracked as the monster slammed into Claygon's massive body and bounced off. Alex swore, ducking quickly as it flew over his head. He kept his eye on it as it rebounded around the granary, then he connected with Claygon. Keep holding that shelf up, but if that thing comes near you again, hit it hard, Alex said. Claygon's lower arms rose, ready to strike as the monster was flung around the building. Whoosh! His massive limbs snapped out. Crunch! Something shattered from the impact. Alex heard hard objects rattle across the floor as the monster was blasted toward the front of the building. He looked down just in time to see a stinger-like tooth roll to a gentle stop by his foot. Crack. The creature's body glanced off the doorway and sailed into the night. Alex ran after it, instructing Claygon to stay where he was. He got outside just as the creature was raising its hand to protect itself from a tree that it slammed into torso first, only to drop to the ground before being dragged along the grass, then shooting into the air like a bird. It spun, whirled, and looped, repeated literally blood through the night before it finally crashed to the ground as the potion's magic faded. It had traveled far from the granary, landing in a twitching heap. Shockingly, it began to rise. The resilience the thing had was terrifying. It began to drag itself farther away, trying to put distance between itself and Alex. It could barely crawl and was leaving a trail of blood staining the grass from its many wounds and ragged stump. Alex listened for breathing with his potion-enhanced senses. He could hear shallow breaths slowly wheezing from its chest. It was almost done. He took a step toward the monster as his mind turned to loved ones. He was worried and wanted to get back to them. The monster suddenly shuddered and fell over. Its breathing stopped. Good, now he could get back to his sister and Teresa. Alex turned and began to head back toward the manor when something occurred to him. He remembered the Exrithak eggs and how valuable monster parts were. This was an opportunity. He'd have to get the creature's body, but dragging the heavy monster corpse all the way back to the manor himself, since Claygon had his hands full, would be a problem. He didn't want to leave the body unattended, but he needed to get back. Maybe he could kill two birds with one stone. Alex looked through the battlefield until he saw what he was looking for. The ravenous hunter desperately crawled away from its quarry. Its shuttered bones were shattered throughout its body, and its muscles were torn. Its breath rasped and was becoming shallow. Its vision swam. Its thoughts were cloudy. If the hunter hadn't been granted supernatural fortitude by the Ravena, it would have died several blows ago. If the statue's strike to its jaw had landed solidly, its skull would be pulp. As it was, it knew it would not escape the battlefield alive. There would be no return to its master. There would not even be another chance to attack the quarry. It had failed. No, it thought, I cannot fail. I cannot. A loud, wheezing breath escaped it. The hunter collapsed on the ground. Its chest rose and fell once, twice. Then its breathing stopped, on purpose. Even as its body grew colder, it held onto a last bit of life force and will. Its teeth were shattered, ruining its venomous bite. One of its claws was gone, but it had one claw left. If it could feign death just long enough to lure the quarry close, then it would manage one final attack, a claw that would swipe across a precious blood vessel in the leg. It was its only chance. Listening carefully to the sound of the quarry, it waited, preparing for it to get within striking range. Then the quarry spoke, "Hey, Brutus, Brutus." It called out in a surprisingly gentle voice, though the hunter had no idea what it meant. There was a pause, then the prey spoke a single word, "Fetch." Fetch. The hunter was unfamiliar with the word. What did it mean? Was it a magic word that the mortal was using? Paused? What was that noise? Like massive paws churning the earth. The assassin continued to play dead, yet felt panic rising as the sound bounded closer. Something unfamiliar rose up. Fear. Not fear of failing its purpose, but for the first time in its young life, fear for its continued existence. It recognized the fear as what it saw in the creatures it had killed. Now the proud hunterone of the most elite of the raven as monstrous was the same as them, prey. Helpless prey. The hunter had become the hunted. Fear drove it to turn at the last moment to try and fend off whatever was coming. The sweep of its claw, once swift, decisive and deadly, now seemed weak and feeble. It struck too early, well before the three-headed beast that rushed it was in range, and now the last of its strength was expended. The final thing it saw in the mortal world were three sets of canine jaws surging toward its neck. It still had no clue what fetch meant. Alex panicked when the monster which he'd thought was dead struck out in an attack toward Brutus, but he needn't have worried. After the feeble swing of its arm, Brutus jumped onto the creature and mauled it thoroughly. It stopped moving, permanently this time. Already on his way back to find his loved ones, Alex had paused briefly when the monster had acted, but he was making his way to the back gardens again. Brutus followed, bringing the monster's carcass like it hardly weighed anything. The battle was over. At the front of the manor, the few monsters still alive were scattering in all directions, licking their wounds and crying out in fear. The Patrizia had left some of his guards behind, while he took a contingent including Isolde and Colican rushed toward the back of the manor. Alex could no longer hear sounds of fighting coming from the back, but quickened his pace. When he arrived, the monsters were either gone or dead. Guardsmen and servants rushed here and there, bringing bandages, poultices, and potions. Bodies with sheets covering them from head to toe lay motionless on the ground. People, guards, and guests alike lay groaning on blankets with their wounds being tended to. One of the dryads was moving among the wounded. She chanted to the spirits of her forest. Her hands glowed with a green light that also shone along the branches of her willow-like hair. Where she pressed her hands to the injured, wounds closed and healthy color returned to their skin. Teresa, Alex cried, looking around among those being cared for. Teresa, he'd trusted her to be safe while he was chasing the monster, but what if she'd only pretended to be okay? Maybe her wounds had been worse than they'd looked. Maybe her bleeding had gotten worse while he was fighting the monster and… Alex let out a yelp of pain as something collided with him from the side. Warm, strong arms wrapped around him. "Og," he grunted, my monster wounds, you're squeezing my monster wounds." He looked down to see Teresa. Most of her wounds looked like they'd been healed by dryad magic or bandaged, hugging him with her head pressed into his side. "Oh, thank the traveler, you're all right," Teresa said, loosening her grip on him. "But only a little. Hey, that's my line." He hugged her back tightly, grunting as she was pressed against his wounds. "I kept imagining all kinds of horrible stuff, like I'd get back and you'd be dead or something would have kidnapped you, or like you got hit on the head and lost your memory or…" "Alex, just hold me," she said. "No doom and gloom. Monsters attacked. We won. You're okay, I'm okay, we're okay. Let's not get caught up on the what-ifs." His mind immediately conjured 3 or 4 more what-ifs, but he just acknowledged them and let them go. Instead, he tightened his grip on his best friend and now his love. He wasn't planning on letting go anytime soon, though he needed to check on Selena, and maybe he should get his wounds looked at too. And tell the Patrizia about how Claygon was holding up a part of his granary. A short woof drew his attention. Brutus was looming beside Teresa and him, with the limp form of the monster in 2 mouths. "Good boy," he mouthed at the Cerberus, who wagged his tail. Later, Alex would also need to look into what the hell kind of monster it was that had tried to kill them. Another thought occurred to him, making him smile. Operation Fetch was a major success. Alex. Selena cried as she rushed into her brother's open arms. Now that the last of the monsters had been wiped out, and the Patrizia's guards, hounds and dryad allies had chased off or killed any stragglers, Giuseppe had declared the estate safe. Everyone who'd been rushed into the manor were allowed to come out. His little sister had sprinted out of the crowd, looking for him. Alex was glad his hug was big enough for the two most important people in his life at the same time. Thundar followed, shaking his head. Much of the earlier drunkenness had faded from his eyes. Alex supposed that a pitched battle tended to sober one up. That little imp actually punched me in the arm trying to get back out here. It hurt too. We might have won faster if you just turned her loose. Alex didn't even reply, shifting so that his bandages weren't pressed against Selena. We won, Colic said. There was a note of victory in his voice, but his eyes were sad, but at a cost. Some lost their lives tonight, and a sweet memory is now sour. Thundar looked on grimly. It could have been worse, a lot worse. Evil beasts. Alex heard a familiar voice. Isolde was near her cousin, staring at the monsters as they were dragged from the garden. Evil, evil beasts, her hands balled into fists. If looks could kill, those monsters would have been completely disintegrated by her glare. She seemed to be more upset than Giuseppe was. The Patrizia was still rightfully in full-blown leadership mode and was busy directing servants and guards to serve his battered guests as much as possible. He'd already commanded several of his skyboats to the back garden, and they waited to ferry the tired and newly healed back to their homes when they were ready to leave. Servants went among those who'd recovered, offering hot wine and food to soothe the belly and nerves. Yet, Alex could see the tension in Giuseppe's every move. It reminded him of how Mr. and Mrs. Liu had been on the night the Roth alehouse had burned. Collected and decisive on the outside, distressed on the inside. Alex was distressed about not knowing the origin of the attack. He'd have to tell Balin about what had happened tonight. The Chancellor would have access to Thamesche bestiaries for research purposes. They might be able to tell them if the three monsters were from Thameland. If they were, that would confirm Alex's worst fears. He was really hoping, though, that the reason the beasts had attacked him had nothing to do with Thameland. Maybe the damage his potions had done to their forces could be the reason they'd targeted him. As the night wore on, most on the estate learned from the Dryads that a creature like the one Brutus had fetched had attacked them in their forest. Most concluded that it was some local creature of sharp intellect. Or something from the city. There had been times in the past when a wizard's experiment had escaped to wreak havoc in the wider world. Or something that had emerged from deep in the barrens, where the horrors grew more numerous and deadly. Still, Alex could help but wonder. His attention was drawn by the sound of Isolde approaching. The young woman looked troubled, but she smiled weakly as she came to her friends. "How do you all fare?" she asked gently. "Good, all things considered," Colic shrugged. "It is a shame, though." He looked up at the glowing, illusionary fish still swimming above the garden. This was no night for blood. It was not, Isolde said, with a deep, mournful note in her voice. She glared at the monster dangling in Brutus' mouth. Vile, awful creature. Yeah, about that. Thundar bent down, looking at the wreckage that was the monster's corpse. "What is it?" "I have no idea," Alex said, "but I plan on taking it to Balin, and I'm planning on finding out. I'm sure a lot of people will be very interested in knowing where it came from." If there was anything that would never cease to surprise Alex about people, it was how quickly many bounced back from just about anything. In the days following the attack on the Patrizia's estate, Giuseppe had seen to the few wounded who'd stayed on at the manor, put them back on their feet, then escorted them to their homes. Then he'd begun a single-minded hunt for any Baron's monsters that had attacked his home and guests but had escaped. He and a group eager to avenge themselves and restore their aristocratic honor scoured the countryside for gorgers, mupkaras, bone drinkers, and any of the spike-toothed monsters Alex Roth, his golem, and the Cerberus had slain. The Dryads also engaged in a punishing campaign to root out and destroy any monsters that had fled into their forest. From what Alex had heard, they'd completed that task very well. The Patrizia's force had tracked the horde's footprints back to the wall and discovered a tunnel extending deep beneath it and into the barrens. Quite the stir had arisen from that. In the past, on the rare occasion, the odd monster had slipped over the wall from the barrens, but it was very rare for a pack to do so, and even rarer for them to create mass havoc. But it was completely unheard of for different types of monsters to join together in a horde, escape the barrens of Cravernous, and launch a coordinated attack on an estate. Discovering the tunnel and understanding that the monsters had dug it was a shock to Giuseppe and his neighbors. He informed the city's officials, who launched an investigation into the attack, then brought in earth wizards to fill the tunnel. Investigators and researchers from the university combed the countryside, searching for the unidentified creatures that had united the monstrous horde. Yet, no matter how far they searched into the barrens, and no matter how much of their bestiaries, monsternomicons, and natural field guides they combed, they could find no trace of anything that could identify the creatures. So the officials focused on the information that they had. The city noted the creatures' innate intelligence and cunning, and commissioned an expansion of the wall's guard. Groups of rangers were to patrol the areas beyond the wall. Wizards specializing in earth magic were recruited to regularly sense out the ground beneath the walls, in case the monsters began tunneling beneath them in secret again. Once all was said and done, people, even those that had attended the Patrizia's ill-fated party, put the events of that evening behind them. To Alex's amazement, the Patrizia had already begun to plan another celebration to be held at summer's end. Most have returned to life as normal, Isolde had said over lunch one day. It is not the first time that Generosi's people have endured violence at the hands and claws of monster kind. How many times has a creature escaped the confines of a wizard's laboratory? How many monsters have escaped the barrens over time? Or how many times have monsters in the countryside attacked folk there? If these events broke the people of Generosi, then they would have left long ago. That makes a lot of sense, I guess, Alex had said. He had moved on too in some ways. Life always continued on. If people didn't move with it, they'd simply be left behind. In the weeks following the monster attack, Alex and his friends had finished midterms and continued with classes as normal. The paper that Colic had helped Thundar with had earned the Minotaur mark he'd jumped for joy over. Alex had done well on his exams and had even managed to raise his grade in force magic a bit. Isolde continued crushing every class. Time had flown by at the speed of lightning. Even Selena had recovered quickly after the attack. I don't like bad monsters, she had said. They always come and ruin everything. I just want them to go away. She was looking forward to starting her lessons in wizardry in the next school year. His sister had definitely gotten tougher, he realized, in the same way that a lot of people in Generosi seemed to be resilient. He supposed the folks of Generosi and Thameland had that in common. Both lands had monsters, and their peoples were not about to let their lives be constantly ruled by fear. Still, he'd continued to wonder about the creatures. His own investigation had turned up some new information, but few answers. I would remain at ease, Balin said. A proper wizard must be prepared to be made the target of monsters and enemies. On the battlefield, warriors wield steel for armor and weapons, and power themselves with their own strength and experience. But a wizard wields the elements as their weapons. They armor themselves in the cosmos, and power themselves with mana, which many consider the lifeblood of creation. He chuckled. Do not take it so personally, Alex. Any intelligent combatant knows that a wizard on the battlefield must be removed almost before any other. It is just strategy. Yeah, maybe, Alex said, but it said it wanted to hunt me down after me. Balin raised an eyebrow. And had you not just finished killing its companions? Yeah, okay, Alex said, though he still couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more personal in the way the monsters had targeted him. Had he really only imagined that? I have checked every single bestiary from Thameland that lies in our library, Balin continued. There is no mention of such a creature. Now some of our volumes are quite old, and your kingdom is somewhat insular with lore about this Ravena, and its armis, but I do believe that most of what your ancient enemy is capable of has been catalogued throughout its many cycles. Yeah, maybe, Alex agreed, turning his attention back to the mana spectrometer. They were in Balin's lab for the afternoon, as the Chancellor had graciously set aside time for dissection and analysis of the monster's remains. In the sunny laboratory, the sound of another analytic device came from close by. Isolde stood tall and proud in her safety equipment, rapidly jotting down notes as she analyzed another part of the monster's remains. She, at last, had also become one of Balin's advisees and was excitedly taking part in their research. The young woman was eager to learn more about the monsters that had wreaked havoc on her family member's home. She watched as Alex ran some of the creature's tough hide through a mana spectrometer. Elsewhere in the lab, an entire shelf was filled with sealed jars containing parts of the creatures. Isolde was performing analysis on the monster's poison. She shook her head. I still cannot believe the speed and ease at which this equipment performs. I only seek the best. Balin stood a little taller. Which is why permit the flattery I have taken you on as an advisee, Isolde. The Chancellor chuckled quietly. Alex grunted as the mana spectrometer finished, then he wrote down the results. The readout revealed not much. It looks like there's a few compounds that might be useful in transformation magic. His pen quickly scrawled across the page. Potions that could harden flesh and toughen skin, things like that. He sighed, glancing at the shelf with the monster's remains. It was everything they'd analyzed so far. The monster was alchemically useful, but not revolutionary. The remains exhibited similar properties to substances already well known and widely used in the study of alchemy. Of all the parts they'd analyzed, the most interesting bits were the monster's malleable voice boxes and a bell-shaped organ that they weren't quite sure about. It seemed like it sent out some sort of sound in all directions that sensed mana and perhaps other things, but they couldn't be sure without a live specimen. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how Alex was feeling on a given day, he didn't have one. Even those unique parts of the monster had equivalents already well known in alchemical guides. Alex glanced over at Claygon. There weren't any revolutionary, dawn of new wizardry, discoveries hidden within them. I was hoping there'd be something more to these things, he sighed. It's kind of a letdown after the dungeon core's remains. He looked at Isolde. Anything neat on your end? It's the same answer as the last 10 times you asked, Alex. Not particularly, she said. The poison is deadly, sure, and contains properties that might make it a good base for an antitoxin, an anticoagulant and well a poison, but there is not much else to it. He glanced over at the jar of poison with some annoyance. When he'd tried even touching the stuff, the mark had gone absolutely berserk as he'd feared it would. It looked like poison was pretty much always considered to be harmful. Still, that revealed new information about the mark. Wine, liquor, and other spirits could cause harm when someone drank them to excess, but he was able to drink and handle them just fine. One of the keys definitely seemed to be that he couldn't use things intended as weapons or intended to harm others. Even high-proof alcohol, which could easily poison, set the mark off as long as he was using it for cleaning purposes. Perhaps he could see where that line of thought would take him for brewing potions in the future. It was a tricky line between the mark being set off by any attempt at direct harm and simply being quiet when indirect or accidental harm was done by the bearer of the fool. Alex glumly wondered if the other heroes had to deal with such issues, or any issues. Something the matter? Balin asked. You look as though you have been dining on nothing but lemons for a week. That bad, Alex said. He sighed. I had thought would find out something useful from these monsters' remains. Balin raised an eyebrow. Have we not? Plenty of its remains are alchemically useful. They can be sold or provide you with a bank of ingredients. I would call that something useful. Yeah, but Alex gestured to Claygon. Look at the dungeon core and what it could do. Why, yes, it was most impressive. Your stories of how it performed in live combat were fascinating, and its performance during the field test was incredibly promising. But Alex roughly indicated the jars of the monster's remains. This stuff doesn't even come close. Balin looked at him curiously for a moment, and then realization came over his face. I see. I should have anticipated this. Alex, do you know the results of most experiments that occur in alchemy? Isolde, would you know? Failure, Isolde said as she dropped the poison onto a portion of Camelcax moss. Most experiments on unknown substances reveal no alchemical value or value to wizardry in general. Of every discovery of a new monster, beast, or plant, approximately 1 in every 20 generates a new body of knowledge or new material that advances alchemy. Most either have no use or have uses that are redundant with substances already discovered. Really? Alex said, surprised. Oh yes, Balin nodded toward Isolde. Very good, Isolde. I can see that you have experience with others that have researched the arts of wizardry. Like 1 in 20, Alex blinked. That's all. Actually, that is a generous estimation. I would get used to that disappointment if I were you, Alex, Balin warned with a somewhat amused note in his voice. Wizardry, like May, is a very old art. Much about the world has been discovered. In its early days, one discovered something new about magic or alchemy just about every time the sun rose. But now much has been catalogued and much has been understood. Usually, one only gains a wave of new discoveries when alchemy has advanced enough to produce more sensitive analytical equipment. Even then, re-examining old substances may generate new knowledge, or it may simply confirm what we already know. A proper wizard understands that the path to true understanding is not a sprint or a brisk walk in the countryside. It is a marathon that is forever run. What is not revealed today might be revealed tomorrow, or it might be revealed in 1,000 years. His eyes twinkled. Pace yourself, you were extremely fortunate with your dungeon core discovery. Do not mistake that for routine or you shall never be happy again. Right, got it. Be realistic, Alex said. He had enough to be thankful for anyway. While things had returned to normal after the attack, there was one thing that was markedly different. Did you discover something about the substance after all? Balin asked. Pardon, you suddenly seem to be absolutely radiating satisfaction. Oh, no, it was just, nothing. I got distracted for a moment, he said quickly, glad that he was wearing his safety mask which hid both his blush and the stupid grin that had been on his face. Alex had seen new couples that seemed to be perpetually in a world of flowers and butterflies, all smiles all the time and a dreamy look in their eyes. He was almost ashamed to say that he and Teresa were no exception. The very thought that they were, well together, was enough to send a surge of joy shooting through his core, which would inevitably send his face into a dreamy smile. He wasn't the only one. He'd caught Teresa with the exact same smile on her face a bunch of times. Again, he marveled at how people bounced back from things. The two of them had got together when it looked like they might be about to die. It hadn't been the deep, romantic confession that he'd hoped to make, or even the clumsily stuttered confession he feared he'd end up making, but they'd opened up their feelings to each other, then immediately started fighting for their lives against a horde of monsters. But instead of that worsening the memory, or at least his memory of how they'd gotten toads through, if anything, it had made the memory even more special. You know what? Alex thought. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I've been bouncing back from shit my whole life. His parents' deaths, receiving the mark, being attacked by monsters. Every time something terrible happened, he just tried to move on or squeeze some good out of it. A lot of people did just that. He looked over at the monster's remains, trying to quiet the feeling the creatures had specifically come for him. It was the only thing he was worried about lately. Balin followed his gaze. Not to worry, Alex. The librarians are still searching through bestiaries and books containing monster sightings from around the world, at the city's request. If there is even an obscure mention of such a creature that I either do not recall or have not read about, then it shall come up soon enough. He glanced at the timekeeping device on the wall. Ah, speaking of books, we should finish up. Final exams are only a few weeks away, and I do not wish to cut into your study time. Alex froze for a moment. All right, maybe he had a few things to worry about. He shook his head. The end of his first year at Generosity was looming ahead. You know what? Thundar grunted. This is getting easier. He flipped through his notebooks filled with notes and reminders in his own handwriting and that of his entire cabal and grinned. A lot of this stuff gets a lot quicker to get into the all-skull when I've got you super geniuses helping me out. He chuckled. Isolde sighed, giving him a look from across Kolik's table. A veritable ocean of paper, notebooks and pens filled her side of the table. Thundar, of course it's easy for you to understand once you apply yourself. You act the role of the brute, but you successfully gained admittance to the greatest institution of wizardry in the world. You have a magnificent mind that spends the majority of its energy thinking about lechery, imbibing and smashing things. She shook her head. Hey, he said, half rising from his chair. You're right, I may not like it, but you're right. Actually forget the don't like it part. I'm having fun before I get old and gotta lock myself in a tower to think about how stars are made or some shit. I ain't gonna apologize for that. When one plays hard, one works better, Kolik agreed while concentrating on a spell. Hovering between his palms was a stone that changed its composition in waves. One moment its form would ripple to the right and become dull gray. Then it would ripple to the left and turn a bright white. Then it would turn red. He was concentrating on controlling the speed and direction of the transformation. Well, I haven't got time to play in a while, Thundar continued. Not since those critters ruined your cousin's party. But he gave Alex a sly look. I guess you've been playing a lot lately, haven't you? Alex was deep in thought, concentrating on the force construct he was shifting with mana manipulation. One of the final aspects of force magic that Ram had taught his class was one of the ultimate realizations of direction and redirection. Generalized force construct was a weak spell, so Alex was surprised that Ram would have chosen it to be the very first second-tier spell he taught them at the end of their first year. He would have expected something more complex. It was slower than Forceaball, weaker than Wizard's Hand, less practical than Force Shield. But it made up for those weaknesses with versatility. Its spell array was constructed in such a way that a wizard could shift the shape of the force construct conjured by the spell, even after they'd finished casting it. This was done by using their knowledge of how force magic was directed, combined with their skill in mana manipulation though, the former was more important than the latter to shift its shape. Generalized force construct was small and had the strength of a water bubble, but Alex had found an endless fascination with concentrating and shifting it from form to form. Shifting the direction of the way the force magic flowed turned it into a sphere. Another shift changed it to something that looked like a five-pointed star, then a tiny pyramid, then a cylinder. It was fascinating. Were you talking to me, Thundar? He asked. Yeah, I was saying you're having fun lately. You and Miss Teresa the Monster Slayer, he grinned, his eyes brimming with malice. A lot of fun, no doubt. Alex gave him a serene look as though he were some wise sage. It is true, we are having fun for what is life but an endless series of discoveries and adventure. Your Balin impression sucks, and you're gonna have to try harder if you're going to embarrass me. He jerked a finger toward his shoulder. I literally have a glowing jester's face stamped on my shoulder, and I'm dating a woman who is basically a war goddess. I'm not a blushing 12-year-old. This is an absolute win, and I want to shout to everyone from every rooftop how awesome my life is. Faye, Thundar grunted. Worth a shot. You brainy types tend to get flustered about that kind of thing. You mean like you? The Minotaur froze, and Alex wondered if he was remembering how he had acted when a certain foxy lady had visited him in the infirmary. One day I'm gonna toss you off a cliff. Understandable. Thundar shook his head, then glanced at Kolik. Right, speaking of falling off cliffs, where have you been on the weekends lately, man? You've been a ghost the last couple. A great smile grew behind Kolik's beard. I've been visiting the Dryad Forest recently, actually. The room fell silent. Thundar slammed his book. Alex threw away his force spell. Even Isolde was looking up with interest. And what, do tell, takes you to the Dryad's Wood? Well, Kolik's grin was absolutely kingly. A certain Dryad requested that the Patrizia send a message to me requesting that I drop by should I be in the area. I somehow found myself in the area. Alex's eyes widened. Sinope, the Dryad you danced with. The very same. Kolik's smile grew wider. Life grows interesting for many of us. Isolde snorted, truly. Alex comes to university and begins a relationship with his oldest friend. Kolik begins to see a mystical Dryad from the forest. Who do I meet? Bloody Derek. She shook her head. Ah well, at least I have my cabal to see me through my remaining time here, the best anyone could ask for. The room went quiet again. Wait, Alex paused. What about waiting until the end of the year and deciding if it was a good fit? Isolde blinked. Ah yes, we had. Yees, Thundar leapt up, and with me as your fearless leader. We will be immediately ruined, Isolde said. Yes, Colic agreed. Alex nodded vigorously. And this is how you treat someone recovering from mana vampire wounds, Thundar said mournfully. You recovered weeks ago, Isolde pointed out. Details, details, Thundar chuckled, then grew more serious. All right, enough joking around. I'm real happy that we're sticking with each other. We're gonna be great together, I just know it. You're my cabal, and my friends. And me last two battles by your sides haven't exactly been my best moments. One day, though, I'll prove that I belong with all of you. You already have, Colic said, clapping Thundar on his arm. Many, many times, my friend. Well, I'll do it again. Thundar, son of Gulbif, doesn't get sideswiped twice and then lies down, thinking, yeah, this is all right. Next time I'm gonna stand out hard, mark my words. Alex smiled warmly. You already do, man, and the rest of us too. In like a few months, you're just about as close to me as friends from back home that I've known for years. I'm thankful as hell that I met all of you. A wave went through the room, a quiet warmth. Isolde blushed and Colic cleared his throat. I as well have found fine companions in all of you. He paused, looked at Alex, then sat up straighter. Which is why I should tell you something, Isolde and Thundar. Alex sat back as Colic confessed his royal lineage to his cabal members. At last, the final secret that Alex knew of, at least, was laid bare between them. Isolde took the news with shock, and quickly asked what proper terms of address were required in Colic's homeland of Tekizash, despite the prince waving off all attempts at formality. Thundar jokingly asked to borrow 500 gold coins, but his humor vanished when Colic simply smiled and said, Is that all? I had thought you were bolder. With the reaffirmation of their cabal and the last secret revealed, Alex felt something close, almost like a key sliding into a lock. Their bond was complete. Life was good. Alex took on finals with the same fervor he always did around test time. Well, almost. There was a nervousness that had followed him through most exam periods in the past, despite the fact that he would work hard to try to ace them. There had always seemed to be a lot at stake on every exam he'd ever taken. When he was younger, he used to be nervous because of how much emphasis his parents had put on him getting good marks. When he began to realize that he wanted to attend the University of Generosity, he worked hard to make sure that all of his teachers would be good references for him with the wandering recruiters from Generosity. When he'd gotten to Generosity and started first year, there was the need to do as well as he could to gain the respect and trust of both Professor Valrock and Professor Jules. Without their help, he would have never gotten the job at Shales or access to the lab where he'd performed the analysis on the Dungeon Core's remains. In the last few months, he'd built a golem, helped make an exciting discovery that could change wizardry, and had nearly been killed twice. Suddenly, exams rather than being a future-defining test of his skill seemed almost like a relaxing return to a low-stakes routine. In the end, that was the way he'd walked into them, with enthusiasm and preparation, but also almost with a feeling of relief. Luckily, there were no surprise horrors in any of his exams. Magic Lore II's exam was made up of a series of essay questions that were almost pure memorization. There were some questions that required the application of magical history and general magical theory, but Alex had enough background to get through those questions easily enough. He didn't even need to use the mark for questions that involved pure memorization. Valrock's was a little trickier. He and Isolde had a bit of an ongoing rivalry going into the mana manipulation final, though it was a strange, contradictory one. Rather than cutting each other off and hoarding their knowledge, they'd pushed each other throughout the entire time they were studying to bring out the highest potential in one another. Isolde likened it to a knight, tossing a proper weapon to their enemy. To Alex, he was pretty sure that if he were a knight and some enemy was trying to kill him, then he'd make sure they were as unarmed as possible, and tied up, and maybe asleep. But in the case of their exams, bringing out the absolute best in each other when facing down the test questions was like defeating the enemy together. Valrock's written and practical tests were definitely diabolical, but to a pair as hard-working and talented as he and Isolde, they weren't diabolical enough to beat them. Jules actually had Alex write 2 exams. The first was the regular class exam for the Alchemy of Potions II, which he could have aced with his eyes closed. From the expression on the faces of other students leaving the room, though, it didn't seem like it was easy for most. The second exam was made up specifically for him to test the knowledge he'd gained during the labs supervised by Amir. If he'd been inclined toward paranoia, he might have believed Jules had been trying to get revenge on him for not bringing her the Dungeon Core substance first. The exam had been brutal, fair, but brutal, so he couldn't say one way or another if she'd made it that tough on purpose. He told himself that he was imagining a revenge plot. He must have been. Even Ram's exam wasn't a disaster. Interestingly enough, the higher concepts about the redirection of force and the application of edas, opposed to simply trying to learn as many spells as possible, far more suited Alex and the mark than the easier first semester. He still lost marks in the speed department, but more than made up for that by demonstrating how he applied what he'd learned during the cleansing movements to force magic. He'd actually felt a lot better walking out of that exam than he had any of the others he'd ever done for force magic. That only left Balin's exam, which was the only one that was making him more than a little nervous. The written exam would be something he was more than ready for, but knowing Balin's practical final would be far more likely to see Balin throw them at the biggest, nastiest monster that he thought they could handle and tell them to have at it. Yet as Alex entered the classroom for the final practical lesson of the year, he was caught off guard by what the Chancellor announced. "We will not be holding our practical final exam until slightly after the semester is over," he said from the front of his class. "I have located what I wish for you to combat, but the practical final will only be held 2 weeks after the end of all other exams." He looked over the class with pride. "This fight will test all of your mettle, your resources, your planning, and your organization. It will be a dangerous opponent, and one that you would do well to prepare for after you no longer have to focus on other exams. But if you overcome it, then you will be ready for an entirely different class of opponent. You will be broken up into groups of 4 students and their entourages, and each group will face." He waved his hand, conjuring an illusion. A writhing creature appeared in the air. "A dune worm,"